Chapter 1, Phase 4, Uncomfortable Situation. January 25, 71 CE. The Vesalius. On board the Vesalius, Athrun was typing away at the Aegis's keyboard doing the needed fixing for the OS. Yet his mind kept going back to the encounter with the two unknown suits in the colony interior. The prototype machine that the Alliance officer had boarded should have been simple to deal with, it didn't work efficiently due to the OS being junk. Then the first unknown had appeared and had shown it was a different kind of beast than they had expected to handle on the operation. The way it had moved and reacted, the only explanation that Athrun could come up with that made sense was it had a working OS. The intelligence reports that Commander Cruzet was working from had only revealed to them the existence of 5 machines. And until the two unknowns had popped up, everything else from the report had been on the money. So then, where did those 2 other suits come from and why hadn't they been noticed by those who had gotten the intel? The question was one that an answer was pointless by this time, but it still kept coming to mind. That's before the far more worrisome fact of the performance of both of those machines, for they were working as well as a ZAFT suit, which inferred they had a full working natural use OS. Were that system to reach the Ptolemais lunar base or either of the main Alliance bases on Earth, the Earth forces could then mass-produce suits and would as quickly as possible. That meant nothing but trouble for the plants or any that would refuse them. Of course, Athrun had heard some of the rumors that the Federation's military was supposed to have a natural use OS for their machines. But then, there were also whispers that they could have mobile suits as ZAFT forces did and simply didn't see a need to use them. Honestly, Athrun couldn't say which idea was scarier, the Federation having suits that could match and likely outdo ZAFT machines, or that if that was true, they didn't see a need to use them. The Federation was well known for not showing more strength and power than they thought was necessary. Yet, there had never been proof of either idea obtained by ZAFT intelligence agents. If they did have both, then the Federation hadn't shared the technology with the Alliance, which was understandable. There was supposed to be some sort of agreement between the Federation and the Alliance that scientific development was not shared, especially military advancement. It was no secret that the Alliance disliked the fact that the Federation hadn't helped them in their war against ZAFT, just kept firmly neutral. The refusal to share their technology the Federation had with the Alliance had strengthened the dislike of the Alliance. It had not been the exact same between the Federation and ZAFT, for there was some scientific data shared, but nothing to do with weapons development. Then the pilot of the Black Machine, as they had been skilled beyond normal Alliance pilots are. How could they have someone like that at their disposal and ZAFT not have known about them? With those in charge of the Alliance and its military forces, they wouldn't have waited until now to use a pilot that good. Such thoughts and questions kept bouncing around Athrun's mind and wouldn't leave him alone. "Commander Cruzet is returning," came a voice over the PA, which caused Athrun to come out of his thoughts and glance up from the controls of the Aegis. Damage sustained from 2 direct hits, firefighting and rescue squads to B deck. The second part of the announcement caught Athrun's full attention. Commander Cruzet had taken not 1 hit but 2 from going into the colony. Yes, when it had been Miguel, Lester, and Athrun himself fighting the last of the known Alliance machine, it had been fine. Then had come along with those 2 unknown suits and their pilots had caught them by surprise. For them to be able to pilot well enough to force Commander Cruzet, who was an accomplished pilot, to retreat back to the ship with damage. Perhaps there was more to those machines and their pilots than any had thought. Seconds later, the CGUE entered the hangar flying backward and was stopped by the deceleration cables in the hangar. "His unit has lost both arms," said a mechanic just outside of the Aegis, voice filled with disbelief. Upon hearing that, Athrun quickly maneuvered himself out of the Aegis's cockpit to get a better view of what had happened to the commander. He could only stare at the suit, the damage the CGUE had taken as crew members began the process of cooling the armor down. The right arm of the suit was gone, shot cleanly off by what Athrun could see. The left arm had less than half remaining and appeared to have been sliced off by some kind of cutting blade. The question as to what kind of weapons could have done that was being asked, but there wasn't an answer to the question at this point. Back in the colony interior, once the CGUE had retreated, the warship began the process of landing on the ground. Kira positioned the strike in a kneeling stance, which when he did, Mura climbed on board and used the radio request the Archangel to open that led into the hangar after landing so that those on the ground could board. Tyler was hopeful that when the ship did land that the 3 suits could get on and get their batteries charged. ZAFT forces were more likely now to come back after the display from the strike, to either capture the suit and the other 2 machines or destroy them all. Once the ship had landed, Kira positioned the strike's left hand down on the ground to offer some of his friends a ride. Lakis, Mirilia, and Mura did hop into the hand before the strike rose up, keeping its hand level, and began walking forward. Tyler moved the shadow forward a few steps and maneuvered the mobile suit into a kneeling posture right by the 3 male teens. He then opened the cockpit hatch and stretched out the shadow's right hand to Sai, Tall, and Cuzzy. "How lucky it is for you 3 that I'm such a nice guy, no? Offering to give you a ride to the ship just like Kira is doing for the ladies," Tyler said. The 3 clambered onto the shadow's hand. "Thank you, Tyler," replied Sai. "Yeah, you're awesome," added Tall. Tyler gained a small smile. I'm aware of that, although it's nice to be reminded of it every now and again. Tyler took a deep breath. Now, you three hold on tight, Tyler said before making the shadow rise and moved towards the Alliance ship. On the right side catapult section of the Archangel, a part opened up at the end of the linear catapult itself from what Tyler could see. He assumed that something the same or similar was on the other side of this Alliance ship, as there was supposed to be 2 catapults for it. Kira and Tyler moved their suits into the ship and put down their passengers gently to the deck. As the 2 suits were offloading their passengers, a group of people, some with Alliance uniforms, were watching. The standard uniform for the Alliance organization was heavily based off of old Earth military uniforms. Then there were others were in jumpsuits and others in military combat wear and holding guns coming up to the group. Lieutenant Ramius, called a black-haired woman at the front of the group, her voice sounding relieved. Tyler wondered if what his group was seeing was possibly what was left of the Earth Force's officers and crew. Alan had said there was a mess at the dock, and presumably the one under Morgan Roat would be the same. Tyler turned on his Federation comlink. Alan, you said the docks were a mess. I assume that you were also implying that the dock under the development complex was as well, correct? Tyler posed. Indeed, both docking areas appeared to be in ruins from what the video I could get from tapping into the colony's systems. There a specific reason you bring that up, chap? Alan replied. Yes, when you saw the mess at the dock, you didn't happen to see anyone dressed in anything that makes up Alliance uniforms, did you? Tyler questioned. As it happens, old boy, I saw a number of bodies that I believe were wearing Alliance uniforms. From the estimated location, I would guess many of them were around what I think was the control booth for the development complex's docking area when the explosions happened, Alan answered. Tyler nodded. Well, I do believe I'm looking at what's left of the Alliance ship's officers and crew, he remarked before disconnecting from the channel. Tyler saw that Miss Ramius was looking over at the woman that had just hailed her, yet an alarm going off in the cockpit drew his attention. He glanced around for the reason for the alarm. He saw the suit's main display saying that the battery had 10% of its power remaining. So, Tyler quickly shut down the machine's systems to conserve what power there still was, and the forward screen split apart and the 2 sections moved to either side, leaving the way to the opening hatch clear. While Tyler used the zipline to descend to the deck, he scanned what was likely left of this ship's crew. The one who had spoken to the lieutenant, Tyler realized that it was the woman from earlier that had passed around the train station. Although this time, she was in a uniform with a collar that was red and had 1 gold vertical bar. That said to Tyler that she was an ensign, and then second, the woman was pretty much a member of the ship bridge officers, even if it was not the highest. Also, by the way, she was acting. Tyler assumed that this woman was the one in charge of those here currently. Tyler spotted 4 others in Earth Force's officer uniforms, though he guessed the kind were for general commissioned ship crew and not officers. There was also a group of 14 jumpsuit-wearing people, which Tyler guessed were engineers and mechanics. Tyler had always had a bit of respect for those in those jobs, for they weren't easy ones and he believed didn't get enough recognition for their work. Finally, there was also a small number of soldiers with guns were around as well, as Tyler noted. That had him gripping both the submachine gun he had taken from the ZAFT soldier and his own pistol just after he touched down on the ship deck. Maru, on the other hand, was glad to see familiar faces at last, as most she had been with had been killed. She did take in that there were less than she hoped, but she hoped that meant the ship's crew was at their stations. Ensign Bajaruel, Maru greeted with slight relief. It's a tremendous relief to see that you're safe with what happened, said Natarl as she saluted. Maru returned the salute. You as well. I'm honestly glad that you protected the Archangel. I was worried that with how things had gone, things might be worse than I feared they could be. Tyler had the urge to retort about the damage done by all of this and how the Alliance was the ones that brought this situation on in the first place, but he held his tongue. Instead, he glanced around for something to occupy his time to prevent his mouth from running off. Tyler's gaze stopped on the strike as Kira came out of the cockpit, which drew some stares from the ship's crew. Tyler understood the potential reasons there would be shock and curiosity, as Kira and himself were teens and had pilot suits. The second those that were left of the Archangel's crew saw that the 2 suits that had come on board the ship had teens piloting them, confusion spread. No one said anything until the chief mechanic by the name of Kojiro Murdoch couldn't keep quiet. He was a black-haired man that was 5 feet 6 inches, that had brown eyes. He was also known among the crew of the ship to be stubborn as could be and would get on the case of any that tried to tell him how to do his job of managing the mechanics. Will someone with a working brain tell me what the hell is going on here? All attention shifted to Murdoch. First, there are 2 suits that not a single person seems to know about, and now you're telling me that 2 kids going through puberty are piloting the strike and one of those unknowns? Can't say anyone told me that a circus was being put on, because that's what I'm seeing the signs of. Tyler looked at the man that had spoken. Chief Murdoch, that's enough, said Ensign Bajaruel. Ignoring the question of those here with the Alliance ship, Tyler strode over to Kira with a slight expression of worry set on his face. With the way Kira tends to think, he would blame himself for the whole Heliopolis had now, and Tyler knew that. The hole in the colony wall wasn't his fault, for he couldn't have known what that cannon was capable of. As Tyler got close, Kira waved a hand and gave him a smile to say that he was okay, though Tyler could still see that Kira wasn't fine like he was claiming. Tyler and Kira were shortly surrounded by their friends as the ship's crew were either muttering to themselves or wondering what was going on. Mireille took Tyler's left hand and Kira's right and began to shake their hands up and down. "You two are amazing," she said with awe. Tyler was a little taken aback at how Mireille was impressed at what Kira and he had done. "So," Tyler just gave her a sheepish look. "Thanks Mireille, I think," Tyler muttered. Lakis, as Tyler expected, ran straight up to Kira latching onto his left arm. She then got Kira to face her and she stared into his eyes. Kira's eyes locked with her and one of their silent conversations ensued. Honestly, Tyler found the pair quite adorable when they did this, and also fairly humorous, for this wasn't new. Tyler contained himself from cooing at the sight and embarrassing the pair since this was not the best time. Ignoring the teens for the moment, Neytarl approached Maru. "Lieutenant Ramius, what's going on?" she asked, her confusion obvious. "Are there any others that were around the prototypes still with you, and where did these teens come from?" Maru sighed as the chain of inquiries from Neytarl was expected, but the answers were complicated. Maru herself was still trying to wrap her head around the events that had occurred today, so she had to think about how to explain the current situation. Although Maru still did glance over at the teens, feeling sorry for what circumstances they were now in. And yet, her gaze then dropped to the floor, trying to come up with a viable explanation to give. "Wow," came a new voice. Attention shifted to the source of the voice, and walking into the ship was a blonde short-haired man in a purple and grey Alliance pilot suit who was walking over. The man stood at an estimated 6 feet 2 inches in height, and he could also be considered handsome by some with his looks. Mew glanced around at all of the people in the immediate area before he focused on the group of us students. "What a surprise," he said. Tyler took notice of a woman coming up behind the man that was also wearing a pilot suit, though hers was blue and grey. She was shorter than Tyler himself by 4 inches or so. Her light brown hair fell straight down to her mid-back, along with her green eyes. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s. The other things that I noted was that her suit looked to be tight around the upper torso area. Both the man and the woman walked forward and came to a stop in front of Miss Ramius. "I'm Lieutenant Mew Laflaga of the 7th Orbital Fleet at your service," he said, giving her a salute. "It's an honor." Tyler was forced to pause a moment at hearing the man's introduction, as he had heard the name Laflaga. The name had been mentioned and been in reports about an individual that was seen as an ace pilot Alliance had. If the man was who he said he was, he would have the nickname of the Hawk after the campaign that took place on the moon in the war. Tyler himself knew some mobile armor pilots, whether they still were or had gone on to other things, and he knew that not all of them were idiots or fools. The other soldiers, including Maru and Neytarl, saluted as well to the greeting, while the teens just stared at the scene. The woman with Laflaga came up beside him. "I'm Major Crystal McAllister, also assigned to the 7th Orbital. It's an honor to meet you all as well," she said. Honestly, Maru hadn't thought she would meet 2 of the pilots that had survived what had gone down around the Grimaldi front. There weren't many that came out of that campaign, so those that did were known to have great skill. "Lieutenant Maru Ramius of Sector 2, 5th Special Division," she introduced herself. "I'm a crew member of this ship." Neytarl nodded. "Ensign Neytarl Bajaruel, same sector and division," she stated. Tyler was carefully observing the scene, still on edge a bit, as there were some with guns that could do harm. The soldiers were relaxed for the time being, but Tyler had the 2 guns he possessed ready to bring up and use. Tyler may not like killing another if things required the task, but he would do it if he saw the need to in order to protect others. Lieutenant Laflaga then spoke up again. "My comrade and I would like permission to come aboard this vessel," he stated. "May I ask who's in command around here?" Everyone, minus those of us who were the residents of Heliopolis and Maru Ramius, looked towards Ensign Bajaruel for the answer. Tyler spotted the frown that came to the woman's face at the question and assumed that what information he had about the docking areas was correct. The majority of the ship's crew, mainly officers, had died due to the explosives ZAFT forces set or from what they caused. So, the pressing question in Tyler's mind was who was in the line of succession to take over the leader position? Neytarl knew the answer to the question Lieutenant Laflaga was asking, even if she didn't want to state it. She had been lucky enough to be in the boarding tunnel to the Archangel, which had been shielded enough from the blasts that had gone off. When she had gone to the control booth to check and see if others were injured, all she had found was dead bodies. All but 4 ship officers had been there for a planning meeting. Of those 4, 1 had been with Lieutenant Ramius and the other had been heading for the boarding tunnel and was now bandaged up, and his fate was uncertain. There were some non-commissioned crewmen still alive, pretty much those that were on the Archangel when the explosions occurred. So Neytarl sighed after a moment. "The captain," she began, "along with all but 3 of the ship officers have perished in battle. There was 1 with Lieutenant Ramius and the other is now in sickbay, unconscious, severely injured from what happened. Therefore, according to the chain of command, I believe it's Lieutenant Ramius who's to fill the captain's position." Tyler felt a slight twinge of pain at hearing that line, as he knew that jumping up in rank doesn't feel nice when it's due to someone dying. That didn't excuse the damage and harm done by Alliance's action here at Heliopolis in Tyler's mind, but he still felt sorry for Miss Ramius. Muru processed what Natarl said and what it meant, and as the facts sunk in, she couldn't believe what she had heard. Wait, what? Exclaimed Muru, sounding distinctly worried. The majority of the crew is either dead or missing in action, Natarl said. What you see here are those that are accounted for -1 at the moment. Most that are left are mechanics and a few non-commissioned officers, ma'am. Natarl looked down at the deck. I was fortunate enough to be in the boarding tunnel, which was shielded enough from the explosions that I survived. You mean the captain is? Muru was saying, but her voice caught in her throat. It can't be. Tyler decided that he may as well just state the record as it was and get it over with so that time wasn't wasted. ZAFT forces would be coming back, Tyler was certain, and the next time they came they would be heavier armed. So, time was of the essence, and frivolous questions were eating up time that there just wasn't much of. Your captain was likely around the secondary docking area under the Morgan-Roet complex at the time that the explosives that ZAFT forces no doubt set went off. Tyler paused and took a breath and finished. If they weren't killed by the blasts, then they're likely died from injuries bleeding out. Tyler bowed slightly. My condolences to you, Miss Ramius. All eyes were on Tyler now, yet it was Crystal that asked the question that was on everyone else's mind. And just how do you know that is where ship officers were, or that explosives were set by ZAFT forces? Crystal had glanced over the teenagers and had been curious as to how they had ended up on this ship. Who wouldn't be? However, the oldest teen was different than the rest of them. He had been sweeping his eyes all around in a way that one would to seriously assess a situation. The air about the teen was something she couldn't read, and that was very odd for a teenager. Tyler twisted his head to look at Crystal. I don't see a viable reason to go into detail as to how I know that as things currently stand. But take a moment to look at things logically. It makes the most sense with what's happened, Tyler stated in an unsettlingly calm manner. Rest assured, I'm certainly not with the ZAFT forces or your enemy right now. You could force me into that position, but I don't recommend that if I were you. There was silence for a small period after Tyler had given his reply. The silence didn't sit well with Mew at all, not with the current circumstance. Granted, the teen was odd, the calm way that he said what he did, and it was a tad unnerving, Mew would admit. But with Cruzet around the colony, there wasn't the time to waste on things right now. The man would be back and there were preparations to be made. The sooner they all were in more defendable positions, the better off against Cruzet they would all be. Oh man, what an unmitigated disaster, Mew remarked. In any case, please grant us permission, Lieutenant Ramius. The ship we were assigned to engage the enemy and was downed. Along with our fellow armor pilots as well, Crystal added a tad bitterly. Muru wasn't used to being asked for permission to have things done by others, more the reverse. She had only become a commissioned officer a little over 2 years ago, just before being assigned to the G project. It had been shocking to be put among the bridge crew, and Muru had thought that may lead to better opportunity. However, this was not the promotion she had been wanting, and not in the way it had come. She wasn't ready for a command post, of a new warship no less. It was overwhelming. So Muru took some deep breaths. Yes, permission granted, Lieutenant Laflaga, Major McAllister, she replied. With the official stuff out of the way, Mew moved his gaze over to the teens. And who might they be, out of curiosity? He inquired. The grip that Tyler had on the 2 guns he had tightened, though the safeties were still on for both guns. Tyler readied himself as he saw the soldier raise their guns and pointed them at the group of teens. It was an instinct that was ingrained for Tyler since the days he had gone through Federation basic training. That response was to throw your opponent off balance, even if that meant shooting first. Just try not to aim for something vital unless your opponent showed intent to kill you. Muru hadn't forgotten the teens were there. She had needed to keep them with her due to regulations. As you can see, they're teenage civilians of the colony, Muru said. Kira and the other teenagers looked over those who were with the Alliance while Tyler had tensed ever so slightly. Lakis was holding Kira's right arm and standing just slightly behind him, while Sai had one hand on Kira's shoulder and one on Tyler's. Sai's glance flicked downward for a moment, and he was shocked that Tyler had what looked like a rifle or SMG and a pistol in his hands. There had been no sign that he had any of these weapons before now at all, which inferred Tyler had either hidden them or had acquired them. Tyler didn't miss the quiet but sharp intake of breath from Sai, telling him that Sai had noticed the guns Tyler had. The air was getting heavier by the minute. All the teens could feel the impending trouble coming. Mirialia, tall along with Kuzi, started behind Tyler and Kira, but they moved in front of Kira and Tyler, facing outward from them. It appeared like they were forming a protective barrier around the 3 other teens from those here on the ship. I caught glimpses of those 3, Muru said, pointing at Tyler, Kira, and Lakis, around Morgan-Roet during the ZAFT attack. While they were there, apparently, they, by their own words, they came across both suits. After entering them, were successful at using both machines to drive off the Aegis, which was captured by a ZAFT soldier and 2 Gin suits. Tyler hadn't been aware that any had really noticed him around Morgan-Roet while he had been going around. Yet, Tyler had to admit he had been busy with other things and his mind was taxed, so he could have missed things. That didn't change the tense air in the immediate area that Tyler felt, and that was why he was focusing on the present. He wasn't about to let guns be shot in his friend's direction. then he would fire first if that's what it came to. There were gasps from the crew at hearing Muru's accounting. They fought off the Aegis and 2 Gin suits, asked Natarl, incredulous, not quite believing her ears. She glanced at the teens again, lingering on Tyler and Kira, for they looked like normal teenagers to her. These kids actually did that. Yes, Muru said, with the unit equipped with the flight system out of power, we decided to utilize the black unit and the strike with the launcher set to recharge the strike's power and make contact. Muru paused and then pointed at Kira before she continued. He was in the cockpit of the strike at the time the CGUE showed up. Crystal shifted her gaze to the older teen again as the black mobile suit had gotten into the air as Cruzat had been going for the other machine. What she had seen was an unknown suit whipping the CGUE pretty good. Cruzat had been pushed onto the defensive, and that man rarely had that done to him. The older teen did notice Crystal looking at him. And what about you? Crystal posed, pointing at Tyler. Tyler returned the gaze directed at him. I was in the black unit that was keeping the CGUE busy while the strike was loading up its equipment, he replied. Mew took a second and longer look at the teen that had just spoken. For holding off a CGUE was no easy task. And that it had been Ra'el Cruzat's suit made dealing with it harder, as the man was skilled at fighting. So perhaps there was more to this teenager than met the eye. It was the more viable explanation that Mew could come up with. I see, said Mew, looking back at Muru. Since there was business to do, Crystal and myself came here as an escort for the officers who have been specially trained to pilot the G-weapons. Do you know where we can find them? As he said Natarl, pointing at Tyler, the explosive charges that were set detonated near the control booth where the captain was welcoming them at that very moment. So, they were also, Natarl trailed off and didn't finish. The woman didn't need to, as Mew understood what she didn't say. The 5 were dead. He had figured that was the case but had hoped that it wasn't true, so it was more a confirmation. Yes, I see, Mew exhaled heavily. Oh boy, that complicates things. Mew then turned to the group of teens and walked over towards them. The other remaining crew members followed behind Mew at a short distance. When Mew came face to face with the group, Kira was the first to speak up. What? What do you want? Kira was a little uneasily with the stares, and Lakis's grip on his arm tightened as those around came closer. Tyler meanwhile made himself ready to raise his weapons and put them to use as needed. Mew for a moment simply stared at Kira and Tyler, to which Tyler didn't like, though Mew's gaze wasn't hostile towards the teens. Tyler, being irked by the silence, spoke his mind. If you have something to say, then just say it, he remarked. Tell me then, started Mew in a kind and gentle tone. You're both coordinators, right? There was dead silence loomed over all present for a bit, not just at the question but at the implications. Upon looking around, Tyler found most appeared to be shocked and apprehensive following La Flaga's question. Kira squared his shoulders while Tyler tensed up and ready himself to fight to the bitter end. Yes, Kira said, simply answering first. The fact that Kira and Tyler were coordinators was something neither could really deny by this point. Especially once some of the people, mainly the mechanics, get a look at any of the mobile suits' OSs, Tyler knew that for a fact. Everyone shifted their attention to Tyler, looking expectant. Yeah, I'm a coordinator as well. What's your point? He asked a tad apprehensively. The Alliance soldiers retrained their rifles to aim at Tyler, and Kira appeared to be waiting for the command to fire. In the seconds that it took the soldiers to aim their guns, Tyler rushed forward in front of Kira and the others and raised the submachine gun in his left hand and pistol in his right. He flicked off the safeties as he had brought the guns to firing position to aim both at the soldiers. The Alliance soldiers looked surprised and worried that Tyler had moved so quick, along with having 2 guns pointed at them which they hadn't seen. The expression on the teen's face was blank and unfeeling, which only added to the uneasy feeling. While the events inside the colony were unfolding, Commander Cruzat gathered together the remaining veteran pilots, including the 3 that had gone against the last Alliance unit and the 2 unknown machines. Those on the Gameoff were participating via comm channel to also be involved in what was going on. The recordings made by Athrun, Miguel, and Lester of the last unobtained Earth Alliance machine and the 2 other suits were reviewed by all. There were mixed reactions to what was seen in the video from all the pilots. Some were wary of what was seen in the exchange inside the colony, others were skeptical. You really saved my hide by bringing this back, you 3, said Cruzat to Athrun, Miguel, and Lester as the recording played again. The remark got the chatter to quiet down. The smooth and quick movements of these 2 unknown suits are clear and worrisome. They are at a much higher level of efficiency than the machines acquired. Cruzat paused for a moment, then continued. Why, if I didn't have this as proof of the difference, I would have been a laughingstock and called a fool for allowing my unit to get damaged in a battle against suits made by Omni R&D. Most would have believed it impossible without doubt this with the level of technology the Alliance has. Athrun didn't disagree with Commander Cruzat in his view or opinion. The machines were different than the other prototypes. If they were left alone and ignored, then there would only come problems, and serious ones. But the nagging question that was bugging Athrun was that the machines were never discovered until the middle of the operation. It made Athrun wonder if the 2 unknown suits might not be made by the Alliance but by others that just happened to have access to information used for the Alliance prototypes. Such an explanation could fill in some of the holes there was about those suits. Sir, what's your opinion of the two machines that weren't accounted for in the report? Athrun asked. I mean, they are different in several ways from the Alliance suits even though there are similarities. Athrun paused for a moment then kept going. The two unknowns seemed to have a complete working OS where the Alliance prototypes didn't. Do you think it's just a fluke in our intel? Nicole then spoke up, that point is bugging me as well. If those two suits were made by the Alliance personnel, then why only give them a working OS and not the others? It makes no logical sense as they wanted usable suits as soon as possible, he reasoned. The sound of his axe snort was clear even over the comm channel from the game of, maybe those were the test platforms and they didn't get the time, he said. This is the foolish Alliance we're talking about, remember. Dirka snickered, I can see that, efficiency isn't their forte by any means. Cruzat nodded, whether or not they were made by the Alliance or not is irrelevant, they cannot be ignored, he said, a finger on his chin. However, now isn't the time to wonder upon possibilities, moving on to more immediate matters. I believe all of us are aware of the incomplete status of the original OS on these machines as Athrun brought up. With that in mind, I have no idea why these two units maneuvered and performed so well or anything of the other things they did. However, I want to make one thing perfectly clear to everyone here, we cannot afford to turn a blind eye to this turn of events. Cruzat made sure he had every pilot's attention, allowing the Alliance to have possession of even one mobile suit is dangerous as they will produce more. To ignore them having 3 and 2 proven to be very dangerous will only lead to problems. If capturing them is possible, then the opportunity is one to be used, yet if we cannot capture them, then they must be destroyed along with that new warship. Don't underestimate it or any of those 3 machines, it could get you killed. Is that understood? Sir, said all the pilots, saluting in near unison. Miguel, Paul, Keegan, Lester, prepare to launch your units at once, Aides said. We've been authorized to use Assault D-type equipment. And this time, let's see you take down those suits along with that ship, put an end to all this. Yes sir, declared the 4 pilots as they left to ready themselves for the mission that they were assigned. Nicole and Athrun felt surprised at the equipment that was being authorized for this mission. Assault D was heavy artillery meant for assaulting an enemy base and yet, now the same weapons were going to be taken into a colony that had already been damaged to a worrisome degree. Commander, wouldn't you consider Assault D being used inside a resource colony, excessive? Asked Nicole apprehensively. Perhaps Nicole, however, Alliance have forced us into the position to need to do this to prevent future massacres. By what I was able to tell, most if not all the citizens of Heliopolis managed to reach the shelters and those should be protection enough, replied Commander Cruzat. Miguel, Paul, Keegan, and Lester understand what's at stake, they'll be careful and end this so that as many of Orb's citizens can be saved as possible. Nicole nodded at the answer from Commander Cruzat, while Athrun's mind went back to the thing that had happened back at the colony and bit his bottom lip, somewhat uncertain. He wanted to request permission to go with his fellow pilots. He wanted to make up for his failure earlier against the Alliance officer and the unknown machine, and perhaps avenge Rusty's death back at Morgan Roet. Rusty had been a friend, and like Athrun and Nicole had questioned the report about the Alliance doing weapon development here at Heliopolis. Turning to the captain of the ship, Athrun spoke, Captain Aides, please allow me to sortie sir as well, said Athrun, drawing the attention of Aides and Cruzat. You have no mobile suit, said Cruzat, besides, you've already accomplished an extremely important mission by capturing one of those units. Or is there something that you have recalled that you haven't said? Athrun was silent for a moment, internally warring with the desire to go and the logic of staying. No, he shouldn't turn this into a personal vendetta, and he knew that's what he was on the verge of doing. Athrun knew this fight, the war, ZAFT, and the plans, they were all far more important than that. No commander, nothing has come to mind. Athrun hesitated, what happened to Rusty? Athrun's voice caught again, I thought. Cruzat placed a hand on Athrun's shoulder, what happened to Rusty is unfortunate, but it wasn't your fault Athrun, death was a risk for all who went, he knew that as did you. Doubtless, Rusty would wish you to let this go and honor his memory rather than let your feelings about this be the cause of your death. Go and get some rest, that's an order. Aides nodded, Commander Cruzat is right, let Lester, Paul, Kagan, and Miguel go this time Zayla, they have a score to settle. You are not the only one that feels the loss of Rusty, it has affected them as well, added Captain Aides. Athrun knew that what was being said was correct, but there was still something in him that told him it would be better were he to go. But instead, he exhaled, yes sir I understand, he paused, could I at least wish them good luck before they head out? Of course Athrun, replied Cruzat. Athrun left the bridge and headed down to the hangar and watched the Gin suits being loaded with equipment. He then spotted 2 out of the 4 that would go back into the colony and floated over to them. It was Miguel that saw Athrun first. Athrun, didn't expect to see you down here before we launch out. Athrun smiled slightly, well, I just wanted to see you guys off, be careful out there, Athrun said, before he stopped for a moment, then continued. We already lost Rusty, Lyle, and Fox, Don't let there be more that don't come back, so watch yourselves in the colony. Those 2 unknown suits were different than those we captured, and I feel the pilots are not normal either, don't underestimate them. Miguel nodded, we'll watch out for ourselves and one another. Athrun, thanks for the reminder. Lester moved forward and placed a hand on Athrun's shoulder, we'll be careful inside Heliopolis. You aren't the only one that feels the absence of Rusty, Lyle, and Fox, he said. Athrun acknowledged the reassurances from his fellow pilots and wished them good luck on their mission as they moved to board their suits. And yet, Athrun couldn't shake the feeling that he wouldn't see some of them again if any of them. Then the announcement came, suits, prepare for launch. Nicole, Paul, and Kagan had headed back to the Laurasia-class cruiser after the meeting had ended. Paul's Gin was being given the specified equipment that had been authorized for the operation he would be a part of, as was Kagan's. Dirka, Isaac along with Nicole watched as the 2 suits finished getting things attached to it and it stepped forward to arm itself with heavy assault missiles. Assault D equipment I hear they'll be using, said Dirka. I take it Commander Cruzat is planning to storm a fortress or something then, commented Isaac. What do you think is going to happen to Heliopolis? Asked Nicole somewhat worried. Can't be helped now, can it? Said Dirka with a slight tone of pity. Yeah, it serves them right, and they call themselves a neutral state, said Isaac. Nicole frowned slightly as he glanced back out the window to the hangar. Isaac, how many innocent civilians who only wanted to remain out of the war will die for this, tell me that, questioned Nicole softly. Then he added, civilians who won't even be capable of fighting back or defend themselves. That brought Isaac up short hearing the idea being put as Nicole did. Certainly, if the ZAFT pilots took down the targets properly, there wouldn't be much of a problem in Heliopolis. But the suits had even managed to blow off an arm of the commander's machine. Almost unconsciously, Isaac clenched his fist. He had no problems with the idea of blowing up Alliance ships, blasting bases and strike fighters to pieces, but he hated stuff like what Nicole had just described. It was not war, that is slaughter and mass murder. Regardless of whether or not it would ever match the Bloody Veil 9, Isaac had always believed that they should hold themselves to higher standards than those who caused that atrocity. Then let us hope that none of them gets caught up in it, he said in a humbler voice. Meanwhile, back on the Archangel, the tension was approaching breaking point, but before things got worse, Sai stepped in front of Tyler putting out a hand yet glaring at the soldiers. Would you please put those weapons away, said Sai in a forced politely tone, but there was definite steel in his voice. The glare on Sai's face sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers looking at him even if he had no weapon. Even Tyler had to say that from the expression Sai was giving unnerved him a bit and got Tyler to lower his guns a margin out of surprise more than anything else. Tyler had never seen Sai as serious as he currently was and he was a tad impressed at the change. Kira was also put off by the difference between his friend as he was now and how he was normally. Sai, uttered Kira quietly. Wow, I didn't know you had it in you, Sai, Tyler muttered. The standoff was not what Muru wanted, nor was it helping the standing situation any and things were already bad. Yes, she had started to suspect that Yamato and McGregor were coordinators, with how they had operated suits it implied that point. However, they were still teens and had not shown any clear signs that they intended harm. Granted, McGregor had been stating facts in a rather unnerving way, but that didn't mean that he had a reason to do harm. The soldiers' aim guns at the teens on the other hand clearly was pushing the oldest teen to do things that were not normal. The speed he had moved and the fact he had weapons with him had given no hint of that was extremely worrisome. Muru took a deep breath and since apparently, she was in charge, for the time being, she got down to trying to defuse the situation. Lower your weapons and settle down, men, she ordered, stepping forward to place herself between us and the soldiers. Thankfully, the soldiers did as they were ordered, though somewhat reluctantly, Muru observed. Natarl moved forwards as well. Lieutenant, I request an explanation, she whispered. Muru turned to Natarl. Well, if you think about it, Natarl, it's not a great mystery that coordinators would choose to live in the neutral territory, Muru said with a slight smile. After all, Heliopolis is controlled by a neutral nation. It would make logical sense to find some coordinators taking refuge in places like this in order to avoid any involvement in the war. Muru turned back to face Kira and Tyler. Am I wrong, Kira, Tyler? Kira and Tyler did a nod to the question put to them by Muru. For Kira, it was the truth. He and his family had lived in neutral territory to not get involved in the war. School had brought him to Heliopolis, but as it was an Orbunian colony, it was still neutral. Tyler, on the other hand, was nodding and was kind of glad not to have to elaborate, for he was involved to a degree in the ongoing war as a member of the Federation's military. The real reason Tyler was here at Heliopolis was to investigate if Omni and through them the Alliance was breaking the Latinan Protocol. Plus, Tyler didn't have the best record with the Alliance, nor did they like him all that much as they suspected him of interfering with their business. And Tyler found it unlikely that the Alliance would take it nicely if they knew that the Federation was investigating rumors that they were developing weapons using Federation resources. The leaders and other politicians of the Alliance states would categorically deny any such claims, as was a type of standard with them. If something made them look bad, the Alliance denied the facts in every way possible. Tyler had seen the idea multiple times. And even if the Alliance didn't know that the Orb Union had become a member nation of the Federation around a year ago, that wouldn't be an excuse. Tyler figured Omni would appreciate it even less if they were to find out that a Federation patrol was on its way to confiscate the results of their development project. The situation and circumstances were different due to the interference of ZAFT forces in the form of them infiltrating the colony and causing chaos. Tyler kept his peace while Kira spoke up. No, you're right, especially since I'm a first-generation coordinator. Tyler held in the groan that tried to come out of him at Kira mentioning that he was a first-generation coordinator. A first-generation coordinator was a child whose parents were natural-type humans that chose to have their child's genes altered. And where coordinators would get poor treatment or ridicule from a number of people, first-generation coordinators got it worse, as did their families. First generation, one of the survivors questioned Chief Murdoch. Hearing that question surprised Tyler a bit, as it inferred that the term wasn't mentioned as much as it used to be. He wasn't given much time to think about the point further, as he noticed that Miss Ramius, Miss Badgeruel, and both armor pilots were looking at him. Tyler assumed that they wanted a vocal answer to the question posed, which Kira had answered. Tyler sighed. Yes, you're right for both of us on being coordinators, and I'm a first generation like Kira is, he answered. In Tyler's family, he was actually the only coordinator, as the rest were natural types. Tyler had never seen any problem for being a coordinator, so hadn't ever questioned his parents for their decision. Then being different had never been an issue for Tyler within his family, definitely not. His younger sister had always encouraged him in what he did. Of course, Tyler didn't mention details about his family outside of those he trusted, since his parents were known for what they did in their chosen professions. Mew hadn't meant to cause a scene or anything, he had simply been curious and wanted to confirm. And yet, it had become soldiers aiming guns and a teenager facing off against them with 2 guns of his own, and one of those was a submachine gun. His intent had gone wrong. The way the teen had moved and positioned himself said to Mew the kid was not a stranger to using a gun. The fact in itself was sad and yet kind of scary at the same time, to be honest. But the question about what first generation meant had lessened the tenseness in the air somewhat. So, Mew then answered the question, hoping it would help, which then means, of course, that your parents are naturals. That's right, returned Kira, while Tyler nodded. Tyler wasn't about to get into any details about his parents, more so with the current company. Tyler had gone to sizable lengths to hide the connections to his parents, as much for them as for himself to not have trouble. And Tyler knew without a doubt that if the Alliance could connect him to his mother, they wouldn't hesitate to slander her as much as they could get away with, and then some. Yes, La Flaga was quite right that Tyler's mother and father are naturals, but Tyler was still naturally born like natural types are through regular childbirth. Mew turned away from Kira and Tyler, rubbing the back of his neck, and glanced at Miss Ramius. Well, I do apologize, I didn't intend to cause such a fuss with the question, I was merely curious, that's all. It was nothing more than that. Tyler was wondering what Mew La Flaga was getting at with him acting almost nervous at what his query brought. It made Tyler think that there was more to what La Flaga was saying than his words implied. Lieutenant La Flaga, questioned Maru. Mew glanced up at the strike. As Crystal and I made our way here escorting the specially trained pilots for the G-weapons, he said. I watched the guys who were supposed to pilot the suits run through a bunch of simulations to practice doing so. They really struggled just to get the program to respond in the way I was told it was supposed to. Mew turned back to Kira and Tyler. That's why I was so certain you two were coordinators. He looked away, shaking his head. Man, oh man, the things you see. With that, Mew started to walk into the hangar, leaving the rest of us to wonder why he had brought up what he had. Tyler was himself having a hard time understanding the man. He wasn't like most mobile armor pilot he'd ever met. And Tyler had met a fair number, the majority having left Omni and the Alliance and joined the Federation. So then, what do we do now? Asked Natarl to the crowd at large. What do we do? Asked La Flaga rhetorically, stopping to look back at the 2 remaining ship officers. Crystal and I have been shot down and our mobile armors need major repairs before being able to fly again. The Cruzat team is waiting for us outside the colony to pick us off at their leisure, and you're asking me what to do? The man is definitely a persistent fellow, I'll give him that, and it isn't a compliment. If you ask me, I don't think we can afford to spend too much time here sitting and twiddling our thumbs. Mew La Flaga was gaining some respect with Tyler from what he just said, for he was grasping the current situation and understood what all were facing. And also, Mew was showing that sometimes you will be required to defer to another for the decision of what will be done, and that isn't easy. It took humility and wisdom to admit and do such a thing. Tyler knew that from experience. It also sounded like to Tyler that La Flaga has crossed paths with Cruzat before, which could be helpful. Tyler still didn't trust Mew La Flaga or his fellow armor pilot much, but it was clear that neither were complete idiots. Muru also knew that Mew was right, that staying inside the colony wouldn't be helpful and wouldn't work for long. The ZAFT forces had been willing to come in and attack a neutral colony. It was unlikely they would stop by this point. So, getting the suits on the ship and obtaining supplies was needed. Muru let out a sigh before turning to look at Kira. if you don't mind Kira, could you bring the wing system mobile suit aboard? You as well, Tyler, if you would please. Between the two of you, all 3 mobile suits can be brought into the Archangel, she asked. Under the circumstances, we might as well have them ready for combat. Yeah, sure, said Kira, turning and walking out of the hangar with Lakis trailing after him. Tyler took one last glance at the Alliance personnel before storing the submachine gun under his jacket and the pistol back into a holster that there was a glimpse of, then he turned and made his way to the shadow and ascended the zipline to the cockpit. Neither Muru or Natarl could exactly say what to make of the oldest in the group of teens. Tyler McGregor had shown himself to not be a typical teenager in several ways that made them both wonder where the teen could have learned his habits. Or maybe Tyler's habits were not taught to him, but he developed them himself, neither woman could say at this point. However, the two got to giving out tasks to the crew members that were left to get the needed work done as quickly as possible. Phase end. A/N. I'll stop for this chapter here. I do hope that you readers are enjoying some of the changes I've been doing. Please take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of this story. Thank you for reading and peace out until the next chapter. Chapter 2, Phase 5, Collapse. January 25, 71 CE. Heliopolis Interior. Kira and Lakis went to where the Oscar was and traveled back to the ship with the mobile suit. While they had been doing that, Tyler moved the shadow to a dock in the hangar and then was doing the same process for the strike when the Oscar came on board the Archangel. Other supplies were also being collected and brought on the ship at the same time as the suits were being shifted around. After getting 2 of the suits into docks, Tyler slipped away and disappeared without notice. It was a talent that he had developed in the 2 years of military service, being able to seemingly vanish. Tyler wanted off the ship to get some fresh air or what was still left of it as the colony was slowly losing its atmosphere. There wasn't an immediate risk as there weren't many people breathing the air. So, Tyler took the opportunity to walk and contemplate his standing issue and dilemma as things took a real turn today. The original mission the investigation team was sent to do was to first either confirm or dismiss whether the Alliance was developing weapons here. Then if they were developing weapons as the rumor entails, the team gather information on the weapons being made before the decision is made to either confiscate or destroy the weapons. It had seemed so simple at first, and as of a week ago, the decision came down from Federation High Command that the ship and mobile suits that the Atlantic Federation were developing illegally would be seized. That should have been the end of this situation, but ZAFT struck before that could be done had complicated things a great deal. Tyler couldn't say what would happen going forward, there was just not enough information to make a good call at this point. It was as Tyler was walking around thinking that he found he wasn't the only one clearing their head. Lakis was on a bench and she looked like she was thinking about troubling things as well. So Tyler strode over to the bench, which Lakis didn't seem to notice him coming up to the bench and spoke. Hey Lakis, want some company? He posed. You look like you are trying to figure out a harsh dilemma of some kind. Lakis had been trying to consider how to tell Kira about the potential point that Athran Zala could be one of those that was a part of the attack. He had been assigned to the Crusade team recently, so it was very possible. She was aware that Athran was friends with both Kira and Tyler, good friends by how Kira had told her. So, she didn't want them fighting one another, and if things kept going as they were now, the 3 would likely be put into the position they would have to fight each other. But neither did Lakis wish to make Kira hesitate about things, as that had its own set of consequences. She was so deep in thought that she jumped at hearing Tyler's voice, having no expected to hear anyone out here. Lakis twisted around to see Tyler smiling reassuringly at her. Ty, what are you doing here? She asked. Tyler came around and sat on the bench next to Lakis. Oh, I needed time to clear my head with things as they are, and it would be much harder on board the Archangel. There are just too many people on that ship that are panicking about things they can't do much about, not helpful for thinking. Then the change in events has shaken things up, and someone needs to have a clear head to make smart decision if you ask me. Tyler took a deep breath. I take it that you are doing something similar to thinking about something troubling you as well, am I right, Lakis? Lakis looked away from Tyler, not wanting to say what was troubling her as it had to do with Tyler in a fashion. Still she nodded in reply to his question, to which Tyler exhaled. Then some advice for you, Lakis. It helps to talk about what's troubling you with someone, keeping it intense to make it worse. Tyler stretched and put his hands behind his head. I'll listen if you want, Lakis. I'm rather good about keeping my mouth closed on things I'm told by others. Plus, we're friends, are we not? Who better to talk to in times of difficulty than friends who care? Lakis didn't disagree with what Tyler had said. Talking about one's problems did help in most cases. But again, as the issue involved Athran, talking to Tyler or Kira about it was more difficult. Tyler, while waiting for Lakis to decide whether to talk or to say nothing about what was bothering her, thought about what could be stressing the blonde. He knew Lakis was good at managing stress, he had seen her do the idea well during her short singing career. Tyler assumed that whatever was giving Lakis stress and grief was likely a personal matter. That single thought worried Tyler a bit, as that could involve Lakis's older sister Sakura, which was a subject Tyler himself didn't like at all. Tyler didn't have anything specifically against Sakura Klein, at least not that he would mention in public. It was more that the woman that was 4 years older than Tyler had what some people could call a thing for Tyler. Sakura had shown that she was fond of Tyler and beyond fond of him when she could do so, and he not attempt to squirm out of it. Tyler didn't like recalling how Sakura would flirt and cuddle with him, for the experiences weren't pleasant ones for him. He never gave her permission, not like would ask for it from Tyler, as Sakura did what she wanted most of the time. Tyler avoided Leika's sister Sakura as a temporary solution to not have to deal with what she did around him. What made it harder to bear, no one ever believed Tyler when he would give details of what Sakura did to him. It was because Sakura had a reputation that came from her military service in the ZAFT forces. That reputation painted her to be cold, calculating and unshakable, which was earned by her but was the opposite of what she showed Tyler other than the unshakable. Tyler had even told Kira and Laikus about what Sakura did, yet neither took it seriously, thinking Tyler was exaggerating. So Tyler had been left to his own methods and devices to manage dealing with the woman. That's not to say that Tyler didn't notice that Sakura was beautiful and could be considered cute. It was just to him the girl was one who likes to be in full control and he wasn't going to be dominated by another. That being established, most would think that Tyler and Sakura wouldn't get along with each other as their personalities countered one another. Yet, that was just not so, as Sakura was one that didn't take no and seemed to not register what the refusal meant. In fact, every time Tyler refused, it had only spurred her onward to catch him more. Tyler was of the opinion that Siegel Klein, Laikus's and Sakura's father had noticed his oldest daughter's interest in Tyler himself. The man had helped Tyler escape from Sakura a couple of times, which Tyler blessed him for. Still, Tyler didn't know if Laikus really knew about her sister having a serious liking of him that has gone beyond just being uncomfortable, so Tyler hadn't brought up the subject for a while. The times he had, like most, Laikus didn't seem to believe what he was describing to them. That in mind, Tyler's smile faltered a margin. Laikus, he started but hesitated slightly. The issue that's occupying you. Tyler paused again. It wouldn't have to do with your sister Sakura, would it? Laikus blinked at Tyler's question, for it was completely unexpected from Tyler. Oh yes, he was one that listened to others when they talked. She had seen the idea and experienced it herself. Where Tyler had learned or acquired the skill of listening, Laikus couldn't say with much confidence. Yet, how it was that Tyler jumped to the conclusion that what was troubling her had to do with her older sister Sakura, Laikus couldn't begin to guess. That was not to say there wasn't strain on the relationship that Laikus had with her sister Sakura, as there was to an extent. Laikus loved her sister Sakura, but there was a distance that had come between them, and the war made it worse. The distance was uncomfortable to Laikus and she had tried to lessen it, but ever since the war started Sakura had begun changing. Then there had been the times she came home after missions, and in one memorable instance, Laikus's sister had been extremely despondent. That had scared Laikus to see Sakura like that, yet though Sakura improved somewhat since then. But she had never been the same older sister that Laikus remembered fondly when she was younger. Now, how Tyler had ever met or encountered Sakura, Laikus had never been told by either of them. Tyler would shudder the times that she had inquired, yet say nothing specific at all, and would quickly change the subject to avoid further questions. Sakura wouldn't give a straight answer either, which was different for her, as she tended to be straight to the point and blunt. The few things that Laikus had gleaned from the two was that they somehow knew each other. Tyler did not much like being around Sakura, but then few did. Yet it wasn't in the same way as everyone else by what Laikus could tell. On the other hand, Sakura seemed to be interested being around Tyler for whatever reason. Those were the best details Laikus could figure out when it came to Tyler and her older sister. So, Laikus gave Tyler a slightly confused expression before she shook her head. No, it's Commander Cruzet and the team he commands right now, she replied. That one line explained a great deal to Tyler, even if it wouldn't make any sense to anyone else. He had been coming to some conclusions recently from what had happened earlier today. Some were unpleasant and others were nasty. The point perhaps irking Tyler the most had come with the fight against the Aegis. The voice Tyler had heard briefly had been familiar, and with time to contemplate, he had figured out why. He did know the voice, for it belonged to Athrun Zala, who was Tyler's other best friend aside from Kira. Tyler had begun to connect the dots of how Athrun could have ended up being at Heliopolis and in a stolen mobile suit prototype. Athrun had to have enlisted in the ZAFT and had eventually ended out under the command of Raul Cruzet. Cruzet's reputation for bending the rules and regulations or usually disregarding them and blowing past them was well established, at least among the Federation military. Tyler had heard about the man and read a report or two about his style of doing things, and Tyler hadn't liked what he had learned about Cruzet. Nonetheless, Tyler had never been fond of or inclined to be very tolerant of those that seemed to go out of their way to cause trouble for their own selfish benefit. Now Tyler could and did cause trouble for others from time to time, and intentionally at that, but he always did it for a reason that in the end wasn't about or for himself. So Tyler assumed that Laikus had in some way figured out that Athrun was involved, and she knew that Athrun, Kira, and Tyler were friends. They hadn't seen each other for a while, a year or more really, but that certainly didn't mean that they would be in any way okay with fighting one another. Tyler knew that he didn't want to fight with Athrun, but also knew that circumstances hadn't presented an alternative that would work as of yet. And with Kira's naivete, Tyler doubted that he had any idea that they could and likely had faced off against a friend they shared. Tyler gazed at Lakis and exhaled, I see, then I take it your dilemma is how to tell Kira that there is a high likelihood that he'll be fighting Athran Zayla, am I right? Tyler posed. Lakis's head snapped up and she stared at Tyler in shock with him guessing or rather knowing what she was stressing over. Had she been so transparent that Tyler had gotten that by just looking at her for a time? And Tyler sounded like he had come to accept that he and Athran could end out fighting each other with little hesitation that Lakis could detect. How did you, Lakis started. Tyler cut over her, know that Athran is probably one of the ZAFT pilots that stole the prototype suits. Lakis nodded slowly, so Tyler continued after he took a deep breath, when I went against the red machine, the Aegis as it's named, it told me a lot. The way the pilot moved the machine, and even if the suit had an OS that's horrid, it was calculating in the way they moved to accurately counter their opponent in a very quick fashion. Tyler paused. I know a select few that have a talent to do that while in a fight with a machine they couldn't know a great deal about. Athran is one of those few, and there are few enough in ZAFT that I can count them on one hand. Tyler shrugged. That said, it wasn't all that hard to connect the dots that led me to the conclusion that Athran was in the Aegis. Lakis turned her gaze away from Tyler. You sound like you're fine with fighting Athran, she mumbled. Tyler sighed tiredly. If that's what you think, then you are dead wrong, Tyler stated firmly. I am not and will never be okay fighting a friend, let alone one of my best friends. Tyler paused in hesitation of how to say what he wanted to get across. I may be able to fight with a mobile suit or other machines, but that doesn't mean I enjoy doing it. I dislike war for it forces many to either kill or be killed, and I firmly believe that it isn't naturally in the nature of humans to wish to do that. We have to train and change ourselves to do such things, and even then, Tyler trailed off. Lakis was a tad surprised to hear this coming from Tyler. Lakis had found Tyler to be a fun-loving teenager, albeit with a mischievous side to him that came out sometimes. But right now, he was talking about the war as if he had maybe fought in it, yet that couldn't be right. Lakis didn't disagree about how war does horrible things, and it wasn't in human nature, as she believed much the same. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you would like fighting Athran or anything, Lakis returned. Tyler waved a hand. No worries, I know you didn't mean to say that, he answered. Lakis slumped at Tyler's statement, to which he sighed. My suggestion to you is to just tell Kira outright about Athran, then let him make the decision for himself what to do. Tyler leaned back and glanced upward as he continued. I doubt it'll be pretty at first. Kira won't like the fact that he may be put into a position to have to fight Athran any more than I do. But he'll get over it given some time and understand that some things happen not due to our choices but because of others' decisions. I would guess that or rather when Athran finds out he's fighting Kira and myself, he'll do some serious reconsideration about what he is doing and what he's fighting for. Tyler brought his head to rest on his interlaced hands. I think Athran is being influenced by his father, yet at heart Athran hates this war as much as Kira, myself, and you do. It has taken from him like it has so many others, so he understands the pain of war and what it does causes personally. I'm confident that Athran will also come around given time. Lakis, he has a good heart and that will do well for him. Lakis considered what Tyler was saying as she was afraid somewhat of what Kira's reaction would be to understanding Athran was probably with those attacking. She did think Tyler was right that when Athran found out more details about this and that he would be fighting against Kira and Tyler, he would not want to keep going on his current path. And so, Tyler had in the end been right about talking, helping and dealing with her troubles. Lakis nodded. Yes, thanks Ty, you were right, talking about this issue with you has helped a lot, she said, moving over and hugging him. Tyler gained a genuine smile and hugged Lakis back. Hey now, what are friends for? He questioned. We support each other through the hard times and stand together during the good ones. Lakis then remembered Tyler's original question of what could be troubling her and she gained a look of curiosity. Say Ty, why did you think I was having problems with my sister Sakura? She asked. Tyler's smile vanished at the inquiry since Sakura was close to a naysay subject to him due to the things she would do to him. And yet, he didn't want to just not answer the question as Lakis was a friend, but neither did he want Lakis to think badly of Sakura. So Tyler was left with the dilemma of what to say in reply. After a moment, he used his right hand to scratch the back of his head. Tyler hesitated. It's been a while since I've seen her and well, Tyler paused for a moment considering the wording to use. Your sister can at times be hard to be around and everything, so, I just thought, Tyler trailed off. At the same time, Mew, Maru, and Natarl had made their way to the Archangel's navigation bridge to get a bit of privacy. Natarl began to check over the systems of the ship, mostly for something to occupy herself to ignore the rising tensions. Maru was considering the current situation and how they could best accomplish an escape so the Archangel could set out on its mission. Mew was doing similar thinking, but he knew that with Cruzat causing issues, being rid of him would be anything but simple. Mew sighed slightly while he looked out the front viewport watching the activity of resupplying occurring. As things stood, the few remaining crew of the ship were small in number, less than a usual skeleton crew for a ship this size or even a class smaller. This ship, by what Mew had been told and led to believe, was meant to carry a crew of between 200 to 150, yet it was being run by 25 currently, a sixth of its intended bare minimum crew complement. Of that complement, around a third or so would normally be commissioned officers while the rest would be non-commissioned crew, engineers, and mechanics. The Archangel now had 5 commissioned officers including Crystal and Mew himself instead of around 50. One of the current officers was in the sickbay unconscious, and with what had been said of his injuries, he may not pull through. For the rest of the ship's crew, there were 4 non-commissioned crew left and around 14 mechanics. The Archangel's navigation bridge wouldn't have all its seats filled with the crew on hand, it just wouldn't be possible, and Mew knew that just by looking. By the seats he counted, there should be 8 officers, 10 including the captain and vice-captain. With what was left of her crew, the best possible scenario would have 6 out of those 10 seats filled, 8 if Mew and Crystal filled in. So to say the Archangel was and would suffer due to a crew and personnel shortage was a given and an understatement. The mechanics along with the highest-ranking non-commissioned officer Arnold Newman were grabbing what supplies they could from Morgan Roet and the surrounding area, then bringing them onto the ship. A few mechanics were working with Newman to basic supplies while Murdoch and others were fetching what was left of the suit equipment. And then, Mew had observed one of the coordinator teens bring the last mobile suit onto the Archangel, and it had been fascinating and yet harsh at the same time. Kira Yamato, the younger one of the two, had moved the winged suit onto and then into the Archangel's hangar, making the task look not all that difficult to do. And where Mew could accept that the kid could be smart and gifted for the reasons that it looked doable for the teenager, that wasn't what made him swallow his pride and bite his tongue. That came having to watch Tyler McGregor use the black machine to help bring heavy supplies on board. The older kid had made maneuvering a mobile suit look to be as easy as a walk in the park. Yet Mew was thinking about the more pressing issues than the ease which the two teens had made using a mobile suit look. Mew was suspicious of Cruzet and what the man was up to, as he hadn't made a move since retreating. That wasn't Cruzet style. He didn't wait because he could, only if he had to or if it would provide a better benefit in the long run. That said, the man's silence and inaction was odd, and Mew didn't like it in the least. Putting aside the feelings of foreboding, Mew turned to face the acting captain of the Archangel, Mururamius. She was currently sitting in the captain's chair using the phone attached to the armrest giving out instructions. And Mew couldn't help but think about what a right old mess that he and Crystal had gotten themselves into with this mission that was supposed to be simple from the start to the finish. That was how this had been portrayed to Mew, at least by Omni Admiral Ko, but Mew was wondering if there had been information withheld during the briefing now. After a few minutes, Muru sighed after putting the phone down. The colony interior is, as far as any can tell, 100% evacuated, she said. However, I'm told the recent incident has upped the hazard level to 9, Muru stated as she stood up and walked over to the forward viewport. That means the shelters have been locked down completely, remarked Mew with another exhale of frustration. He looked at Muru. So then, since that's the case, what do we do with those kids? Muru stopped right in front of him and looked at him. It's too late now to find a shelter to toss them into, isn't it? And leaving them off the ship is pretty much a death sentence, so that's out of the question, Mew mused. Natarl, who had been double-checking one of the control stations in the Combat Information Center in the lower area of the navigation bridge below the captain's chair, perked up at hearing Mew's last line. She came up and glanced over at Mew. Lieutenant Ramius detained those children because they'd been exposed to military secrets, Lieutenant La Flaga, Natarl stated. It was ridiculous for La Flaga to assume that they could simply toss off the teens into a random shelter. They had seen one of the G Project's prototypes, that couldn't be ignored or dismissed whether good or not. Omni regulation made it clear that the teens would have to be processed by the appropriate authorities. Until that was finished, they couldn't be left unsupervised or allowed to converse with members of other factions, military, scientists or politicians, period. Even if the teenagers were the nicest kind one could meet, they would have to be processed after witnessing fruits of a top-secret project. And yet, La Flaga did have a point on there being no possibility to send the teens on their way. Muru kept silent at Natarl's statement, as she hadn't said that she had never actually detained the teens at all. She had merely temporarily recruited them, mostly because they couldn't find a shelter. Yes, Muru knew of the regulations that Natarl inferred that the students couldn't be allowed to leave until a superior officer say they could. But if one went by technicalities, the officer in charge currently would be Muru herself, and so she would have to decide their fate. Honestly, Muru had been thinking about just having a stern talking to them about how they couldn't saying anything about what they had seen of the G Project. After the teens would promise they wouldn't, Muru would send them on their way, or at least that would be her plan if not for looming issues. We can't exactly let them go free after seeing what they have, Natarl added in her defense. Mew stared at Natarl seriously, for apparently, she had forgotten what had happened down in the catapult area. McGregor had shown dealing with him would not be the same as other teenagers his age, at least to Mew that's what had become clear. The kid had hidden weapons that no one had an idea he possessed, he moved faster than the soldiers on the ship. And Mew wouldn't exactly be surprised if McGregor somehow had impeccable aim too. The kid was full of surprises. I'd say you'd be hard-pressed to stop them, Mew commented. I mean, did you even see that tan-haired McGregor kid have a gun on him, let alone 2 before he had them pointing at your men? Mew shook his head. Clearly that kid has seen fighting, he paused for a moment as a thought came to him and he voiced it, likely been in some fights too by how he moves and reacts. Hell, it's possible that he could have military training of some kind, the kid's a mystery to me. Mew paused for a long moment thinking, so then, are you proposing to have them join us in our escape? He questioned sounding somewhat incredulous. Once outside, we'll be involved in some pretty heavy fighting, it would be a complete miracle if we aren't. Neytarl seemed to freeze at being told that but said nothing in response to Mew's inquiry. Meanwhile she agreed that Mew was right on there being fighting once outside the colony. She didn't kid herself, ZAFT forces wouldn't let the Archangel go on its merry way to the Ptolemaious base unchallenged. And while the Archangel had an arsenal that could let the ship hold its own against ZAFT warships, the same couldn't be said if suits swarmed the ship. Then with the lack of needed crew, the arsenal wasn't fully usable really. The ship's best option and hope at this point were using the suits now on board, preferably all three, but at least one. I'm thinking that we'll have to rely on the power of the strike and if possible, one of the other mobile suits as well, Mur remarked. Then you mean to send both of those machines into battle? Questioned Neytarl. She thought for a moment that she heard wrong as sending out suits was risky at this point. We don't have enough pilots for all three machines, even if we did I would doubt that we could have them at their full combat ability. What do you think our chances of escaping are without one or more of the suits on board? Asked Muru in a serious tone. Neytarl couldn't argue with the question, but the suits were supposed to be a secret still though they weren't anymore. They were all silent for a minute, thinking how to say what was on their minds. Okay, I guess we'll be relying on that precious strike and one of the other ones, said Mew drawing their attention back to the issue. However, do you think either of those kids would be okay with piloting either of those machines? Both women gained a confused expression as what the lieutenant had just said made little to no sense. Yes, the two coordinator teens had piloted the suits, but they were intended to be piloted by naturals and not coordinators. What are you talking about, Lieutenant? Questioned Neytarl sharply irked at the suggestion of having the teens pilot. There were protocols and rules that were adhered to by all three factions about having civilians fighting. Simply put, it wasn't to be done or there would be trouble for those that did. Usually the Federation enforced the idea the most, but ZAFT would as well were the Alliance or Omni to use non-combatants against their will on the battlefield. The Alliance was having enough difficulties already, so no need to make more. Neytarl took a moment to calm down and then continued. Why don't you and Major McAllister pilot the strike and one of the other mobile suits? In the best case scenario, it's better to keep civilians uninvolved in the fighting itself, meaning the less those two are involved, the better. Mew was made to pause at that reply for it said a lot of things to him. Either these women hadn't gone down to the hangar and looked at what the two teens had done to the OS the suits had or they were plain ignorant. Mew was leaning towards the former rather than the latter as a viable explanation. Mew and Crystal had gone down there while everyone had been busy working. They both wanted a quick look at the suits as the closest view of a mobile suit either of them had gotten was as an opponent trying to kill them. However, one look at the OS said that the suits as they were couldn't be piloted by naturals. The systems were too complex and went far outside either Mew's or Crystal's grasp. The odd thing was there was a difference between the Strikes and Shadows OS and the difference wasn't exactly small. The overall system structure had appeared similar enough at first glance, but how it was put together didn't match at all. So, Mew was left to ask a question he tended to avoid asking women, "Are you joking or are you just crazy?" he asked with incredulous in his voice. Both women stared at Mew as he continued, "Listen, there's no way Crystal or I can operate any of those three machines as they are." Muru and Neytarl continued to look confused at the exclamation, to which Mew rubbed his forehead with a hand. "I take it you don't know what I'm talking about," he uttered. "Have either of you taken the time to go down to the hangar and glance over what those kids did to the OSs on any of those given suits?" Mew paused to wait for a response, which turned out to be the women shaking their heads slowly. Muru was the one to answer vocally, "No, there hasn't been the time with the loading and making sure the ship is as ready as we can possibly make it." Mew sighed tiredly, "Then let me save you the time. With what Crystal and I saw when we glanced over the OSs, neither of us couldn't make heads or tails of any of it. A regular human being couldn't possibly grasp the system or its complexity anymore without years of training and practice." Mew put a hand to his chin, "The other weird thing is the Strikes and the Shadows OSs may function similarly, I can't say for sure, but they are not the same. The structure is different with how the systems are organized and work." "What do you mean different, Lieutenant?" questioned Neytarl as what he was saying didn't make sense to her. "The Shadows OS is unlike anything I've ever seen before, though it makes slightly more sense overall than the Strikes system does. There is a chance that Crystal or I may be able to comprehend it." Mew paused for a moment considering how to put the point, "given a year or more. But as it is right now, it might as well be written in gibberish as that's what it is to Crystal and myself." Neither Neytarl or Muru liked what they were hearing. If the OSs were now only usable by coordinators, that was an issue. Then make Kira Yamato change the Strikes OS back to the previous state and the same for Tyler McGregor to the Shadow. "They honestly shouldn't," started Neytarl before falling short remembering that the OS had been incomplete before the alterations. That caused the problem as the incomplete state was not usable much either. The original plan had been after leaving Heliopolis and heading discreetly for the Alliance's Ptolemaeus lunar base was to do field testing and adjusting for the G-weapons. So by the time the Archangel would reach Ptolemaeus the prototype suits would be functional in theory. That wasn't going to be possible anymore, but that didn't mean that Omni would want an OS designed by coordinators for them to use that just defeated the purpose of the G project. Natarl shook her head to clear it. In any case, this is supposed to be our battle, not one for children, she stated clearly. Even if we keep those kids detained, it is inappropriate to then force them to fight for us and they shouldn't be in those machines anyways. Mew had to admit, he had met some stubborn women before, but Natarl Badgeruel was certainly towards the top of his list for stubborn women. She was grasping at straws that just weren't going to pan out and Mew was not going to let that keep going with circumstance as they were. You're not suggesting that we should go out and make ourselves a nice sitting duck for ZAFT forces to use for target practice, asked Mew in challenge. From what I saw the OS as it was wouldn't do well against ZAFT suits and their pilots. No, of course I'm not suggesting that, snapped Natarl clearly trying to come up with a solution to the current problem. But still, she started yet didn't keep going for a bit. Perhaps it would be more ethical to ask either Mr. Yamato or Mr. McGregor to put together an OS to let McAllister and you pilot 2 of the suits at least. They seem to know how to write one if they could change them, so. Mew sighed at how this woman was asking for things that would not happen and most children would be able to understand that. While that's a nice thought, I doubt either of them could manage to do that in the time we have available, said Mew. I know enough about programming to understand that it's easy enough to design a system for your own use on the fly. To tailor it for another to use and comprehension, especially a machine as complex as a mobile suit would probably take days at the very least and that's without testing for fine-tuning the system. We don't have that kind of time, Cruzet will not be anywhere near that generous to let us have that kind of time. The argument probably would have continued as it was obvious that Natarl wouldn't back down and Mew wasn't going to let her ignore the situation's restraints. Muru knew that Mew's points were valid, but then Natarl's weren't without their merit. However, a decision needed to be made very soon for the best outcome to be achieved and going by rank, that responsibility fell to Muru herself. So, our survival hinges on Kira and Tyler with the suits, stated Muru giving the line to bring the discussion to a close as she stared out the window watching the continued loading of supplies. She caught sight of the third and final trailer that was carrying equipment for the strike making its way on board. Muru released a sigh of acceptance, as much as I hate to do this, I'll ask them both. With that, she turned and left the bridge to go and do what she had just said. Meanwhile, after the conversation with Lakis both the teens headed back to the hangar of the Archangel as there was work that could be done while there was quiet. Once back in the hangar, Lakis went to help Kira and Tyler climbed up to the cockpit of the Shadow. Tyler knew there was still adjustments and tweaking to do on the OS to streamline it for proper use. Plus, Tyler was getting a tad jittery though he didn't let it show. The stress of waiting for the ZAFT force's next move was not healthy for Tyler. He needed to be doing something to keep his brain from worrying no matter if it was tedious or thrilling. From what the Shadow's operating system had started as, Tyler had basically rewritten the vast majority of it. What he had whipped up and put into work with was essentially a rolling version of the OS the Federation military employed in their fighters. It was what Tyler was used to working with and he liked how the system structure and functionality ran. The wrinkle or issue there was with using the Federation system was Omni and those at Morganroet had not designed the suits constructed at Heliopolis with such in mind. The OS that was on board was meant to work more like the ZAFT Force's OS model which differed from the Federation standard. Tyler had managed to get the suit to run fairly well through adapting what he needed to for things to work somewhat smoothly. Yet that task had been a lot of work and there were still subsystems and functions that didn't work well if at all with the rest of the system. Nonetheless, as Tyler got down to doing work on the OS, a smile crept onto his face. Tyler enjoyed using some of the unique skills he had and changing and altering systems was one of those skill sets that he didn't get to use the majority of the time. And it had been a while since Tyler had used them to not break systems but make them work better and it was a nice change. However, as Tyler worked he began noticing some odd points within the suit and its systems. The things that Tyler was starting to pick out pointed to the fact that there was the framework to work with Federation OS. Someone had just put the Omni's operating system on top of the framework and just ignored it being there. So, Tyler had been unknowingly removing Omni's system and working with the framework that was there under the main programming. Some of the equipment, internal network, and controls in general were more like what is standard within the Federation military. The picture that came to Tyler's mind was there likely had been a division of those working on this machine on whether to go with Omni or Federation mentality. Some systems worked more with Omni while others did better with Federation standards. It made fixing things for the OS for Tyler a challenge as there were two different programming schemes going into the system. And those two schemes didn't tend to agree, rather they clashed and argued about how the system would run. It had caused Tyler some frustration and he knew time was of the essence and a streamlined system to work with would be helpful. So, Tyler was pretty much ripping out the parts that didn't work with the Federation framework and then building connections and functions that replaced what had been there. And Tyler was being forced to do the task one painstakingly function at a time, and each one was adding to his growing annoyance. Then once an individual function worked, Tyler would then need it to work with the rest of the system, and some didn't like to work with other programming than others did. The process was time-consuming, but Tyler knew it would pay off later, hence why he was taking the time to do this. He wanted to continue to live, and so, Tyler would do the needed work to give himself the best chance of doing just that in the long run. Tall and Cuzzy came up while Tyler was working and watched him for a bit before Tyler acknowledged them being there. "Is there something you two needed?" he asked without looking up. "I am kind of busy with things." "Well," started Cuzzy. "Yet," Tall took over, "we just wanted to see if we could help in any way with all the tension in the air on this ship." Tyler stopped for a moment, appreciating that his friends here at Heliopolis were trying to help. "While the offer is appreciated, Tall, Cuzzy, what I'm doing is something I would rather do myself, helps keep my mind off how things are," Tyler replied with a smile. The programming for the Shadows OS had to be done right, and it was more a one-person job, and Tyler knew he would be depending on it, so he wanted to do personally. "Kira, Tyler," called Miss Ramius, drawing everyone's attention as she rushed over to where the Asuka and the Shadow were docked. Tyler saved the work he'd done and then turned off the system before popping out of the Shadow's cockpit. He saw the acting captain of the ship in the hangar, but he couldn't figure out why with what he knew. With Omni personnel, Tyler tended to lean toward them making not the smartest decisions for themselves or those around them. Kira also came out of the cockpit of the Asuka and started at the ship captain. "Miss Ramius," greeted Kira. Tyler's current mood was not good. Doing work on the Shadows OS had both relieved some stress, but also had kindled a dislike of Omni personnel, or rather what they do. And there was a sense of serious foreboding in the air to Tyler with the acting captain coming into the hangar herself. However, Tyler plastered the best smile he could. "So, what brings the acting captain down to the hangar?" he asked as he climbed down the ladder from the cage that the Shadow was in. Kira, followed by Lakis, came down the ladder from the cage that the Asuka was in and then came over along with Tyler facing Muru Ramius. "Listen Tyler, Kira," Muru said when she reached the teen. "I don't know how much time we have, so I'm going to be blunt about how grave our situation is. The shelters are locked down, so we can't put you and your friends in one now. On top of that, the colony itself is in danger, so the only safe place for you and your friends is aboard the Archangel." Tyler was feeling annoyed, and it was quickly morphing into irritation with what Muru was saying as she was stating the obvious. But Tyler breathed in and then he exhaled to calm down and keep in control, which caused Muru to pause. Tyler took the opportunity to speak. "Are you one that normally states the obvious, Miss Ramius, or is this an admittance of what you got yourself into with the Alliance's actions?" Mirelia, who had come down to the hangar with Tall, Sai, and Cuzzy, punched Tyler's shoulder at his comment as it was rude. Tyler glanced over at her and saw the expression on her face was a serious one that he had gotten before now. He knew the look was Mirelia's way of saying to be nicer to the one he was facing. If he didn't start being nice, Mirelia might just punch or hit a more sensitive area, and Tyler wanted to avoid that if possible. Tyler sighed. "Okay, what I meant to say is, what's your point, Miss Ramius? You said there wasn't much time, so please just get to the reason why you're down here," Tyler restated. Kira was the next to speak. "ZAFT forces are targeting this ship, aren't they?" Kira looked back at the Asuka before his hands clenched into fists. "And you want Tyler and me to pilot again, don't you?" Tyler was a tad impressed, as Kira wasn't always this observant about circumstance. It was times like this Tyler found himself wonder if Kira's naivete was inherent or him putting on an amazing act. Kira had his moments of realization from time to time. Tyler had seen some of them, but most of the time he was not the most aware of the situation around himself. Kira was right in assuming that the acting captain was here to essentially beg for help. Tyler could see that, and it did irk him. It was one of the major points that remained a standing one in Tyler's mind, that was a flaw with the Earth Alliance and their Omni Enforcers. They dive into situations head first, and then if, or normally when it takes a turn for the worst, they put those who can help them out of situation into the horrible position of having to help them or suffer the harsh consequences themselves. It also created a contradiction, as those that hated coordinators then keep their mouths shut for the time it takes to be rescued only. After being helped by those they claim need to be punished, enslaved, or wiped from existence, those who hate coordinators go back to voicing their hatred. Tyler knew that not all that were members of the Alliance or Omni hated coordinators to the extreme that anti-coordinator organizations did. Yet there were enough of those that fouled the waters that it made it bad to most everyone else. So that he and Kira were being asked to bail out the Omni personnel that had contributed to the current situation was not nice. "I'm afraid so," said Muru. "I'm sorry Kira, Tyler, but we don't have any choice but to ask this of both you." The woman appeared to be sincere in her apology by what Tyler saw, but that didn't make it any nicer with what she's asking. Kira closed his eyes, hands clenching and unclenching, clearly saying how irritated he was at being told this. Tyler moved over to Kira and placed a hand on his shoulder, and when Kira looked to him, Tyler gave Kira a look to say let him handle this, and Kira nodded slowly to his friend. Tyler then turned back to acting Captain Muru Ramius that was begging for help. As things stood for Tyler, Kira, and their friends, the shelters were locked down, and the colony itself wasn't safe to be in due to recent events. In short, the teens were stuck on the Archangel for the foreseeable future and not by choice. Tyler took a deep breath and kept firm hold on his emotions. Tell me, Miss Ramius, have you ever wondered or asked yourself why coordinators not involved in the ongoing war avoid the alliance more than ZAFT? He questioned. Muru blinked at the question, for honestly it had never crossed her mind, at least not in the way that Tyler McGregor had stated it. And yet, the point that coordinators avoided the alliance in Omni was something she had seen personally a few times. Or rather, she had seen a few instances where coordinators were treated non-nicely and it hadn't sat right with her. But it sounded like there was more to the question Tyler was saying. Truthfully, no, I have not, Muru replied evenly. Tyler was a bit taken aback, as he hadn't expected a truthful answer from the acting captain, since he was used to be lied to by the majority of Omni officers he had encountered. Nonetheless, Tyler spoke up after a moment. I applaud your honesty, it is refreshing, he remarked. Well then, allow me to enlighten you a bit. The Alliance and their Omni are not known for being nice and friendly to coordinators. Of course, there are those that hate coordinators and think we should either be treated less than human or just kill us, but they are more in the minority most of the time. Tyler paused, took a breath and kept going. However, you also have those that use coordinators after getting into problematic situation or circumstances to get them out, like you are doing now. And I can assure you, I'm not the only coordinator that doesn't appreciate when it's done. Muru's expression shifted to shock, as the last thing she had thought would be in the response was accusation of using both Kira and Tyler. That was not the intention of any of the crew of the Archangel. All were in the same boat and things were bad, that was the reality. Muru shook her head. That's not. Tyler cut her off. Not what you intended to happen? Yeah, heard that line quite a few times before now, he said flatly. Did you seriously think you would be able to finish your precious mobile suits and this ship, then just slip away without being noticed? Please don't say that you are so ignorant and or blind. You've shown yourself to be smarter than that already. Kira set one of his hands on Tyler's shoulder and squeezed, which stopped Tyler from talking. Tyler glanced over to his friend in question of what he was doing, but Kira then spoke. All right, fine, he said, opening his eyes and glaring at Muru. Our current situation can't be helped, so we need to work together for the time being. Besides, I can't just let you walk to your deaths, even if, Kira paused and frowned, even if it is because of you that ZAFT forces came here in the first place. Tyler was quiet, though internally he was fighting himself with whether he should help the idiotic Omni personnel or leave them to deal with the crap they had created for themselves. Should Tyler refuse, then he would feel like a real mean fool, and he wasn't one, but the common sense he had been taught and acquired told him to let them learn their lesson. Nevertheless, in the end Tyler sighed. Okay, sure, I said a bit too much just now, whether the subject matter is true or not. Since Kira has agreed to help, so then shall I, was Tyler's curt reply. With the two teens agreeing to help defend the Archangel, it was a bit of a load off Muru's mind, as she had been worrying what to do. She was learning the position of being in charge. The captain in this instance was anything but easy. At one time, Muru had wanted to be a captain, but now, she wondered what appeal there had been in it. I'm grateful, Muru returned with a slight bow. Again, I'm sorry it came to this. It was never our intent, but, well, you know what they say about the road to hell. Tyler gave Muru a look that simply said, really, did you really ask about how the path to hell is paved with damned? Tyler stopped after cursing, since Mirialia was glaring at him. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry, I meant to say darn good intentions? Yeah, not the best phrase to go with for yourself, as the current situation is as prime an example as can be of that saying and how it applies. Once again, Muru was left to wonder a number of things about Tyler McGregor, and she felt it wouldn't be the last time she would. The teen was different than any she had met in several ways, and he gave mixed messages. One moment he could be friendly and appear to be a nice kid, the next be stern and yet sarcastic. He knew things he should have no clue about, and he gave no evidence as to how he could have learned of the facts. Muru straightened up. Due to the present circumstances, we'll allow you access to the Strike and the Shadow. You can both use them or the other Titan at either your own discretions. Its framework is similar to the Orb Union's mobile suits have, but it's been nicknamed the Oscar, said Kira. Lakis had been listening in on the exchange and had been thinking about what laid ahead of them all. From what Sakura had mentioned, Raul Cruzet was not one to let those he chased go, so he was persistent. Lakis didn't want to see Kira die, nor Tyler or any of their friends either. Lakis didn't doubt that Kira and Tyler could and would do their utmost to protect this ship because those they care about were on it. However, even knowing that Lakis couldn't accept that as it was, she wanted to do something to help as well. But the problem was Lakis was having issues of coming up with a way to help the two that she considered friends. Lakis was talented in singing, not operating systems on a ship or management. Yet the last lines said by Miss Ramius and Kira started echoing in her head, and it hit her what she could do. There were 3 suits, yet only 2 pilots at the moment to work with the machines, so Lakis could pilot the third machine. Sakura had given her some private lessons of using a mobile suit, Lakis had not had reason to use the skills learned from her older sister yet. With solidifying determination, Lakis took a step forward. If Kira and Tyler are going out there, then please allow me to pilot as well, she said. There was dead silence in the hangar, even the mechanics had paused in their work and stared at the pink-haired girl after she made her request. Kira was dumbfounded at Lakis asking to pilot a mobile suit, as it was only supposed to be Tyler and him putting their lives at risk. Kira didn't want to lose Lakis. He couldn't exactly say what their relationship was at this point, but he didn't want it to end. Tyler was also shocked, and he wasn't an easy one to take by surprise or shock at all. Lakis was good at singing, though Tyler would say good wasn't the word to use, more like amazing. It was her older sister Sakura that was the warrior of the family, and there was no question or contest in that point. Lakis's older sister's military record was the clearest testament to how good she was at fighting. So for Lakis to ask to go out in a mobile suit was so unexpected that it caught Tyler off guard a good amount. He didn't doubt that she had the know-how with how protective he knew Sakura was of Lakis. He bet she had taught Lakis how to pilot a mobile suit. To help her request, Lakis continued, I'm a coordinator as well, so if we put a proper OS in, I can handle piloting a mobile suit. Lakis, uttered Kira with shock and slight worry. Tyler stared for a moment longer and then snorted, I have to admit, quite surprising you'd volunteer for the job, Lakis, Tyler remarked. Lakis turned to gaze at Tyler as he kept going, I don't see anything wrong with it though. Kira had entertained the hope that when Tyler spoke up that he would talk Lakis out of piloting a mobile suit. He knew what dangers there were with the idea and what they would face better than Kira himself did. But when Tyler said it was okay for Lakis to do what she said, Kira couldn't stay silent. Ty, she can't. Tyler twisted to look at Kira, seeing that his friend's naivete was asserting itself again and as normal, at the most inconvenient times. Tyler was about to tell Kira that he was going to have to accept the point, when the girl in question beat him to it. I won't let you or Ty fight alone, Kira, said Lakis firmly. The single statement got both boys to shut their mouths for the moment as Lakis turned back to Maru, there isn't any harm in me piloting, right? Trust me, I can be of help in this capacity. Maru took a moment to consider the request the girl was making. Maru wouldn't say no to a third pilot helping defend the ship with circumstances as they were. But like the other two that had said they would help, Lakis Christopher was a teenager and shouldn't be piloting a mobile suit. Whether it was true or not that the girl had the skills needed for using a suit, Maru couldn't say with what she knew. Yet honestly, Maru was well aware that she nor this ship's crew were really in any position to refuse help offered right now. Natarl had said it would be better if the teens weren't involved, and where that may be true, circumstances would not allow such to matter if the ship and its crew wanted to live for much longer. Maru after a moment nodded, very well, the request is granted, she stated. Tyler snickered, well, I guess that means you and I will need to do some tweaking to an OS for Lakis then, doesn't Kira? He posed. Kira gave a weak glare to Tyler as his friend was supposed to be helping keep others from danger before he let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, I guess so, he replied. Maru bowed again, thank you for helping, she said, and then made her way out of the hangar. Once the acting captain was gone, Tyler turned to Kira, so, do correct me should I be wrong, but the Strike and the Asuka have pretty much the same OS, right? Tyler asked. Kira nodded, the OS I built for both machines are identical, he said, brushing some hair out of his eyes. So, between the two of us, it shouldn't be too hard to modify one of them for Lakis to use, but can't say how long it would take. Tyler put a hand on his friend's shoulder, as we're modifying instead of building an OS from scratch, it shouldn't take us more than an hour I would think, likely less, he said. Tyler paused and glanced around the hangar, observing that the mechanics were running around with the woman from before barking orders at them. And it looks like it will take time for things to get done around here anyways, Tyler remarked. Well then, Sai spoke up, it sounds like that you three will be busy for a little while and I think we would be a distraction. Tall sighed, yeah, I supposed we would right now, he admitted. With that said, Sai led Tall, Mirialia and Kuzi out of the hangar to the ship's interior. The support by them for Kira and Tyler was appreciated by the both of them. However, while Kira and Tyler were making adjustments to the suits that they would be using now to defend the ship along with Lakis now, it wasn't needed actively. When Lakis was given the opportunity to select which machine to pilot between the Strike and the Asuka, she went with the Strike. Tyler couldn't explain the logic in her choice and he didn't really try to figure it out. Kira got into the cockpit first, getting behind the pilot seat, and Lakis followed him, though she sat in the seat while Tyler got on the hatch itself and then leaned in over the forward controls. The cockpit did act as an area that provided a private setting to have a conversation, and the three had said in an unspoken way that there needed to be one. Lakis, are you really sure about this? Asked Kira softly when he was certain they wouldn't be overheard. Kira still didn't like the idea of Lakis fighting on a battlefield, whether in a mobile suit or not. And if she did, then she would be going against those from the plant's colonies who she cared about, and Kira didn't want that to happen. It's one thing for me to fight, another for Tai, but you're from the plants and you love the people there. Tyler was in agreement with Kira in this, though he wasn't entirely against Lakis piloting either, as Kira was. Tyler had always been an advocate of free will and choice with the understanding that it could be abused and there were certain ways it shouldn't be used without serious consequences for the individual. That didn't mean Tyler endorsed reckless or clearly stupid and dumb behavior, for he didn't, even if he did do such ideas himself from time to time, but that came with good reason normally. But if Lakis wanted to pilot a mobile suit and was willing to do so, Tyler was willing to let her have a shot at it. In this, I would agree with Kira having a bit of a point, though I still say it's up to you, Lakis, Tyler stated. So, are you sure about this? Lakis looked at both Kira and Tyler as they were both worried about her clearly. It was nice of them to care enough to worry about her as they were, but she didn't want them to fight out there alone. Lakis didn't want to lose Tyler, and she most definitely didn't want Kira to die out in battle. Lakis's dreams required Kira being alive, and she wanted those dreams to become a reality someday in the near future. So Lakis took a deep breath before she answered, I know what you both are saying, but it'll be fine, she said. I want to protect you both too, and all of your friends as well. I don't just want to sit by and watch, doing nothing when I know I can do something to help. Lakis, muttered Kira in surprise. Tyler snickered, and the lady has spoken, Kira, there is no arguing with that and winning. I doubt we could stop her if we tried anyways. Tyler then gained a smirk. I got to say, Kira, must be nice to be told by your girlfriend that she wants to protect you as well. You lucky boy you, Tyler said with a smirk while poking Kira in a teasing manner. Kira blushed noticeably, yet what Lakis said to us next surprised both of us. Besides, I can probably do better than both of you in battle. At least, better than Kira for sure. I can't say if I could do better than you, Ty, but possibly. Hey, both Kira and Tyler uttered at the same time in response to what Lakis had said. I never told either you, did I? I've gotten lessons and some training from my sister Sakura, replied Lakis serious. Oh, is that so? You two have made up after the disagreement you two had then, asked Kira. Tyler was thinking about the claim Lakis had just made to Kira and himself, as it wasn't small. Granted, Kira wasn't a mobile suit pilot by profession, but with his ability to adapt, Tyler knew that each encounter, however many there would be, would help Kira improve. And to have confirmation that Lakis had indeed had lesson on piloting from her older sister Sakura say that the girl would have a general knowledge. Of course, neither Kira nor Lakis had any idea that Tyler had been trained how to pilot, and he had shown he was good at the idea. In fact, Tyler was a distinguished pilot within the Federation with his skills, though he didn't boast about it. So with Lakis not knowing that collection of facts, she didn't know that she was quite wrong with her skill level compared to his skill level. However, Tyler saw no reason to mention those facts at this time any more than he was a member of the Federation's military. Then what Kira had said about Lakis and Sakura making up after a disagreement was news to Tyler, as he hadn't been aware they two had a disagreement recently. But then, with how Tyler put forth effort to avoid Sakura, he didn't get around her any more often than he had to. In the end, Tyler frowned. I wasn't aware that you two had a disagreement, but if Sakura taught you how to pilot a mobile suit, then that's good enough for me. I can't argue with the skills that woman has when it comes to piloting. The journey back to the bridge of the Archangel was a quiet one for Muru and gave her a bit of time to think. Things were tense with the rush there was on getting what available supplies there were onto the ship. The looming attack was motivation everyone that was left to give their hardest efforts. Still, when Muru sunk down into the captain's chair on the bridge of Archangel, she let out a small sigh. Mew and Crystal were there along with Natarl, talking in Mew and Crystal's case, and Natarl was busying herself with checking systems over. But when Muru sunk into the chair, they all looked towards Muru. The three had the same question: did Muru convince the teens to help them out in the current circumstances? Did you manage to convince them? Asked Mew, voicing the question. Yes, said Muru. Both Kira and Tyler did agree to pilot for the time being, and then Lakis Christopher volunteered to pilot one of the machines as well. Apparently, she's also a coordinator like Tyler and Kira are. The Pink Princess? Questioned Mew, a little surprised. Crystal was as surprised as Mew was. It's not exactly unexpected that the girl is a coordinator. Her pink hair and other features are something you don't see naturally occur. Although I'm impressed that she would volunteer to pilot just like that, it takes guts to do it and mean it, Crystal admitted. Natarl still had reservations about this decision to depend on teens to protect the Archangel against ZAFT forces. They had no visible training, like little to no discipline to handle stress under combat conditions. Put those together and it was problems waiting to happen and could get those teens and others killed. Lieutenant Ramius, Natarl said, drawing attention to her, forgive me if it sounds like I'm questioning your judgment, but are you really sure about letting those three teenagers pilot what suits we still have? Muru had asked herself the very same question already, yet what other choice was there for the Archangel and her crew to get out of the current situation alive? Under the circumstances, do we have much of another option, Natarl? If you have any coming to mind that are doable in the little time we have, I'm listening, Muru posed. Natarl was forced to pause, and she couldn't come up with a good answer to the question she had been just given. Options were limited at this point, and with the OS the suits apparently had, according Lieutenant Law Flaga, been changed to, the teens were the only ones that could pilot them. Internally the facts as they were irked Natarl, but she couldn't deny them either, and that only further served to irritate her. Muru took Nataral's inability to answer as she didn't have any ideas that would work in this. As it happens, Kira said that with the current situation it's best for us to work together to survive. And those three have the best chance at piloting those suits, so it can't be helped. Muru hesitated at remember the reaction of Tyler McGregor, but she continued, Tyler McGregor however, viewed the present circumstances as ones that we got ourselves in, and seemed to think that we were putting them into this to use their abilities. Nataral's head snapped up with an expression of shock. McGregor believes that we're trying to use them for their abilities as coordinators. Muru's face fell. He said, the Alliance and Omni are not known for being nice and friendly to coordinators, and you also have those that use coordinators after to getting into problematic situation or circumstances to get them out like you're doing now. What you said about Tyler McGregor being in fights of some kind before now, Lieutenant Laflaga, I think you're right. And I think some of those fights involved Omni soldiers in some way and were not nice ones were I to guess. Mew didn't like being proven right in this about the older teen, if anything, then it made him feel sorry for the kid that he had met those that enforced the view. I've heard the view you say he brought up, coordinators being taken advantage of, being used and seen for their abilities alone, Mew said. There was silence to his statement until Mew spoke up again, well, at least they all agreed for now, Tyler McGregor doesn't seem to be a bad person, just has had some hard times I guess. So, we have names for 2 of the suits, Crystal commented, have we got anything for the third one yet? He said it's based on the Orb Union's mobile suit framework, and is designated as the Oscar, replied Muru. Mew quirked an eyebrow at that while Nataral barely suppressed a snort at the information even if it didn't matter right now. Oscar you say, murmured Mew. Interesting name for a near 60-foot death machine I guess. From the hangar, Sai, Tal, Mirialia and Kuzi came to end out in the Archangel's mess hall to wait and not be in the way with the process of bringing supplies onto the ship. A lot had changed for the 4 teens recently, and the day had started out so average, but it certainly hadn't ended out that way. So, what do you guys think of all the crazy stuff? Asked Tal, glancing around at the others a little nervously. Seeing that 2 of your friends are more different than you as they do crazy things, right? Sai shrugged slightly as an answer while Mirialia seemed to chew on her bottom lip a little. Although, it was Kuzi who ultimately answered the question vocally, we always knew that Kira, Tyler, and Lakis were coordinators. Kira and Tai told us outright that they were, and with Lakis, it was fairly obvious. He said. Yet, before today, how many of us here really thought about what them being coordinator actually meant? I mean, none of us even know Lakis all that much other than she's friends with Kira and Tai and some other basic facts. Sai shifted imperceptibly at the statement, since he knew more than they did, but he had promised to not say anything. None seemed to notice Sai's reaction. Kuzi continued, as for Kira, sure, we always knew that he was more advanced than the rest of us, he iterated, but Sai is just as accomplished in schooling, so I don't think any of us really thought about it. With Tyler, when he arrived a year ago, Kira greeted him as an old friend and so we just took it like that. But you heard what those officers said, Kuzi paused, that Kira managed to reprogram that mobile suit's OS, and Tai did the same for that black machine at some point and fought off the red suit. Then Tai gets a hit on that silver machine followed by Kira getting a near bullseye on the same silver suit. That ZAFT pilot and those they fought before that have probably gone through combat training and are coordinators themselves. Yet both of them are our friends, but at the same time, can we really look at him the same after witnessing what they can do? I can see where you're coming from, Kuzi, said Sai. He pushed up his glasses a little before he kept going, however, you're missing something in this. Tai and Kira have been building parts of the original operating systems those machines were using. Hey, uttered everyone else. It was not a moment later, Mirialia gained an expression of comprehension. That's right, she said. While we were traveling to the college earlier, we asked them about what Professor Kato had both of them working on and Kira said he thought it was some kind of new operating system and Tai seemed to agree. Sai nodded, exactly right, he said. I did a little work on it too, but Kira and Tai were the main contributors. It seems likely that this is where the work was going, looking back now. The OS was incomplete, just like Professor Kato's project. Given the likelihood of that, both Tai and Kira were very likely already pretty familiar with much of the system. I doubt it would take as much for them to get it to a state where it could work well for themselves. Think about how the other suits had trouble at first and then still had difficulty moving the machines. The ZAFT pilots wouldn't have been so capable. Finally, the machines are protected by that phase shift armor system making ZAFT suits' weapons ineffective. I get what you're saying. Kira and Tai would be intimate with the working of the incomplete OS, where the guys from the ZAFT forces would be new to the system that the suits and so, the 2 machines that worked better would worry them. So, they would be more likely to just walk away more easily, said Tal. Sai nodded in response, thanks for that, it's reassuring, in a weird way, replied Tal. Around 50 minutes passed without anything happening to the Archangel. ZAFT forces hadn't come to attack them. Of course, the crew of the new Alliance warship wasn't fool enough to think that the ZAFT forces would leave them alone for long enough to fully supply the ship and leave Heliopolis. It was not long after the resupply on the mobile suits was done and a little bit of basic supplies, when Petty Officer 2nd Class Jackie Tonomura, who was manning the fire control station on the bridge, watched as his screen quickly blurred out. Electrical interference throughout the whole colony occurring, he announced, and jammer levels rising. Dang, looks like ZAFT forces are coming our way again, cursed Muru before she turned her chair slightly to face Jackie. Well, appears Cruzat is done waiting for us to come out and has decided to come in after us, curse that man, cursed Mew angrily, standing up. Crystal glanced over at Mew with a serious expression. Did you really believe that the man would wait all that long before he would come or send others in to finish what he started? No, but I was hope he'd hesitate a tad longer, enough for us to be ready. Yet, that's too much to hope for, I know, replied Mew. Natarl heard the two strike fighter pilots exchange, and though what they said was right, Heliopolis was still a colony. The citizens might be in shelters right now, but that didn't mean their lives weren't put at risk if fighting broke out. Surely the ZAFT officers knew that and understood the consequences of doing something so reckless. They don't really plan to hit us again while we're inside the colony, do they? Natarl asked to the room at large. For them, it's an easy choice, said Mew with a sarcastic tone. They can fire all they want, the inhabitants has been completely evacuated, so much less risk of hurting the citizens now. But we on the other hand, have to aim so carefully we might as well not shoot back. Mew paused for a moment, and sighed, great, that's not nice. Order all hands to level 1 battle stations, said Muru grimly. Have Kira, Tyler, and Lakis prepare for takeoff in their suits. Ensign Bajaruel, please equip the strike with the Sword Striker set. Lieutenant La Flaga, since neither your mobile armor nor Major McAllister's is ready for launch, please man the CIC. Major McAllister, take the electronic warfare station. When the call for battle stations came, the 3 teen pilots entered their respective suit cockpit as they were already in the hangar. Tyler appeared completely calm and collected while Kira and Lakis looked more nervous. Mechanics were scrambling to get the suits ready to launch out to the colony interior. Tyler had seen that the chief mechanic that the Archangel had knew their job and disliked others saying to him in some way, shape, or form that he didn't. Tyler could respect that as he himself had learned how irritating it was to have someone else you don't know all that well tell you what to do. So, he wasn't all that worried about those scrambling around the ship's hangar with the one managing them. Tyler buckled the restraint belts after settling into the seat and had the OS start booting up. He also had the entry hatch close and seal, which had the forward screen slide into place afterwards. Kira was doing much the same inside the Osca as Tyler was doing in the shadow. He was also taking long deep breaths to slow down his heartbeat and calm his nerves even if only a little. The idea of fighting others and aiming to likely kill them didn't sit well with Kira, as he detested the idea of killing. So, he would disable the best he could before aiming for the cockpit of an opponent. However, Kira didn't like the idea of his friends in danger and potentially dying either. How Tyler was keeping so calm Kira couldn't guess, other than his amazing emotional control he seemed to have. Lakis inside the strike's cockpit was still not entirely used to nor accustomed with the cockpit setup. It was similar to a ZAFT's machines, which Sakura had used to teach her how to pilot, but it wasn't the same. She was nervous, of course. This would be the first time she would pilot a mobile suit with the purpose to fight in battle. Combat was something Sakura did and was expert in far more than Lakis and their father could be. Nonetheless, Lakis didn't want to have to watch people die and do nothing to stop that from happening. Hey you three, listen, came the voice of Chief Murdoch with an image of the woman appearing on a comm screen in each cockpit. I just want all you kids to know, it doesn't matter your type to any of us down here. If you protect the ship, that's all that matters to us, so, good luck to the 3 of you and give 'em hell. Thanks Mr. Murdoch, said Kira over the radio. That's a good chief mechanic if ever I've seen one, Tyler remarked, him and his whole team, I won't deny that at all. There was the sound of Lakis giggling for a moment before the voice of Chief Murdoch was heard again. All right you slackers, open the number 3 container and attach the sword striker, and be quick about it. Let's minimize the chances of causing the kids to damage their own home colony. Again, Tyler found himself starting to like Murdoch. He was a good man even if he works with the Alliance. Tyler knew that not all within the Alliance or Omni were bad or mean people, just a small number that were very loud. Moments later, the cages that the suits were in were moved along rails towards the linear catapults. The Shadow as moved to the left catapult and the airtight shutters were closed behind the machine. The Shadow was placed in the catapult ram and locked in as Tyler finished his final check over of the Shadow. Upon looking up he found that on one comm screen was Kira and the other was Lakis. Nervous? Kira asked. Tyler took a deep breath and cleared his mind to be able to focus on the upcoming battle. Not really, focus on the goal, Tyler said. We are protecting our friends, that's our motivation. You make it sound so easy, Ty, Kira replied hesitantly. But Ty has a point, that is the reason we are doing this, Lakis said, still is doing a lot to my heart and nerves though. I would have thought with training that sister of yours gave you, this should be fine comparably Lakis, Tyler remarked. Plus, Kira and I will be out there with you, so things will be okay. Yet, mumbled Lakis, even with that, this is still a whole different experience for me, she said. Kira, Ty, Lakis hesitated for a moment, promise me you'll both be alright. Both Kira and Tyler gained looks of slight confusion at the request from Lakis, which this was kind of out of place for the girl. I promise, Kira said after a moment. Lakis focused on Tyler waiting for his answer. Yeah sure Lakis, you got it. I'll be good and will help you both, my personal guarantee, Tyler returned a bit awkwardly. And, Lakis trailed off for a second, promise me that you won't hesitate no matter what happens you two. Tyler was finding this getting more than awkward and in an uncomfortable zone. Listen Lakis, it'll be fine out there, the goal is to get those coming to go away. Tyler paused momentarily, that doesn't mean that we have to kill them though it doesn't mean that we won't have to either, but you get the idea. However, if it makes you feel better, I promise you I'll be careful and do the job and I wouldn't doubt Kira will do the same. Like Ty said Lakis, we'll be fine, was Kira's intelligent reply. Tyler had to hold in the groan at hearing Kira's naivete coming out once again and irking him so. Tyler swore at times like this, Kira's naivete should be a crime to have, he didn't have a clue how lucky he was. Kira shook his head before he continued, alright, I promise to Lakis. Lakis was quiet for a moment after Kira and Tyler made their promises, thank you Kira, Ty. The Archangel had lifted off into the air by this point and as ZAFT suits were going to be attacking the ship. Back on the bridge most stations were being operated, some were doing multiple stations. Muru was the only one that wasn't operating a station as she was in the captain chair. Mew was at the countermeasure station while Natarl was at the search and detection console. One heat source approaching, Natarl announced, but then saw that she was incorrect, no, make that 2. Natarl input some commands to see what kind of suits they would be dealing with, matching thermal patterns, Natarl said, then the results came up, heat source confirmed to be 2 Jins. The suits in question suddenly came up on the front screen shortly followed by a second one. The sight of heavy missiles attached to each arm and the legs of both suits was a horrifying picture to the crew. What are they thinking? Cried Mew. They're both equipped with heavy artillery used for taking out bases. Mew looked over his shoulder at Natarl sitting at the station behind him, are they planning on using that here? Unfortunately, I do believe they are Mew, Crystal pipped up from the mobile suit controller station. Cruzit wouldn't have had them equipped with such weaponry if there was no intent to use them. I bet they're not thinking about Heliopolis much if at all by this point. As if to confirm Crystal's view, an explosion rocked Heliopolis and a second sizable hole was created in the colony while allowing a second pair of Gin suits entry to the colony through it with a similar artillery type loadout as the first two. Two separate contacts approaching from the Tannenbaum district, also equipped with heavy artillery, called Natarl showing slight apprehension now with 4 suits in sensor range. Send out the Strike, the Shadow, and the Oscar. Activate Gottfried's and Valiant's, ordered Maru. The Archangel's weapon systems began coming out of their stored positions. The 2 Gottride high-energy beam cannons rose up from the top portion of the legs of the ship and expanded out with their barrels. Then both Valiant 110 cm linear cannons came out from the sides of the ship. Both linear catapults opened, the electron rails used for acceleration process rose out of their stored position as the catapult became fully activated. The sight of the colony interior had Tyler focused and ready for the fight as he gripped his Titan's controls. The Shadow crouched a bit as it awaited launching sequence, catapults voltage flow stabilizing, Shadow and Oscar stand by for launch, came the voice of Crystal McAllister. Tyler kept his eyes forward waiting for the launching signal to appear so that he could fly out to the field. A small projected display appeared just in front of the Shadow, at the top was Launch Control System. Under the first line was the Shadow's designation followed by 6 rectangles, the 3 rectangles on the right displayed the status of the catapult systems while the other 3 showed abort. The catapult status display showed clear one by one from the top down, and once the 3 boxes on the right showed clear, the 3 displaying abort switched to launch. The moment the launching signal showed good, Tyler shoved the throttles forward and the Shadow shot forward along the catapult. The Shadow zoomed along the catapult's length and when the power cable detached, Tyler ignited the Shadow's thrusters just before hitting the end of the catapult. The Shadow shot out the left catapult less than a minute after the order from the bridge had been given, shocking some of the crew members on the bridge. The suit had gone out at high speed, higher than what most expected from someone that was supposed to be a mere college student piloting. The Oscar quickly followed the Shadow going out from the right side catapult and the Strike from the left catapult. The 3 machines headed towards the ZAFT suits shortly after launching. Have the Eagle Stallions ready for interception and link target laser designator for Gottfried's to aim for the Gin directly ahead of us. Load all stern missile launchers with core in those, continued Maru. The Shadow was gaining height in the air and Tyler was scanning around to take in the field including the 4 Gin suits. Tyler did activate the Shadow's phase shift armor as did Kira for the Oscar and the Strike. When Tyler saw the equipment that the ZAFT suits were carrying, he was not happy at all. They had artillery, and to use such in a colony under most circumstance was not good for the structure keeping together. Heliopolis Tyler knew was having a lot of trouble right now. Artillery would not help in any way. The Archangel began to fire at the ZAFT suits, who avoided the shots sent at them and separated. All 4 ZAFT pilots were not as worried about the warship as much as the suits that had come from it. There had been jokes made about what recordings had been taken about the machines, but facing them was anything but a joke, and they knew that. Numbers were on the ZAFT forces' side, but the performance of 2 of the suits proved that numbers wouldn't be of much help. Tyler, Kira, and Lakis matched the ZAFT suits the best they could. Kira and Lakis picked 1 GIN each, leaving Tyler to deal with the other 2 opposing suits. The 2 suits that Tyler faced, one had a heavy beam cannon while the other missiles on one arm and an assault rifle in the other. The GIN with the cannon aimed the cannon at Shadow and fired, to which Tyler moved to the right hard and avoided the shot. Tyler wasn't given time to line up any of his weapons, as he was forced to throw himself to the left as the other ZAFT suit shot its assault rifle in his direction. As Tyler maneuvered and evaded out of the line of fire, he had the Shadow bring out its oscillator machine rifles from the hidden stored position. The cannon-wielding GIN came under a barrage of bullets as the Shadow began unloading its machine rifles. Tyler noticed as he was making one of his opponents to back up, the other suit was setting up to shoot him. The Shadow spun to point its shield at the other GIN, aiming the railgun built into the Shadow's shield. Keegan and Paul had been doing their best to keep this black mobile suit the recording showed from using its weapons. The machine had shown that it was dangerous, so it was far better to not let it work with its arsenal. That said, Keegan and Paul had been working together to achieve that point, and at first, they had been doing fine. Sure, the black machine was evading the attacks, and the more they did, the more impressive it was, and it was making both ZAFT pilots more uneasy. Both Paul and Keegan were fair mobile suit pilots, but they quickly found out that their opponent was not just a random person. The way that Commander Cruz at CGUE coming back was starting to make sense to both of them now. However, there came a point that 2 rifles flipped up from the edges of the torso area and they began unloading on Paul. Paul got his suit's shield up in time, but the barrage of projectiles made it so he couldn't use the ion cannon. Keegan moved forward to distract the enemy machine, but it spun and pointed its shield, and Keegan found himself looking at a gun barrel. Keegan moved his shield in front of the GIN's cockpit, and a moment later there was a heavy impact. A weapon that could make the impact that Keegan felt being attached to a suit was scary to a degree. On the Archangel, some of the crew on the bridge were finding kind of hard to keep on task at viewing the suits fighting. Even Mew and Crystal were impressed as well as shocked at how the teens were fighting. The 3 were going against ZAFT pilots, ones who had training to do what they were. The kids, as far as any knew, didn't have training like that. Kira and Lakis were holding their own against their opponent, yet Tyler was doing the same against 2 GINs at the same time. It made a number wonder just what kind of skills the teens had if they could do what they were. As the battle kept going, the colony structure suffered, with support cables being severed and crashing down into the buildings below. That sight infuriated Tyler, as it just enforced that the battle shouldn't be happening. So, Tyler took out the Shadow's beam rifle, adding it to the mix he was using to fight the 2 ZAFT suits. The Shadow fired both its beam rifle and railgun at the same time, the rifle at the missile and rifle carrier while the railgun was fired out the cannon wielder. Keegan managed to weave just enough out of the way to avoid his cockpit being nailed good, but in exchange his assault rifle was destroyed. And after righting his GIN, he saw Paul hadn't been as lucky with the enemy's attack. Keegan witnessed Paul's GIN explode due to the effects of their opponent's railgun in their shield. Tyler knew he'd taken down one of his opponents with pretty much a textbook money shot with the railgun round to the GIN's torso. The ZAFT suit ended up exploding, killing the pilot along with the machine. In response, a bitter taste filled Tyler's mouth at seeing what his action had done, though he didn't regret what he'd done. Tyler didn't like killing another if he could help it, the action didn't feel right in his heart. However, if it came down to either Tyler or those he was fighting, he would choose himself and his friends pretty much every time. Tyler had just turned the Shadow to face the other GIN, but as he did, a volley from the Archangel's right beam cannon hit the enemy suit, destroying it. Yet, the shot missed the missiles which fired off from their racks before the suit exploded. The Shadow shot forward using my beam rifle to shoot at the missiles to prevent them from striking any part of the colony. Tyler managed to intercept both missiles before they hit any of the colony structure, much to his relief. He wasn't all that happy that the Archangel was making things more difficult, though he doubted that was the intention. Kira was still going at one of the 2 remaining GIN and was in close quarters, while Lakis had taken up to defending the Archangel from the other GIN. The Archangel was still showing signs of being incomplete, systems not working as envisioned or fully as intended. Tyler saw alone proof that the targeting system from the defensive and offensive options of the ship needed work and tuning for proper use. Although, Tyler had to applaud whomever it was at the helm of the ship, as they were doing good with what they had to work with. Tyler glanced back in Kira's direction and he appeared to be doing fine against his opponent for the time being. So Tyler flew off towards the Archangel to give Lakis a hand in getting this battle closer to an end. Along the way, he turned off the Shadow's phase shift armor system, instead using the Shadow's Mirage colloid system. A field was projected around the Shadow from the network of projectors on the suit that made it invisible. This was a system that Tyler had been doing quiet research into what Omni had been working with. The concept was arguably going in the same direction as the Federation's use of stealth technology. Tyler wasn't fond of the idea of the Alliance's Omni enforcers having the capabilities of striking without warning. He also knew that the higher UPS in Federation High Command didn't like the idea any more than he did and were seriously concerned by the possibilities. And now seeing the system in action, Tyler saw some flaws in how it was designed to work. The first issue Tyler saw with the stealth system was its power consumption, for it drained power more than other systems did. Another problem was while the field was deployed, the phase shift armor couldn't be activated, for they interfered with each other somehow according to the data. The power consumption was a point that Tyler believed could be solved with tweaking and tuning the system. The other issue of the field and the armor not working together was another matter on if it could be worked around or not. Becoming invisible was nice to Tyler, and he was accustomed to that, as all Federation space fighters had a system that would make the craft unseen by their opponents. And so, no one paid attention to the shadow nor it vanishing from the naked eye. Tyler headed it for the gun Lakis was fighting, which was equipped with 4 heavy missiles and 2 somewhat smaller missiles pods attached to its legs. Just before Tyler got into attack range, the gun fired off the missiles from its leg-mounted launchers. The Archangel CIWS opened fire, but as its targeting was not aligned correctly, they couldn't lock onto the missiles for interception effectively. As the gun fired its weapons at the Archangel, the bridge crew attempted to have the CIWS, the ship, have intercept the missiles. However, the ship's targeting was still not adjusted to what was hoped yet, so the CIWS were unable to intercept them. Arnold, seeing the missiles coming at them, twisted the helm and had the Archangel move to the right and avoid being hit. The missiles instead zoomed past the ship and slammed into the ground of the colony before detonating. The weapons couldn't tell the difference between the Archangel and the colony structure because of the radio interference. Lakis didn't like seeing the colony getting damaged further, as it had already taken a beating from what had been happening. There were still the citizens in the shelters that were in danger because of this fighting. The shelters were built with protecting those inside, but not necessarily against what happened on a battlefield. None of the people in those shelters had wanted to be a part of this, yet they were being forced to be instead. Lakis had the strike rush forward with the Titan's large sword. "Stop this," she cried. Lester dodged the sword swing from his opponent and aimed the large missiles his machine had to bear on the suit. Tyler wasn't going to let Lakis get hurt, let alone killed, when he could prevent it. Plus, he knew without a doubt, that if Sakura learned her little sister had gotten hurt, whoever was involved would suffer greatly before they died. And Tyler was coming into the range that he could strike the gun down. Lakis threw the strike into a quick spin and bring the anti-ship sword around, clearly to cleave the gun in half at the waist. Lester barely moved out of the way of the sword with beam edge on one side, though it was much too close for comfort. But the next moment, Lester caught sight of something below, and too late, say the blue line coming upward at him. The shadow's beam saber sliced through the Jin's torso from bottom to top, a hot knife through butter. Yet, before the 2 halves that were made from the cut exploded, the heavy missiles launched from their racks. Tyler's eyes went wide as the missiles headed for the central shaft of the colony, as it was the largest object in the area. The shadow's mirage collied disperse, making the shadow visible again, just not with phase shift active. Tyler's hesitation lasted a split second before he had the shadow shoot forward after the missiles. He had the machine's rifles out and was using every offensive option the shadow had to work with. The machine rifles and the Vulcans the suit had were unloading, while Tyler fired volleys from the shadow's beam rifle and railgun at the missiles. Tyler was doing his utmost to keep Heliopolis in one piece, no matter how damaged it became. Lakis had been surprised when the shadow had appeared nearby her, but she had assumed that Tyler had been the one that had cut her opponent in half. The sight of a mobile suit being destroyed right in front of her gave Lakis a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. Knowing someone was just killed in front of her didn't sit well at all for Lakis. But the missiles that the gun had been carrying had fired off before the machine had been destroyed. Those missiles had zoomed towards the colony's central shaft, which was already having trouble keeping together. So shortly after the shadow shot forward, Lakis had the strike pursue the missiles as well to hopefully keep them from striking the shaft. Through their efforts, Tyler took down 2 of the missiles before they could do harm, and Lakis got 1 of the other 2. Yet the last of the missiles got out of range of the 2 suits and hit Heliopolis's central support shaft. The moment the missile made contact against the shaft, it exploded and shredded a good section of metal and other material that made of the shaft structure. Tyler stared in horror as parts of the central shaft either blew out or fell apart, yet to his intense relief, the central shaft held together overall and the colony itself kept together. However, there was not good news, as with the damage that had just been delivered, the shaft and the colony were hanging by mere threads. Tyler connected the radio of his Titan to the strike to see Lakis was visibly scared at what was happening. "Lakis, listen to me," Tyler stated clearly. "Heliopolis is still in one piece, we haven't failed yet as long as that is the case. Focus on the last suit, once that machine is either gone or taken care of, we can worry about Heliopolis and the citizens then." Lakis knew what Tyler was saying was right, and he was trying to help her calm down and keep in control so as to not panic. She appreciated the gesture and knew Tyler was doing it as a friend, though it was sort of surprising how calm he seemed to be in this situation. That didn't dismiss the terrible concern she was feeling at this situation, Lakis hesitated for a moment. I know, it's just. Tyler cut over her, trust me Lakis, whatever way this ends, I promise that Kira and I will see it through with you. Tyler made the statement in a tone that was firm and left no room for argument. Lakis wanted to believe what Tyler said and so she nodded at his statement, okay. As the colony shook from the battle of suits, the citizen in the lockdown shelters were looking at each other scared at what was happening. It was as much for them having no control over the situation as it was not knowing fully what was going on in the colony interior. In particular, inside one of the shelters which was in the factory district section of Heliopolis, the civilians looked around as everything shook around them for a moment. Has another battle started up? One of them asked in a worried tone. Then, lights in the shelter suddenly turned red and a soft alarm sounded, the hazard level has now been increased to 10, came a feminine, yet mechanical voice over the speakers. This shelter may be ejected as a lifeboat if the colony suffers collapse. All personnel are to fasten their seatbelts for safety. Glancing around briefly, a blonde with bronze-colored-eyed girl bit her lip nervously, worried about the two who had helped her and pushed her into this shelter. Both the light brown-haired boy and the pink-haired girl had run off in the direction they had dragged her from when they had headed to the shelter. She didn't know what had happened to them, but she hoped they were all right, they both seemed like good people. Back in the colony interior, Lakis and Tyler were flying over to where Kira was still in combat with the last ZAFT suit. Tyler had the Shadow reactivate its voltage armor plate which turned the Titan back to being black overall. While approaching the fight, Tyler spotted the Asuka using an energy blade much like the Shadow could deploy from the underside of its shield. But Kira's opponent was dodging and weaving out of the way of the swings expertly, even Tyler had to admit. Yet, the ZAFT pilot was not having much luck either with their shots missing the Asuka with Kira evading. That essentially had the two suits fighting into a stalemate if it went on unimpeded. Lakis, at seeing Kira fighting as he was, took the strike's long sword, rushed forward and slashed at the Gin. Miguel dodged the blade swing, but one quick glance around showed him he was now facing all three of the enemy suits. And Miguel had to admit, whether the pilots inside these machines were natural types or otherwise, they weren't half bad at fighting. Tyler, knowing that with the odds being 3 against 1 would make this fight more manageable and could end with no one dying in the end. Tyler got the radio connected to the Asuka and the strike. Kira, Lakis, surround this mobile suit so that we can bring this to an end while the colony is still in one piece. Miguel had his Gin take up a defensive stance, observing the movements of the three suits, and a moment later found they surrounded him. The one that he had been fighting was now on his right, the last Omni machine was on the left, which had the black unknown in front. Miguel knew he was trapped, fighting his way out of this was more likely to get him killed. However, that these three suits hadn't just worked together and killed him said that there may be a chance he could get out of this alive. Tyler, after Kira, Lakis, and he had surrounded the ZAFT suit, switched the radio to an open channel, so that the ZAFT pilot could hear him. ZAFT pilot, you can see you're surrounded. None of us want to kill or be killed in this, so put away your weapons and come out of your cockpit. You do that, and I promise you that we'll let you walk away from this battle with your life, Tyler stated with clarity so that the pilot wouldn't misunderstand. Miguel was a tad stunned at what had just been said for a couple of reasons. The voice sounded like it belonged to someone around his own age range. Then with what was being offered, a chance to get out of this battle alive by an enemy was extremely rare. He wouldn't expect that from an Omni pilot, which meant that the three which he was fighting were possibly not with Omni. So, Miguel decided to store his Jin's weapons, taking the chance that the one that had spoken had meant what they had said. Tyler was somewhat relieved to see that the ZAFT pilot was cooperating and doing as he was asked. There were also two sighs from Kira and Lakis at the hope that this fight was possibly coming to an end, yet the whole situation changed in a moment. Miguel heard an alarm going off and looking forward, he saw the Omni ship with one of its beam turrets aimed at him. Reacting on instinct, Miguel opened his Jin's cockpit and threw himself out of it before the enemy could fire their weapon. Suddenly, an alarm blared in the Shadow's cockpit, and when Tyler looked down at the forward display, sensors told him that danger was coming his way. Tyler returned his gaze forward and saw the ZAFT pilot was exiting their cockpit in a hurry. So Tyler steered the Shadow forward and grabbed the pilot with the Shadow's hands before diving downward. Beams passed over where Tyler had been and came from the direction of the Archangel and struck the Gin. Honestly, Tyler wasn't happy that shots from the Archangel had come in his direction at all, nor that they had come so close to hitting him. Tyler was fully intending to get on the radio and give a serious chewing out to the crew members of the Archangel that would be able to hear him. After all, their poor decision-making was putting Kira, Lakis, and himself at risk when they were sticking their necks out for them. But before Tyler could do just that, the screeching of metal twisting came through the sound channels, gaining his attention. Tyler shifted his suit to be able to look upward, and a horrific sight filled his vision. The central shaft of Heliopolis was starting to rip itself apart. The beam from the Archangel had struck the shaft and destroyed the remaining integrity of the shaft that held it together. Even as the shaft was being rent asunder, Tyler's thoughts turned to his comrades. Tyler switched over to a Federation communication channel and shouted the thought that had come to his mind: Heliopolis is collapsing, disconnect now. The beating that the space colony had taken what was beyond its rated for or meant to take in any way. Those who engineered the colony never imagined that this structure would be put under the strain it had undergone. Now the colony's rotation, which gave the colony itself gravity, was now tearing the central shaft into pieces. The inertia from the rotation tugged at the shaft, causing parts to begin to come off in fragments. Tyler had to force himself not to close his eyes at what came next, though he was well aware what going to happen, and it was painful to watch. As Heliopolis is designed, the central shaft provides the main support to literally hold the colony together, and without the shaft doing that, Heliopolis's colony wall came apart in chunks, pieces separating from one another at the seams. In all of the lifeboats, the message of ejection sounded before there was a jerk felt by the passengers as the shelters were launched away from the colony structure. And as Heliopolis came apart, the atmosphere that was still inside the space colony was sucked out through the openings into space. That was created strong winds that were pulling in multiple directions as the air was rushing out into the vacuum of space. The Strike, the Oscar, and the Shadow were all pulled in different directions from where they were. Tyler was thrown forward as his suit was pulled backward. He was forced to concentrate on dodging debris and objects as he was in an uncontrollable flight path out of the colony at a breakneck pace. Tyler did manage to keep a hold of the ZAFT pilot in the Shadow's hands and not have him get sucked away to parts unknown along with other random debris. Phase end. A/N. Again, thus ends the events at Heliopolis. It took a few chapters more than it did originally, but I like who this worked better. Hope you readers are liking the changes and the flow that the story is developing. Please take the time to write a review and tell me what you think or make comments. Chapter 3, Phase 6, Aftermath. January 25, 71 CE. Lagrange 3, Heliopolis. Within about a minute, Tyler finally stabilized the Shadow and had come to a stop just floating in space. Tyler looked around and saw that he was in a debris field made up of chunks and pieces of what had been Heliopolis. To Tyler, it felt like he had gone to sleep and was now in some sort of nightmare, even though he knew that it wasn't. He was awake and not imagining what was before him currently. All that was left of the colony was some framework and all the debris that had made up the place, and that had happened in a matter of minutes. He and his team had failed to prevent the colony's collapse. Sure, Tyler had failed missions before, but it had been some time since the last failure as bad as this. Tyler forced himself to take a moment to assess his current standing, as non-nice as he knew it was. He was now alone other than the ZAFT pilot he had grabbed before being sucked out of the colony. His two friends' locations were unknown, nor did Tyler know where those he had been around were either. It was still a combat situation technically until he knew where the ZAFT forces were for sure. Tyler was working to keep his breathing calm as to not waste the supply of oxygen he now had to work with, which was limited. When he tried switching on the radio, the Shadow he got static only for anything but immediate short-range area. It was due to the interference of N-jammers that the ZAFT ships were putting out. Plus, the after effects of the colony coming apart had generated a good deal of heat, which was also making radio communication extremely difficult. Tyler had been in some bad situations before now, but this was definitely one of the harsher ones he'd been in for the last year. And with the information that Tyler had, there wasn't much of a chance for things to get better without a serious change. All Tyler was left with was the ZAFT pilot, so he switched over to an open channel. "Hey ZAFT pilot, are you okay?" There was a moment before the reply, "Yes, I believe so, why did you save me?" "Aren't you with the Alliance and Omni?" asked a male voice. Tyler's first thought was to reply with hell no right off the bat at being considered an ally of the Alliance or Omni. And with having first-hand experience with how they both operated in and out of the public eye, Tyler felt justified with such a response. However, as the manners that Tyler had been drilled with by his mother demanded, he didn't voice that thought and took the time to consider what to say. Tyler came to the conclusion that his job and the required secrecy was as good as blown by this point thanks to recent events. So, he just figured that giving it straight would be best. "First, I saved you as I firmly believe that no one should die if such an event can be avoided. Second, I was around Omni personnel due to unexpected mitigating circumstances that were beyond my control, and I'll be sticking to that with any question. Technically, I'm an agent of the Federation military and do a number of things with that job." Miguel was taken aback at hearing the one that had saved his life was a Federation soldier. That fact could explain a few things that before were a mystery, with at least the unknown black suit. Those within ZAFT knew that Federation personnel were good at their jobs, they had proved it over the years of the war. For Miguel, this was his first experience knowingly seeing what a Federation pilot could do. It really gave credibility to the rumors and stories that he'd heard from others and reports. So, Miguel hummed in thought, "Federation, hey, I always heard that their personnel were good at all sorts of things, I guess it's true. So then, what do we do now?" Tyler didn't think he should be a point of comparison for Federation soldiers, especially not pilots, as he was among some of the best-ranked ones. That was a fact that Tyler just kept to himself most of the time, for a couple of reasons. Most that found out Tyler was a pilot were surprised due to him being as young as he was more often than not. When the fact was said that Tyler was a top pilot, most people didn't believe it, and Tyler could understand that to an extent. Yet, on to the question the ZAFT pilot had asked as Tyler had no idea what to say, it's something he'd love the answer to himself really. Tyler decided that introductions would be at least a good place to start. Well, introducing ourselves would be a place to start. My name is Tyler McGregor, and you? Miguel was seriously wonder who this Federation pilot was. I'm Miguel Amon, he replied. The beeping of the Federation comm unit sounded in Tyler's ear and he was hoping that it was news he could work with. He saw no reason to mess around and sugarcoat the situation. This is Tyler, what's your location? I'm in a bind at the moment and could use some help out of the current circumstances. Tyler was in trouble and he didn't kid himself about it as he didn't see the luxury of doing so. The first thing that would be the most obvious was air as he had a limited supply of breathable air and that would run out, likely in the next hour or so by his estimations. Next, as much as Tyler would prefer to bring Miguel into the cockpit as it would make things easier, he couldn't do that as the air would go away and he couldn't afford that. The last issue which affects the others, Tyler didn't have any means to change the current situation. Lisa could hear the serious tone in Tyler's voice and she could understand why it was there. The outcome that happened was close to the worst possibility and none could really argue that. And as Tyler hadn't had a pilot suit on when this all happened, he was more than likely on a limited air supply. We're almost to where you are, Tyler. You okay? Asked Lisa in response to Tyler's plea. I'm good for the moment, but I've a ZAFT pilot with me on the outside and I'm without a pilot suit, so have a limited air supply to breathe. Thus, is the current plight for me, Tyler stated. Any ideas of a way to change it for the better, anyone? Lisa shook her head a bit as Tyler had no idea how lucky he was right now with the situation as it was. With the Federation cruiser a short distance, Tyler's issues could be solved effectively. You're lucky, you know that right, returned Lisa. Too right, lass, but then, Tyler has always been lucky, haven't you mate, came the voice of Luke. Tyler was forced to pause for a moment at what Lisa and Luke said as it implied a great deal. At the moment, Tyler wasn't feeling all that lucky, not with how the day had gone today, he felt quite the opposite. Heliopolis had collapsing due to Omni and ZAFT fighting one another, which stood as a type of failure in the mission the investigation team had. Granted, technically the team had gotten the information of what Omni had been doing and that was the goal. But the price at which the goal was obtained in the end didn't sit right to Tyler and so he saw this result as a failure. Still, Tyler pondered what Lisa said more than Luke. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Luke, but how lucky do you mean, Lisa? Because, from where I'm sitting right now, I don't see myself as being that lucky, Tyler replied. One of the current standard Federation space fighters appeared next to the shadow as the optical camouflage of the machine dispersed. The Federation cruiser Dawn is about 200 yards in front of you right now. So again, I say you're lucky, returned Lisa. Tyler got what Lisa meant by him being lucky as a ship would help in the problems Tyler immediately faced. And that it was a Federation ship was in Tyler's mind an improvement other than his friends being on the Alliance ship still. So, Tyler switched over to the radio to talk to the ZAFT pilot. Miguel, hold on please, we're going to go forward and get on a ship. From there I'll do what I can to help you back to the ZAFT ship you were assigned to if it hasn't been downed, I promise you that. Miguel was stunned at the teen that was in the mobile suit which he was with after the colony debacle. Not only had this teen offered him a way out of dying during the previous fight, which none had done before for Miguel, he was now promising that he would get him back to the Vesalius. Before the mission, Miguel would not have believed one have been his opponent if they offered what this one had. Granted, the Federation did sometimes offer a way out with less casualties, but he'd never seen that in person. But honestly, this teen had done things that others hadn't that Miguel had seen, so once again, he decided to take a chance. Okay, I believe you, Miguel said back holding onto the suit's hand he was in. Tyler used the Shadow's thrusters to move forward and started in the direction that Lisa had indicated the Federation cruiser was around. A Federation Enterprise-class cruiser had a length of 275 meters from bow to stern. The forward half had the shape of the old-fashioned seaborne ship with the exception of the front as it had a barrel built into it, where the rest of the ship was more rectangular. The engines were in two groups on the back of the ship made up of 4 heavy thrusters and 4 smaller thrusters with a pair above and below the main engines. The navigation bridge of the ship was just behind the middle point of the ship where a 2-story tower came out of the ship's structure. There were also 50 meters by 20 meter plates that stored the linear catapults used for launching machine and equipment. And like all Federation spacecraft, the ship is equipped with an optical camouflage field generation system to make the ship is undetectable. As well as having the ability to be undetectable, the sensor arrays the ship has is able to detect the system. The Omni and ZAFT forces have made in the attempt to copy the Federation's stealth capabilities but have failed thus far. For other defensive systems, there were 18 75mm automatic multi-barrel interception guns known as Falco guns spread around the ship. 8 of the guns were on the forward half, 10 other guns were around the main rear half of the ship. The Enterprise-class cruiser's arsenal was made up of 3 high-output beam cannons codenamed Ionis, one on either side just forward of halfway point of the ship and the last one is ahead and below the navigation bridge. Missile tubes are housed at the center forward of the bridge as well as in the hull that came off the forward half of the ship. None of the arsenal of the cruiser interfered with the 2 fighter catapults that were built into this class of Federation ships. The catapults were normally kept in stored position when not in use, as an Enterprise class could carry up to 4 space fighters at a time and still had room for some other craft. The ship supports a crew complement of 200 crew made up officers, non-commissioned officers, engineers, and mechanics along with pilots. Those were the specs of the Enterprise class as Tyler knew them even if he didn't spend much time on any of them much. The jobs he did normally would be considered field work in some way, shape, or form the majority of the time. The cruiser was likely part of the patrol that had been coming to confiscate Omni's work by what Tyler would guess. It took a little less than 5 minutes of traveling before Tyler spotted the starboard catapult coming out from its stored position. He locked into an approach and quickly came into the influence of the catapult's electron rails that were putting out a reverse magnetic field which was slowing the Shadow down. The cruiser still wasn't visible as it would have its stealth field up and running still. Tyler turned his mobile suit around so that the rear would hit the deceleration cables and not his front, as he had a passenger with him. Tyler assumed that his teammate went coming in the Federation vessel through the other linear catapult. The Shadow came to a stop, quickly connecting the feet of the machine to the deck as the catapult retracted and shifted back into its stored position. Next thing that occurred were lights coming on in the compartment illuminating it, but the Shadow stayed where it was as the space began to pressurize with oxygen. "Pressurization sequence in progress, stand by," announced a mechanical voice that came through the sound filters. After the announcement, Tyler waited for half a minute as the airlock was cycled and the mechanical voice came again, "Sequence complete." The airlock opened and the lift the Shadow was on moved down into the hangar of the ship and followed the personnel there who directed him to a dock. And with an atmosphere outside the Shadow, Tyler toggled the controls so that the forward display split and retracted before the cockpit hatch opened. He popped out of the cockpit, instantly looking down to the hands of the Shadow to where the ZAFT pilot had been. Tyler saw that the pilot Miguel Amon, as they had called themselves when asked, looking around the hangar. Tyler didn't blame him for doing so. It was rare for those who weren't crew or members within the Federation military to be on board a Federation vessel. Tyler used the top section of the Shadow's cockpit hatch to launch himself and sailed down to the same level as Miguel took off his helmet. "Nice to meet you face to face, Miguel Amon," Tyler said, holding out a hand. Miguel had been glancing around the place, more out of curiosity than anything else. There was so little information about the Federation's equipment and ships, so there was always speculation on what the inside of a Federation ship would look like. Miguel hadn't believed some of the estimations about Federation vessels, but he had heard and participated in some discussions about the idea. So, seeing the inside of a Federation vessel was different than he expected it would be. It looked kind of like a standard ZAFT vessel, other than the hangar was organized differently somewhat. Yet, Miguel was snapped out of his trance when he was greeted, so he turned to face the one who had spoken. The teen looked to be around Miguel's own age, maybe a year younger if any, and he stood at 5 feet 9 inches. He appeared lean to the point that he was close to lanky in overall body figure. With green eyes and spiky tan locks of hair that went in random directions, he looked much like an average teen. He was wearing a sand-color t-shirt with a white vest over the shirt with his casual black pants. Miguel assumed that the teen was the one who had saved his life, so he took the hand offered and shook it. "Yes, I have to say," he said as he glanced around, "this is not what I would have imagined the inside of a Federation ship would look like. But then, there isn't much information on what the inside of a ship belonging to the Federation looking like." Tyler knew the reason for the outsiders not seeing the inside of Federation vessels, of course, was the Federation doesn't share that kind of information with others. The Federation military's high command was rather notorious for that type of thing, Tyler knew and did tend to agree with. The less information others know, then the longer the advantage of information possession the Federation keeps, or that being the mentality. Tyler firmly believed that the close guarding of tech that only the Federation used had made sure that the war wasn't worse than it was already. The Federation cruiser that Tyler had boarded was named the Dawn and was the leading ship in the patrol that had been coming around to bring to task the personnel of the Alliance's Omni forces. And within the Tactical Command Center, which was directly behind the navigation bridge of the Dawn, officers were at control consoles that lined the edges of the oval-shaped room. In the center of the room was a table that also acted as a holographic display, which also had Federation officers looking over and inputting data to help to have a clear picture of the situation. At the one end of the table was a red-haired woman that was 5 feet 5 inches in height. Her hair had the length down to the middle of her neck. She had brown eyes that were currently looking over the data that was being displayed in front of her with a serious and calculating expression. The woman was wearing the standard Federation commanding officer uniform, which was the blue long-sleeve coat, that buttoned left of center and was black from mid-chest down. There were gold bars on the shoulders and wrists, denoting the woman's rank. On her shoulder pad was 1 star and 4 gold straight bars in a row and the same arrangement of star and bars on her sleeve at the wrist. This woman was named Mary Shepard and she was the captain of the Federation vessel. "Ensign Cobb, how long will it take to get a good reading on the area that Heliopolis formerly occupied?" asked Captain Shepard. The short brown-haired man that was on a side of the table typing away on a console, looked up at the red-haired woman. We're working on it, Captain. Should have it done in 5 minutes or less, ma'am, stated Ensign Cobb. A male bridge officer came up behind Captain Shepard. Captain, even if we can't get clear readings yet, the sensors have been able to make out 2 ZAFT vessels in the area. If reports from the investigation team are correct, one is a Nazca class and the other is a Laurasia class, said the man. The man was in the same uniform as the captain, though on his wrist and shoulder pads was a star and 3 bars symbolizing his rank of commander. His face showed Asian descent, along with his black hairs and brown eyes. Captain Shepard glanced over her shoulder. Tell me, Commander Sulu, have we been able to confirm type and precise locations of these 2 ZAFT vessels? She asked. Not yet, Captain, and it's not for lack of trying. There is a great deal of interference around the area, likely due to neutron jammers transmissions and the after effects from the collapse of Heliopolis. We have already detected a few of beacons from lifeboats and we're awaiting your orders to start recovery ops to retrieve them and bring them back to the ship. The cruiser Enkia and the dreadnought Boyd will begin retrieval of the lifeboats in the next 10 minutes when they come into range to do so, Captain, replied Commander Sulu. Captain Shepard nodded and turned back to the central display for a moment, then faced Sulu again and was about to speak when something interrupted them. There was the sound of an alarm, then the security door to the rest of the ship opened and in walked a woman in a Federation pilot suit. The woman stood at 5'4" with raven black hair that went to her mid-back. Her eyes were green, and she appeared to be in her early mid-20s. The suit the woman was wearing consisted of an outfit that was similar to a one-piece jumpsuit. The torso and inside of the legs and arms were black while the outsides were white. Then, there was a grey belt at the hips along with a holster for a pistol and knife on the right thigh and a pouch on the left thigh. Finally, there was a chest plate with shoulder straps that connected to a backpack piece that would attach to a pilot seat in a Federation fighter and secure the pilot in. And to the bridge crew of the Danen, the coloration of the suit denoted that the woman was a member of the Federation's Special Forces. The black-haired woman came over and stood in front of Captain Shepard. Captain, I'm Lieutenant Lisa Malto, Federation Special Forces and a member of the Federation investigation team that was assigned to Heliopolis, she said, saluting. Captain Shepard saluted in return. Welcome aboard the Danen, Lieutenant Malto. What is it I can do for you? Asked Captain Shepard. Well, Captain, my team leader Tyler McGregor came on board in a prototype mobile suit, as I assume you noticed. But he also brought a ZAFT pilot on the Danen. Lisa paused as she wasn't fully aware of what had Tyler with said pilot, due to circumstances that I'm not fully aware of at the moment. I thought it best to inform you of the development. Back with Tyler and Miguel, they had exited the cruiser's hangar and made their way through the corridors of the ship. Their destination was the captain's cabin, where Tyler would ask if they could help him keep his word that he gave Miguel get back to the vessel he was assigned to. Honestly, Tyler didn't see much of an issue with doing what he promised and could be used as a reason to board one of the ZAFT vessels to get their side of what happened at Heliopolis. The collapse of the resource colony shouldn't have happened at all in the first place. And where Tyler knew that the Omni personnel were partially to blame, ZAFT forces weren't non-contributors to the results. So, returning Miguel could serve as an excuse to get information from ZAFT in a nice way, one could hope Tyler would say. And while Tyler was well aware that the Alliance shouldn't have been developing weapons at the colony since it was the reason that the investigation team had been sent, that wasn't the whole issue. ZAFT forces had stuck their noses where they shouldn't have, and that had assisted in the result that came out. However, Tyler knew that there was no reason to complain about what shouldn't and should have happened at this point. There's nothing that can be done to change what occurred. There would be an accounting demanded from the Federation, and Cruzat would then have to attempt to explain his actions. Tyler kind of wanted to read that report when it was written, as he wanted to see that man grilled. Miguel was looking around as the two traveled through the ship, yet that's to be expected as so few non-Federation walk the decks of a Federation vessel. It took them slightly less than 10 minutes to reach the captain's cabin. Now, where Tyler might have the rank of commander as of 13 months ago in the Federation military, the rank of captain still was higher. Tyler had been a lieutenant commander before his current rank, and it was a long story how he started with the rank he did, but that is to be told another time. Then Tyler was also a part of the Federation's SOLAS, or Specialized Deployment Tactical Antiphon Squadron. SOLAS was pretty much the best of the best that the Federation military had at its disposal, and they were given some special privileges that others weren't. SOLAS was equivalent to ZAFT's Faith pilots or the Earth Force's Sword pilots. Yet, while on board a Federation ship, Tyler would be treated as having equal rank with the captain, but the ship's captain could still overrule him if they see a reason to. Tyler was taking a risk here in asking that Miguel is returned to the ship to which he's assigned. Technically, per regulations, Tyler knew he shouldn't have brought him on board to begin with, yet he didn't see leaving him to die being something he could accept. Meaning that it was about time for Tyler to accept the responsibility for his actions and take the consequences that would come. And where Tyler was no stranger to accepting consequences, he still didn't like it when he was doing things for the right reasons but still had to get flack for it. Tyler knocked on the door and he was told to enter. The door opened and into the captain's cabin both Tyler and Miguel stepped inside. As Tyler wanted to make a good impression, he saluted shortly after coming inside the cabin. Commander Tyler McGregor reporting as per request. he stated. Tyler found himself looking at the captain, and they were a woman, which was somewhat rare but not unheard of by any means. Tyler knew there was a difference between male captains and female captains, and he was not discriminating, merely giving the truth as he'd seen it. The woman looked up at me. I'm Captain Mary Shepard. I assume that your companion is the ZAFT pilot I was told about, she replied in an almost emotionless voice. Miguel didn't mistake the tone in the woman's voice. She wasn't in a good mood and thin ice was below his feet right now. He had thought being around Commander Cruzet was difficult, but this woman was giving off a bit of a worse air. So, Miguel knew it would be best for him to be on his best behavior, which was him saluting the woman. Ma'am, I'm ZAFT Green Pilot Miguel Amon, he said stiffly. Tyler saw the signs that Lisa was as quick to minimize risk as she ever was, and he was thankful for what she does as it tends to save hassle later on. The air in the room wasn't sitting well for Tyler as this woman is giving off a serious, no-nonsense vibe. It kind of reminded Tyler of how his mother could get when she's ticked off about something and he avoid her when she's like that. Captain Shepard nodded in return to the introduction, then she turned back to Tyler. Commander, perhaps you can explain some things to me as sensor readings haven't said much as of yet. Tyler inclined his head to signal Captain Shepard to keep going, and she did. With the orders that I received along with the other ships in the patrol, it was my understanding that we would be here to bring to task the Alliance forces that were in Orb's resource colony. Tyler could respect another that wanted to get straight to the point, as he tended to do that himself. Yet, he swallowed and then nodded. That sounds about right, Captain, he confirmed, but wasn't given the chance to explain as Captain Shepard continued. And yet, when we in the patrol arrived on site, we find debris where the space colony should be. What happened, Commander, for this to be the case? She demanded. Tyler was quickly thinking on where to begin in the explanation of how things had come to where they were currently. He had known that the question as to what happened here would come. The answer was just so complicated. Tyler cleared his throat. Well, Captain Shepard, things got far more complicated in the last few days, which wasn't expected. Tyler received a bit of a cold glare from Captain Shepard, which he took to mean don't ramble and just answer her question outright. Put simply, ma'am, things were going fine at the beginning of the week, then things started getting tense and complicated quickly. Today started all right, then ZAFT forces got involved. They entered the colony. I believe they were aiming to only foil Omni's weapon development and them moving any of the project. Tyler paused and looked back at Miguel, who he hoped would back up the story/assumption that he was making. Tyler was trying to help Miguel not look so guilty in this, but he could only do so much. Miguel wouldn't disagree with the statement of ZAFT aiming for the Alliance's project, for that was the original plan. Of course, things hadn't worked out as hoped and things developed into what had happened. So, Miguel nodded at Tyler's statement. Yes, we were only there to get the prototype mobile suits. It was never intended for the citizens of the colony or the colony itself to be put into harm's way, he said in a sober tone. Turning back to Captain Shepard, Tyler picked up the explanation. Unfortunately, Omni personnel's reactions added lots of fuel to the chaos, which in turn, put the colony and its citizens in danger. My fellow team members and I tried to minimize the damage the best possible. However, it didn't work out the way that we hoped in the end, as it obvious. I managed to board a mobile suit at the Morgan Roet Incorporated complex, along with another, and we fought off the last stolen Alliance machine and 2 Djinns. The 3 machines retreated, and then I hooked up with the Omni forces that were still alive for a bit. It was in the hopes that further damage to Heliopolis could be prevented. I'm ashamed to say, the results, Tyler hesitated, speak for themselves, ma'am. Tyler lowered his head slightly and didn't meet the woman's gaze. I made a bad judgment call, and I admit that. The new Omni ship proved more powerful than I'd calculated from the blueprints that had been obtained and what information that I'd gotten on it. That was made worse with lack of experienced crew operating her, and because of that, Heliopolis is now in pieces. This is due to my bad call, so it's in part my fault, Tyler admitted as he finished his recounting. Tyler couldn't read the captain's face from what he had told her, but she shifted her gaze to Miguel. And how did you come to keep the company with this ZAFT pilot? She asked. During the last fight, 3 Djinns, Tyler started remembering his comrades, were destroyed, and when I and 2 other mobile suit pilots surrounded his machine. I gave him the option to exit his machine and give himself up and live. When he exited his suit, the Alliance ship fired one of its beam turrets. I reacted and grabbed Miguel here and rushed downward to avoid being shot. However, that beam hit the colony's central shaft and it didn't take nicely at all. During the process of the colony breaking up, I was pulled outside of the main colony from the force of the atmosphere being sucked out. I gave my word that I would return him to the vessel he is assigned to. That's all, Captain, Tyler summed up. Then Tyler waited for the verdict to come. What that will be he couldn't say, but he would face the consequences of his decision. The captain seemed to be considering what Tyler had said for a couple minutes, then she looked to Miguel. And what ship were you assigned to? She asked curtly. The Nazca-class vessel Vesalius, ma'am, replied Miguel. Captain Shepard nodded slightly. Very well, I don't see why that cannot be arranged. One last question for you, Pilot Amon. Miguel didn't know what to make of this Federation captain other than to not get on her bad side, as it felt worse than being in front of Commander Cruzet. "That is, ma'am," he asked. "Whom might your mission commander be?" inquired Captain Shepard. Tyler had a good guess thanks to Lakis, but he was curious too, as he wanted to be sure who he was dealing with. The information Tyler had seen on Raul E. Cruzet had given a clear picture of the man, and it wasn't a good one at all. The man Raul E. Cruzet had created the reputation for himself that he didn't do things by the book if he wasn't forced to, which was rare. Rules and regulations meant little to him, they weren't boundaries, they were suggestions that he usually dismissed as nothing. There were many Federation officers that wanted Cruzet to be held responsible for what things he pulled, and Tyler knew that as fact. The reason the man didn't normally was he got off for his actions within ZAFT before the Federation could get a hold of the man. Miguel looked somewhat surprised at the question, not at asking the mission commander necessarily, but for something else. He understood the reason for the inquiry, but there were some stories that didn't paint the commander nicely, but they were just stories. "Oh, that would be Commander Raul E. Cruzet," he replied. That confirmed Tyler's information, and he would be making sure that the man's name was in his report on what happened to Heliopolis specifically. That man had ZAFT forces enter the colony, and Tyler was pretty sure the man knew the action was against standing treaties. And Tyler had never liked those like that who disregarded rules just because they could. Tyler always had a reason when he did such, but there was none in this for Cruzet to use. He entertained the hope that perhaps his report could nail Cruzet, but Tyler knew he would have to wait and see on that. The captain nodded at the answer, then she touched a communication control. "Sulu, move the ship towards the nearest ZAFT vessel, identify it visually if you have to. You're looking for the Nazca-class destroyer. Once you have identified it, inform me please." "Understood, Captain, will do," was the reply to the request over the comm channel. Captain Shepard turned back to the both of us. "We will return you to your ship, Miguel Amon. Plus, I would like a word with your mission commander," she said in a tone Tyler couldn't read. At the same time, aboard the Archangel, red lights flashed throughout the ship and normal lighting had been dimmed, creating a cold feeling throughout the ship. There were soft alarms sounding as those on board were taking in what had just happened. In the mess hall, the Heliopolis students stared at the view screen in shock, gazing at the ruins of their home, all of them having trouble taking it all in. In mere minutes, the colony had broken apart into fragments and becoming completely uninhabitable. It had seemed so unlikely, the colony coming apart. It had always been solid and functional. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the ship, the crew was in just as much shock. "I can't believe this," Mew uttered as he looked out the viewport. It was so fragile. All the Omni personnel had been told how colonies could collapse, but for all looking at the scene, it was the first time they had seen such an event. Muro clenched a fist at the sight of the results of this fight displayed in front of them, for it wasn't supposed to happen. Heliopolis wasn't supposed to be attacked, nor collapse yet. That's exactly what had occurred, and there was nothing that could be done to undo this. All the planning and careful actions taken had been for nothing at this point. Muro considered the situation. They had one of the prototype mobile suits, plus two that was nothing about. The majority of the Archangel's assigned crew was dead, along with the pilots for the G-weapons. The ship was now in a situation that it would likely have to fight its way out off with an unknown chance of success. Put simply, things were grim, and Muro knew that even if she didn't want to admit it out loud. She turned and looked down at Natarl, trying to contact Kira, Tyler, and Lakis, as there had been no word from them since the colony collapsed. That was the other problem currently. The collapse had separated their mobile suits and the interference wasn't helping find them. X-105 Strike, X-209 Shadow, SA-01 Asuka, Natarl said, tones of worry becoming audible. Lakis Christopher. Tyler McGregor. Kira Yamato. If you hear me, respond. This is SA-01 Asuka, Kira here, came Kira's voice over the radio, though the channel had an amount of static on it. X-105 Strike, this is Lakis, came Lakis's voice an instant later, to which Natarl began to sigh in relief. Yet, the third reply that was expected didn't come, for there was only crackling static after Kira and Lakis replied. X-209 Shadow, respond, Natarl repeated. However, static was all that was heard, which made the bridge crew uneasy. 2 out of 3 machines were better than none, but the Shadow had proven to be quite powerful with McGregor in it. Yet, Natarl accepted that for the moment, the Shadow, wherever it was, couldn't communicate with the Archangel and would be on its own for the time being. You two all right? Natarl asked the other teens. Yes, we seem to be fine, said Lakis. Do you have our position? Posed Natarl. Yes, replied Kira, sounding strained. Then return for now, said Natarl. You're able to, right? Is there anything from Tyler? Asked Lakis. Mura frowned at the question, as to tell the teens anything but the truth wouldn't be right after what they had just done. The 3 teens had outdone any expectation that any had of them when they launched out. That any of them were alive was quite impressive, that only one was missing was unfortunate but could be worse. None yet, but with the interference, it might be hard for contact to be made if he's much of a distance from the ship. We will keep trying though, Come back to the ship for now, she said. At the same time, much of the bridge crew of the Vesalius gazed out at the wreckage of the former space colony off and on while they worked. The air of worry and apprehension was easy to feel by all on the bridge, and it seemed to get thicker as time moved forward. Who could have anticipated this, muttered Aides. What will you do now? The Council won't overlook the annihilation of a neutral nation's colony. And even if they do, it's unlikely that others will. Ra knew the man had a point. Whether Orb itself raised the stink or some within the Federation, this event wouldn't be kept quiet. However, Ra had been considering that if he could spin this event in the right way, he could get the blame shoved onto the Alliance and off of himself. It wouldn't be easy, especially if the Federation had evidence of some sort to point to him, but it was possible. How can a colony that was building new weaponry for Omni be considered neutral? Posed Cruzet. Aides would admit that Cruzet's words weren't exactly wrong, but that wouldn't fly with some. ZAFT had enough problems without creating more by doing stupid stunts, and the commander should know that. But Commander, started Aides. Ra-Le Cruzet turned away while Captain Aides was clenching his fists. The whole mess with Heliopolis had been blown out of proportion quickly. He had agreed with the view of Commander L.E. Cruzet before with what they had known. The information on the mobile suits being developed had been solid, but for the results of the actions to be, this was not the outcome hoped for. Now the new Alliance warship was somewhere in the debris, which with the heat and other interference, wouldn't be found for the time being, as the sensors couldn't tell the difference between it and the surrounding debris. They were down 4 mobile suit pilots between the Vesalius and the Laurasia-class ship, the Gamov. They had lost all their green uniformed pilots, and that was harsh, and all they had to work with was the 4 Alliance prototypes, and those weren't usable just yet. Commander Cruzet was looking over the map display. He had said that he was attempting to predict where the enemy carrier he had nicknamed the Legged ship was right now. Aides knew that Command Cruzet had a reputation of disregarding rules. He had read up on him before the masked man had come on board the Vesalius. Ra-Le Cruzet's record of service for ZAFT was good and bad when you looked over his whole career. He had participated in well-known battles, but on missions, the results didn't always justify the means he chose to go with. In this, the situation wasn't a simple one anymore, and there were consequences that would come. Once the plant's Supreme Council got wind of what happened, and they would probably by the courtesy of the Federation military or Human Federation politics, there would be an uproar. Then, there would be bad repercussions for those involved for sure. One of the few ways things could become worse in Aides' view was if a Federation patrol were to come by with them still around the area. The tense silence was interrupted by the communications officer. Captain, he said a tad shakily. There's a Federation ship requesting to have a word with us, sir, said the officer. Captain Aides had been apprehensive before about how things had played out. Now he was seriously concerned at what was going to happen. Granted, there had always been the risk of the Federation finding out that ZAFT forces had attacked a neutral colony. All on this mission knew that in the back of their minds. However, for them to be here now with the space colony just collapsed put the Vesalius and the Gamov in very incriminating positions. Looking over at Commander Cruzet and seeing he hadn't looked up at all at the statement from the comm officer didn't help things. It wasn't surprising that there had been no warning of the presence of a Federation ship. They were pretty much undetectable until they wanted to be seen. The Federation's stealth capabilities were no great secret. The methods certainly were from both ZAFT and the Alliance. Yet, the Federation's ships all had the ability to seemingly appear out of nowhere. That was made clear to both sides early on during the war, if not before the war officially started. Aides sighed since it fell to him to answer the call. Very well, put them on, he said calmly, even if he didn't feel so. A moment later, an image of a woman came up on the main screen. She had red hair and was in the customary Federation military uniform that was mostly blue, and the rest black with gold trim. Captain Aides cleared his throat. This is Captain Frederick Aides of the ZAFT vessel Vesalius. What can we do for the Federation? This is Captain Mary Shepard of the Federation cruiser Dawn. Captain Aides, it is requested that you stay where you are and prepare to have Federation personnel come on board your vessel, said the woman that had identified herself as Captain Shepard in a serious tone. It may have been put as a request, but in reality, it was a statement of what to do for the least amount of trouble in the immediate future. The Federation military was known for disabling vessels that didn't comply with requests if they saw the reason to, and they usually did. However, Ra then came forward and entered the conversation. And what reason would the Federation have to come aboard this vessel, Captain Shepard? He asked, looking at the main screen now. In case you haven't noticed, Commander, the resource colony Heliopolis has collapsed, and by the heat in the general area, it happened recently. The Orb Union who owned the space colony will want an explanation as to what happened, and as a member nation of the Federation, we intend to find out for them. With you in this area, the assumption is that you saw what could have caused the event, so an exchange of information is in order. Then, one of our pilots picked up a ZAFT pilot that has said that he is assigned to your vessel. We are bringing him back to your ship to return them, stated Captain Shepard curtly. Captain Aides was surprised at the mention of a ZAFT pilot being returned, as well as the fact of the Orb Union being a member of the Human Federation. There had never been any report or announcement of that fact, and it was a point that would make this situation possibly worse than it already was. Technically speaking, it was ZAFT mobile suits fighting that had contributed to the colony's collapse, even if Omni was also involved. How nice of the Federation to wish to return one of our pilots. There is no problem with Federation personnel coming on board our vessel, and an exchange of information would be welcome, replied Commander Cruzet. The channel with the Federation vessel closed and Captain Aides turned to Cruzet. Commander, do you really think it's a wise idea to allow Federation personnel on the Vesalius? The Alliance ship could use the time to escape, Aides remarked. Ra thought for a moment, since what Aides has said was possible and even likely, but there was more to this situation than capturing that ship. If they cooperated, that could show they had less to do with the colony collapse, and that would be very beneficial. That is a possibility, yet, the more that we cooperate with the Federation, the less blame of what happened to Heliopolis we'll likely receive, and the more that can be done the better. Plus, I'm quite curious which of our pilots they saved, replied Cruzet. Aides nodded slowly at the reassurance, but still had reservations about this event, as the Federation weren't known for being very understanding with rule-breaking. History of encounters with the Federation's military tended to show the opposite of understanding. If you didn't have solid proof that you didn't do something, then you were suspected and would be questioned. And truthfully, those from the Vesalius and the Gameoff didn't have evidence that would help them not appear to be involved. Commander Cruzet left the bridge after the communication with the Federation ship and headed to the upper deck. He planned to greet the Federation personnel that would come aboard the Vesalius to make a nice impression. First, showing good manners would get an amount of blame off ZAFT forces for what happened, and Cruzet wouldn't say no to that. And it would be interesting to find out how much the Federation had known about Omni's development, as it would be shocking if they had known nothing. The ways that Federation found out things was nothing short of amazing. Even Ra had to begrudgingly admit that point, though he didn't like to. Their information network was impressive, but they never shared the use of that, and Cruzet had tried to get access through others, yet never managed to get anything out of that. As Cruzet went, the tense air was spreading, especially when the Federation cruiser became visible above the Nazca class. The ship shook a bit as the Federation cruiser connected to one of the upper hull airlocks. In fact, Ra saw there was already a number of officers and crew members gathering at the two hatches in the upper hull of the ship. Nicole was among them, since he had returned to the Vesalius not too long ago from the other ZAFT vessel. For Nicole, this was his first in-person experience with Federation forces. He had read about what they did and their normal tactics, but reading and experiencing were different. Admittedly, he was more curious than nervous about this encounter. There had been a rumor that the Federation had rescued one of the pilots that had gone into the colony. And one saved was better than all dead, as was feared when the colony collapsed. Then, with little warning, the hatch closer to the ship's rear opened up and two uniformed Federation officers floated through the hatch and oriented themselves perpendicular to the deck of the Vesalius. Moments after the two officers came through, the woman that had spoken on the radio channel came through the hatch. Cruzet made his way to the front of the crowd. "Ah, Captain Shepard, welcome on board of the Vesalius. It's always a pleasure when officers of the Federation's military come and visit." Mary Shepard's face took on a serious expression. "This is not the time for flattery, Cruzet, nor am I interested in hearing any from you." The exchange was being observed by the crew in the area, though none interfered with it. Yet, seconds after the brief exchange of words, another person came out of the hatch, yet this person was wearing a green ZAFT pilot suit. Nicole instantly recognized the individual as Miguel Amon, and Nicole moved forward. "Miguel," he called with surprise. A second person came through the hatch, rolling to orient themselves with the ship deck. That second person was a young man with tan hair and wearing grey and tan camo pants and a black leather top. The top had shoulder pads that had belts that went under the armpits and connected on the back of the shoulder pads on both sides. There was an inch-wide strip of leather that went across the upper chest that attached to the belts on the shoulder pads. Then there was a 2-inch-wide belt around the waist area of the uniform. Chap-like lengths of leather extended over the outside of the upper legs, yet still were connected to the top piece. The sides of the top were grey, as were the 2-inch cuffs of the short-sleeve top, and to top off this uniform, blue lining the folds and seams of the clothing. The uniform was the less formal uniform of the Federation military. Cruzet noticed Miguel being surrounded by the crew. "Miguel, it is wonderful to see you alive and now back on the Vesalius," he greeted. Miguel saluted. "Thank you, Commander, sorry it took me so long." "Not at all, Miguel, having you back is enough," returned Cruzet before turning to Captain Shepard. "You have my thanks as well as ZAFT's for bringing back one of our own, Captain, it is very much appreciated. Now then, if you would follow me, we can exchange the information that we have on recent events." Captain Shepard nodded and followed the ZAFT commander down the corridor. Nicole closed the distance and put a hand on Miguel's shoulder. "Miguel, are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I am, thanks, Nicole." Miguel paused, thinking about his three comrades. "Only wished that Lester, Keegan, and Paul were here with me too." Tyler said nothing, as technically, he was responsible for taking down 2 out of the 3 other ZAFT pilots that had come into the colony. Of course, Tyler hadn't wanted to kill them and wasn't pleased about it since he certainly wasn't. However, it had been kill or be killed at the time, so Tyler had done what he had to protect others. Plus, it seemed that Miguel wasn't mentioning that Tyler was the pilot of one of the mobile suits, so he didn't see a reason to bring it up. Athrun came into the corridor to find out what was going on with the noise. He had been in his quarters since hearing about those sent to the colony were all likely dead when the colony collapsed. Athrun was cursing that he hadn't gone with them so that he could have helped and perhaps helped them get back alive. Yet, as Athrun took in the crowd and saw who it was around, he stopped, for at the center was Miguel. It had pained him as much if not more than worried him to have been told that. If those two odd mobile suits and the last Alliance machine were able to dispatch 4 Jins, they were becoming more dangerous as time passed. Athrun floated forward towards the thinning crowd. Miguel, he got out with shock and relief, you're alive. Both Nicole and Miguel turned to face Athrun as he came towards them. Miguel was well aware that if not for the Federation pilot with him, he would have died with his comrades. Of course, he had already personally thanked Tyler McGregor as he said his name was for the save. So, Miguel nodded, thought I wouldn't make it for a bit, but it's really thanks to this guy over here, said Miguel pointing to the tan-haired young man who smiled slightly at being gestured at. I wouldn't be here if not for him, especially when my Gin was destroyed. At hearing that, Nicole faced the young man and saw that he was a little older than himself. And whoever this person was, they had saved a comrade and that was something to be grateful for. For saving lives, the faction they were a part of didn't matter, a life saved was still a life saved and that was a deed to be recognized. So, Nicole bowed to the one that Miguel had gestured to. Thank you very much for helping even one of our comrades to make it back to us, he said. When Athrun heard Nicole's thanks, he shook his head a bit as he focused on the one responsible for Miguel being alive and back on aboard the ship. No matter who they were or what a member of the Federation's military had been doing around here, it was because of them that Miguel was here now. There had been enough lives lost already today and thankfully there was one spared from that fate. Manners dictated that gratitude be shown for the action even if the reasons for them being around the colony were questionable. However, as Athrun looked to the face of the young man, he found his mind coming to a halt at what he saw. The face was familiar, but it couldn't be who he thought it was even with the 5 or so years that had gone by since he had seen him. Tyler easily saw the look of recognition from his friend who he knew instantly. Sure, it had been 5 years or so since Tyler had seen Athrun, but it was easy to know it was him. And so, Tyler simply waved at Athrun with a smile. Hey Athrun, long time no see man, he said then put a hand to his chin, although, I've got to say, I was expecting a bit more of a greeting rather than a shocked gape. I mean, it has been a while since the last time our paths crossed one another's. Miguel and Nicole looked between the two as it was clear they knew each other somehow. The question of how was running through both their minds as Athrun had never mentioned a friend like this one. It was Miguel that voiced his mind first. Wait, you two know each other? Tyler was forced to pause as what is said implied that Athrun hadn't mentioned him to anyone here. It was understandable really, it had been years since he, Kira, and Tyler had been around one another. But where could Tyler even begin with the friendship that Athrun, Kira, and he had? In the end, Tyler rubbed the back of his head. Well, yes, he admitted, I would definitely say that we do. By the way, I don't think I've introduced myself yet. My name is Tyler McGregor, and I'm a Federation pilot. It's nice to meet you all. I'm Nicole Amalfi, nice to meet you Mr. McGregor, replied Nicole stretching a hand out. Tyler held in the flinch at being called Mr. as there tended to be 2 reasons that he got the Mr. title added to his last name. The first was formality which Tyler wasn't fond of, but normally tolerated from those that insisted using the idea. The other reason was that Tyler had done something that had gotten him into trouble that he was facing the consequences of. So, Tyler took the offered hand and shook it. Nice to meet you Nicole, but please, just Tyler will be fine, he said. Athrun was trying to come up with an explanation as to why Tyler would be around here at all. But he couldn't come up with a reasonable answer, which snapped out of his shocked state. Tyler, what are you doing around here? He questioned. Tyler frowned at Athrun's question since it wasn't the way Tyler wanted to have a reunion go if he could help it. And Athrun was one of Tyler's best friends and it had been a number of years since they had seen one another. Granted, this wasn't the best circumstance for a reunion to take place and Tyler didn't deny that, but still. That's the first question you ask me Athrun, not how have you been, or what's going on with you, posed Tyler in a slightly hurt tone. After all, it's been around 5 years since you and I have been in each other's presence, close to 2 since we've chatted much. Athrun blinked at what Tyler said, and then realized there was more truth to the subject of how long it had been since he and Tyler had talked. Honestly, Athrun hadn't talked face-to-face with Tyler or Kira for 2 years at least and likely more. He had sent a message or two to each of them, but that had been it sadly looking back. The 3 were still friends, none of them questioned that, but the absence of seeing and talking was taking a toll on him. So, Athrun's gaze fell a bit. Sorry Ty, I didn't mean, he started. Tyler wasn't trying to embarrass his friend or make him feel bad, only prod him a bit and have a laugh from the result. So, Tyler snickered before putting a hand up to stop Athrun to stop talking, you still take things way too seriously, my friend. I was just messing with you and didn't mean anything by what I said. Tyler moved forward and embraced Athrun. Still, I have to say it's good to see you, man, you're looking well. Nicole cleared his throat as it felt like he and Miguel were intruding. Well, it seems you two have catching up to do, so I'll go and finish the adjustments to the mobile suit I brought back, he said. Miguel agreed with Nicole's thought of leaving these two to catch up as it was beginning to feel awkward for him and Nicole. Yeah, I'll come with you, Nicole, interjected Miguel. Tyler pulled away from Athrun and looked at the other two starting to move away. Truthfully, Tyler didn't have much to do and he wanted a distraction to take his mind off things, and this was an opportunity. So, he waved a hand. Oh, we can all go, I have to wait for Captain Shepard anyway and she's talking with Commander Cruzet. Who knows how long that'll take. So, I need something to do to keep myself occupied, Tyler remarked. None disagreed and so, the four proceeded down to the Vesalius's hangar. Along the way, Tyler and Athrun were making small talk between one another, catching up on things. Miguel and Nicole were smiling while they listened and glanced back at the two friends speaking avidly with one another. Once in the hangar, Nicole floated over to the Blitz and popped into the cockpit to do some needed work. Tyler looked around and his gaze stopped briefly on the two stolen Omni machines as the Aegis was also in a dock. Athrun noticed this and frowned slightly as it was complicated how and why the mobile suits got to the ship. He still had his doubts about the mission, but what was done, and there was no way to undo what happened. It was proof that the war was a horrible thing and the damage it caused more often than not. So, Athrun was trying to come up with a way to explain what Tyler was seeing. These two machines, he began. Tyler knew exactly what the machines were and how they got there, even if his friend didn't know that. It was one of the issues Tyler had with not keeping in touch with his best friends, the miscommunication and the lack of it sucked. So, he didn't let Athrun finish as he spoke up. Are two of Omni's prototype mobile suits, specifically the X-209 Blitz and the X-303 Aegis, he said flatly as if the information was common knowledge. Miguel and Athrun gaped at Tyler since he seemed perfectly aware of the machine's existence. Omni had been going to quite some lengths to keep their project a secret from what the ZAFT intelligence agents had said. Athrun knew that Tyler had a knack of knowing things that he probably shouldn't, and he never said how he found out the information. However, this was more a stretch than was normal for Tyler that Athrun knew. But it was Miguel that first to gain use of his voice. How do you know that? He asked. Nicole popped his head out of the Blitz's cockpit hearing a few words, and those had piqued his interest. This friend of Athrun seemed to know about the Alliance prototype mobile suits, and with the difficulty that ZAFT agents had getting the info they had, that was odd. True, the young man said he was a Federation pilot and the Federation military always seemed to have ways to find out about things, but still. I learned about them during the last year as a member of the Federation investigation team that was sent to Heliopolis, Tyler stated smoothly. In fact, I know about all 5 prototypes including the 3 that aren't here. Nicole was doing some serious thinking, as if there had been a team sent by the Federation to the colony. That implied that they had either known or suspected Omni had been doing weapon development there. And while Nicole didn't know all the policies, agreements, or treaties the Federation had, he was quite sure there was one that pertained to weapon development with Federation resources and data being unacceptable. Then, from what was rumored to have been said in the exchange between the Federation cruiser and the Vesalius, the Orb Union was a member of the Human Federation. Were that true, then what ZAFT forces did would probably not be seen the nicest, even if they had been going against Omni forces. For all those that had been involved that were in ZAFT knew, they had interrupted the Federation dealing with the situation at the colony. You say that there has been an investigation team at the colony, started Nicole, figuring the best way to find out more was to ask. Then does that mean that the Federation was aware of the activities of Omni there? Tyler turned to face Nicole, knowing that the truth would not be nice, as it would show ZAFT had interfered when they shouldn't have. Tyler suspected Athrun was beating himself up already with what had occurred in the colony, and so, Tyler didn't want to make it worse. Nonetheless, Tyler didn't want to lie about had been done, as lives had been put in danger and that wouldn't be dismissed. So, he nodded. Yes, but not at first. There's been the rumor that Omni personnel were doing weapon development in neutral territory. So, I was part of the team assigned to look into the rumor's validity at Heliopolis. And as I believe we all know now, they were using the colony to do the development of mobile suits, he answered. Tyler's tone had been gaining a bit of a spiteful tone halfway through his explanation. Then Tyler had the thought that Athrun and his colleague would have seen the OS, and he never had a problem with a second opinion about things. Say, Athrun, Nicole, what do you think of the OS Omni suits have? I was never able to get as much information on the operating system they were supposedly designing as I was hoping for. It makes me kind of curious about it, since Omni and through them the Alliance has been attempting to develop a natural use OS for who knows how long now. I've been wanting to know if they have made much headway or if they still have a long way to go. The question produced a mixture of reactions from both Athrun and Nicole, as both had gotten the time to look over the whole system the mobile suits had. To say that the Omni's OS was not up to a creditable standard, or even working order was an understatement. Nicole had made a basic plan for himself of how to redesign the system to make it work where the mess of the original system couldn't do. It would take hours or work, Nicole knew, but it would pay off later when he was in battle by saving him, and that was his mentality. Whereas Athrun, even though he had much the same view, he had intended to go through and do one system at a time. However, both could agree that the OS the machines had come with was not a usable operating system. Both Nicole and Athrun's faces ended out with an expression of disgust. Operating system? I don't think you can exactly call the system that were installed on them, which was to run these machines, an operating system, replied Nicole. Athrun nodded in agreement. Yes, the system was a mess, and that is putting it mildly. I can't guess what the designers were thinking with how it was to work with the mobile suit. Tyler agreed with the assessment, more so after seeing the system and knowing that he had written portions of it. Of course, had Tyler known that Kato was using him to write an OS, he would have refused outright, but that was a moot point now. So, Tyler posed, would you say the OS is garbage, junk, something along those lines? Yes. That was an apt description from what Nicole had seen thus far. He had been debating ripping out the OS and starting from scratch, frankly. Athrun had much the same opinion. The system had been ridiculous, and it was so unusable. The suits would be target practice once the phase shift system ran out of power. That in mind, both Nicole and Athrun nodded. Yes, something like that would be fairly accurate, replied Athrun. I know that I had to pretty much rewrite the OS to have something that would work enough to leave. Yet, the conversation ended when a ship officer came into the hangar and went over to the group of pilots saying their presences were needed on the bridge of the vessel. The 4 pilots headed up to the bridge once they were ready, Tyler being guided as he wasn't on ZAFT vessels often, so was fuzzy on their exact layout. In the command center of the vessel, Captain Shepard, Commander Cruzet, and Captain Aides were looking over information being displayed when the pilots entered. Ra glanced over as the 4 arrived. Ah, you 4 are here, very good, he said, waving them over. They came over to the display table. The information that the commanding officers had been looking at was still there. Tyler glanced over the table and read information that was there, seeing it was a message from the higher UPS and ZAFT. Put simply, there was being an accounting being called for those that were involved in the incident with Heliopolis. Tyler had nothing against that, but he had a feeling it wouldn't go as intended but couldn't say exactly how. As you can see, the Vesalius has been called back to the homeland by the Supreme Council. They want an explanation for what happened at Heliopolis in detail, Ra iterated. Captain Shepard inclined her head, and since the Dawn is going that way as well for the same reasons, it is logical to go together. Also, because the members of the investigation team are on the Dawn, they will be giving their report to the Council at the same meeting, she said. Tyler knew that what Captain Shepard said meant that at least he would be giving a report to the plant's Supreme Council. He didn't see a problem with that per se, but he feared his voice wouldn't help as much as he would like. With the way the war was going, those with common sense and reason didn't seem to be heeded much. Plus, he would likely have to wear the formal Federation uniform, which Tyler didn't like but did when required. After the agreement, Federation personnel returned from the Vesalius and Tyler was shown by Commander Sulu to quarters for the journey to the plants. The room wasn't large, but nor was it what the mid and lower ranked officers of a Federation vessel assigned. Their quarters are meant to bunk 3 to 5 officers, where higher officers had their own room normally. The room Tyler was given had a bed, a sink, a couch, and desk for working space, which would be helpful. Tyler reminded himself that he would have to thank Captain Shepard for the quarters, as he had a report to write about what happened at Heliopolis for Federation High Command and summarize for the Council. Although Tyler wasn't looking forward to writing the report with the chain of events that had occurred at the colony. He sighed before sending the pack of what he had towards the bed and floated over to the desk and began to get his thoughts into order for the report. He felt that Cruzet would try to worm out of responsibility if given the opportunity. So, Tyler didn't intend to give the man any room to wave off what his decision brought about. Nonetheless, Tyler was brought out of his thoughts by a knock on the door. Come in, Tyler announced without much thought. The door slid open, and when Tyler glanced in that direction, he saw that the other 3 members of the investigation team were coming inside. It was not the first time that the whole team had gathered together, but it wasn't a common event throughout the last year either for them. In the lead was Alan Knight, standing at 6 foot in height, making him the tallest in the group by a small margin. He was a natural type human that had short blonde hair that was styled with the hair going back, leaving his forehead in clear view and also drawing attention to his hazel eyes. Luke Lassie was just behind Alan, with his height a little more than an inch shorter than Alan, with his customary happy-go-lucky smile in place. Luke possessed spiky hair that was an average of 3 inches in length and was charcoal black, while his eyes were a slate gray color. Such a color was on the rarer side to be chosen for coordinators, but it was ultimately up to the choice of the parents of them. Lisa brought up the rear, and all 3 were still in their pilot suits from the colony collapse incident. Alan sat on the bed, Luke floated up into a corner of the room, and Lisa floated by the desk. Tyler cleared his throat before starting the conversation. So, what do I owe the visit from you all? He asked as he began typing up the report for the Heliopolis assignment. Well, Lisa began, the three of us thought we could help you with the investigation report by discussing the events that came out to the collapse of the colony. Since the report will be unpleasant to write, I wouldn't doubt. Tyler was glad at times like this that he was working with comrades that had also become good friends on missions like these. The discussion of the series of events were helpful for Tyler in the report he had to write. It had started with the arrival at Heliopolis, as none had gotten there at the same time, rather done over a week period. It would have been seen as suspicious if the team members all arrived together at the colony, so Tyler and Lisa had decided to space out the arrivals. With the assignment they were on, discretion was important, so the less attention that was drawn the better. Each member had a different story for the reason that they were coming to Heliopolis and allow them to access different place in the colony. Tyler's story was coming to Heliopolis on an educational exchange as well as getting to experience the culture, which was believable with him being 18. Plus, that gave him the opportunity to look into the technical college and its professors who could possibly be involved in weapon development if Omni was doing so at Heliopolis. The story hadn't been questioned and Tyler had the needed documents ready or made to not attract attention. Lisa came as a liaison between the ones in charge of the resource colony and the maintenance workers within the administration structure. It was a position that was sorely needed and hadn't been filled for a period of time, so none had questioned her application for the job. It would allow her to look into the leaders of the colony and the maintenance sector as well. And Tyler knew she was a good people person from some of the previous missions that they had worked on together. Alan came under the guise of a contracted architectural engineer that would work alongside Morgan Roet Incorporated personnel. That gave him easy and unnoticed access to the records of Morgan Roet itself, and with the company suspected of being used, it was pretty much a requirement. While Luke would be at Heliopolis as a journalist and part-time photographer, making him able to mingle with the population without suspicion. The plan had covered most contingencies from what Tyler and the others had seen thus far. Although Tyler would admit that bumping into Kira again, even if unexpected, was very nice for him and helped his objective not to be noticed by others. Fitting in was key, and having friends helped Tyler in that, even if he didn't like to keep them in the dark about what he was really doing. However, Tyler had gained the mentality to not mix work with personal life, which friends were part of personal life. It had only taken 6 weeks for the team to find evidence that confirmed Omni was indeed using Heliopolis's Morgan Roet Incorporated for their development project. Truthfully, it'd been Lisa and Tyler that had found the fact of Omni's activities, and it had been by accident. Lisa had come across some of the ship officers that were around the colony maintenance personnel. While Tyler had seen a man later and had identified him as the captain assigned to the Omni ship, or was supposed to be, while around the college, as Tyler had caught a view of his Alliance ID. That revelation had transitioned to the team investigating more closely into the activities in and around the space colony. The 3 Federation fighters had been delivered 4.5 months into this mission when Lisa had gained the trust of the maintenance workers. They had told her about the original construction docks in unused section of the colony, which was where the fighters were stored when not in use and no one would likely come across them. The team had found out about the warship first, the Archangel being built under the development complex. Then when Professor Muto had started giving Kira and Tyler work to do for him, it had got Tyler to thinking about there being more to the Omni's project. It was not too long after Tyler had begun to be suspicious of more that Alan had gotten a view of one of the mobile suits being constructed. Most of the rest of the time we had been at Heliopolis was used to get as much info on the warship and prototype mobile suits. Tyler had also managed to talk to the Omni officer that was to be the ship's captain, whose name was Lance Locke. He had found the man to be a good person, and Tyler had wondered why the guy was with the Alliance. Of course, Tyler hadn't revealed that he was a Federation operative to the man. However, after getting to know Mr. Locke a bit, Tyler felt sorry about his death, as he didn't deserve to die. The man had a family in the United States of South America, and now they would be told that he wouldn't be coming back. Back to the report. Once the team findings were sent to Federation's military command, the decision came that a group would be sent to handle the issue. It was a few months past before the team was told that a Federation patrol would be coming. They would upon arrival seize and confiscate both the Titans and the warship, as well as hold a number of the Omni personnel. They were in clear violation of the Latinan protocol that the Alliance had agreed to, even if begrudgingly. That said, confiscation was a given, and the arrival of the patrol and them doing their assignment should have been the end of the issue and mission. But then had come ZAFT forces and they had messed things up, and Tyler was noting their interference as such specifically. He knew that they couldn't have known that the Federation had been looking into Omni's activities, but that wasn't the problem. The issue Tyler saw was Ra-Le Cruzat had attacked a neutral space colony which belonged to a member nation of the Federation, seemingly without a care in the world. Tyler wondered for a moment if the man truly believed that the Federation would let his actions and his pilots through him slide. If he did, then Cruzat isn't as smart as his reputation said he is, or else he's very good and worming his way out of things. Tyler couldn't say which answer was more likely true, though he assumed the latter rather than the former from what he had seen. The discussion with the others did help Tyler in deciding what to put in the report and what to highlight. It didn't make writing the report any nicer for Tyler since it was time-consuming, but as the journey to the plants was a between 10 and 9-hour trip, he had a good amount of time to work with. Then he would have to present his case as Tyler expected Cruzat would be doing his utmost to get out of responsibility for his actions. Meanwhile, The Archangel was still hiding within the debris of Heliopolis and hadn't been found by ZAFT. The crew and officers of the ship except Chief Murdoch and the mechanics who were doing work to get the ship working smoothly and efficiently were gathered on the bridge. All of them were wondering what was next now that Heliopolis was gone and there was so little of the crew on this ship as most were dead from the ZAFT attack. All that was left of the original bridge crew were Ensign Badgeruel and Lieutenant Ramius while the rest were general non-commissioned crew members. Even if none there said it, all on the bridge knew things were grim for the Archangel and there were slim prospects of seeing improvement anytime soon. Mew had never liked awkward periods of silence as it made him antsy and he didn't like the feeling. So, he broke the silence, so, what do you plan we do now? The question was one that Muru had no definite answer to, and she wanted to have one as much as anyone. The situation was bad, there was no other way to say it really and Muru knew that even if admitting it was harder. With the colony collapse, things had shifted to a cat and mouse game and the Archangel was the mouse where the ZAFT destroyer and cruiser were the cats. The locations of the ZAFT vessels were unknown right now, so none knew where they would come from if they attacked. Our ship is still in a combat situation, said Muru evenly. Then she looked over her shoulder at Pal. Have you detected the ZAFT vessels? No ma'am, that's impossible as things are right now, he said with a slight shake of his head. All that debris is throwing out a tremendous amount of heat and presenting a solid mass to interfere with other forms of detection. ZAFT forces will have the same problem as us, said Crystal, turning in her seat to look at Muru. And they will likely wait for us to make a move then follow us. Muru wasn't appreciating having been shoved into the captain's chair with all that had happened up to this point. She was supposed to be manning the electronic warfare station down in the CIC, that's what she was trained to do. Lance Locke was supposed to be in the captain's chair and Don Man in the vice-captain's seat. So Muru never had thought she would be put into the captain's chair during this mission. However, Muru couldn't change the current circumstances as much as she wanted to. And what Crystal had said sounded right and Muru agreed with it. Tactically speaking, I would have to agree. I think we should move based on that assumption, but if the enemy tries to attack us right now, we'll be in a lot of trouble. Mew didn't blame Muru for trying to soften the blow, but right now, it was best to just say things as they were. Trouble is putting our situation mildly, he said. All we've got are 2 mobile suits with inexperienced civilian volunteer pilots. Crystal's mobile armor and mine are badly damaged and this warship that is severely understaffed. The third pilot we did have who might have had some knowledge with piloting a suit which would help has vanished with the machine he was in. Mew paused thinking on how to sum up things. Overall, we're not in any real condition to be putting up much of a fight at this point. Mew sighed, is there anything going for us in this right now or are we just a couple of steps from being screwed? The Archangel's firepower is tremendous, said Muru attempting to think positive, but that didn't last long. But not only are we short-handed, but of those of us left, only Ensign Badgeruel and myself were trained for bridge operations and then neither of our stations were weapon control, so I don't think either of us know much else other than loose basics for other stations. It would be different if we had another 4 bridge crewmen fully capable of handling the tasks, yet we don't. This ship is built to support a crew of on average between 150 and 200, and we're nowhere near that range. Mew looked around, the only people they could offer for bridge operations were Mur and Natarl. Arnold Newman was handling the piloting and doing very well, considering that he wasn't any one of the ship pilots at all to begin with. Pal was currently sitting fire control and running the enemy search and detection with it as he at least knew the system even if it wasn't his assigned position. Optimally, the bridge should have had at least 6 more people staffing it, to make a total of 8. But of the surviving Omni soldiers which included Crystal and himself, around 10 of them were mechanics too busy making sure the ship didn't fall apart to do anything to help out on the bridge or almost anywhere else on the ship. The other 7 were those of them on the bridge running the ship as best as they could. Maybe we should punch up to full speed, try to outrun them, suggested Mew. I was told this is supposed to be a pretty fast ship. Muru knew that La Flaga was trying to help by suggesting potential actions, but it all came back to not having what they needed. The shortage of able crew made operating the ship properly and to its full potential impossible. So, she shook her head, this ship has very high acceleration and cruising speed, but its mass is significantly more than the enemy's Nazca class and has fewer engines for acceleration so it wouldn't be enough, she said. We do have mobility and firepower on it, but... Mew understood what Muru was saying, the trouble came back to not having the crew needed. But an inexperienced crew and lack of people to run this ship is hurting us, finished Mew tiredly. Then he looked over at Arnold. Think you can maneuver this bulky thing around a Nazca class? Arnold shrugged, well sure, if I had a few weeks to practice, he replied, sorry Lieutenant, but I'm doing the best I can. What about you? The suggestion that had just been made caused Crystal to shiver slightly since the thought of Mew piloting a warship wasn't a pleasant one to her. She had seen enough of his piloting style he used with a mobile armor to know that a warship wouldn't take it kindly and that was being nice. Large space vessels were not the same as mobile armors and would be strained and ripped apart with some of the move armors could pull. I wouldn't recommend that, piped up Crystal jabbing a thumb at Mew. The lieutenant is a good armor pilot, but a ship this size wouldn't do well with his driving style. Mew gained a downcasted look at pretty much being told he was a crazy driver by Crystal, even if she did have a point. The way that he piloted a mobile armor wasn't meant for a warship, and he knew it. She unfortunately has a point. Instinct would have me trying to fly it like my zero armor in no time flat. Plus, if a fight breaks out, I'll need to be out there, not in the driver's chair. Mew glanced over at Arnold. No offense. Arnold shrugged in response, then Mew turned back to Muru, as there was one other option, as much as none wanted to admit it. Well, I suppose we could always surrender, Captain, he said, catching the others off guard, though Nataral remained focused down in the CIC. That's always an option, you know. Mew had a point that surrender was an option, though Crystal knew it wasn't the preferred one. ZAFT wouldn't be the nicest, but they would unlikely kill them outright. If they were dealing the Federation's military, then Crystal would say it may be the best option right now, but that wasn't what it was. If we were dealing with the Federation's military instead of ZAFT, then I would be more inclined to go with that, since they tend to be more reasonable than ZAFT is. Current relationships aren't helpful with that, Crystal added. Muru was about to respond to Mew and Crystal, but was caught off guard by Nataral's voice. What was that? Demanded the ensign. Are you two out of your minds? If you bring them aboard, you're putting them right in the middle of a dangerous combat situation. Do you really expect to be granted permission for such a thing? All the bridge crew turned to look at Nataral in slight confusion. What's the situation, ensign? Questioned Muru. Nataral came up out of the CIC with a slight grimace on her face as she still listened to Kira's and Lakis's retort to her, telling them no to their ridiculous request. The teens were being foolish, and at this time such wasn't needed, as it was more detrimental. She was about to say that it was nothing to be concerned about and that she would handle what the two teenage pilots, yet the teens were making that difficult. Lakis was giving information and logical reasoning which Kira back up, and Nataral couldn't deny what they were saying without regretting it later. Nataral sighed after hearing the teens finish their plea. Understood, please stand by, she said over the radio before focusing on Muru. The Strike and the Asuka have heading back to the ship. However, they have 2 Heliopolis lifeboats with them and have requested to bring them aboard the Archangel. According to them, it seems that one of them suffered some kind of damage or malfunction, and its beacon along with its thrusters aren't working properly. The other has taken some damage as well, which has affected its beacon, for it isn't activating at all. Mew didn't like what he was hearing, though it was good to hear the lifeboats from the colony had ejected as designed when the colony collapsed. However, for a lifeboat to have something happen to its beacon, the chances of it being found with people alive were then slim. That means the chances of either boat being found in time is slim, at least before all their passengers are all dead, said Mew looking at Muru. Muru knew that Mew was right. To deny the lifeboats coming on board would be akin to sending the people on them to their deaths. There had been enough death for one day already, so Muru just sighed. Tell them they have permission to go ahead and bring both pods aboard, she said. We can't leave them stranded out here. Plus, we don't really have the time to argue at the moment with ZAFT forces searching for us. Understood, said Nataral, switching the communications back on. You have permission to bring them aboard. Both Kira and Lakis were relieved to hear they could bring the lifeboats on the ship. When they had found them floating and realized they were damaged, they didn't want to pretend they didn't see them. They had already possibly lost Tyler. No more lives should be lost. Thank you, came Lakis's voice. Nataral tapped in the commands to open the catapults for the mobile suits and what they carried. Then Nataral contacted Chief Murdoch and informed him that Heliopolis lifeboats would be coming on board and prepare accordingly. She would admit the teens had good hearts, which was all the more reason for them to not be fighting in mobile suits. Granted, they didn't follow orders the best, much like signs from the older teen McGregor had shown. However, given some time and education, Nataral believed that could change. Meanwhile, above the CIC, Muru knew that the mission they were on was critical to the chances that the Earth Alliance had in the war. As things stood right now, the Alliance was losing slowly to ZAFT, even if none wanted to admit it. The Federation only helped here and there and didn't take sides in the war other than protecting innocent bystanders. The G Project could give Omni and through them the Alliance the change and chance they needed to bring the war to an end. So, Muru returned to the original subject. I know we're in a critical situation, but I have no intention of surrendering. Mew, who had sat down in the navigator/co-pilot seat, turned to look at her curiously. I refuse to hand over either this ship or the Strike to ZAFT. We must get it and this ship safely to the Alliance HQ, no matter what the risks or costs are. What Muru was saying was a seriously tall order. There was no argument in that. Making that possible would be a different matter, and Nataral knew that, but she did have an idea where they could start. Captain, Nataral began coming out of the CIC after arranging things with the suits and those who would be coming onto the ship. I recommend we select Artemis as our next destination. Artemis? Questioned Muru quietly and somewhat doubtfully. But that's a Eurasian Federation military satellite. You're referring to the Eurasian Federation's outpost with their umbrella shield, remarked Mew, turning his chair completely to face the women. Crystal and Mew had heard of the place. Eurasian soldiers would talk about it enough and boast about it too. It had a prototype shield that blocked incoming shots, which in itself was impressive, but had its drawbacks. Which Eurasian soldiers will claim rather loudly is an ultimate and unbeatable defense, added Crystal. Mew sighed, yeah, can't tell you how many times I've been regaled about the umbrella of Artemis and that ZAFT can't get past it, he remarked tiredly. Mumbled Natarl, nodding slightly, thinking about what other choices they did have, which were few. She herself had heard a story or two of the claims what the energy umbrella shield could do. Natarl didn't believe in the statements, as the war against ZAFT had shown nothing was absolute, and so the Eurasian Federation's defensive shield couldn't be truly impenetrable as they boasted it was. Nonetheless, Natarl still believed that the base could be a good place to go to supply before trying heading for Lunar HQ. So, she turned to the primary display screen, which brought up a general map of the area. Given our present location, it is the most easily accessible Allied outpost, and we are in real need. Muru didn't deny that Natarl had a point, for she did, but there was a problem she didn't mention, and it was kind of important. Both the prototype suits and this ship lack a recognition code acknowledged by our allies, said Muru. The question remains, would the Eurasian? I'm certainly aware, Natarl stated, interrupting Muru, of the fact that the Archangel and the Strike are both considered to be sensitive military secrets of the Atlantic Federation, and we can probably safely assume the same of the Asuka for Orb. She knew of the rough relationship there was between the two major powers that made up the Earth Alliance. It was no real secret that the two didn't really trust each other, and the mistrust was well earned and developed over years of trying to outdo the other when possible. So, Natarl hesitated, the tension between the Atlantic and Eurasian Federations is not the best lately, but with the situation we find ourselves in, I believe they would possibly help. Should we set a course to the moon from here, you can't expect us to arrive there without encountering at least some resistance along the way from both ZAFT and the Federation. In addition, we left in a hurry and we weren't sufficiently supplied, which means we're urgently in need of provisions, all the more so if we're to be carrying additional orb refugees. Muru knew that what Natarl was stating was true, but his options were limited, so making the best choice was important. I realize that, said Muru carefully. I have to say that even Eurasia will be sympathetic to our situation as it stands, said Natarl. With things as they are, the most practical course of action would be to avoid confrontation as much as possible, and then resupply at Artemis. When we're there, we could also attempt to contact lunar headquarters from there as well. Artemis then, asked Mew, as it sounded like the choice for the path forward had been decided. Even should they make their way to Artemis, Mew didn't think for a second that ZAFT would leave them alone. Cruzet was too dogmatic about hunting those he did to give up simply because his quarry was running away. If anything, the man tended to chase harder when that happened, from what Mew had seen with the man. I wonder if everything will go exactly as planned with how things stand. Doubting before we start out, Mew, asked Crystal in a joking manner. Mew gazed at Crystal. Are you forgetting who we are dealing with? Cruzet isn't one to let others go and not persistently chase them, he returned. Crystal frowned, knowing that her friend had a point. Okay, a valid argument with Cruzet's persistence, she replied. The exchange going between the two armor pilots wasn't helping in Muru's opinion. This is not a joking matter, you two, it's hard to say how this will play out, she said, but it does seem to be our best viable option right now. Phase end. A/N. That's all for this phase, not that much change, but still some here and there. Please take the time to write a review and give your input and thoughts, that's what helps with improving my writing. See you all next time. Federation Enterprise Class. Technical Specs. Classification, Space Cruiser. Overall length, 250 m. MS Capacity, 5. MS Catapult, 2. General Data. Manufacturer, Human Federation. Operator, Human Federation. Machines carried, Delta Fighter, Shadow Gundam. Crew complement, 200. Standard equipment. Optical camouflage field system. Similar to the Delta Fighter's optical camouflage system, but on a much larger scale. Phased array sensor detection system. Works much like ZAFT or Alliance sensor detection systems, but can also see through fields or systems like Mirage Colloid. Standard armaments. 3X Lancer high-energy beam turrets. There's a double-barreled turret on either side just forward of halfway point of the ship, and the last one is ahead and below the navigation bridge. 20X missile launchers. Missile tubes are in the wings towards the back of the ship on both sides. Magnetic accelerator cannon gun. The operation principle of a MAC is that of a coil gun. The cannon fires a massive metal projectile and often explosive projectiles, using a linear system of magnetic fields coils down a long shaft, increasing the projectile's velocity until it carries an incredible amount of kinetic energy. Mounted in the front fourth of the ship. 12X Falcagun 75mm multi-barreled CIWS. 8 in the front, 4 on top and 4 on the bottom, 4 in the back. Chapter 4, Phase 7, Moving On. January 27, 71 CE. Close to Lagrange 5. The Donan and Vesalius traveled toward the ZAFT's plants colonies after the meeting between the officers and some arrangements were made. The trip itself wasn't very eventful. Tyler used the time to write what he could of the report he would send to Federation Command. When the announcement of impending arrival sounded throughout the ship, Tyler finished the sentence he was on and closed the terminal he was using. Thinking ahead, knowing that he would be going in front of the plant's Supreme Council, Tyler thought it a wise idea to put on a formal officer uniform which he borrowed from Commander Sulu. Tyler wasn't fond of the set of clothing due to several reasons he chose to keep to himself. He didn't wear the uniform if there wasn't a serious requirement to do so, and a meeting with bigwigs in these circumstances did qualify as a requirement. The outfit was similar to what Captain Shepard wore when on duty, the same black pants in coloration overall. Yet, the overcoat was longer going down to the mid-shins but black with gold embroidery on the edges. Over the left shoulder was a shoulder cover that had the Federation emblem on the front, while the right had a thin gold stripe from the neck to the start of the sleeve. Between the right shoulder stripe and the front torso section of the coat was 3 gold bands that connected the two fabrics signifying rank, while on the sleeve cuffs was a square that had 3 stars also denoting rank. At the waist there was a gold-colored belt along with a second loop on the left side that went below the hip. Tyler also happened to have with him a pin that stood for the other group of the Federation's military that he was a part of, which was Salas, that he put on the uniform's collar. The pin was a yellow 4-pointed star with a yellow crescent with its center touching the bottom point of the star and the 2 points of the crescent almost contacting the 2 horizontal points of the star. Once dressed, Tyler exited the quarters he had been given and headed towards the forward airlock, which would be where those who would leave the ship would get off. By the time he got to the airlock, the Donan had docked at the capital of the plants, Aprilias 1. Tyler met up with Captain Shepard before they both disembarked into the colony for the meeting with the council. Aides were waiting for the two at the dock and they guided Tyler and the captain, saying that the Supreme Council was waiting for the two of them. However, before the two reached the meeting chamber of the plant's Supreme Council, they were met by the council's head Siegel Klein. The man was just a margin under 6 feet in height, with him being in his early 40s. He had mid-length blonde hair and a mustache of the same color. His eyes were blue, and his features inferred that he hailed originally from the Kingdom of Scandinavia. Tyler knew the man as he was Lakis's and Sakura's father, though the two women bore a resemblance to their mother, supposedly, though she passed away already, so Tyler never met the lady. With Siegel was a woman with medium-length silver hair and light blue eyes who stood at around 5.5 feet tall. Siegel bowed to Captain Shepard and Tyler. "Hello, I'm Siegel Klein, chairman of the plant's Supreme Council, and this," he pointed at the woman next to him, "is Azalea Jowl, a part of the National Defense Committee and one of the representatives for the committee on the council." The silver-haired women bowed in greeting to Tyler and Shepard, though the captain was the first to speak. "I'm Captain Mary Shepard of the Federation cruiser Donan," she introduced. Tyler also inclined his head. "My name is Tyler McGregor, commander in the Federation's Special Forces. I am also the leader of the Federation's investigation team that was at Heliopolis," Tyler said. After the greetings and introductions were made, the group traveled to the council chamber. Chairman Klein and Councilwoman Jowl took their seats as the other council members had already. Tyler and Captain Shepard stood off to the side, and Tyler noticed that Athrun and Raul Cruzet were also there. Siegel began by bringing up an image of Heliopolis while it had still been a working resource space colony. This meeting was called, due to the event that occurred to the Orb Union's resource colony Heliopolis. Less than 24 hours ago the colony was embroiled in a series of battles between Omni and ZAFT forces, he stated. There was muttering to the last statement, some angry, others shocked, and a few outraged at what Siegel has said and its implication. "Accusing our own forces of such atrocities, Chairman," posed one of the other council members. The man was 6'1" in height and had short dark brown hair which was combed back. His eyes were brown and had a piercing quality to them. The man's name was Patrick Zala, and he was the father of Athrun and was the head of the plant's National Defense Committee. Tyler knew the man and had met him before now, as his own father had been friends with Patrick at one time. But by what Tyler was seeing, much had changed the man, and he wasn't the same as the good man that Tyler remembered. Still he stepped forward and made sure the record was set straight. "He speaks the truth, Councilman Zala," Tyler said. All eyes focused on Tyler, some with curious interest while others like Patrick in contempt. "And who might you be?" he asked. That one line didn't sit right with Tyler, as it said that Patrick didn't know who he was, which could say that Athrun's father could have changed a worrisome amount in the years had gone by. Tyler's gaze flicked over to Athrun, whose expression was of mild surprise and sadness which didn't comfort him. The question for him in this situation was, should he use his real name? Tyler took a deep breath. "My name is Tyler McGregor, sir, a Federation officer, and I say again that what Chairman Klein said about Heliopolis is correct, as I saw the events with my own eyes." There was more muttering from other members of the council about Tyler's claim. There were even whispers of how ZAFT forces could have contributed to the colony's collapse was impossible. Yet one of the council members spoke up. "Then please, if you were at Heliopolis when this event occurred, tell us what happened." Tyler glanced around at the rest of the plant's Supreme Council members and saw that most were interested in the question's answer as well. So, Tyler gave a summary of the chain of events that befell Heliopolis to bring about its collapse. The information that Tyler told the council members started fine. The investigation of the rumors of Omni developing weapons was understandable. Tyler had just gone over the decision made by Federation Command when Raw interrupted. Interesting as your accounting is, Mr. McGregor, by your words, the Federation knew about the construction of the prototype mobile suits and ship and yet, did little about them. The thought that came to Tyler's mind that he kept from coming out of his mouth was, and sending in soldiers to attack is acceptable then? Think freaking again, punk. It had been Cruzat after all that had been giving out the orders that had ended with the destruction of the colony. So, Tyler was wary of the masked man, as he could very well be attempting to get out of responsibility for what happened to Heliopolis. Well, you didn't let me finish, and wasn't it you that ordered soldiers into a neutral colony, knowing full well you were ignoring treaties? Tyler posed flatly. What are you getting at, Commander Cruzat? Asked Chairman Klein, cutting over to prevent an argument. Well, Mr. Chairman, Raw began, Heliopolis is said to be neutral, but with the development Omni was clearly doing of warships and mobile suits, then isn't their neutrality a lie? Posed Cruzat. Raw moved forward to the table and after putting in commands into the display controls. The information that was being displayed changed to shift between images of the Archangel and designs of the prototype machines that had been produced at Morgan Roet. See for yourselves, these are far more than just attempts at building machines to match mobile suits that ZAFT forces use. At the images and statements made by Cruzat, there came a great deal of angry mutterings from around the table. Patrick ended out slamming a hand down on the table. The Alliance's Omni has managed to develop mobile suits without us knowing it. How did this happen? He growled loudly. Tyler looked to Athrun, who had glanced at Tyler, exchanging worried expressions between each other. This meeting was getting out of hand and it was straying from where it was supposed to. So, Athrun moved forward. Omni's mobile suits aren't complete yet, he called over the din. Tyler also moved forward to add to and help his friend along with the situation. He's right, they haven't had successful tests yet with them, Tyler called. At both teens' shouts, the muttering died down and Athrun's father looked at his son. What do you mean the mobile suits are incomplete? Patrick demanded. The suits are well designed, true, but there are faults that weren't solved, the major one being their operating systems don't work, not for naturals or really even for coordinators. For those of us that acquired the machines, we had to almost rewrite the whole OS to get the machines to perform decently. And even then, there is still a lot of work to make them reliably usable, said Athrun. Tyler nodded in agreement. With the specs on the prototypes my team were able to acquire, it was clear that the development was being rushed and so, the machines weren't usable in combat and wouldn't be any time soon, he added to help clarify the situation. That combined explanation from Tyler and Athrun seemed to calm most down, yet Patrick Zala still didn't appear happy. Even if they're unfinished, the fact that the Naturals were developing Titans is concerning. Should the Alliance and their Omni obtain the use of mobile suits, the war against them will get worse for all. Tyler was trying to wrap his brain around how the accounting and discussion that began with talking about what happened to Heliopolis turned into this. The subject matter of the dangers of the Alliance developing mobile suits was a completely different matter than what had happened to the colony. Tyler knew that whether Omni developed mobile suits or not wasn't what this meeting was about. So then, Tyler's guess was Cruzat was trying to shift the focus to get off the incident and worm out of being held responsible for what happened. That point angered Tyler, as individuals like Raul Cruzat irritated him when they wormed out of the consequences for their actions. Councilman Zala, Tyler stated clearly, I ask for your pardon if it may seem rude, but the merits of the Earth Alliance or their Omni getting mobile suits isn't what this hearing is about, sir. A neutral colony that belongs to a member nation of the Human Federation has been destroyed, and that is a fact. The event happened because of the decision of the very ZAFT commander in this room, as he ordered a team of soldiers into the colony regardless of what his intentions were. That alone is a treaty violation, as he had no permission to do such a thing, and I would be shocked if this council gave him any kind of permission. Then ZAFT mobile suits entered Heliopolis's interior and their subsequent actions put the citizens and colony in danger. Those actions are violations of standing agreements that the plants have with the Federation. That makes this a rather serious matter. You are forgetting that Omni is at fault for what happened, remarked Ra. Tyler twisted to face the masked ZAFT commander, holding in his real thoughts of the man and not saying them out loud. The reports about Cruzat made more sense now than Tyler liked to admit. The man was a snake. I am not forgetting what Omni personnel did Cruzat, and rest assured that part of the incident will be handled. However, your orders made the situation much more volatile, and that will not be waved off, Tyler returned evenly. Arguing broke out before the conversation could go further between Tyler and Ra, and the meeting had to be called back to order. The rest of the council meeting was the discussion of what needed to be done going forward. Most of what was said irked Tyler, as it showed that Raul Cruzat was being excused from facing consequences for what went down at Heliopolis. The man was cunning, Tyler would give him that, even if he didn't wish to. The way he manipulated others to worm out of things he shouldn't was something else. Then years of watching his mother had made him disinterested in politics, so being in a meeting of them was not pleasant for him. Once the meeting was done, Tyler had slipped away to get time to himself before the Dawn would leave. He wandered around the colony and his path eventually brought him to a park area. When he spotted a bench, he took a seat after taking off his overcoat, leaving Tyler in a white dress shirt. Tyler folded the overcoat as it wasn't his technically and set it behind himself and rapidly became lost in thought. Honestly, Tyler wasn't pleased with the outcome of the meeting with the Supreme Council, for it hadn't done a great deal to help the current circumstances. All that had really come out of the accounting had been Cruzat getting out of responsibility for his actions. Tyler suspected he had some on his side and could spin things to get his view taken over others. He thought that if the same version of the story had been given in front of Federation officers or leaders, it wouldn't have flown at all. And when Tyler's report was received by Federation High Command, he knew that Cruzat would have to answer for some things. Nonetheless, because of Cruzat's spin, he'd managed to take the focus of the incident off the damage and danger to the citizens and placed it on the Alliance and their activities at Heliopolis. Yet, Tyler was still somewhat hopeful that Cruzat would have to face some disciplinary actions, as the majority of the council had listened and frowned down upon his decision. But the behavior of Patrick Zala concerned Tyler, as it could lead in a dangerous direction given time without change. It was sad to Tyler to see the man as he was now, for he used to have the view of a peaceful future for all. Tyler knew it was likely the Bloody Valentine which had caused a change, as his wife had been on the colony. It was the sound of footsteps that tugged Tyler out of his thoughts, and when he opened his eyes, which had closed when he had been thinking, he looked in the direction the footsteps were coming from. His gaze was met by his friend Ithran approaching the bench, and he shortly took a seat next to Tyler. Silence hung in the air between the two, and it quickly got awkward, as the two were the best of friends even if there had been a period of time between seeing one another. Ithran was racking his brain for what to say to Tyler, and there was so much he wanted to say, but the words just wouldn't come. The circumstances under which Tyler and he had reunited weren't ones Ithran had wanted, but there was no helping that. Then had come the meeting with the Supreme Council, and it could have gone far better than it had. Ithran wouldn't deny that. It had been clear to him that Tyler hadn't been happy with how the meeting had gone. Tyler had been more concerned with what happened to the colony, and Ithran could understand the view. So Ithran started, the meeting with the council, he hesitated, went okay, wouldn't you say? Tyler let out a sigh, okay, I guess so, he muttered. Raul Cruzat certainly made sure to shift the blame for what happened to Heliopolis onto the actions of Omni personnel and others rather than what he did. Never mind that his decisions put the citizens of the colony in danger, or that he was clearly violating standing agreements between the plants and the Federation. Tyler paused, then continued, but don't mind me and what I was seeing, nor me grumbling about it, as my view could be skewed right now. Anyway, your father was rather vocal about how natural types are at fault for the woes faced these days. I don't remember him disliking naturals so much, at least he didn't make that known when he was around my dad. Yet, I haven't seen him for years now, so I can't say much in this. Ithran looked at the ground, knowing full well what Tyler was referring to, and he didn't like it any more than his friend did. The change that Ithran's father had undergone since the Bloody Valentine hadn't been nice to witness. Ithran still cared about his father, but the last few times he had been around him, it was almost like he was around a stranger. So, Ithran grimaced, yes, he's been like that since. Ithran trailed off and didn't finish, but Tyler had a very educated guess as to what he was about to say. Junius 7 was destroyed in the Bloody Valentine. You and your father lost your mom, didn't you, Ithran? Questioned Tyler. Tyler knew the fact that Ithran had lost his mother. She had been one of many that had been slaughtered in the incident. Tyler couldn't forget the day the Bloody Valentine occurred, so many things had changed in the blink of an eye. February 5, year 66 of the Cosmic Era, the day that the event had come to pass that was carved into history. A group from the Earth forces had sent a nuclear missile to strike the plant-type colony Junius 7. The colony was one of the agricultural colonies that had been built. Plus, there was also a university in the colony where there was some of the most advanced agricultural research was being done and tested. However, the resulting blast from the missile brought about the destruction of the colony and the death of all its inhabitants. Tyler had been at a lunar school back at the time, and it was the same one that Kira and Ithran were going to as well. Tyler had been a year above them, yet they had ended out being neighbors with how living arrangements came out. It had been at the academy that the three had become the best of friends and spent a great deal of time together. On the day the tragedy happened, Kira and Ithran had been in a class that morning while Tyler had been enjoying a free period. Tyler had been watching the news for something to listen to when the breaking news report had come on. When Tyler heard the announcer say that a nuclear missile had struck Junius 7 and the colony had broken apart, it put him in a state of shock. That had led to another problem, but Tyler rarely brought that up as he didn't like to go into the idea. He couldn't believe what had been said at the time, as that had personal consequences for Tyler since his father Lance worked at the colony. The very next day was to start a break from school, and Tyler had planned to stop by Junius 7 to join up with his dad and younger sister. They would have headed back to Earth and spent time as a family with his mom, just the four of them. Tyler's father was one of the lead scientists in the agricultural research being done at Junius 7, which he'd hope would benefit both Earth and space colonies. Tyler remembered hearing his father claiming that his work could be a major step towards solving the hunger problems that still exist. There'd been representatives from what became the plants that had come to see Lance Blass, including Siegel Klein and Patrick Zala. Both had been very interested in the potential applications that the agricultural research had. Even people from the Earth Alliance had visited Tyler's father and showed interest in his work. Some of those individuals had offered him a lot of perks and benefits to work for them exclusively, though Lance had said a clear no. Tyler knew that his father wanted his work to help all people and not be used as a means to weed out some from the human race. Then had come the Bloody Valentine and everything had changed, and war had broken out shortly afterward. Tyler had somehow gotten back to his room after the news of the destruction of Junius 7 had sunk in. Kira and Athrun had found Tyler after they had gotten out of their classes, since they normally met for lunch. They had been concerned about what was going on with several students who were mortified at something that they wouldn't say what. It had taken a bit of time to get Tyler to use his voice, and he told them what had happened. At hearing of the destruction of Junius 7, Athrun fell into a similar state of shock as Tyler was in, as it meant his mother was gone. It had been Kira who had managed to bring both Tyler and Athrun out of the pain of loss and comforted them. Those being the facts, Tyler sighed as Athrun was staying silent. You and your father weren't the only ones that lost loved ones in that tragedy, Athrun, Tyler said quietly. Athrun felt bad as he knew his friend had lost his father and sister in the Bloody Valentine. Tyler loved his family and Athrun knew that, so losing half of it hurt him horribly. I'm sorry, I never meant to infer, Athrun started. Tyler cut Athrun off. I know that you didn't, my friend, but your dad is really taking what the Alliance and those that are a part of it do as some sort of an insult to him personally and as an excuse to cry a call to arms. Tyler stopped for a moment, but then kept going. I understand the pain of what the destruction of Junius 7 brought as one that is affected by it. But Patrick Zala's actions don't provide a good solution nor a lasting one at all. Tyler paused and bit his tongue before more came. Athrun gazed at Tyler worried. I'm sorry, Athrun, this won't sound nice, but it's my view and opinion and only that. The man that looks like your father isn't looking out for the best interest of citizens of the plants like he's supposed to be, as is the duty of the position he holds. He's out for revenge that could and likely go beyond vengeance and the scope of what happened with Junius 7. Athrun. Athrun knew in his heart that Tyler was speaking the truth even if he didn't want to admit it. Patrick Zala could and likely would do horrible things if things didn't change in the near future. And where Tyler was trying to soften the blow, which Athrun could appreciate, having the truth stated as it was still hurt. He wanted to believe that his father was just stressed from the war, but in the back of Athrun's mind, a voice was saying that wasn't true. Tyler held back, saying that Patrick was quickly approaching the point that he was on the same level as those from the anti-coordinator group Blue Cosmos. They were extremists that were hell-bent on exterminating coordinators as much as they could get away with. Tyler didn't want to see Patrick descend to that point, but it looked that little could stop that from happening as things stood. But to help change the mood, Tyler set his hands on the back of his head and leaned back a bit. Anyway, enough about dull and dreary subjects, as they're not healthy to dwell on long. What's been going on with you, Athrun? I haven't seen you or talked much to you for a few years now, other than that short time on the Vesalius, he said to clear the air. Tyler's question had the desired effect of clearing the bad feeling around them, and Athrun smiled a bit. Well, not too long after finishing at the Prep Academy, I enlisted in ZAFT at the suggestion of my father. After a year and a half of training, I did my first tour with Commander Hersey, who was under the command of the Black Zephyr herself at the time. After a year of that, I was promoted from Green to Red Pilot, and then I was transferred to the Cruza team, Athrun answered. Where Tyler liked hearing about what Athrun had been doing, though he wasn't interested in hearing about Sakura but felt sorry for his friend being around her. Yet, there had been a rather solid rumor that his friend was engaged too, and that hadn't been mentioned. Tyler normally didn't poke fun at his friends often, but there were times that he couldn't resist. Nice, sounds like you've been busy, but you're missing something if what I've heard is correct, Tyler posed, setting up Athrun with a straight face. Athrun blinked as he looked at Tyler with a confused expression, since he didn't know what Tyler was referring to. Missing something, what are you talking about, he asked. Tyler got a smirk replacing his straight face, and Athrun kind of got worried as the expression was one that told of teasing coming. Oh, he mused, the fact that you're engaged to a young lady that you're supposed to marry in the future. Tyler paused for effect. She's supposed to be very good looking, have a nice personality. Tyler then lowered his voice for the next comment. At least, she has a much better personality than her sister does if you ask me. Tyler then switched over to a normal volume. I believe her name is Lakis Klein, or is that rumor incorrect, my dear friend? Athrun's cheeks gained a red tint to them at the mentioning of the arrangement that had been done between Lakis and himself. He had just been told about close to a year ago, never had been asked if he was okay with it, simply informed that he would marry Lakis. Not to say that she was undesirable or anything, Athrun would be lying if he said that. But it had come out of nowhere to him, even if it was still going to be a few years before the actual arrangement went through. The part that Tyler had muttered about Sakura Klein, Athrun just assumed was part of whatever he had against her. Well, it was my father who arranged the engagement between Lakis and me, Athrun said. Tyler wasn't going to let off Athrun with just that, there was too much opportunity for fun to be that nice. So, he poked Athrun softly in the side with his elbow. Yes, so? You don't sound like you're against this engagement with her, Athrun. I mean, come on, Lakis is pretty and has a nice personality, then good golly can she sing, Tyler returned still with a smirk. Indeed, Lakis can sing well and loves doing so, said an older male voice. Both Athrun and Tyler turned to their left to see Siegel Klein coming up to them. Hello Chairman, greeted Athrun politely. The line that Siegel had said was kind of amusing, so Tyler snickered a bit. Well, you would know better than either of us how Lakis sings being her father and everything, Chairman Klein, he remarked. Siegel took the bench next to the teens. Please, no need of formality from either of you, especially in this kind of setting, he said with a smile. The atmosphere relaxed a bit more, yet with Siegel here Tyler had to ask a question even though it meant going back to a subject that he wasn't fond of. So then Siegel, what did you think of the council meeting and its results? Siegel frowned at Tyler's question as personally he hadn't been satisfied with the discussion that had taken place. Ra-Le Cruzet had made a bad decision and it had resulted in the collapse of a colony. Yet the man was not really being held accountable for the actions and Siegel knew he wasn't the only one that wasn't pleased about that. And this wasn't the first time that Ra had gotten out of responsibility, Siegel knew that for a fact. The issue would be the Federation wouldn't let that stand for long and that would make work for many. It certainly was not as well as some of us would like, I would imagine, personally not how I wanted it to go, he said. That's what Tyler figured was the case, he had seen that there was a split in the overall view of the council. Siegel was one of those that saw the wrongness of what Cruzet had pulled and sees the need to prevent such things from occurring in the future. But that then brought up a serious inquiry in Tyler's mind. Tell me Siegel, how much pull and influence does Patrick Zala have within the Supreme Council and outside of it? Tyler asked. Within the council, probably second to myself, answered Siegel, seeing somewhat why Tyler was asking what he was. Outside of the council it would be mostly in ZAFT itself and again second to most. Those pieces of information worried Tyler for they spelled trouble in Potentia and leaving that to its own devices is never a wise idea. Patrick Zala's hatred of naturals bordered on a fairly managed obsession and those can be more dangerous than an unmanaged one as they were less predictable. The possible saving grace currently by what Tyler could figure was that the ZAFT had an unofficial leader that most of ZAFT forces listened to more. From the things that Tyler had seen on ZAFT's Admiral Linus Tries, the man was the best leader they had and possessed logic as well. However, another thought crossed Tyler's mind as he thought about recent events. And he wanted to make sure Athrun knew what Commander Cruzet would likely put him and the others under the Masked Man's command to. Tyler didn't for a moment expect that the Supreme Council meeting would deter Cruzet from disregarding rules, agreements, or treaties going forward. More the fact that the Masked Man getting off would encourage him to keep pulling the stunts he was. So, Tyler turned to Athrun. Hey Athrun, I have something to tell you, and it would be best that you keep to yourself for the time being. Definitely do not tell Ra-Le Cruzet since it will likely make no good difference and possibly be a motivation for him to do more crap, Tyler said, putting a finger to his chin. I can't say with that man. Athrun stared at Tyler for a bit, wondering what information he could give that should be kept from others. He knew that Tyler said things he did for a reason even if it only made sense to him and none other. And if he had information that could help against the prototype mobile suits, Athrun wouldn't say no. Knowing that, Athrun nodded for Tyler to go on. Okay, what is it? Tyler took a moment to organize his thoughts on how to explain the circumstances that they were in. The Archangel would be classified as an enemy vessel to ZAFT forces and so would naturally be targeted. The problem Tyler saw was that there were people that weren't supposed to be involved guilt-tripped into helping on that ship. Tyler wanted none of his friends to die, but that was starting to be what could come. That in mind, Tyler took a deep breath. First, the Alliance's new warship named the Archangel had 3 mobile suits, but right now is carrying 2. Of those 2, the machine that is likely Orb suit model, the one with the winged backpack, Tyler hesitated. Well, the pilot is someone that I know. Athrun's eyes went wide at hearing that Tyler had information on even one of the pilots of the 3 machines that hadn't been captured, let alone one of the 2 unknowns. Memories of going against one of the 2 suits came back to Athrun, for the fight had been something else. Then there had been the recordings of the encounter Commander Cruzet had and what had happened to Miguel and the others. Yet even with those situations, there was still so little information on the 2 unknowns and just as much if not less on their pilots. You know the pilot of the winged suit? Questioned Athrun. Then do you know any of the pilots Omni is using for the other 2 mobile suits? Tyler had seen the second question coming the moment he admitted he knew a pilot of even one of the mobile suits the Archangel had. And the point that Tyler knew all 3 pilots was a fact he could say, but the identities of at least one he really couldn't say for their safety at this time. It wouldn't be well received if the point that Lakis had not just piloted a mobile suit but done so against ZAFT forces become known. Saying to Athrun that Kira and Tyler himself had piloted was okay. Tyler was confident that Athrun would be able to understand the reasons that they had. So, Tyler nodded and pointed to himself. The black machine with the shield on the left arm was piloted by yours truly. The admittance from Tyler took Athrun by surprise for the implications it came with, as much as his friend had just said he could pilot a mobile. Sure, Tyler had interesting skills and Athrun bet a number he didn't know about, but piloting seemed a bit of a stretch. You were the pilot for Athrun stuttered. The OISX-209 Shadow mobile suit, yes indeed, and that's the designation for the machine, Tyler interjected. I'm a pilot when called upon Athrun. It's a skill set I have from my time served in the military, and I'm a part of the Federation's military. Although I didn't choose to pilot the suit exactly, it happened more due to necessity at the time. Athrun felt like he had just gotten smacked at hearing what facts Tyler was stating. He had known that Tyler could be in the Federation military, he had implied such things before now though never said it outright. But that he used one of the unknown mobile suits was another matter, as they had proved dangerous. Then even if he had been forced in a way to pilot the machine, he said he did, the level of skill shown but Tyler was shocking to Athrun. Yet Tyler wasn't done and kept going. The pilot of the mobile suit with the winged backpack. Tyler hesitated. It's Kira, as in Kira Yamato, our other best friend. Athrun wasn't sure how much more surprises he could handle at this time, as he had just been thrown a few that was blowing his mind. Tyler piloting a mobile suit was one thing, and with Tyler is fit even if in an odd way. But for Kira to be doing so didn't fit him, or even being around Heliopolis was odder still. Oh sure, Athrun and Kira had been keeping up correspondence better than the two had with Tyler overall in the years that had passed. However, nothing mentioned about Kira being around Heliopolis, or that explained how things developed into what they were. Siegel was also taken aback at hearing what Tyler said, for Lakis had gone to see Kira, keeping the trip quiet. It had been clear to him that his youngest daughter had feelings for the young man, and Siegel himself had no issue with Kira Yamato. Yet, if she had been around Heliopolis when the collapse occurred, that worried Siegel a great deal. He worried about both his daughters, but his youngest Lakis more than his older daughter, as Sakura proved capable of taking care of herself. Kira Yamato, you say? Tell me Tyler was Lakis with him, he asked with worry. Athrun twisted to look at Siegel as his statement brought horror to flow within him at the implication. Wait, are you saying that Lakis was at Heliopolis when the mission to capture Omni's prototype mobile suits was going on? He questioned incredulously. Tyler knew that when Athrun learned of Kira and he being around Heliopolis during ZAFT's attack, he wouldn't take it well. However, when he was told Lakis was there, it would be worse, and that was why Tyler hadn't mentioned her yet. Nonetheless, with what Siegel had said, there was no avoiding it. Yet Athrun, she was visiting Kira when everything went down. She probably would have been heading back today or tomorrow were I to guess if things had been different. At least, I believe that was the plan. Yet that's not how things worked out, Tyler remarked with a strained tone. Athrun felt guilt that mixed with horror coming to him at the realization of just what effect that the mission he had been a part of had brought. Granted, he hadn't liked the mission from the start, it hadn't felt right, and he knew that he hadn't been the only one to feel that way. Rusty and Nicole had as well. There was no way to take back what had been done, and Athrun knew that even if he wished there was. Nonetheless, it was Tyler's sighing that snapped back Athrun's attention. Athrun, you didn't know everything that was happening, even I didn't know all that was going on. That being said, don't blame yourself for what happened at Heliopolis. If anyone is to blame, it's Raul E. Cruzet for his choice of actions without taking into account the consequences of them, if he cared at all, which I would question, Tyler said. Tyler couldn't say if Athrun heard the attempt made to help him not blame himself or felt guilty about what happened to Heliopolis. Silence pervaded the air for 5 minutes before Athrun spoke again. So then, do you plan to go back to the Alliance warship? He asked. That query caused Tyler to pause and take a moment to think about how he should answer, as it was complicated. He would like to go back to the Archangel even if it was temporary to get some needed tasks done, was he given the choice in the matter. However, Tyler knew that with the investigation mission over now, the chances of that weren't the best. There was just not enough information to make a good call for Tyler yet. Well, I can't say for sure at the moment, Athrun. Technically, the assignment that I had is over now, so I really don't know what I'll be given to do. If I'm given an option, then I would like to go there, yes. There are people I know on board that ship and I would very much prefer they don't die because of the war, Tyler answered. Athrun was silent at Tyler's reply, as it sounded like he wasn't siding with the Earth Alliance. It sounded more like some he cared about had been drawn into the conflict and Tyler didn't want to see them get hurt, which made much more sense. Tyler had always been on that could be counted on to back and do whatever it took to help a friend. Athrun knew that personally. Yet, the conflict that came with it in this instance was that Tyler may have to fight Athrun himself if circumstances had it that way. Look, Athrun, we're both members of a military force, different groups true, but nonetheless, we're both soldiers, Tyler spoke. I assume that you understood that taking the job of a soldier meant that you would have to at times do things that you don't want to, such as destroying someone's home or killing another. Tyler didn't like to admit the truth, but it was what it was in the subject that he was talking about. Tyler himself was responsible for 4 deaths in the last 24 hours or so with the chain of events that had happened at Heliopolis. And Athrun understood what Tyler was saying. He didn't like it, but he knew the validity of the subject. Phase End. Chapter 5, Phase 8, Paths Forward. January 26, 71 CE. The Archangel, Heliopolis Debris Field. Kira and Lakis brought in both the Heliopolis lifeboats they had found on board the Archangel once they had been given permission. Reasoning with Natarl Bajaruel that the lifeboats were damaged and if they left them floating, they would unlikely be found in time had been a chore. Lakis had been kind of shocked as had Kira when Natarl had been fully against the lifeboats coming on board the ship. People shouldn't just be left to die, but the woman didn't seem to understand that point or even admit it. But in the end, Kira and Lakis had convinced her to allow it along with probably some of the bridge crew. The mechanics under the direction of Chief Murdoch assisted in the opening and unloading of the shelters. Some of the non-commissioned crew also set up a station to get the people's identifying information, specifically occupation, as there were some skills that were in high demand at the current moment. Thankfully, abilities such as medical knowledge and skill were among the list as there was no ship doctor. Kira and Lakis also did what they could to help the process along, and for Kira, he hoped that he would see some that he recognized and yet, didn't want that at the same time. They were both distracting themselves from there being no news with Tyler yet and they were worried about him. However, both he and Lakis were surprised when they saw the blonde girl that they had gotten to a shelter before joining back up with Tyler come out of one of the lifeboats. Neither actually talked to her much, but both were glad that she was okay with all that had happened recently. The two teens kept assisting with the unloading for a little bit before it became clear that they were just getting in the way for the time being. So, Kira and Lakis were about to leave and find a room to get some sleep in as they were both tired. Defending the Archangel had been tiring and the collapse of Heliopolis had been taxing. The situation hadn't improved much by what any said and it didn't look like that would change soon. So, the two decided they should slip away to get some sleep while things were even somewhat quiet. Yet, before they could disappear from notice, a certain blonde approached them. "Oh, it's you. You're one of Sai's friends," said Flay Ulster, floating to be in front of Kira. To Flay, being able to see someone that was familiar was comforting, and right now with everything that had happened any comfort was welcome. Kira was one of Sai's friends and Flay had seen him enough to know that for a fact. So, when she had suddenly embraced Kira and he wasn't quite sure how to react to the gesture from the redhead. Sure, Kira previously had a thing for Flay, Tyler and Sai had called it a crush, Tall had said Kira was tripping over himself, but Kira had to admit he had been attracted to Flay a little for a time. Kira thought Flay was nice and everything, but as she was Sai's fiancé, so Kira was being careful not to do anything that might damage relationships. Sai was a close friend, Kira didn't want that friendship to be hurt by some sort of misunderstanding. However, since Lakis had been visiting more frequently over the last year, that attraction and the feelings that had accompanied it had faded. Lakis felt some irritation for she didn't like how Flay was hugging Kira at all and the burning in her heart made that clear. It wasn't jealousy exactly, at least she didn't see it so even if others might claim what she was feeling was that. No, Lakis was worried for Kira her friend, not thinking about separating the two from the position she wanted herself. Lakis really liked Kira, it was more than liked she knew, but saying the idea in the other way would come later. Of course, Kira hadn't gotten any of her hints, gestures, or advances, and she had been trying to figure out a way to get the message across to him. Anyways, from what Lakis had been told, Flay was already engaged to Sai, so why was she hugging Kira like she was? Once Lakis had this thought, she took a moment and calmed down, not letting her emotions show outwardly. "Please," said Flay, not really paying attention to Lakis who was next to Kira, "tell me what happened to Heliopolis. What was going on? What happened there in the end?" Uttered Kira, uncertain how to respond to the barrage of questions. So much had happened, he really didn't know where to begin. Tyler had always been better at summarizing events than Kira was, just had a better way with words though he didn't admit it. It was yet another reminder of his friend's absence and Kira didn't like Tyler missing. Tyler always was calm during times of danger and stress, he had a knack for it and Kira really wished for that now. Flay didn't seem to hear Kira as she continued speaking. "I was with my friends, we were," she said, stumbling over her words somewhat. "I lost Jessica and Misha in a store when the crowds formed and panic took hold. I managed to run alone to the closest shelter I could get to and then everything got worse." Lakis had stayed silent for as long as she was willing to, yet as she was about to say something but was interrupted. "Harrow. Harrow. I won't accept that. I won't accept that," Lakis announced the robotic ball named Harrow that Lakis had as it flapped the circular flaps it had spinning in the air towards them. Lakis swore that she had turned Harrow off as she had found the switch that Athrun had installed last year. Flay flinched as Harrow made its opinion and presence known while the blonde herself finally seemed to take notice of Lakis being there. "Harrow, stop that," apologized Lakis admonishingly, grabbing the pink robotic ball, then turned her gaze to Flay who shrunk back just a little. "I apologize, I thought it was turned off," Lakis remarked. The redhead shook her head slightly, looking back to Kira and doing her best to ignore Lakis. "This is a ZAFT ship, right?" she asked, her tone worried. "What's going to happen to us now? And what in the world are you doing on this ship anyway?" "Actually," said Lakis, further annoyed by Flay's behavior of intentionally ignoring her, "this vessel belongs to the Earth Alliance." Flay wasn't liking what she was hearing, the blonde girl that was stating the facts that she had to be a coordinator, her appearance was too designed for her not to be that type of human. Plus, one glance around the area and the sight of the humanoid machines known as mobile suits proved that this couldn't be an alliance ship. Only the ZAFT forces had mobile suits, that was a fact even if it may change in future. You're lying, Flay said, finally acknowledging Lakis's presence. There are mobile suits on board. No, said Kira, waving his hand slightly, noticing that Flay had glanced at the Strike and the Asuka. It was understandable, mobile suits were not something one would expect on an alliance ship. They actually belong to Omni and Orb, one to each, but as things are right now the distinction isn't really needed. Flay looked at Kira in surprise, which was followed by an awkward silence following Kira's explanation. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled a bit. Well, it's good to know you're okay at least, he said, attempting to break the ice, but shook his head when he didn't get the results he had been going for. Hey, guess what, Flay? Sai and Mirelia are here too, you're going to be just fine. Flay moved along with the rest of the refugees that were on the lifeboats from Heliopolis. Meanwhile, Kira and Lakis returned to their intended hunt for a room that they could get some sleep without being disturbed for a while. Once they had found a set of quarters that fit what they wanted, they wasted no more time and fell asleep next to one another on one of the beds. The pair were soon found by their friends who didn't want to disturb them as they looked exhausted. So, they quietly left them be and went to the mess hall to talk to each other. Got to say, Kira and Lakis looked completely drained with the way they were sleeping, said Sai. There were mutterings of agreement between Tal, Mirelia, Sai, and Kuzi. Can't blame them, they were fighting ZAFT mobile suits to protect us. Then, with Tai disappearing without a trace just adds to this mess that we're all in. Tal paused and hissed out with irritation, I just wish there was something we could do to help them. Nothing against Kira or Lakis, but I'm tired of them having to defend us while we just stand around doing nothing, Tal said with frustration in his voice. Mirelia nodded strongly as she agreed, it wasn't fair that they three coordinator friends do the fighting like they had. That's right, it's not fair to them to be forced into fighting ZAFT pilots just because they have the ability to, she remarked. That all sounds good, but what can we do, asked Kuzi. The four thought about the question, what could they do? They were students, not soldiers, and still, they didn't want to just accept things as they were. Their friends had been putting their lives on the line for them and just saying thanks didn't feel like enough. It was Sai that broke the silence that hung over the group. Hey, I think I might have an idea that could help take some pressure off Kira and Lakis, plus, give us something to do. Mirelia, Tal, and Kuzi looked at Martin waiting for him to elaborate on what he was talking about. We could go to the captain or Ensign Badgeruel and ask either of them if we can help by volunteering to help with the ship controls. They're short-handed right now, is it pretty obvious, and we have the skills to at least operate systems, and they could teach us the finer point that we would need to know. What do you all think? Asked Sai. Tal liked the idea that Sai had suggested, and it was sound like he always seemed to be. Sai, that's one of the best ideas you've had in a while, replied Tal. Yeah, none of us can pilot mobile suits, but we could help with the ship and that would help both Kira and Lakis, agreed Mirelia, happy that the suggestion had been made. Kuzi simply nodded, and with the decision made, the four friends rose and began to seek out the two women that were in charge on the Archangel. They bumped into Ensign Badgeruel first and laid out their wish to volunteer to help run the ship to the Earth Alliance officer. Natarl was surprised and a little shocked when the teens came up to her asking to help with the operation the ship. It was so unexpected, even if these teens were of the age to be able to officially enlist, they were so young to be involved. She would have said no, as having civilians helping was a problematic subject. And if not for the fact of the ship being so short-handed, refusing help is a very foolish choice, and Natarl knew it. With the circumstance as they were, any help was needed to survive, even to reach in mind. Natarl granted the teens their request with the understanding that they would be treated like any other member of the crew. That meant that all four of them would be expected to listen to and follow orders given to them. And even if it was temporary, they would be members of Omni, volunteers, but still considered the same as non-commissioned officers. Sai, Tal, Mirelia, and Kuzi accepted the consequences and still said they would do their best to help. With the matter settled, the next few hours for the four teens were spent being taught how the Archangel's controls worked at the stations they would be assigned to. All four were given the rank of crewman second class, and with their help the ship have enough to now have an actual skeleton crew. That was an improvement from before, even if only a little bit, and the crew was grateful for the help. During those hours of training, Kira and Lakis woke up from their nap and headed to the mess hall to get something to eat. Although before the pair reached the mess hall, Mew and Crystal came up to them and asked to talk to them for a moment. Kira and Lakis agreed and looked to the two mobile armor pilots, wondering what they could want to talk about. Mew spoke first. Look, Kira, Lakis, for the moment, you two are the only ones that can defend this ship if it's attacked. As much as Crystal and I would love to go out with you and protect the Archangel alongside you both, we can't right now, he began. Crystal sighed, with our mobile armor still under repair currently, it will still take more than an hour until they're ready, and ZAFT forces still could attack us during that time frame. Since the one in charge of the force that tried to take this ship down already is Ra'el Cruzet, the trouble with ZAFT forces is far from over. We realize that you two aren't pilots and have been forced into the position. She trailed off. Kira frowned, not liking that he and Lakis were being forced into the position of going out and fighting again. Tyler had a point, others forcing you to do things when they were in trouble didn't feel nice. And this was getting old really fast, so, you two want us to go out again? Is that what you're asking? Kira inquired in a flat tone. Lakis hugged Kira's left arm, not liking the situation any more than him, but little could change it right now. Both Mew and Crystal could see the teens were unhappy about what they were telling them even as they nodded slowly. That's pretty much what we're trying to say, we wish it weren't the case, answered Crystal warily. Kira started to become angry at this, as it wasn't fair at all to be asked and then expected to go out and fight by those on this ship. They were civilians and there were rules and agreements between all three factions that cohering a civilian into the war was more than just frowned down upon. You know, what Tyler said about the Earth Alliance and its members is making more sense than it did before. It feels like Lakis and I are being used for the benefit of others and it isn't nice. We aren't pilots, yes, we used the 2 mobile suits on board this ship, but that's all. And because of that, we are in bad situations and we have a friend is missing. Lakis knew how Kira felt in the current situation, as she felt similar, but things weren't so simple right now. There was still no information on Tyler or what had happened to him during the collapse of Heliopolis. Lakis didn't think for a moment that Tyler was dead. He was somewhere, and he would show up at some point, of that she was sure. However, she could see from the expressions on both Mew Laflaga's and Crystal McAllister's faces that they were no more happy with how circumstances were right now than Kira or she were. They were being truthful when they said they wished things weren't how they were. They didn't want to have to depend on Kira or Lakis, nor force them into what they were. So, she squeezed Kira's arm hoping that he would calm down, and he stopped. Mew looked at the 2 teens. It's your choice, but the fact is you two are the only ones that can do it right now. If Crystal and I could use and pilot those mobile suits, we would in a heartbeat, believe me. And if we were being chased by most other ZAFT commanders, I would say that we should be okay for the time for our units to be fixed up. But with the personal experience I've had with Ra'el Cruzet, he isn't one to give up a chase he starts for almost any reason other than being directly ordered to, and even that doesn't necessarily stop. Fact is, we can't pilot those machines, Kira, we can't change that fact right now, he stated. Crystal took up where Mew left off. We hope that ZAFT forces won't attack us until our mobile armors are fixed. But honestly, it's unlikely with how things are currently, Crystal said. All we can ask is no matter what, only think about protecting this ship, those on board along with yourselves. This isn't about the alliance or the war, it's just protecting the ship, that's all. Both Mew and Crystal said farewell to the pair and headed to the front of the ship. The 2 continued to the mess hall and found that they're friends, yet they were in Omni uniforms. The 4 came up to Kira and Lakis saying that they were going to help the crew run the ship, so they could help both Kira and Lakis while they protect the ship. Then the 4 said they were needed to go to the bridge for their duty shift and they left. Tensions were hanging as well as rising as the minutes ticked by, with the ship cruising forward toward their destination. It wasn't long after Sai, Tal, Mirialaya, and Kuzi started their shifts, when things started going not so nice for the Archangel. Captain, 3 heat sources approaching from behind, and another larger heat source behind the first 3, said Kuzi. Distance for the closest heat sources, he input the commands he had learned hours ago, 67. Heat signature indicates mobile suits. The heat source behind them, Kuzi paused as he pulled up the data, is the ZAFT Laurasia class vessel. What about the Nazca class? Asked Mer, letting Kuzi stumbling over his words pass. He was just a civilian volunteer after all, still it was a huge relief when they offered to help out. The help the teens were giving was a miracle, and any good was needed now for the Archangel with how things stood. Nazca class isn't in sensor range, I don't know where it is, replied Kuzi. Mew looked up and around at hearing the Nazca class vessel wasn't chasing them, as it didn't seem right. Cruzet was not known for pursuing those he hunted down, he was freaking infamous for being persistent and dogmatic about the idea. To only have one ship and the lighter of the 2 that had started this hunt pursuing them, something didn't feel right to Mew. There had to be something missing in this other than the location of the Nazca class vessel. Mew turned back to his station and focused on the battle that was coming, as it wouldn't be nice, he was sure of that. All hands, level 1 battle stations. Commence preparations now for anti-mobile suit combat, ordered Natarl. Activate Eagle Stallion, load stern missile launchers tubes 13 through 24 with Koran Thas. Activate both Gottfried's turrets and Valiant linear cannons. Input target data, your target, the ZAFT Laurasia class vessel and incoming mobile suits. Kuzi had been trying to get more data on the approaching suits, even being as scared as he was. The 3 machines weren't identified as gens that ZAFT forces used normally, and after half a minute, data came up for him. We've identified the enemy machines behind us, system is showing match for the Blitz, the Duel, and the Buster. Hearing that 3 of the prototypes were being sent to attack them sent a ripple of shock through the crew. What? Those three, questioned Natarl, sounding worried. The fact that ZAFT forces were not only using the stolen prototypes but were sending them into combat was problematic. The mobile suits from the G project hadn't been ready for use in combat at the time they were stolen. None that knew much about the project denied that. There were still things to fix and tweak before the prototypes would be used in actual fighting if they were at all. But apparently, ZAFT had made a working OS and that was enough for them to send them out to fight. They're sending the G weapons into combat, Maru uttered as she looked at the forward viewport. Yet then the fact that only 3 of them were there when 4 had been stolen came to mind. But what about the Aegis? Mew was wondering that a bit, but with the absence of the Nazca class, it would potentially explain why there was only 3 and not 4 coming at them. So, he turned, well, as the Nazca class is gone for the time being, maybe the 4th one is on board that ship, wherever it is, he said. Anyway, we're about to face down 3 out of the 4 stolen G weapons, announced Maru in her commanding voice. That fact concerned the entire crew as they were going to be a serious disadvantage in the looming battle. It's true that the Archangel had 2 mobile suits of its own, but even with the Asuka and the Strike, Kira and Lakis were just civilians. The ZAFT pilots were in machines of comparable power and had received military training. What kind of chances did they have against those odds? The pair of civilian pilots would be pushed to the extreme just to survive the encounter, much less defend the ship as well. Meanwhile, after hearing that their friends were helping by volunteering to assist the crew of the Archangel, what else could either Kira or Lakis do but pilot the 2 mobile suits and protect the ship the best they could? When battle stations were sounded, Kira and Lakis headed down and put on pilot suits and then went to the hangar. They got into their respective machines, Kira into the Asuka and Lakis into the Strike. No matter what, only think about protecting this ship, along with yourselves. Some of the words that Crystal and Mew had said were coming to Kira's mind. And he refused to forget them, for they were the reason they both got back into the suit's cockpit. Certainly, it was an idea that was easier said than done, but for Kira, it was further reinforced by his promise to Lakis. Kira's eyes narrowed as both suits moved to the launching catapults and images of the enemy machines were displayed. Kira, those are, muttered Lakis. Kira nodded, yeah, they must be the other 3 Alliance machines, but I don't see the red one, or the suit Tai had. Maybe he's okay and not captured by ZAFT, he said, bringing up the information that had been added to the Asuka and Strike onboard computers to help Kira and Lakis against the stolen machines, if or when they should come and attack. I guess we have more than enough to worry about already without adding to them. Looks like the incoming mobile suits are the X-209 Blitz, the X-102 Duel, and the X-103 Buster. Natarl opened a communication channel down to the Archangel's 2 machines. The teens needed what helpful advice they could get in this fight where the odds were stacked against them. You 2 are to keep an eye on your machine's power levels, that will be the largest determining factor for who wins this battle. Understood, replied Kira over the radio. We will, said Lakis right after Kira. The 2 suit that the Archangel launched from the ship and began going toward the 3 approaching opponents. When the 2 machines had come to the field, Isaac had been ready to rush forward and take down the 2 enemy mobile suits. However, Nicole stopped him before he could. Isaac, don't go rushing off, caution would be best in this situation, he urged. There are 2 of them and 3 of us, we can finish they off and be done with this, Isaac snapped back. Nicole sighed at the hot-headed attitude that Isaac seemed to have so much of the time, it was rarely helpful. His drive was admirable, but combined with his emotions blinding him to a degree, it wasn't a good combination to have. And with what Nicole had seen from the records of the encounters of the 2 enemy machines they were facing, he didn't want a repeat of what had happened. These mobile suits were dangerous, there was just not much of a way yet to say how dangerous they were or how they could be countered. It is not necessarily that simple, Isaac, we know little about our opponents other that they are capable, Nicole reasoned. Isaac was growling and would have snapped a retort, but Dirka spoke first. Actually, I would have to agree with Nicole in this. The last 3 attempts to take either of the mobile suits down have failed. Once can be an oddity, twice might be a fluke, but 3 times says that there is more to them than luck or chance. There wasn't more time as the mobile suits came into range of each other and the fight between them began. It quickly became clear to Nicole that the pilots of the enemy machines weren't like any Omni-mobile armor pilots that he had encountered or read about, with a select few exceptions. The way they fought suggested that it was possible, even likely, that the 2 hadn't received what most would call combat training. The hesitation to aim to kill said that. True, Nicole preferred to not kill if that was an option, but this was different, their opponents avoided the idea much more. Most personnel from Omni weren't as inclined to do that kind of thing Nicole had found thus far. And yet, both seemed to have natural talent of piloting, which was rare, Nicole knew, so the combination was intriguing. Even Dirka had to admit that Nicole had a real piece of wisdom in advocating caution in this battle. The 2 suits weren't pushovers at all, and now the recordings that had been shown before from Miguel and Athrun made more sense. By the performance of the 2, they clearly didn't have the junky and clunky OS that the prototype Omni machines started with. That system didn't have the capability to pull off maneuvers that their opponents were doing. Yet that still left the question of should the two have working OSs, then why hadn't the other machines? Isaac on the other hand, was getting frustrated the longer that the fight dragged on for various reasons. Their opponents had machines that their own should be matches or at least comparable to. And yet, their enemy wasn't falling like they should, which didn't make sense to Isaac. And the more frustrated he got, the more aggressive in his fighting style became. Lakis was being forced to utilize the skills that came from the lessons that her sister Sakura had given her in piloting a mobile suit. She wasn't near her sister's level of skill, of course, but she could hold her own against others. Sakura had made sure of that. But she still detested this fighting. It felt so meaningless and pointless, making her question why this war kept going. The goal was to defend the Archangel, since there were innocent civilians on the ship now and they didn't deserve to die. Nonetheless, that didn't make this task any nicer, and Lakis wondered how Sakura even did this kind of thing on a regular basis. Kira gritted his teeth as he kept fending off strikes against himself from the 3 stolen machines. To think that just yesterday, he had been trying to figure out how to get the stuff Professor Kato had piled onto him done so that he could spend time with Lakis. Now he was fighting for not just his own life, but the lives of others in a war machine. It was definitely an unforeseen turn. And though he understood what Mew and Crystal had been telling Lakis and him in defending the ship, it was much easier said than done. Kira was doing his utmost to just defend and get those fighting them to back off, and it was taxing him harshly. The crew of the Archangel was doing what they could to support the Asuka and the Strike in the battle against ZAFT forces. Still, Mew was getting antsy at just watching and not being out on the field helping the teens fighting for this ship. He had even asked Chief Murdoch to inform him the moment one or both of the Zero Armors were ready to go out, but there hadn't been a word yet. And so, the minutes dragged on and the frustration mounted higher and higher, affecting all on the Archangel in different ways. However, after 5 very long minutes to Mew, there came the message he had been wanting to hear. Lieutenant La Flaga, your mobile armor is ready to launch out, Murdoch said over the internal communication system. Mew was out of the seat he was in and to the elevator in 10 seconds, and the second that the lift got to the floor with the pilot locker room and hangar, he was zooming toward them. He suited up and made his way quickly to the hangar, where he saw that his mobile armor was on a sled to go to the catapult. He saluted to Murdoch as he went towards the cockpit. I owe you one for this, he said. Just make sure those teens make it back, replied Murdoch. You do that and we call it even. Mew settled into his armor's cockpit and sealed it shut before bringing its systems online, and there was a jerk as the craft was moved to the catapult for launch. He fully intended to make sure Kira and Lakis came back alive. The world needed teens with the kind of courage they had more than ever. When the signal came, Mew shot out of the Archangel and headed straight for the fighting, and fast as his thrusters could send him. The flow of the battle was disrupted when the Zero Armor joined in, even if its weapons were not so effective due to the phase shift armor. However, Nicole noticed that the mobile armor's shots did drain the power faster through the defense, and power was a big factor in this. It would be the first to run out of power that would lose this battle more than who beat the other, that was already clear. Then the Omni warship scored a hit on the game of disabling one of railguns and putting a hole in the side of the ship. And it didn't take much longer to see that Dirka, Isaac, and he had underestimated their opponents. The consequence of that would be to let them go for the time being and learn from the mistake. Nicole sighed. Dirka, Isaac, this fight is decided and we won't be the victors. Best to fall back and wait for another opportunity, he stated. What? Snarled Isaac. I'm not interested in hearing the musings of a timid coward. Nicole knew Isaac wouldn't be interested to leave, but it was the best course of action at this point. At the way this is going, the 3 of us will run low on power first, and when that happens, the phase shift armor will go down, allowing the mobile armor's weapons be more effective. Time to cut our losses and prepare for the next time, Nicole reasoned. Dirka may not like to admit it, but Nicole had a point, as he normally did. In this fight, they had lost because their opponents had proven to be better than expected. I'm with you, Nicole, things are going to get worse if we keep fighting, and I would like to be alive, thank you, he agreed. Isaac could see that he was being outvoted and that he would be fighting alone if he stayed out here. So, he followed his comrades as they headed back towards the ship, leaving the Asuka and the Strike along with Mew's Zero Armor alone. On the Archangel there were sighs of relief. It looks like the ZAFT vessel is pulling back, said Mirialia, pulling double duty of mobile suit/armor controller and comm officer. Mission accomplished. Both the Strike, the Asuka, and the Lieutenant's Zero Armor are returning to the ship. Even if the battle had been against one Laurasia-class vessel, it had been a 3 against 2 when it came to mobile suits. When the Blitz, the Duel, and the Buster had come from the ZAFT ship, there had been a lot of worry and some despair. Having to go against 3 of the 5 prototype G weapons, and with them having experienced ZAFT pilots who had likely had the time to make the OSs on the prototypes usable and capable, hopes hadn't been high to say the least. What had happened to the Nazca-class ship was anyone's guess, with it had been absent. Since the Aegis hadn't been on the battlefield, it was likely on the Nazca-class wherever it went to. Yet, if what Mew Sorain had said about the ZAFT commander that was supposedly pursuing them Le Creuset was true, the question on many of the minds on the Archangel wondering, why was only one vessel giving chase? On the bridge of the Archangel, the crew was relaxing a bit from the tension that had built up from the collapse of Heliopolis and the recent battle. There were a few murmurs of awe followed Mirielia's words as Muru sighed in relief. Captain, since the Laurasia class is falling back, we should make a break for Artemis, said Natarl. Indeed, let them go for now and set course, said Muru, best to use the opportunity to forge ahead to Artemis. Engines to maximum, ordered Natarl. Meanwhile, just after Kira and Lakis exited the two mobile suits they proceeded to the pilot changing room. Lakis was still coming to terms with what she and Kira did out there and it was hard for her. Once there, Lakis removed her helmet and tears floated from her face. Kira noticed, and he made his way over to her and hugged the girl saying nothing. Lakis returned the embrace and silently cried as Kira held her. Kira smiled slightly, it will be alright Lakis, we're both still alive and everyone on the ship is okay, that's what counts, he said. Lakis sniffled, glad that Kira was trying to comfort her, but there was still at least one missing from the ship. Yes, but Tai isn't with us anymore, she sniffled, he might have been shot down or is dead, she choked holding back sobs. Kira's smile grew a bit, there is no doubt in my mind that Tai is fine wherever he is right now. He is strong and won't die easily, trust me when I say that, he always has a plan, no matter how crazy it can seem. He'll show up when he can, but even he needs some time to work with to get things done. As he has said to me from time to time, I'm good at what I set my mind to, but I'm not a miracle worker most of the time. You'll see Lakis, Tai has never failed at coming through for those he calls friends yet, and I doubt he'll start now, replied Kira. Lakis started to calm down after hearing Kira's confident reply and nodded in agreement. Before the two teens could start changing, the door to the room opened and Chief Murdoch was at the doorway. Oh, there you two are, just wanted you to know, both the lieutenants and the major's zero armors are done being repaired. So, from here on, you two won't have to be the only ones out there defending the ship. The lieutenant and major will be supporting you out on the field as well, he said almost cheerfully. Chief Murdoch waved to them and then left the room heading back to the hangar. Kira and Lakis then headed off to the quarters they had found before. However, the two had been watched and listened to without them knowing it. A little way down the corridor was Mew and Crystal, she smiled a bit after hearing the exchange, it's hard to believe that those two defended the ship on their own, isn't it Mew, mused Crystal. You're right, though they may have an incredible talent for piloting, Mew said, they're still just teenage kids, he paused, it's probably a good thing we have both of them. I don't want to even think of what sort of emotional state they'd be in without having each other to lean on for support. Crystal nodded in agreement, well, now that we have our mobile armors to work with, we can help those two so that their emotional state doesn't get all that much worse, she said. The next few hours that passed by were uneventful, and when the site of the Artemis asteroid came into view, there were feelings of relief for most on the Archangel. On the bridge, a request was sent to the Alliance base to dock and those on the Archangel waited for the reply. Message from Artemis, said Mirialia. Request to enter port acknowledged. Inspecting officer will be sent on board when you dock. Alright then, said Muru, her relief obvious. Thank you. Things had gone surprisingly well for them since the colony collapse even if it hadn't been the best. Sure, things didn't go as was hoped originally by any means but that was a rare thing with the war. First, the collapse of Heliopolis along with the loss of Tyler McGregor and the machine he had been piloting. Things only got direr when they had almost lost both Kira and Lakis with those two being only civilian volunteers and going up against 3 trained soldiers. And, with only relatively minor support from the Archangel, they'd been successful in driving off the enemy. The two had successfully held their own against 3 other machines, all 3 of them of the same model series as their own. It was nothing short of astounding really what the two teens had done. Muru didn't want to admit it, but when she realized what they were up against, she'd been certain that both Kira and Lakis were going to die. The two had a natural talent for piloting that Muru knew only appeared in 1 out of every 1,000 or even 100,000 individuals, but they were still just untrained kids, not soldiers. Yet now that the Archangel had reached the Artemis base, things could finally start going better. Granted, it was doubtful that the ZAFT forces that were pursuing them would give up the chase, but at least at Artemis those on the Archangel's crew could have a rest bit. We were lucky, Muru muttered under her breath. When the announcement that the ship would be docking at the Alliance base called Artemis, the ship became more active. Kira and Lakis stepped out of the quarters they had chosen for theirs, blue Omni uniform had been brought for Kira and a pink one for Lakis along their way to the room. Their breathing was still somewhat strained as they were still recovering from the strain of the battle and the near-death experiences they had undergone. Their dependence on one another was probably one of the major reasons that either of them weren't having a mental breakdown or close to having one. They drew strength from one another and were able to keep going forward. The two were heading towards the mess hall to see what was going on when both Mew and Crystal came into the same corridor from one of the side ones. Hey, muttered Kira as they found Mew and Crystal coming up behind them as they floated along the hall. The lieutenant playfully grabbed Kira, wrapping his arm around his neck while Crystal held Lakis's left shoulder. I forgot to mention this earlier to you two, said Mew pleasantly, then he leaned in and lowered the volume of his voice, put a lock on the strike and the Asuka activation programs. Both teens looked between the two mobile armor pilots trying to figure out what they were talking about. There was no reason to put a locking program on the mobile suits, they were the only ones that could use them. Is this some kind of joke, Lieutenant? Asked Lakis. The teens couldn't know about what possible storm they were going into, and it was sad. It wasn't their fault they didn't know. Those outside the Earth Alliance didn't know about the dynamic between the two major states, and they weren't nice. So, Crystal shook her head, not in the slightest. We'll be docked at the Artemis base soon. Mew nodded, knowing the suggestion they were going to give would be the best course of action. Yes, so make sure that no one can operate those mobile suits but you two, he said seriously. Both Kira and Lakis looked between the two armor pilots. It's not that we don't trust the people from the Eurasian Federation, but, Crystal paused then continued, to say that the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation see eye to eye would be quite wrong. Let's just say that they will likely make trouble, as this ship is a secret from parts of the Earth Alliance. Kira looked at Mew and Crystal, then he shook his head. What they said didn't make sense. The two states of the Earth Alliance were supposed to be on the same side. But then, he had heard Tyler and his mother say something to the effect that the Earth Alliance had issues working together with one another. The way Tyler put it sounded like they were not friends, but enemies that just had a common goal for the moment. Then Tyler's mother, who was in politics, said dealing with those from the Alliance tended to be difficult as they argued more often than not. So, Kira shared a quick look with Lakis, and they agreed to take the suggestion. All right, we'll do it, he returned. Mew and Crystal nodded and then continued to wherever they were going to on the Archangel. Kira and Lakis went back to the hangar and Kira put locks on the OSs before the pair resumed the journey to the mess hall. Once they reached the doorway, they went in, though they saw Sai and Flay standing at the observation port in front of the mess hall at the asteroid that was an Omni base. Wow, murmured Flay as the Archangel backed into Artemis, moving towards the inactive section of the energy wave umbrella. It's a light wave barrier, known as the Umbrella of Artemis, explained Sai. After Flay had recovered from her fear of the battle, and Sai had recovered from Flay's earlier anger at him for leaving her alone like he had to take a station on the bridge. They say it even blocks laser beams. It's the ultimate defense that the Alliance has, he finished. I'm so relieved, said Flay smiling. We can finally feel safe, wouldn't you say? Yeah, said Sai, matching her smile. Mew and Crystal reached the elevator after telling Kira and Lakis to put locks on the mobile suits and took it up to the bridge to watch how this situation would unfold. Neither of the mobile armor pilots was expecting what most would consider a warm welcome by the Eurasian forces in the base, quite the opposite. The real question in their minds was how much trouble would come to the ship and those on board while they were here at Artemis. Stealing ideas from another member of the Alliance wasn't new, it was more an unsaid expectation, even if not all knew that. That was especially true of the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation. The two were often harping at each other about things. Mew himself had seen the point in the action and it had sickened him, but the higher UPS didn't seem fazed about it. The Archangel backed into the base through the hole that was opened in the umbrella. The interior of the asteroid as large as it could house several warships without issue of space. The Archangel was directed to an open dock, yet, as the warship descended into the dock the crew had been told to go to, things changed. A number of mobile armors surrounded the ship as worker craft attached restraints on the ship to prevent it from leaving the dock. Oh great, thought Maru, Natarl, Mew, and Crystal at the same time when they realized the ship was being locked into place in several ways and wouldn't be able to leave the dock while those methods were in place. The help that had been hoped for wasn't likely to come their way anytime soon. Captain, I think that we are going to have problems, said Natarl in a worried tone. What was your first clue, Ensign Badgeruel? Asked Crystal in a flat voice. It wasn't long after being locked into one of the docks inside Artemis when the door to the elevator opened and armed soldiers spread themselves across the bridge and aimed their weapons at those present. What's going on there? Asked Tall. Muru turned to the inspection officer from Artemis that was floating out of the elevator. Pointing weapons at allies was not helpful, it made it more feel like you were their enemies. Well, what is this about, Commander? She asked. I must advise you, Captain, remain silent, said the officer. Both Natarl and Muru were trying to figure out what this was about, for it seemed to be about more than lack of identification codes. Whereas Mew and Crystal weren't all that surprised at what was happening, it was more proof that Eurasian Federation wasn't friends of the Atlantic Federation, more a begrudging partner against a common enemy. I was afraid of this, Mew muttered under his breath. Crystal glanced over to Mew. Yet, not the warm welcome that we hoped for, but more than what we expected. That's why we prepared for this idea the best we could think of, Mew, she whispered. Mew smirked slightly behind his hand at Crystal's comment, for she was right. The Alliance officers won't get the strike or the Asuka, but that brought up the question of who's in charge here. Even with the bad relationship that existed between the two major powers that made up the Earth Alliance, this was more than what normally would happen. Most from the Eurasian Federation wouldn't behave quite like this. Phase End. Chapter 6, Phase 9, Chasing the Hunted. A/N. I would like to say thank you to the frontlink workers like doctors, nurses, and first responders. They are doing an amazing job and they have helped my family and friends, so I wish to recognize them at this time. Again, I ask you don't hold me to an exact timeline, as I'm estimating the best I can along with the changes I've made in the original timeline. So, the usual disclaimer of me not owning anything to do with the Gundam universe or any other universe I borrow things from. I do take credit for my own characters that I've created along with the custom machines that I describe in this story. Okay then, on with the story. January 27, 71 CE. Lagrange 5, April 1. With the meeting with the plant's Supreme Council done, Tyler felt the shore leave was a tad short and non-relaxing. But then, he was also worried about his friends that he had been separated from more than a day ago now. A lot could occur in that period and Tyler's imagination was having a negative field day of supplying the horrible things that could have happened already. That in mind, he saw it wise to report back to the Danen, thinking that he could hitch a ride back to wherever he got to go next. Tyler was hoping that destination would be around wherever the Archangel had gone to. Nevertheless, that choice was out of his hands for the moment and in those at Federation High Command. Tyler was on his way back towards the docking area where the Danen was at, yet as he came into the corridor that led to the dock, he felt a shiver run down his spine. That shiver made Tyler freeze where he was and look around to attempt to find what had caused the shiver to come over him. As cliché as it may sound to some, Tyler was having the feeling he was being watched and he didn't like the feeling much at all. Oddly though, the corridor that he was currently in was devoid of other people which stuck out to Tyler. This passage was meant for military personnel and not civilians, but for it to be empty at this time when it should have activity, Tyler was sure that there was something wrong with the current picture. Another shiver runs down his spine, but before Tyler could react in any way, a pair of arms wrapped around his torso. The grip of those said arms was tight and as he hadn't expected them, he was entrapped within the hold. From what else Tyler felt, he was being embraced by a female, likely a woman that was his age or a margin older. However, the most telling thing for him was the voice he heard shortly after being trapped. "Ah, I found you again, Tyler," cooed a smooth feminine voice. "This must be fate saying that we are a pair destined to be together. By the way, you do look very handsome in that uniform you're wearing." There was no way Tyler could or would ever forget the voice that had spoken, nor to whom it belonged. With the experience that Tyler had with the owner, how they didn't leave him alone when their paths cross, no matter how many times he told them or the way he delivered the message to leave him alone, it never changed the issue. And the other problem in Tyler's view was no one ever believed him when he told them about what he endured. The moment that he mentioned who bothered him, all had said in some way that he was either exaggerating or lying. Not even his friends had taken what he said about this as true, which hurt a bit to him. However, it was understandable why none but a very select few knew what Tyler went through. The individual's reputation was the biggest contributor to the disbelief and Tyler couldn't deny it. Tyler struggled hard in the hold to escape, but the arms didn't release him though he didn't expect them to really. If anything, the embrace tightened around him and the sound of happy giggling filled his ears. With the individual he was dealing with, Tyler didn't like it when she giggled, as it didn't bode well for him. That motivated Tyler to try much harder, as if his life depended on it, and it just might from his perspective. After a minute, Tyler finally managed to squirm out of the hold of the woman trapping him and made distance between her and himself, then spun around to face her. The woman Tyler saw was 22 years of age and had a height of 5 feet 8 inches, so she was about the same height as Tyler himself. Her hair was a neutral shade of pink and it went to her shoulder blades with its length and appeared to be like silk, not that he had gotten close enough to check that. She had a defined full hourglass figure when it came to feminine curves, her beauty was hard to miss and drew attention from those around her. The woman's name is Sakura Klein, and she was Lakis's older sister, and currently, Sakura was wearing a light blue blouse and black dress pants. Now Sakura's reputation preceded her, as she wasn't known to be easy to get along with all the time which was earned with the service she's done in ZAFT. Tyler knew that you merely had to mention her name can and usually did silence a room filled with ZAFT personnel and kills the mood in no time flat. The reason happened to be that Sakura was known for being cold, unyielding, and outright stubborn beyond belief. The woman doesn't accept defeat or take crap from anyone, enemies, or allies, whether they be superior officers, few that there were, or subordinates. Tyler knew that Sakura was seen to be one of the most ruthless commanders that the ZAFT forces had. Officers in ZAFT either respect her, or they're outright scared of her, and Tyler didn't blame them in the slightest. Those within the Earth Alliance and more in its Omni are scared of her for the things she does and has done to them. And Tyler knew if they weren't when they first encountered her, by the time Sakura was done with them, they would be. With what Sakura had done against the Alliance, the fear was understandable. They had never won against ZAFT forces when Sakura had been with them. Honestly, Tyler knew there were even commanding officers in the Federation that were wary of the woman that had been hugging him. That's the kind of reputation that the eldest of the two daughters that Siegel Klein had. Yet for some reason when she's around Tyler, especially when it was just the two of them, there was an extreme difference. The pink-haired woman would act like a girl obsessed over a pet or boy when around him. He had never been able to explain why that's the case or why Sakura was so fixated on him. And Tyler had put time and effort into trying to figure out why Sakura was so focused on him and why it was him that she was so different from. However, he had gotten no answer that made any sense to him, just that something about him caused the change. It was annoying to him but also was more a chore as he got help from pretty much no one to fend her off with a few exceptions. And upon looking at Sakura's face, Tyler wanted to bolt and run away from her as she had a grin that he'd, unfortunately, become familiar with. It was the grin that told him of a chase would ensue as Sakura didn't intend to leave him alone anytime soon. Truthfully, Tyler knew from previous times that running was pretty pointless with Sakura as she caught him the majority of the times he attempted doing so. As hopeless as his situation may seem to some, he didn't let that stop an attempt to escape from Sakura. Tyler gave no sign or warning, just bolted off down the direction he had been heading before he'd been stopped. For the briefest moment, Tyler entertained the thought that he might get away from his pursuer, but alas it was not to be. Sakura had been after him a moment after he shot off and caught him in a hug, giggling at the attempt Tyler made to his getaway. This young man incited feelings in Sakura that almost no other did, and Sakura longed to have them. She had been pursuing Tyler long enough to know some of his methods of attempted escape and she found them amusing. Oh, he resisted now, but eventually, she would get him to accept that he would be hers, and no one else's. Sakura would see to that personally. She was patient and so in the end she would have him for her own and enjoy every moment of being together. Still playing hard to get, Tyler? You know that chasing you provides such an element of fun, but it's foolish to think that you can get away from me. Although, it's so cute, said Sakura in a sweet voice that was admittedly pretty yet didn't fit her usual air. With Tyler in her embrace, Sakura began turning him to show proof of how this chase would end. She started by caressing Tyler's cheek with her own and tingling warmth spread in her chest. Tyler kept struggling, but Sakura's hold didn't release and so he remained trapped in the situation he was in. Accept that I'll have you as mine, Sakura whispered in Tyler's ear. Tyler's thrashed around doing his utmost to try and free himself but was having no success in his efforts. He didn't want to endure Sakura's toying with him, the last time had taken a day to recover from. Tyler had things to do and recovering from the woman's actions wasn't on the list and he didn't want it to be. But he was quickly realizing that if there was no change in the next minute or two, he wouldn't have a choice at all. Sakura giggled at seeing Tyler struggle against fate, it made her plans of snuggling with him and never letting him go all the better. She would show him the sweeter things of life and enjoy them as well and it was high time that it happened. She put a hand on Tyler's cheek and was slowly turning him so that she could kiss him. Sakura was about to claim Tyler's lips with hers when she was interrupted. Ah Sakura, there you are. I was wondering where you had gotten off to, came the voice of Siegel Klein. Tyler held in the sigh of relief that tried to leave him when Sakura stopped when she was clearly about to kiss him. However, Sakura turned around to face her father keeping Tyler hugged to her even if he was facing forward. It was a rather embarrassing position to be in for Tyler as Siegel was a person with fairly high standing. It would have been worse if his mother had seen this scene as it was beyond embarrassing to him. Hello father, what reason do you have that you would need to find me? Asked Sakura before hugging Tyler a bit more, reveling in doing the gesture. I'm a tad busy as you can see, so if it's not important, then whatever it is you need can wait. Tyler didn't like the implications that Sakura was making it, although busy was the most worrisome term he heard. That word alone got him to stiffen as with Sakura, busy meant things that he didn't want to do with her. Memories of what happened the last time Sakura caught him flashed through his mind and Tyler began to struggle again. As if to prove him right, Sakura then once again turned Tyler around even as he struggled, to resume the attempt to kiss him. Sure, Tyler would admit that Sakura was pretty, but he was only 18 and wasn't interested in a romantic type of relationship right now and certainly not with Sakura. And yet, the picture of Tall on the floor rolling around laughing and as well as cheering him on was he to see what kind of situation he was in right now came to Tyler's mind. But Tall would be completely and blissfully ignorant of the real situation Tyler faced currently. Tyler tried pulling away from the motion of the woman attempting to kiss him, but it didn't help as she drew ever closer. Sakura, the defense committee wanted to have a word with you as soon as possible, remarked Siegel. Sakura came to a halt a mere inch from kissing Tyler and frowned slightly at her father telling her the defense committee wanted a word. More often than not, the members of the said committee would rant about how she should do what they spouted and other nonsense like that. None of the ignorant fools knew what a real battlefield was like, she doubted that any had been on one anyway. However, duty did require her to at least give them some time, even if it was interrupting what she wanted. Is that right? Replied Sakura, fine, if they're so insistent, then I'll give them the time. They'll regret it if this is a method to waste my time with their personal agendas and or vendettas. I'll make sure of that personally, she said in an emotionless voice. Tyler felt like he was being offered salvation as it sounded like Sakura would have other things to do now that didn't involve him. And the way she had said the last two sentences at least was much more what Tyler expected from her reputation, emotionless and cold as heck. However, before Sakura released Tyler, she leaned in and kissed his cheek, then pushed away from him. She also blew a kiss towards Tyler as she floated down the corridor and turned around a corner disappearing from view. Tyler felt an involuntarily shiver to go through him before he let out a relieved sigh. Siegel, thank you very much for your impeccable timely arrival. You saved me from the clutches of that eldest daughter of yours, he said gratefully to his savior. Siegel smiled a bit at the comment even if it didn't show Sakura most nicely. His eldest daughter had always been the warrior of the family and there really was no disputing that. However, Siegel didn't like how others saw Sakura as the cold-blood princess that a number called her. It was a tad saddening to know that as she had been a caring and protective individual when she was younger. Both his daughters used to be inseparable, but that had faded after the war had started, unfortunately. Yes, Sakura has always been stubborn and determined to achieve the goals she sets out on. She gets that from her mother, and what a pity it is that she's not around to see either her or Lakis as they've grown, Siegel commented. Then things had changed a few years ago with Sakura which Siegel had noticed. She had mentioned that she had seen something around Victoria after the area had been taken from the Alliance, but nothing more than that. But even since that time, she had begun her pursuit of Tyler McGregor and had never let up. Siegel had nothing against the young man, he was a fine upstanding one from what he'd seen. And if Sakura and Tyler ended out together, he would wish them well and hope for the best for them. Although, I've never understood why she's so set on having a relationship with you Tyler. It came out of nowhere as far as I've seen, still, I have little complaint were you two to end out together, Siegel returned. Tyler hesitated at that for where Siegel may not see an issue with Sakura ending up with himself as Tyler wasn't as keen on that kind of outcome as she was. He wouldn't deny that it was possible, but Tyler would be fighting it the best he could. I guess anything is possible, yet it won't be anytime soon if I've anything to say about it. I'm still 18 for goodness sakes, I'm too young to enter a serious relationship, let alone think about getting married and I don't have an interest in such a thing right now. The way Sakura acts around me versus others is just weird among other things, Tyler commented. Tyler resumed his journey to the Danen after making his farewells to Siegel and boarded the ship. He wasn't interested in giving Sakura the chance of catching him again and that could happen if Tyler stayed. Whatever it was that the Supreme Council's Defense Committee wanted would keep Sakura busy for a time and that allowed him to leave. Plus, Tyler was hoping for news on what would come next so that he could plan accordingly to try and help his friends. He would do what he could do for his friends from Heliopolis no matter his orders from high command. Once on board the ship, Tyler headed to the quarters that he'd been given for the journey to wherever it will be to. Nonetheless, he'd barely had the time to change out of the stiff Federation formal uniform and into the much more practical uniform when a knock came at the door. Tyler answered the door and found Commander Sulu there. He told Tyler that the captain wanted to see him in her cabin about something. Since Tyler had nothing else to do for the moment, he went to Captain Shepard's cabin to see what the captain had. Once let in, Tyler hovered to be in front of her desk. You wish to see me, Captain, what is it that I can do for you, Tyler asked. Captain Shepard pushed a folder towards Tyler. New orders for you and your team from Federation Command, you should look them over, she replied drily. Tyler caught the folder and opened it, then scanned the few pages that were contained in the folder. His eyes widened a bit as he took in the orders from Federation Command as they were unexpected in a few ways. What Tyler and his teammates were being ordered to do would be good and bad at the same time in Tyler's mind and a stress producer to no end. And while they were from high command, they were more specifically the leaders of the Federation's military. The orders were as follows. To Commander Tyler McGregor. Lieutenant Lisa Malto. Sergeant Alan Knight. Sergeant Luke Lassy. From, Federation Admiralty. Subject, Priority Assignment. Commander, you and your team were assigned to investigate Earth Alliance activities at the Neutral Resource Space Colony of Heliopolis. That mission is officially considered concluded and as such, regulation would have all of you getting time off before a new assignment would be handed to you all. However, due to recent developments, all of you are being assigned to a priority mission right away. Regrettably, this is being asked of all of you after what occurred with Heliopolis, but time is of the essence. The before-mentioned mission which is being put to you is very important and the experience you gained at Heliopolis will serve well. Your mission is to track down and follow the Atlantic Federation's prototype warship known as the Archangel. The knowledge of the ship and potentially the members that make up the crew along with the possible equipment on board the ship which was gained on the investigation will be valuable. Time is limited and will become more so the longer this assignment takes to complete. That being stated, this assignment is to be completed as quickly as possible, but the completion of the objectives is of the highest priority. The objectives that must be achieved for the mission to be considered completed are as follows. Prevent data pertaining to mobile suit construction blueprints and / or schematics from reaching either Earth Alliance Lunar Headquarters Tolmia Base or the Alliance's Earth-based JOSHA Headquarters. Preventing a mobile suit unit, from reaching either before-mentioned Alliance bases. Delaying the Alliance vessel named the Archangel in their journey to either base and prevent the ship from reaching them if possible. The methods which are used to accomplish this mission are up to you and your team. The more of the objectives that are achieved, the better it will be for all in the Human Federation as a whole. Current information obtained indicates that the Archangel's location is in the area of Lagrange 3 heading away from the remains of Heliopolis. Evidence points towards the vessel making its way to the Eurasian Federation's military base Artemis. Understand the critical importance of the success of this mission for the Earth Alliance and its Omni from gaining the capability to mass produce and use mobile suits is viewed as extremely dangerous for the Federation. To all of you, do your utmost to succeed in this assignment, and the best of luck. Admiral Ben Moses. Admiral Matilda Ajan. The second page that Tyler scanned gave other details about Alliance forces that might be in the position to help the Archangel along its journey from what he saw. There was also more specific detail on things with the assignment on the other pages, but that would be for study later. This mission had several points that were difficult for Tyler specifically, which can happen with any mission. In this instance, there were things that he might have to do that he really didn't want to do if he could help it. He was glad he'd gotten his wish to go after his friends and make sure that they would make it out of what they were alive. Now he had permission from his superiors, and that usually was better as it meant that he wouldn't need to skirt around them. Yet, the objectives are where Tyler was concerned and saw problems cropping up. To have to prevent the Archangel from getting the Strike and Slash or the Asuka into the hands of the Alliance wouldn't be an easy task at all. That was because it came down to that was the exact mission of the Archangel, which was to get mobile suits into the Alliance's hands. Tyler certainly didn't disagree with the view of Federation Command in the view of the Alliance obtaining mobile suits being a very bad thing for everyone else. Those in their Omni would use mobile suits against ZAFT forces at first, but Tyler doubted it wouldn't take long before they were turned against the Federation as well. The logic came from there being those within the Alliance who didn't hide their frustration with the Federation, its standing, and policies. Whispered threats had made it clear that they would attack the member nations to acquire territory and resources from the Federation on Earth given the opportunity. It was the major reason that the Federation does not share scientific information with the Alliance anymore. There was far too much risk involved. After taking in the orders, Tyler glanced back up at Captain Shepard. Captain, could I request the Dawn to provide transport for my team and me for the time being while we chase an Alliance vessel? Or at least take us part of the way, he posed. The woman nodded. Yes, as it happens, the new orders for the Dawn state it is suspected that there are citizens of Heliopolis on board the same ship you are going to pursuing, and as citizens of the Federation, we have to protect them as best we can, she replied to Tyler. Traveling on the Dawn would make the task of catching up to the Archangel an amount easier on Tyler and his teammates. So, he bowed to the captain. Thank you, Captain, your hospitality is very much appreciated. My team and I will be staying on the Dawn for a time and look forward to working with you and your crew, ma'am. Mary wasn't exactly sure what to make of this young man, for he had proven himself quite a mystery. She had pulled up his personnel file and had been a tad surprised that a sizable portion of it was classified and some of that with a high level of clearance required to view. Tyler was also part of Salas, which was pretty much unheard of for his age range, which implied that either he had the skill set or something else qualified him for that group. So, Shepard returned the gesture given to her, likewise Commander. After that, Tyler left the captain's cabin and searched for the other members of his team to tell them of the change in what they would be doing. Honestly, Tyler was happy that he would be working with the three he had been, as they made a good team thus far. Much like the old phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Tyler was of the mind that if something worked, why change it? And with a mission like the one they had, working together would be crucial for there to be a success. And so, Tyler found Alan and Luke in the room that they had been provided, and Lisa was there helping them pack. It had been assumed that they along with Tyler would be leaving the Dawn and going to either be reassigned, very likely separately, or be given leave to get some R&R. Tyler cleared his throat to get their attention and the three turned and looked at him. Hey all, new orders have come already, priority mission as it happens. That said, stop your packing, we'll be staying on the Dawn for the time being. And with that in mind, sit down, shut up and listen, I'm going to lay out what our new orders will have us doing, Tyler stated. Tyler's three teammates sat down on the pieces of furniture that were in the small room and focused on him. With him in the spotlight, Tyler took a deep breath and began, okay then, he said, emphasizing the inclusion of all four. New assignment is to pursue the Archangel and to prevent them from getting even a mobile suit or data upon the subject into the Earth Alliance's hands. We'll still be working as a team with this assignment until its completion. The methods of how this will be done will be up to us. Are there any questions? When no one responded, Tyler took that to mean that the information was understood and there were no questions about it. With the information delivered, Tyler left the room while Alan and Luke began unpacking their stuff. However, before he got too far down the corridor on his way to quarters, Lisa stopped him. She could see some potential issues for Tyler, at least with the mission they now had. She didn't blame him for wanting to help and save the lives of his friends, it was a good quality. But saving them would likely require he do things that would make it seem that he was a traitor. Tyler, are you going to be okay with this? You do understand that to obtain the objectives, you might have to either betray those you know on the Alliance ship or at least appear to do so. Are you still going to go through with this? I doubt any would blame you if it were mentioned that there are friends of yours on board that vessel, she inquired. Tyler knew what Lisa was referring to, and it had been weighing down on his mind not too long after reading the orders from Federation Command. To prevent mobile suits from getting to the Alliance, Tyler would likely have to lie and perform sabotage to some degree. It wasn't that he couldn't sabotage, as that was a skill Tyler was rather good at, and he knew the Archangel's systems very well, arguable better than those that ran her now. And if it were only the Omni personnel that would have issues, then Tyler wouldn't have such a problem with the mission. It was the imagination of what his friends from Heliopolis would think that haunted him the most. So, he frowned at the question. Thanks for your concern, Lisa, but at best, and in my view, for me to be on this, it has to be me. Someone else might get it wrong. And the consequences that would come as a result of getting things wrong will be people dying. Tyler paused at the other part of this issue that was looming, which involved Athrun and Kira. For as things stood, the two would very likely end out facing one another on the battlefield and might even kill each other. Tyler wanted to avoid that outcome at all costs, but with how events were playing out, such may not be possible. Plus, if I don't do something, I very well may end up attending the funerals of at least one of my best friends, if not both of them, among others I know. Tyler's voice caught for a moment. I don't think I would be able to forgive myself if my two best friends end out killing each other and I did nothing to stop them. Lisa had an expression of confusion on her face. What are you talking about? Tyler sighed, knowing that a bit of an explanation might help. I have two friends that I went to a lunar prep academy with, and now one is a ZAFT pilot that's under Cruzit's command who's pursuing the Archangel. He's piloting one of the stolen Alliance mobile suits, specifically the X-303 Aegis if I guess right. The other is on the same Omni ship that we're going to chase and is one of the two pilots no doubt protecting the ship. Tyler paused, shuddering at the thoughts at the possibilities of what could happen in the future, as there were so many and few were good ones. In the future, they're going to be forced onto the battlefield on opposite sides and will have to fight one another. They wouldn't fight one another under any other circumstance, but they will be forced into because of this dumb war that some idiots keep going. If I side with either one of them, I'll be seen as an enemy to the other. I just don't know what to do in this. Tyler writhed his hands in frustration and being unable to change how things were right now. And that's why I hate this freaking war. It's pitting friend against friend, and those who are leading this conflict don't give freaking care that their views and choices are causing this crap. Lisa tried to comfort Tyler the best she could. She didn't succeed, but she didn't fully fail either. In the end, Tyler returned to my quarters, and just after he got there he felt the ship moving, and upon looking out the viewing port that was in the room, he saw that the Dawn was exiting the docking area of Aprilius 1. The Dawn quickly disappeared after clearing the dock and set course towards the Eurasian's Artemis base. There were things to keep Tyler occupied during the time it would take the Federation cruiser to get in range of the Alliance base. Tyler wasn't one to be idle when he had time to wait for something to happen. There would be more than a 12-hour trip that would need to be made to get to their destination, so he had to give himself work so as not to be restless. The first thing Tyler did was head down to the hangar bay to chat with the chief mechanic to see if he might be able to do some work on the Shadow. There were things Tyler wanted to get improved and changed, while there were the time and equipment to do so with. When Tyler found the man he was looking for, he began to lay out what it was he hoped to be done. The Shadow suit was a marvel of engineering, Tyler had to admit, and he was becoming very optimistic about what it could do. However, some systems weren't designed to work well with the rest of the system or to work efficiently by themselves. The best example that Tyler knew about was the Mirage colloid system that the Shadow had. It was an intriguing jump in stealth technology, but as it was designed, sucked down power and generated a great deal of heat as a byproduct. The result of the inefficiency was the operational time was short and the heat could give away position to an extent. Federation stealth technology was better at the point, but the Mirage colloid was an alternative, but still needed work in Tyler's view. He believed that the issue could be lessened or fixed on board the Dawn. Then Tyler liked the shield the Shadow had, as it had worked for the 3 instances that he'd used the equipment. However, Tyler wanted it tailored a bit, mostly for his personal preference, and as he would be the one piloting it, he didn't see a reason why it shouldn't fit his taste. Then there could be some work done to increase the defensive capabilities, specifically blocking power against beams as phase shift takes projectiles, and minimize damage to the unit. The chief mechanic had no issues with Tyler's request, especially since the majority of the mechanics on the Dawn have been looking at the mobile suit with great interest, as it was quite different than Federation machines. He did, however, tell Tyler that it would take him and his crew a decent amount of time to get what Tyler wanted to be done, as his requested changes were fairly extensive. Tyler told him if problems required him to be out on a battlefield, he would use one of the 4 fighters that were on board the ship. The chief was good with that, and so he and the other mechanics set to work, and Tyler went back to his quarters. When Tyler was back in his quarters, he went to the bed and laid on it, or rather floated up with there being no gravity. Yet he didn't take much notice as he got to thinking about recent events with the opportunity. With the collapse of Heliopolis, a lot had changed for Tyler. Yesterday morning he had been with friends going to school. Within the last 36 hours, Tyler had been separated from them, didn't know what their circumstances were or if they were okay or hurt. He felt horrible that he was not with them right now, and that they were likely worried about him, but it was what it was. Admittedly, Tyler found it nice to get some sleep, as things had been stressful as of late, what with recent events of the meeting with the plant's Supreme Council and Heliopolis. And since the trip to Artemis wasn't short, Tyler managed to catch some much-needed sleep even if it wasn't the best quality. It was 10 hours to reach Lagrange 3 and close to 2 hours from there to coming into view of the Eurasian Federation's Artemis asteroid base. The asteroid itself had a rough sphere-like shape overall with the main entry center of the forward-facing side of the space rock. Artemis had little tactical value in the current war thus far, mostly as it was out of the way of where most fighting took place. Then with Lagrange 3 being opposite of the Moon in Earth's orbital path, the base had been left alone more often than now to this point by both ZAFT and the Federation. However, with the Archangel inside it, those that had been pursuing the ship had taken more of an interest in the base. And shortly after coming into the visual range of the asteroid, Tyler came onto the Donens Bridge and Tactical Center. In the Tactical Center, the holographic display system was being studied for more information on Artemis currently. Tyler quickly spotted the captain and approached her. "Captain Shepard, what's the current situation thus far with Artemis?" Tyler asked. Shepard glanced up at Tyler and then back down at the digital display that had a holographic representation of the asteroid base, and there was a layer over the base itself. Then, there were 3 much smaller images which were that of ZAFT vessels that were in range to attack the Alliance base. Shepard gestured at the images. "As you can see, Artemis has its lightwave umbrella up like due to the 3 ZAFT vessels nearby. And by the radio chatter we've picked up on the Alliance channels, the Archangel is inside the base. Then given the relations between the 2 major states of the Earth Alliance, I would be shocked if the Archangel is being given the nicest treatment. My assumption is that those inside Artemis are far more interested and intent on inspecting the mobile suits on board." From what Tyler knew of the internal workings of the Alliance, both from what he read and what he knew personally, Captain Shepard wasn't wrong. The Eurasian Federation wasn't on good terms with its technical ally the Atlantic Federation. It was more than the two were at serious odds as of late. If Eurasia could gain an advantage over the Atlantic Federation, then they wouldn't likely say no to the opportunity. That brought up issues that Tyler didn't like nor was fond of contemplating what they could develop into. Shepard moved the image so that the Artemis base moved to one end of the field displayed and the 3 other smaller images appeared. Then, there are these 3 ZAFT ships, a Laurasia class and 2 Nazca classes positioned at the edge of Artemis's defensive range, hence why the lightwave umbrella being up. Unfortunately, with that barrier up, even Federation fighters wouldn't be able to get in as is. Tyler was silent at what he'd been told, knowing that he would have a difficult situation to deal with in this. He just hadn't thought it would be this bad coming out of the gate. Yet, as in everything, Tyler knew that there was a way to get around obstacles even if it wasn't obvious. One only needed to figure out the means to skirt around what blocked the path, and that was something Tyler practiced regularly as necessity required. Still, Shepard continued, "Plus, as this is an Alliance base, it makes us go around, or inside it is more of a political mess more than anything else. Artemis is especially problematic being as close to the border between the Federation and the Alliance territory as it is." It was an unsaid fact that was a subject of contention from time to time between the Alliance and the Federation. With Artemis next to the border of the established territory, the Alliance would try and claim a portion of Federation space as their own. Such had never stood or gained them more territory, but that hasn't stopped some within the Earth Alliance from trying the tactic. Tyler didn't say anything to Shepard's statement, merely gazed at the images and considered what possibilities there were to move forward. The current circumstances were definitely volatile and would become worse if nothing changed soon. Tyler didn't expect ZAFT forces to sit idly for long, as he knew that Sakura at least wanted to see Artemis fall, if just to prove that it could be done. Then, as Shepard had said, there were potential political consequences with just rushing into the base recklessly. And Tyler was well aware that political consequences were not so easily waved off, even if those like Cruz had made it appear that way. However, those responses could only be justified with concrete proof if those that try to make a fuss don't want the whiplash that can come with their actions. With that point in mind, Tyler gained a soft smile. "You have a point on most of the situation, Captain. However, I disagree going into Artemis being a problem," Tyler remarked. Shepard stared at the young commander with a brow raised, as his comment didn't make complete sense. He should know that the Alliance always complained about the Federation coming into their territory even when they were in the wrong. "And why would you disagree, Commander McGregor?" Tyler's smile morphed into a smirk, as the art of getting away with things that weren't technically legal was one he knew well. "You say that politics make this a problem for my team going into Artemis. That would be true if, and only if, 2 things occur," Tyler emphasized. "The first is that the base is still around and functioning when the current situation is said and done. Then the second thing, you assume that the Alliance personnel will see or detect us enter or us moving around Artemis." Tyler shrugged. "If we're being honest, what amount of currency would you bet that ZAFT forces will attack the base as their quarry is inside? That alone will give the Alliance much more to worry about than Federation pilots being inside their impregnable fortress. Then finally, they won't have proof of any of us being inside the base, so politics is of no real concern in this." Captain Shepard blinked at the answer and then chuckled. "Indeed, you have a valid point," she replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, within Artemis's interior, the Archangel was being locked down without the full knowledge of those on the ship. Those that weren't on duty along with the refugees were told to gather in the mess hall, but not why. However, it was clear that something was off and wrong when the non-commissioned crew entered and were followed by Alliance soldiers with guns. "All right, all of you freeze," commanded the lead Artemis soldier. The soldiers behind the first followed suit and leveling their assault rifles at the people in the mess hall. "No one move." The refugees huddled in a tighter group, further confused and scared at what was happening while the crew members in the mess hall were just trying to process what was going on. Artemis was supposed to be an allied base belonging to the Eurasia Federation, so this situation wasn't expected at all. At the same time, the Archangel's bridge crew also found themselves facing gun barrels being pointed at them. In fact, all on the Archangel were finding themselves in much the same situation of having guns aimed at them as the ship was locked down. The non-bridge crew was herded to the mess hall over 20 minutes and a watch was set over them. Muru and Natarl were attempting to wrap their heads around why they would be treated as they were, akin to an invasion of the Archangel. Even without allied codes, the actions that those here at Artemis were taking were extreme, to say the least. An inspection would be understandable, but a full-on lockdown and soldiers threatening to shoot if cooperation wasn't given made no sense at all. And the majority of the bridge crew were wondering the same things that Muru and Natarl were. Yet Mew and Crystal weren't all that surprised at this development as they had figured there would be no warm welcome. That was the reason they had taken the steps they had to prepare for this possibility. There came a point that Muru couldn't stay silent. "What are any of you doing?" she demanded. Muru was frustrated as the ship's crew was being threatened and pretty much bullied for no real reason and it irked her. Granted, she was aware that the relationship between the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasia Federation wasn't the best, but that shouldn't translate to abusing authority like this. And that her demand for an explanation went ignored only feed her frustration to burning hotter. Natarl was also getting frustrated and was going towards irritation and couldn't keep quiet for long either. "Lieutenant Commander Bidulf," stated Natarl evenly controlling her growing irritation, "I request an explanation for these actions which should be customary manners for those that are allies. We are only locking down the ship's controls and weapons systems as part of our standard security procedures," replied Bidulf cutting Natarl off. Natarl experienced a mix of incredulity and irritation. "Lockdown? Since when do lockdowns?" Natarl started snapping but stopped herself in her outburst and took a quick moment to regain control of her emotions. Then she continued in a calmer voice, "I know that our arrival was unplanned and is somewhat odd, but there's no need for you to go this far." The response that Natarl received was a soldier aiming a gun at her directly, which didn't help her mood at all. "Isn't a large and heavily armed force a bit much for a standard lockdown of an allied ship, Lieutenant Commander?" posed Crystal. "It's almost as if you are treating us as prisoners or enemies rather than allies as we are." The man in charge of this glared at Crystal, but she returned the glare and for half a minute there was a stare down which Crystal won in the end. The commander straightened his uniform before turning back to both Natarl and Muru. "Your vessel isn't recorded in the ship register," continued Bidulf. "Naturally we have no identification code for it. Given the circumstances as they are, we permitted your entrance to our port. Unfortunately, it hasn't yet been determined if we recognized you as friendly." Natarl was aware that the Archangel didn't have an identification code yet and wasn't in the ship register for Omni. However, for that point to translate to what was happening didn't make logical sense, it was more an excuse in Natarl's view. "But that doesn't," Natarl began to object. "This is a military facility," stated Bidulf. "Do at the very least keep that in mind." Muru didn't buy what was being said, it was sounding more like an excuse all the time. What Crystal and Mew had said was coming back to mind, that there would be no warm welcome. And Muru was trying to think of some way to change the situation from what it was, but nothing was coming to mind. Mew and Crystal were just watching this, knowing that what was being done and the justification was a lie. The likely explanation was that there were some here that wanted a look and access to the mobile suits on board the Archangel. "Now then, I would like the officers to brief us on the current situation," said Bidulf. "You shall accompany me." Meanwhile, in the command sector of Artemis, Rear Admiral Gerard Garcia, the leading commander of the Artemis base, stared at screens displaying the harbor from his office. "The top-secret military project of the Atlantic Federation," he said smiling. "Who would have guessed it would jump right into our lap with little resistance? If this isn't a good turn for the Eurasian Federation, I would argue what could be all that much better." "It would seem that all those rumors that have been circulating about Heliopolis were true after all," said Garcia's second-in-command. "It's more surprising that the Federation nor ZAFT found out about it and did something before this." "Indeed," Garcia mused, "we'll invite these people to remain here, on an extended shore leave." At that moment, there came a knock on the door. "Excuse me, sir," came the voice of Bidulf. "I've brought with me 4 officers from the unidentified vessel." "Yes, enter," said Garcia. Bidulf opened the door and entered, followed by Muru, Natarl, Mew, and Crystal. Monk stood up smiling even more broadly. "Greetings, welcome to Artemis." Back on the Archangel, the time the commissioned officers were taken to the mess hall and were kept there with the refugees. In the room there were 2 groups. The first group was the rest of the crew of the ship and the other was those who weren't helping run the ship. The only thing Annie had been told was that they would be kept here while the lockdown was in place. Any resistance to this had quickly been put down, and none asked their watchers anything since they would unlikely get anything from them. Sai himself was getting irritated at what was happening. Both the Eurasian Federation and the Atlantic Federation were a part of the Earth Alliance, weren't they? So then, why were they being treated like enemies in this? The subject was so frustrated, Sai leaned over to Pal Romero. The Eurasian Federation is supposed to be an ally to the Atlantic Federation, isn't it? He muttered, looking at Pal. Don't they have good enough relations with each other for something like this not to occur? Pal figured that Sai and the other volunteers probably didn't know what the relationships within the alliance were like with them having been in a neutral colony. Truthfully, the alliance was more groups that had a common enemy than friends or groups working together in cooperation. No, not really, replied Pal quietly. In truth, the Earth Alliance is just holding together due to the tense terms between its members. The only reason the alliance hasn't fallen apart or collapsed is the war against ZAFT. Our current situation might not be as much of a problem if we had proper identification codes, but I can't say. Don't have proper codes, my rear. The idiots in charge are just latching onto that as an excuse to do what they want, said Murdoch quietly glancing at Arnold. There's something else going on here, mark my world. The opinion that Chief Murdoch had was the same that what was left of the crew had too. Those at Artemis were making excuses to get what they wanted, whatever that was, as nothing had been mentioned yet. And Arnold Newman, who was the highest-ranking officer left on the ship with those taken, figured he should do what he could to keep things going bad. I would agree with that, Chief, said Arnold, but don't do anything rash yet. They have guns and we don't. Listening in on the exchange, Kira sighed at the subject matter as it made him feel uneasy and worried. He stepped over into a corner, bringing Lakis with him so that they could have a private conversation. What do you think of this? Asked Kira quietly. I think we may be in trouble, she said softly. Even if Commander Cruzet wasn't with those chasing us at the start, he will be as soon as he can. He is one of ZAFT's elite, a dangerous strategist, and extraordinarily persistent. My sister may not like him, but she can't deny that he gets results even if she doesn't like the methods he uses to get them. We have lost some that would help us, and from the looks of things, we haven't found allies at all. It's like we're shoved back to square one. Yeah, mumbled Kira in a disheartened tone. Back in the office of Garcia, he was looking over the personnel files on the 4 officers that now stood in front of him. Lieutenant Murray Ramius, Lieutenant Mew La Flaga, First Lieutenant Crystal McAllister, and Ensign Natarl Badgeruel, stated Garcia. Then the man glanced up at the 4 he had referred to. Well, it would appear your identification is authentic Atlantic Federation IDs. Mew decided to show manners and see what that got them, as there was little else that could be done right now. We apologize for any trouble we might have caused, said Mew, taking the lead. And thank you for allowing us to dock here in Artemis, sir, added Crystal, instantly seeing what Matt was trying to do. Think nothing of it, said Garcia before he smiled. As a matter of fact, I'm well acquainted with both of your illustrious names, Lieutenant La Flaga and you, Major McAllister. He pointed to Mew first. You're the one they call the Hawk of Endymion. He then pointed to Crystal, and you're the one known as the Lunar Peregrine. I too saw my share of action while stationed at the Grimaldi front. Garcia grimaced slightly. Came closer to death there than anywhere else. And when the Rock and his demons behind him showed up, he paused. Doubt I was the only one that thought I would make it out alive at that point. Ah, then you were with Commodore Marx's defense unit, were you? Asked Mew, hiding his own grimace. The Rock to which Garcia referred was the infamous Grimaldi Rock, an elite ZAFT commander and one of ZAFT's champions. His team had the nickname the Vultures, as they cleaned up a field like the bird they were named after. The Rock himself had the infamous reputation for his talent with close combat tactics, as well as his use of a scythe to cleave his enemies into pieces, whether strike fighters or ships. And lastly, the other point was his love for attacking from above in a manner reminiscent of the same mythological predator he was named after. Mew had tangled with the man at the Battle of the Endymion Crater, managed to tick off the man by shooting down one of his comrades. It was an encounter Mew barely survived, though the Rock later saved his life by warning him of the Cyclops system blast that ended the battle. The man had vanished, and nothing was heard of him after that battle and was presumed dead. Crystal suppressed a grimace at the mention of the ZAFT champion and ace as well. A close friend of hers had been shot down by the Rock, when the man had decided to leisurely sit outside the carrier she had been assigned to, blowing apart the mobile armors after they distanced themselves from the ship as they did for resupply. She had been a fresh green armor pilot at the time and so could do very little but watch and pray. The man seemed to have a bizarre sense of humor, but the results achieved couldn't be denied. That's right, said Garcia, in response to Mew's query. The battle may have ended in defeat for the Alliance, but your heroic feat in single-handedly taking multiple gens each gave us a sorely needed morale boost. Garcia glanced over at Crystal, then you, damaging and disabling the Black Zephyr's Jade Knight along with half of their team, forcing them to retreat, didn't hurt at all, said the man, referring to another infamous ZAFT team which Crystal had managed to take on. The ZAFT mobile suit team, which had been led by the Jade Knight, had been under the command of the most infamously dangerous of ZAFT's champions, the Black Zephyr. There were rumors that the Jade Knight was also another ZAFT ace, also known as the Mockingjay, but no fact could confirm if that was true or now. Most of them had been destroyed in the Endymion Cyclops blast, including their leader assumedly. If the pilot was somehow still alive, what they were doing now, none knew, as there had been no evidence about what happened to them. "Very kind of you to say, sir," said Mew with Crystal nodding, but saying nothing. "However," continued Garcia, "who would have believed the two of you, of all the people that could have popped up and appear on the prototype ship of the Atlantic Federation?" "My comrade and I are on a special mission, sir," said Mew seriously. "Unfortunately, we aren't at liberty to disclose any details at this time." "I understand," said Garcia. "But it'll be difficult to resupply you right away." Muru wanted the man in charge here to understand what the current situation was. It may help the Archangel. "It's absolutely vital that we head to Lunar HQ as soon as humanly possible," said Muru. "As you no doubt know, we're being pursued by ZAFT forces." "By ZAFT forces you say," said Garcia, something almost condescending about his demeanor. He pressed a button on his desk, and the nature scenes displayed on the screen behind him disappeared, replaced by an image of Artemis with its umbrella shield activated. On the other side of the shield, there was a single Laurasia-class frigate and two Nazca-class destroyers a short distance away. Muru gasped at the sight, as it showed things were grimmer than she had thought. "As you can see, the ships have been roaming around outside the umbrella," Garcia said, turning his chair to face the screen. "They've been there for a short while now. 1 or 2, even 3 vessels are of little concern to us here, though if you were resupplied," he turned his chair back to face them, "it would still mean you'd be unable to depart, wouldn't it?" Mew knew that with ZAFT here, they wouldn't leave, and the more time they had, the more likely they would find a way inside. "They won't abandon their pursuit of the Archangel, sir, not with Cruzat driving them on," Mew said. "We cannot afford to remain here for long, or we risk damage to Artemis." Garcia chuckled. "Did I hear you, right, Lieutenant?" he asked. "Damage to our base? They're powerless to do anything to us, and they'll eventually leave. It happens all the time." Mew held in the frustration he felt at the claim, as he didn't believe it for a second. He had dealt with Raul Cruzat enough to know the man was beyond dogmatic, and he wouldn't let the chase go. This base would merely slow him down for a time, not stop him, of that Mew was sure. "With all due respect, Commandant, their commander, Raul Cruzat won't just give up." Mew stared but was cut off as Garcia raised a hand. "At any rate, I recommend you get some R&R, remarked Garcia. "You appear to be exhausted, so I'll have your quarters prepared for all of you." Garcia pressed another button while Crystal spoke up. "Commandant, couldn't we?" "Excuse me, sir, you needed something," said an officer, opening the door. "We'll have a chance to get in contact with lunar headquarters once they leave, and we can lower the shield," said Garcia, seemingly to reassure them. "We'll make arrangements afterward, so relax and get some rest, all of you." Mew wasn't going to let the conversation end there, not with the stakes being what they were. "You're that certain," he posed after a moment, "that Artemis is that safe from all attacks?" Garcia smirked. "I assure you, Lieutenant, it's as safe as an infant in its mother's arms." Naturally, this did nothing to reassure any of the Archangel officers, least of all Mew and Crystal. After the meeting, the Archangel's officers had been escorted to a room that had been prepared for them. Once inside the room and the door closed, Natarl privately let her companions know her opinion. "I understand that the Archangel may be unregistered," she said with frustration, "but this kind of treatment is inexcusable." The military protocol was so heavily coded into Natarl's mind and psyche, that the thought of ambitious soldiers acting against protocol to further their own goals was almost entirely foreign to her. She came from a family that for many generations had served in the military and done so with distinction. So, the way things were run around this base that they had seen was irritating her a great deal, and she wasn't the only one that was not happy about it. "Logically speaking, you're probably right, but people aren't always logical, rather they are inclined to fool themselves. Besides, there isn't much we can do for the moment," said Mew in reply. "Right now, those guys would much more prefer we didn't return to the ship since they brought us here. A way to keep us from organizing resistance against them, I would bet, but there's something that concerns me even more." Mew looked down at the ground and thought about the issues they faced. Crystal had seen the expression on his face before, and she also was thinking of the problems they had right now. Would it be the fact that these soldiers here on Artemis have an unquestioning faith that they're secure against any enemy assault? Inquired Crystal. Mew nodded to Crystal's question. "That's the big point right now. There is no such thing as a base that cannot be taken," said Muru in agreement, "and no defense is perfect or absolute. That fact is one that has been proven in this war by both the ZAFT forces and the Federation to the Alliance." Meanwhile, the mood aboard the Gamov was tense, and it was mostly due to a few people on the ship. One of those would be Zach Jowl, and he was in a very, very bad mood, and the reason why was readily apparent. While Dirka and Nicole got to keep their fancy new captured machines after the battle with the Alliance vessel, the same couldn't be said for Isaac. He had gotten stuck in a gin so that he could fly during the time the duel which had been heavily damaged was being repaired. However, while everyone knew why he was in a bad mood, being around him and having to deal with his foul mood wasn't something any of them really wanted to tolerate. Not even his fellow pilots Dirka and Nicole could ignore how their comrade was acting, and they confronted him about it. As a result, Isaac did his best to rein in his foul mood, mostly by just keeping his mouth shut. Currently, Captain Zellman, who had gathered the three pilots to discuss how to go about their current mission, began the briefing. They had been watching the Alliance base for around an hour and nothing had changed. The shield blocks all lasers and projectiles coming at it, explained Zellman, as the tactical screen displayed a digitized model of Artemis and the Umbrella, although the same could be said for anything going out. So, what it comes down to is, they won't be attacking us, and we can't attack them, said Dirka, somewhat condescendingly. What a perfectly lame invention. Although it is a purely defensive system, it's quite an achievement nonetheless, countered Zellman. This base hasn't had any strategic importance, so up to this point, our forces have pretty much ignored it. That's of course, outside of the Black Zephyr expressing an interest in trying to crack it open to prove that it can be done to Omni. I'm guessing the opportunity doesn't arise often enough for the Zephyr to organize an operation, said Nicole. I've met and have known the Black Zephyr for a couple of years, I can't see something like this slowing someone like her down for long. Correct, but that reason is irrelevant to our current situation, said Zellman. For us, it's a matter of not having the means to break through that shield even with 3 ships on the station. So, we're in a tricky position, but they're pretty much stuck as well. So, what's the strategy then? Kick back till they come out? Dirka asked, snickering to himself. Zellman frowned at his behavior. Stop clowning around, Dirka, growled Isaac angrily. When Commander Cruzat gets back from the plants, do you want to be the one to tell him we weren't able to do anything about the legged ship? We'd be totally humiliated if we have nothing to show for the time we've had. Nicole kept quiet and ignored the argument between his comrades, focusing on the tactical problem they faced. He frowned as he stared at the tactical screen, trying to come up with something that could change the current situation. He thought about what the Black Zephyr would say at a time like this. She certainly wasn't one to just accept that there is nothing that can be done facing an opponent that's in a place of security. Then Nicole remembered a line that she had said while visiting his father the last time. In war, the way is to avoid what is strong is to strike at what is weak. However, there wasn't a weakness apparent or obvious, not while the shield was up. Yet that thought caused Nicole to have a realization as to where the focus on this enemy defense should be. Captain Zellman, when does the lightwave shield Artemis has close? I assume that it isn't up all the time, it would draw lots of power if they did that. So, it has to be shut down at some point, asked Nicole, drawing everyone's attention. Zellman put a hand to his chin. You would be correct, it does close and shut down. The shield only remains active while enemies are within a particular range of the base, said Zellman, before he looked at the display and frowning. The problem is that range is greater than any ZAFT vessel's weapons can reach. So, even if we were to approach while it's closed, they'll detect us before we get close enough to fire upon the base, since they will simply reactivate the shield. In war, the way is to avoid what is strong is to strike at what is weak, muttered Nicole to himself. Nicole, questioned Dirka, uncertainly wondering what his comrade was getting at. What is the weakness of the lightwave shield? Posed Nicole before barreling on to answer his own question. The emitters that generate it like the make up the shield projection system. That is consists of a network of projectors across the surface of the fortress that emit the light waves that construct and maintain the shield. That's where the defense of Artemis is weak, and so that's where a strike must be made to take down the defenses. Sure, Nicole, you're probably right with the emitters, but not even the busters' long-range shots could hit enough emitters before the shield goes up. You would have to take out enough of them in a small area, and you would have to know exactly where the emitters are. The other difficulty is that jammers will start interfering with targeting and throw off your aim within a few shots, retorted Dirka in return. True, but that's a direct approach that ends up striking at what's strong again, said Nicole. All warfare is based on deceiving your opponent while thinking ahead of them to bring about victory for yourself. So, breaking that down, we need to find a way to strike at the fortress's weakness, and deception would be the best way to do that. He paused, and I think I know the perfect tool for the idea. And what is that, coward? Demanded Isaac irritably. Nicole looked up, seeming almost serene. The Blitz is a rather unique machine, he said. Sure, it has the same phase shift armor like the other Omni mobile suits. However, it has another rather interesting feature as well, which I believe they came up with to use against the Federation. And if it is used right, will put me in a position to take down enough of the shield emitters. He tapped the screen. To strike at what is weak, to give us a tactical advantage. Back around Artemis in its control room, Garcia stood looking out at the Archangel docked right outside, smiling, still not believing his luck. For the results of the Atlantic Federation's secret project to come to him was unbelievable and good fortune. The power this would bring to the Eurasian Federation would help its standing in the Earth Alliance. Also, it would give him a good amount of credit in the military and even a possible promotion. There was a lot of possibilities. The Eurasian Higher UPS would definitely be pleased, as the Atlantic Federation had been tightly lipped about their project. The console in front of him beeped, suddenly alerting him that someone wanted to speak with him. Activating the intercom, he spoke. What is it? The ZAFT Laurasia class and the two Nazca classes are leaving the area, said the officer. Yellow 22, Mark 15, Bravo, distance 700 and increasing steadily. Garcia was satisfied to hear that the ZAFT ships were finally giving up and leaving. The group had stuck around longer than ZAFT forces did on average that came around Artemis. Very good, he said. Tell Lieutenant Riz he is to keep an eye on them and to shut down the shield when those ZAFT ships are gone. Continue to maintain surveillance of the area. At that moment, his lieutenant entered the control room behind him. Find anything? Asked Garcia. Sir, it's proceeding smoothly, reported the lieutenant. We're still in the process of examining the unregistered vessel. However, about the Titans on board, the officer hesitated. There is a minor issue. Well, what is it? Asked Garcia evenly, as he wasn't interested in complications. There is some kind of lock on their OSs that we simply haven't been able to figure out, he said. We have been attempting to activate them but have had no success. Having mobile suits but being unable to activate them was like not having them at all in the end. Separating the ship officers from the rest of the crew had been the step Garcia had hoped would curtail issues. However, it appeared that some preparation had been done beforehand, which meant that Garcia had underestimated at least some of the officers of the Archangel. He frowned a bit. I see, he acknowledged. What steps have been taken so far? We have assigned all of our technicians to study how to remove the lock, and they're working on it as we speak, continued the officer. Garcia gritted his teeth, as that would likely take time, and with what had happened with the Heliopolis colony, the Federation was poking around. ZAFT forces around Artemis was fine, they were predictable and could be managed. The Federation's military on the other hand was much more difficult, as they could go where they wanted, and no one knows. Once the Dawn was within a decent range of the Eurasian asteroid base, it was the cue for Tyler and his teammates to start towards the hangar. Infiltrating an enemy base may sound simple, but it was normally not, and Tyler knew that from personal experience. Even as he put on a Federation pilot suit which was the same overall as what Lisa and the others had, just different colorations with blue and white instead of blue and grey. Tyler was imagining the possible difficulties ahead as he and his team suited up. He was confident that the four of them could pull off what it took to get the Archangel out of the base. Tyler didn't doubt that those in charge at Artemis would have come up with an excuse to keep the Archangel there. The ship itself and the mobile suits it had on board were too tempting for them to pass up an opportunity for the Eurasian Federation to get ahead of the Atlantic Federation. The predictability of the alliance didn't worry Tyler as much as what ZAFT forces would add to the mix. And honestly, if not for the Archangel being there with his friends on board, Tyler would have been rooting for ZAFT forces to win against Artemis. The Eurasian Federation base and its personnel had a notorious reputation of being absolutely confident that their base's defenses were unbeatable. Specifically, the lightwave shield that the base had was boasted to be an impenetrable and unbeatable defense, and they stated that as fact. The boast was dumb, and Tyler was in full agreement with those who knew that to be so, as it was a matter of tactics to get through and the security was lax for the base. No, it was the unforeseen circumstances that could come up that worried Tyler in this, and that would come from ZAFT forces. Once Lisa, Alan, Luke, and Tyler had finished putting on their pilot suits, he went over the mission, its objective, possible problems that could come up, and the requirements that they would be under. None of the others had an issue with the plan that Tyler had come up with, so they exited the locker room and headed to the hangar. In this mission, Tyler would love to the shadow on the mission into Artemis, yet it was still getting work done on it that he had requested the chief mechanic of the Dawn to do. That being said, there were parts and cabling exposed and not in the places they should be, meaning that the suit wouldn't usable at this time. So, Tyler opted to use a Federation space fighter, which wouldn't be a bad trade as they weren't machines to scoff at or underestimate. With the current fighter model that's used and developed by the Federation, it had mobility and weaponry that could match ZAFT mobile suits. The HFCSD-201 Delta Fighter, or just Delta Fighter as it's referred to for short, is as mobile armors are for the Earth Alliance and mobile suits are for ZAFT. It had a length of 18.6 meters from the end of the rear thrusters to the tip of the nose of the machine. The fighter has small thrusters at different places that give the machine the superior mobility that even ZAFT mobile suits have a hard time matching. The fighter is white in overall color and had blue along the wing edges and top of the rear jets. There was also blue color on the center and top of the fighter's middle and the inside of the nose of the craft. The nose and forward section of the fighter was made up of a shield-like shape that was wider at the back than the front. A large blue fin was set in the center, starting about a meter from the nose tip. The wing system was made up of two different sections. The first was the main wings on either side and was in line with the upper center of the craft. The piece comprised of two wings extended out. The front one was less than a meter long and the back wing has a length of a couple of meters, and both were parallel to one another. The second part of the wing system was above the main wings and was separated by the 1.5-meter diameter front mount of the rear thrusters. The wing's length was around the same as the back wing of the main wing system, though it was thinner. There were also short fins on either side of the wing, the inside more forward than the outside fin. Plus, there was a booster halfway down the wing, built into a raised section of the upper wing. The fighter's systems were standard within the Federation with what would be considered standard optics that Omni and ZAFT forces use. For power, there is an efficient battery built into the machine. The real differences come with two systems equipped that the Federation used exclusively. The first is the Spectre Camouflage Field or SC field, which allows the fighter not to be detected or seen by current sensor technology. And when combining that with the method used in the heat dispersal from the thrusters, there is no heat signature to give away position. The second system equipped is a recharge cable that can be tapped into a facility's own power grid or into an enemy unit's battery. For armaments, the Delta fighter has a pair of Pepper 60mm Vulcan guns that are mounted next to the forward optical array in the upper half of the nose sections. The guns themselves were not meant for penetration, however, the round from them cause impact, which translates to shaking the cockpit of the other machine as well as for interception. Next, is a pair of railguns that attach to the backpack for mid-ranged combat. The final weapon, which was optional, was located on the underside and rear of the nose section, which can be one of two optional weapons. The first is a plasma pulse cannon or PPC, which causes heavy and explosive damage on the intended target. The other is a rapid assault machine cannon, that had the capabilities of a machine gun and is loaded with high-caliber armor-piercing rounds. All the armaments could be used and fired while the optical camouflage is active without affecting either in a noticeable way. Tyler and his teammates separated into the Delta fighters that they would use for the mission to Artemis. As Tyler approached the fighter that he was going to pilot, an area in the midsection of the craft rose up and aside to allow access to the cockpit. The fighter cockpit wasn't what many would call tight or confined exactly, but there wasn't much extra room to work with for the pilot. However, Tyler had used the fighter model, so he had no personal issues with space, and even if he did, he would have ignored the feeling with the stakes as they were. His friends could be and likely were in some kind of danger currently, and Tyler wasn't going to let such be the case for much longer. He slipped into the fighter's cockpit and settled into the seat before feeling and hearing the audible click of his suit's backpack section locking into the seat structure. Tyler was buckling in the other restraints and checking them when a mechanic came over the hatch, catching his attention. "Commander, all systems on this fighter should be fine as we checked them a few hours ago," he said. Tyler glanced up and nodded in thanks and acknowledgement of what the mechanic had said. "Thank you, the work is appreciated," he returned. The mechanic nodded. "Good luck to you and your team, Commander," he said before withdrawing from the space the fighter cockpit hatch left when it was open. Tyler pushed the button on the right control set console that had one of the joystick manipulation control. The hatch for the cockpit closed, throwing the interior of the cockpit into darkness for Tyler other than the command pad on the right forearm of his suit. The darkness lasted only for a moment before two lights from just behind his seat came on and he was now able to see the forward control console, along with the left and right control board sets. The right control set had a vertical joystick and other buttons and switches. The left had a horizontally oriented joystick control, and like the right control set had an assortment of buttons and switches including a throttle sliding lever. The forward console had the main sensor and information display in the center with a small touchboard connected to the bottom of the display screen. On either side of the information screen were other smaller screens that would show the status of the fighter's primary systems. Under Tyler's feet were actuators that could be used for more fine piloting control with the thrusters. Tyler touched a button below the main display and the controls lit up with the screens on the forward console came to life and hummed as the system started up. The forward screen displayed the startup of the OS that the fighter was installed with and went through the system checks. To his left, right, and ahead, images of what was outside the fighter's cockpit appeared that were fed by the optical sensors on the outside of the machine. Tyler felt a jerk as the fighter moved towards the rear of the hangar for launching out of the ship. By the time that his fighter's operating system was finished loading and running checks, his machine connected to the track that shortly began taking the craft to the upper linear catapult. Once Tyler reached the catapult, there was a clunk as the fighter was released from the holding dock. Next, shutters closed below to create an airlock for the catapult and the air was sucked out of the space before the outer door of the catapult rose. Tyler looked forward at the view of space and the Donen's central hull below him outside. Then Tyler observed the two electron rails on either side of the catapult extend out and lock for their part in the acceleration the catapult makes possible. A low hum began as power was supplied to the catapult and there was a second clunk from the supply cable that was unlocked so that it could come off when the fighter launched. Tyler gripped the right joystick and the throttle, looking forward and waiting for the signal to take off. The signal came shortly, and he shot off down the catapult, the electro rails increasing his speed as he left the cruiser. Tyler was followed shortly by his teammates off the lower and upper linear catapults. When clear of the ship, the four engaged their fighter's camouflage before turned towards Artemis. However, before they flew off there came one final message from the Donen: "Commander McGregor, the Donen will be heading to the other side of Artemis. You will be on your own from here, all that we can do is wish you and your team luck with your objective," said the voice of Captain Shepard. That's one of the nicest things Tyler had heard from this female captain, and it took him by slight surprise. Tyler wasn't the most popular with ship officers as he was young and had a license to do pretty much as he saw fit. So, he was used to be wished well and shoved off a ship by its officers as it had happened before. The information is appreciation, Captain, as it the wishing us luck. We'll meet you on the other side when everything is said and done, he replied. Very well, Don and out, returned Shepard. Ahead of the four was the tough mission of infiltrating the Omni base Artemis and then getting the Archangel out in one piece. Tyler knew that getting through the lightwave shield would be a challenge, and more so while not being noticed. The shield itself prevented objects from passing through, and that included space fighters. That then meant that tactics would be required to get past the shield, yet no simple ones were visible. And that didn't change in the 10 minutes that it took the four to get within a short distance from the shield. Being right up close to Artemis's lightwave shield did show Tyler the idea itself was an impressive achievement in the area of defensive technology. So, anyone got any ideas on a way of slipping into this Omni base? He asked on the encrypted Federation channel. A discussion between the four ensued, yet none of them could come up with a viable means of entering Artemis. As Tyler listened to the others, he got frustrated at just sitting outside of the shield and not able to get inside it. Yet as his frustration was rising towards a boiling point, he caught sight of an Alliance shuttle that tends to be used for maintenance around colonies or bases sailing along. As the shuttle was outside the shield, Tyler knew it had to have come out and get back in, as the shield had been up for a decent amount of time now. A smile grew on Tyler's face at the logic that was coming to his mind, and he cut over Lisa, who was currently speaking. Hey all, listen up, I believe I got a way in, which is approaching at our 3 o'clock, he remarked. There was silence for a moment. You talkin' about the Omni shuttle, mate? Asked Luke. Indeed I am, Luke, Tyler returned without missing a beat. The shuttle is outside the lightwave barrier and will need to get in at some point. That requires the umbrella to open some time for that to be possible, even if it is only a small gap. That should work well to our advantage. Would anyone disagree? Tyler heard nothing from anyone, so he took that to say that none disagreed and that the idea he had. With a plan in mind, the four moved their fighters to be in line around the shuttle as it kept skirting Artemis's shield. They used the Omni shuttle to get into the base, much like ancient historical accounts say those who defeated the Trojans with the trick horse. The craft traveled for 5 minutes to where the front entry to the port into Artemis was, and once in that area, a section of the umbrella the size that would allow a moderately sized warship through with a little room to spare formed. With that amount of space, Tyler and his teammates had no issue whatsoever getting past the shield with the shuttle. And there was no sign that any Alliance personnel was any the wiser to the four outsiders in their base. The four quickly stopped following the shuttle and began cruising around the docking area, avoiding being in the path of any spacecraft. As Tyler and his team moved around the open area, they spotted Omni ships and mobile armors docked and smaller craft floating around. Tyler did note that those here looked bored and therefore were being lazy in what they were doing. And while he expected the behavior, especially with how the Eurasian Federation boasted about this place, it was still sad to see. But with ZAFT forces outside, Tyler didn't think such would last for all that much longer. Tyler soon caught sight of the Archangel, as it was the only white ship here and it was in one of the more elaborate docks. He slowly made his way over to where the vessel was docked and flew over it to see what had been done to her. After Tyler took a moment to look over the vessel, there wasn't any obvious evidence that anything had been done to the outside of the Archangel, other than locking her into the dock she was in. The moorings would make leaving more difficult while they were in place, but Tyler was sure a well-aimed shot would get the locks to go away. Yet, he also knew that doing such an action would draw serious attention, and that's not what would help right now. There was too much unknown to risk foolhardy actions, and the lives of his friends were too important to do that kind of thing. Tyler was deliberating on the best course of action to take next. Would get in the Archangel. Rushing right in would be unwise, yet with ZAFT forces camping out it was just as dumb to not keep an eye on them. Then it came to Tyler that with the team of 4, they could split into 2 pairs and do both watching and investigation at the same time, which would be ideal. The first thought Tyler had was for him and Lisa to team up, but he knew it would be better that he and she not. Leadership skills would be needed in both pairs, and since Tyler and Lisa had those more than Luke and Alan, the pairs were somewhat set. Tyler decided that Lisa and Alan would keep an eye on the activity around the docks and warn him and Luke if something comes up. That would leave Tyler and Luke to slip inside the Archangel and see what the situation was and do what they could to make it better. Tyler may not know the crew of the Archangel well with the time he had around them, but he honestly couldn't see them being interested in letting those here at Artemis have the way. However, with 2 mobile suits likely on the ship, Eurasian Federation personnel would probably not kill the crew outright for the time being, as that would be plain stupid. So that in mind, it was more likely that the crew had been herded somewhere for the moment. Tyler gave out assignments before he maneuvered his Delta fighter to be on the left side of the Archangel, heading for an unobtrusive airlock that he knew about. The airlock was located around the middle of the central structure on the left side. Tyler brought his fighter to a halt a short distance from the airlock before he opened the cockpit and popped his head out of the fighter. He glanced around to make sure that none of the Omni personnel were looking in his direction. Being caught right now would not be good as the situation was volatile already, making it worse was not needed. Although those here were lazy, Tyler didn't want to give them a reason to suspect anything was out of place. Still, once Tyler felt that he hadn't been seen, he hauled the rest of his body out of the machine. After exiting the fighter, Tyler activated his pilot suit's thrusters, which are attached to the backpack section that flipped out and extended for use. Tyler moved forward, and the distance that separated him from where he had parked his fighter and the airlock that he intended to use in entering the Archangel. Just before reaching where the airlock was, Tyler looked back to see the hatch to the cockpit of the Delta fighter closed and the fighter stay where he had brought it to be. Tyler moved over to the airlock, and when he came to touch the hull of the Archangel, he pressed a small plate that revealed a keypad. He inputted the default code which he had found out during the investigation mission, since he knew it would still work to access the airlock. A moment later, the sound of the airlock cycling, depressurizing the space on the other side of the lock. Then the airlock clunked and opened, revealing a small space that allowed access to the Archangel's internal components from the inside of the ship. So, Tyler grabbed the edge of the airlock and pulled himself inside, and pressed the control that shut the airlock behind him. The small room went through the process of filling the room back up with oxygen and pressurized the space. The process completed as signaled by the green light above the door that would open into the Archangel itself. Tyler moved forward and pressed the switch by the door, and it slid open, granting him access to the inside of the ship. He sailed forward and upward in his view, through the doorway, and found himself gazing at the ship deck. Tyler reoriented himself to be perpendicular to the deck of the ship before looking around to take in his surroundings. Tyler identified that he was in a corridor that was on one of the middle decks, and there was no one here but himself. Before going forward, Tyler took the time to check over his equipment, making sure he'd quick and easy access to all of the items. He had sonic concussion grenades, which were helpful tools that use heavy shockwaves that have high-pitched sonic tones that are loud and powerful even if they were short with the emission. Those could pretty much knock out anyone that doesn't have protection against sonic or pressure waves, especially in a closed space. Then Tyler had his trusty S-13 Hornet submachine gun sitting against his right thigh, ready to be whipped out and be good for use. The firearm was capable of firing 150 rounds a minute with 50 rounds per clip. And lastly, Tyler had a combat knife in a sheath on his left thigh which he could use for close quarters. With everything in order by Tyler's reckoning, he started off activating his helmet's visor's plate blocker so none would see his face, just in case he should come across someone. He would try to avoid being seen, but best to be prepared was a motto that Tyler employed more often than not. If this mission required killing some unlucky Omni personnel, then that's what Tyler would do even when he preferred not to. Tyler continued forward down the corridor, setting his route to take him to the ship's navigation bridge. If he could check on what the status of this Archangel was, Tyler believed he could go on from there with helping his friends. Tyler was quickly making his way through the Archangel using the emergency access ways to go up to the decks above where he'd entered it. Were he to use the lifts the ship had, it could attract attention and suspicion to himself, which he wanted to avoid. Yet Tyler rapidly took note that he was seeing little to no evidence of anyone on the ship, which was quite odd. It felt close to cruising the decks of a ghost ship, and it was eerie to him. It was mostly that he had inspected a ship that was abandoned before now, and it was extremely unsettling. It wasn't until Tyler reached the upper deck that he started being on edge slightly, with no one appearing in his path. Tyler was still looking carefully around corners and downside corridor that branched off the central one. Yet Tyler came to a stop before the hallway that led to the lift, which went to the bridge, as he caught sight of Omni soldiers floating by the lift as guards. Tyler did spot noticed Luke in the corridor on the opposite side of the hallway and a little forward of where Tyler was. The two weren't noticed by the guards as they weren't really paying attention to what was going around them. "So mate, how do we get past this lot?" asked Luke over the comm line that connected to the Federation pilot helmets. "Luke, do you not remember some of your basic training?" Tyler inquired tiredly as he saw this situation as simple to deal with. Tyler put his left hand into the pouch that held the grenades he was carrying. "Disable problems, which would be those who are standing there, so watch and learn," he said in reply. Tyler pressed the arming button on the grenade, priming the device, and then chucked it into the hallway. The grenade sailed through the air, which none of the soldiers noticed it floating towards them. There came a vibrating boom combined with a thud, signaling the grenade went off 3 seconds after Tyler lobbed it. A moment after the blast, both Tyler and Luke glanced into the corridor and saw 4 bodies floating as the small amount of smoke cleared. "And that is one way to take care of an issue," Tyler stated with a bit of satisfaction. Luke stared at Tyler for a moment, as this behavior wasn't all that unheard of with him. Luke had found Tyler an interesting individual, even if he didn't follow the book of tactics with making his own. However, Luke would be the first to admit that Tyler's plans normally worked and were efficient. "See, your tact is effective as always, mate," he commented. The two made their way forward, pushing the 4 bodies aside as they sailed, and then boarded the lift, riding it up to the bridge. When they reached the top, Tyler and Luke were greeted by nothing, since there was no one there. Tyler for one found it odd for Omni personnel here at Artemis to think there was no need to have anyone on the command deck of a ship that they have no registration for. It was a clear novice mistake in Tyler's mind, and though he expected that from Omni from time to time, it was dumb with enemies on the outside of the base. Yes, Tyler had his own experience with soldiers from the Earth Alliance and specifically with the Eurasian Federation. Those here were extremely lax and Tyler saw the signs, but this went beyond that as its plain obliviousness and it would soon bite them in the rear. Luke flew over to one of the forward consoles and began to tap in some commands, curious what had been done. To his surprise, Luke found the console was completely usable and there were no locks whatsoever on it. Mate, looks like the ship's systems are fine, just shut down, he paused studying the data on the console. Cricky, Omni people here aven't even locking down access to the ship's controls or main systems, Luke paused again, these blokes are downright sloppy. Tyler didn't disagree and snorted audibly, sloppy is a loose way of putting it, I would say more like stupidly self-assured that their defensive umbrella can't be beaten and so, are lax with a capital L, he retorted. The team getting into Artemis is just one form of proof that this base's shield isn't impenetrable or infallible as they claim. Luke turned to face Tyler, so then, what do we do from here mate, he asked. Tyler took a moment to think, his head lowering a bit as he did so as there were potential lives at stake right now. He had seen no one other than the 4 guards while on the Archangel and that hadn't felt right. Those here around the base were lax and lazy, so they would unlikely move the crew or anyone else on the ship off of it they didn't have to. There had also been information from the Federation's information network that there were several refugees from Letters on the ship too. Luke had not mentioned anything about seeing anyone along his way here, so Tyler assumed that he hadn't seen any. The only thing that Tyler came up with was people had to be somewhere and likely gathered together were he to guess. So, searching the ship would be the best way to find them, we make our way to the hangar using different routes Luke. The ones in charge here will be interested in the mobile suits on board and that is a fact. We search along our way to the hangar trying not to be seen by any other soldiers on the ship. If they do see you, then disable them and move on from there. You take the upper deck route, Luke, I'll take the lower road doing the same and we'll meet up in the hangar, got it, Tyler said. Luke nodded, too right mate, sounds like a plan, he replied. Tyler and Luke re-entered the elevator and went back down from the bridge before the two split up to go their separate ways. As Tyler began making his way towards the hangar, he glanced into rooms that he passed, searching for any of the crew of the Archangel. He hoped with everything he had that he didn't find bodies, especially of anyone that he recognized. If that did come up, then those responsible will be made to regret that, Tyler would personally make sure of it. He didn't want to lose the friends he had made in the last year, they were really good people. At the same time, the Gamov and the other ZAFT vessels were traveling away from Artemis keeping an eye on the lightwave shield. Distance from Artemis, 2500, still no change in the protective lightwave barrier, said the ship's sensor officer. Meanwhile, down in the hangar, Nicole was doing the final preparations with the Blitz, Mirage colloid voltage check, he said to himself. To say that Nicole was worried about whether the system the suit he'd stolen was reliable would be an understatement. The Mirage colloid was an interesting concept Nicole would admit, but it hadn't been tested much for consistency by what he could tell. Perhaps the Federation's investigation team had found out if it had, but that was irrelevant right now. However, the stealth system had the best chance of getting past the enemy's shield without being detected. Nicole sighed, system all green and ready to launch, he paused. To do trial and error with an untested system, he shrugged, well, guess I'll be counting on lesson 31, if it's stupid but it works, then it's not completely stupid. While Nicole was doing his preparation, up above in the pilot lounge Dirka and Isaac were looking down through the viewing ports down in the main hangar. Both were thinking about what Nicole had suggested as it was gutsy, more so than their fellow pilot tended to be. The Alliance's Omni sure comes up with some bizarre stuff, commented Isaac to Dirka. Yeah, obviously an attempt to compete with the Federation's stealth capabilities even when ZAFT nor they have been able to before. Although it seems appropriate for Nicole, said Dirka smiling condescendingly. It's an ability fit for a coward. Isaac agreed with Dirka, but then Nicole had shown that he could be quite the tactician when he tried. Plus, the comment before had brought up a point, the Federation's military had proven just how effective stealth ability could be used. So perhaps, their fellow pilot had more in mind than they were giving him credit for, perhaps Dirka, but then, Nicole is resourceful and can surprise others, so we'll see how this goes, returned Isaac. The Blitz left its dock after Nicole was ready and headed to the catapult to launch its attack against the undefeatable Artemis base. He had what one could call a loose plan, which was to get close enough to be inside the shield then shoot the base until the shield emitters popped up. However, after that, Nicole didn't have much to go on so he would be somewhat blind and he disliked that. Back in the Artemis control room, the operators were keeping an eye on the ZAFT ships as they gained distance from the asteroid. Once they were beyond the defensive range it was deemed that the danger was past. Regular patrol sweep, announced one of the Artemis control officers. No sign of enemies within defensive perimeter. Okay, with ZAFT gone now, said the officer in charge. Switch lightwave barrier facilities to level 2 alert status. Outside the defense perimeter, the Game-Ov detected the closing of the umbrella and opened the catapult for the Blitz to launch out. As Nicole left the ship in his machine immediately after the shield went down, he activated the suit's Mirage Colloid. From the Game-Ov's point of view, the Blitz suddenly vanished into nothingness as it set out on its mission. Nicole was keeping his breathing measured in an exercise to remain calm. There was so much that could go wrong in this mission, though he didn't want to dwell on them. Yet, one could never plan for everything, and that was a lesson that Nicole had learned personally. Mirage Colloid formation looks good, the green-haired pilot said to himself. Dispersion loss rate, 37%. Its usage is limited to a maximum of 80 minutes. Nicole paused and took a deep breath. This will be cutting it close, much closer than I like. That in mind, Nicole set the Blitz's thrusters to the maximum safe speed he could and made his way towards Artemis. He went over his plan over and over in his mind as he traveled in silence toward the Omni base. Meanwhile, back on the Archangel's mess hall, Admiral Garcia had stepped into the mess hall with other Artemis personnel. He looked over all the remaining crew of the Archangel that had been herded here. The number of questions about the mobile suits on the ship that were being blocked with the machines having locks on them. It had been quite a surprise for the Atlantic Federation's mobile suit project to literally come into Artemis. The Eurasian Federation hadn't been the most pleased to be waved off by the Atlantic Federation when asked about their work on their mobile suit prototypes. With the war against the ZAFT forces, and the Federation was adamant about being neutral and not taking sides in the conflict, the Alliance needed more power to work with. With the Archangel docked at Artemis, there was the opportunity to get good information on the Atlantic Federation's mobile suits, and Garcia saw that as something not to pass up. And now that the highest-ranking officers and the most influential ones were separated from the rest of the crew, getting info should be simpler. Plus, Garcia would like to be given the credit for obtaining the information on the mobile suits and get kudos from others. But the locks on the machines had to be removed, and the pilots would be with the crew now. He would need to convince them to give access to the machines, whether that was through talking or inform them what could happen to others on the ship would up to them. Garcia came to stand in front of his men. First, I would like to state to you all, that you are guests here at Artemis and we welcome you after the travels you have endured, he greeted. I would like to ask who among you are the pilots and mechanics of the mobile suits on board this ship? Their work is impressive, and I would like to acknowledge and congratulate them in person. While that situation was unfolding, Tyler was working his way towards the rear of the Archangel, searching for signs of anyone, whether it was a crew member or refugee, as he went. Each room he glanced in was empty, every corridor he went down was devoid of signs of life, and it was irritating to him more and more. Nonetheless, the worst thing to Tyler as he went along was the silence. It was deafening and complete. No sound came in on the receivers in his helmet, and Tyler felt it wasn't just odder than hell, but it was eerie in a way that didn't feel right at all. It was much like the silence that had been around the ruins of Junius 7 the last time he had been around there. The deep quiet caused Tyler to wonder two things. 1. Since he'd found nothing thus far, was there anyone on the ship anymore? Then 2. The lack of security was getting on his nerves, even if Tyler had expected the lax manners and laziness from the Omni soldiers here at Artemis. The base's personnel's confidence and unwavering faith in the Lightwave shield would bite them in the butt at some point very soon, and hard. Tyler was sure of that. Just seeing the behavior of the Alliance personnel here helped Tyler understand the interest Sakura had in successfully assaulting Artemis. And he didn't normally see eye to eye with the woman at all as she stalked him, and he didn't like that. The crew and the refugees could have been taken off of the ship and be somewhere in the interior of Artemis itself. Tyler knew that was a possibility. However, Tyler wanted to be sure no one was on the Archangel before he went into the inside of the base. It's just as likely that everyone had been gathered into one area, so they can be watched by the soldiers here at Artemis. It was an extremely lazy way to do it in Tyler's view, and the one he expected with what he knew about the base personnel. Tyler had looked through a full deck and started the second without resistance or encountering any other. The 4 soldiers he'd come across by the bridge were the only other people Tyler came across thus far. Tyler had thought about accessing the Archangel's systems while he has such free reign of the ship. It wasn't an opportunity he believed would come up often, if ever again, and that would get his team's mission done. Then, there had been evidence that had been acquired during the time at Heliopolis, which inferred that the Alliance might have stored specs and plans for their prototype mobile suits on board if something unforeseen happened. This was literally a pure golden opportunity to look and take care of the problem if it did really existed. But the safety of his friends and the refugees and even the majority of the Archangel's crew took priority. It was as Tyler came into the corridor that, as he recalled the mess hall was off of, that he received the first bit of solid evidence of there being anyone on the Archangel. That came when he heard voices ahead picked up by the audio filters in his helmet. Upon hearing that, Tyler stopped and listened hard to figure out what he was hearing. Apparently, none of you heard the Admiral, the pilots, and mechanics of the mobile suits, said an arrogant and irritating male voice. They're here in this room, aren't they? Kira almost spoke up but stopped when he got a quick glance from Murdoch that silently told Lakis and himself to remain quiet. That kind of confused Kira, yet a memory of Tyler saying that the relationships of the members of the Earth Alliance weren't nice. And with his mother being in politics, his information in this kind of thing tended to be accurate. So, Kira was left to wonder how bad the relations were and how that would complicate things. Also, he was reminded of how much he missed his friend. Tyler always seemed to know what to do in tense situations. Tyler plastered himself to the wall and inched closer to the doorway into the mess to better understand the situation. He heard silence in response to the demand from the Alliance officer for a minute. Tyler wanted to get a look into the room, but there was too much of a risk of being seen. That in turn could put others in danger, so Tyler couldn't risk that at the moment until he learned more. "Why are you asking us this?" asked Arnold Newman, standing up and approaching the officers. He was the highest-ranking non-commissioned officers with the rank of Chief Petty Officer 2nd Class. That being the case, with the commanding officers absent, the chain of command stated that command fell to him to lead and protect the crew and those on board. Arnold had never thought it would come to him to do this, but with what had gone down so far here at Artemis, he wasn't going to shrink under the gaze of these idiots. "You think you can talk back to us?" demanded the lieutenant, grabbing the front of Arnold's uniform. Tyler wasn't impressed by the retort that was said. It made him wonder what's going on within the Earth Alliance lately, since he'd been out of the loop for a while. Since he'd been on the investigation at Heliopolis, the information he had been able to get is mostly through the news feeds, and those aren't reliable. As far as Tyler knew, Artemis was an Earth Forces military base, even if it belongs to Eurasia Federation technically, so should be on the same team. Tyler thought perhaps there could be a schism developing among the members of the Earth Alliance, but there was no clear evidence to say that. Arnold, however, kept his cool and simply gazed back at the lieutenant acting badly, thus proving that he was better-mannered. "By your question, apparently, you haven't asked either the captain or our officers. Wasn't that one of the reasons they were escorted away for briefing others?" posed Arnold. "Or are you not permitted to ask about the information and so just are going to others in an attempt to get around not having permission?" The question reminded Kira and Lakis of Mew and Crystal's words to both of them just before entering Artemis, telling them to lock their machines' OSs so that only Lakis and Kira could activate the 2 mobile suits. Now, after seeing how these Alliance officers here were acting and what they were asking, it all made sense. For whatever reason, those here knew about the Atlantic Federation developing mobile suits and wanted them for themselves. But with the locking program that Kira put on both mobile suits' OSs, they weren't able to see any of the systems of the machines. Tyler felt that he was definitely missing something in this conversation he was overhearing. It had something to do with the strike and the Asuka, but what the demand was about was a mystery to Tyler. But there was a piece of information that he'd heard that said something of interest: the officers of the Archangel weren't on the ship. Tyler wondered if those in charge of Artemis are wary of them stirring up resistance on the ship. "Enough, Lieutenant, calm yourself, there's no need of violence in this," said a different voice than either Arnold or the other officer that had made the demand, though it was calmer than the demander. There was silence at the statement. It was clear what this was about. "You're referring to the mobile suits on the Archangel," stated Arnold, but there was part of this that didn't make sense. "Why would you see the need to come here? With all of us being kept here, you can go look at both mobile suits all you want, and we can't do anything really about it." Arnold had a feeling that it would be best not to mention that the Asuka was actually an orb machine that happened to be at Heliopolis. Nor would it be wise to bring up the shadow which was missing since the colony collapse. There was silence at the statement, and during that time Tyler got to within a couple of meters of the mess hall doorway. None had noticed him that he could tell thus far, and he'd take that while he could get it. "You are right, and impressive mobile suits they are," said Garcia in a nice tone. "The fact of the matter is we feel privileged to have the opportunity to see them before they're officially announced. We're merely curious about them." He paused. "Now, who are the pilots of the 2 mobile suits?" "What a load of crap," thought Arnold along with several other crewmen. Nevertheless, the question posed did put the crew into a bind. There was a chance that they could pass of Mew and Crystal as the pilots. But with being as short-handed as the crew was, it would be unlikely believed to be true. To run the ship, they needed at least one of the 2 on the bridge for the time being. Even with the students from Heliopolis volunteering, they just didn't have the skill for ship operation yet. They weren't enough yet. Meanwhile, Tyler was finding the conversation getting more intriguing the longer it goes on, informative in ways that most wouldn't know. He was disgusted at the poor excuse being used to get to the mobile suits on board. It was clear to Tyler that those here at Artemis want the specs to build mobile suits themselves so they can use them. "We're short-handed," said Arnold, gesturing behind himself. "Some have volunteered, which has let us manage. None of us are pilots. The only 2 who are pilots in any way is Lieutenant Laflaga and Major McAllister." Tyler would give a compliment to the officer trying to cover for Kira and Lakis. They were doing fairly. It did show that his friends had been earning the trust of the crew of this ship, and Tyler felt some pride about that. Still, Tyler stayed where he was, attempting to figure out how many were in the room and if he could deal with them. Tyler was betting there were more than just his friends in there, and that was a problem as they were in danger. "Now, don't lie," said Garcia. "But a good effort, I'll admit, yet it's unlikely as their experience would be needed on the ship. Volunteers could very well help, but with what you'd faced that wouldn't be enough. Both of the mobile armor pilots are good at what they do, but with looking at the previous battles you fought, that level of skill is unusual, and while I might have believed one of the suits could be piloted by one of them, yet for them to be both out is foolish, as they would be needed on the ship. Gut instinct says that given your other lies, all of it is a lie. Tyler would give the man marks for the deduction. It was sound and thought out. However, that left the question of what will he do now that he has determined La Flaga and McAllister aren't the pilots in Tyler's mind. A yelping sound from a female served as an answer to Tyler, and his right hand moved to his gun. He knew the voice that had cried out. It was Mirialia, and Tyler wouldn't let her get hurt even when she had made his life harder from time to time. Mirialia, exclaimed Tall, rising from his seat as she cried out slightly in pain. Kuzi and Sai quickly moved forward and held Tall back from lashing out at the soldiers and possibly getting killed. Both realizing that Tai usually kept any of them from doing something dangerously stupid, and that echoed his absence. But who would have thought that one of the pilots could be a woman, continued Garcia, but it occurs to me the captain of this ship is a woman as well. Mirialia cried out as Garcia tightened his grip, and there was visible upheaval with the actions from him. Kira had enough of staying silent, he wouldn't be quiet while a friend was being hurt. Tyler had his SMG out of the holster, along with his left hand went to the pouch above his left thigh and grabbed one of the sonic concussion grenades and withdrew it. Tyler was readying himself to move closer to the mess hall and chuck the grenade in, hoping it wouldn't hurt others. Nevertheless, another voice stopped him. "Hey, cut it out, you're just being a bully," said Kira, stepping forward. Tyler had a very bad feeling about the situation, as he suspects things will soon get more complicated. The current mess was bad enough, and it was going to get worse when ZAFT got involved, and Tyler knew they would. He didn't want to have things even worse than they were going to be, as he was having a time keeping people from dying. "Kid, don't," started Murdoch, but Kira ignored him. Lakis was right behind him, completely in agreement with Kira. "You want to know who was piloting them?" asked Kira. "We were," said Lakis, her hand on Kira's shoulder, an uncharacteristic glare on her features. Tyler held in the sigh that really wanted to escape him, even when his helmet would prevent it from being heard. He deciding to err on the side of caution for the time being by backing off for a bit. Tyler knew going in gun blazing would likely get others killed, and that's to be avoided if at all possible. The probability of him getting a second shot of making a difference is very low, so he has to get this right the first time. So, as much as it pained him, Tyler moved away from the mess hall and concealed himself in the nearest room, leaving the door open a bit so that he could keep listening. There was total silence after Tyler's two friends had blown the current situation to hell from his point of view. He bet that everyone in the mess hall was staring at them now, which wasn't helpful. Instead, Tyler activated his comm unit. "Luke, I've found where the crew is being held. However, things have become," Tyler paused, "complicated, to put it simply. You continue to the hangar ahead of me, I'll meet you there after I'm done doing damage control here." Luke had stopped going down the corridor he was traveling down as he heard the tone in Tyler's voice and knew he was not kidding, and things had become worse than they already were. The team had discussed the potential for problems for this mission, and they hadn't been few. But ZAFT was supposed to be the major contributor, yet apparently, that had changed. Luke calculated that he was halfway to the hangar, but he still could get to where Tyler likely was. "You sure, mate?" "I can get to your position in a minute or two if you tell me where you are," Luke replied. Tyler appreciated Luke's offer, but they needed to be a step ahead in this to save the most lives. The ship's hangar would be where the Alliance officers would end out, and eventually, that would be the best place to turn the tables in Tyler's mind. "Thanks for the offer, Luke, but we need to be ahead of those here, so I need you to get to the hangar more than backing me up." "I'll manage with things here," Tyler returned. Luke knew Tyler could handle himself, but that didn't mean that he liked leaving him hanging. He had grown to like Tyler. The kid had one hell of a sense of humor and could pull a neat prank. And the two of them could do some awesome stunts, and Luke still wanted to do that with Tyler. Yet, as usual, Tyler was right, there was a lot at stake and they needed to be careful. "Copy that, mate," replied Luke, "just holler if you need me." Tyler returned his attention back to listening to what was going on back in the mess hall. Yes, he said to Luke that he would manage to change the situation, but he was still trying to figure out how to do that. There were more lives than just his friends at stake, and Tyler took his duty of protecting citizens of the Federation seriously. "Well, young man," said Garcia, "I admire your sense of duty in protecting the girl." Tyler knew that what Kira was doing wasn't protecting Mirialia exactly, though in a way it was. He knew it would be expected a great deal from Kira, and Tyler didn't when it comes to reading the mood. It was due to Kira's naivete, and that's driving him to do what he is, and it frustrated Tyler so much. Kira believes that all people can be reasoned with, when Tyler was well aware that's not how the world they lived in works. Some people won't listen to reason, full stop, end of discussion, and Tyler wished Kira would understand that. Athrun and Tyler had been trying to help Kira understand this point, but alas, they hadn't had success yet. There was a moment of silence after Garcia gave the compliment, and he meant what he said to the teenager. It was commendable that he was trying to defend another like he was, it showed bravery. However, what the kid had said was ridiculous, as teenagers piloting mobile suits was as likely as the Federation jumping into the war. So, he spoke again. But those machines weren't made for mere children like you to operate. Get serious, you twerps, continued Garcia, snapping the last bit. The sound of motion came to Tyler, which he guessed was someone trying to hit another, but he couldn't say for sure from just what he was hearing. Then there was a thump of a body hitting the floor and Tyler wished that he could see what was going on. I haven't done anything to deserve you getting angry and hitting me, said Kira. Tyler felt sorry for his friend, he really did, since his view of the world is more a dream. Tyler personally wish was real, but he knew that the truth was different than that picture. Yet, Tyler didn't know how he can get the point across to Kira about this kind of thing, and it's not for a lack of trying on Tyler's part as best he could to help Kira understand. Commandant, exclaimed the officer that had spoken before. Kira was frustrated with this whole situation. What is it with you people? He questioned. Kira is digging himself a hole, and a deep one, Tyler knew, and it would be hard to get out of. Tyler stopped a hand from smacking his forehead in pity. It pained Tyler to hold himself where he was and not rush in the mess hall and teach the Alliance officers a lesson. However, that wouldn't be the best option if he wanted the least amount of injury to happen to those here. As much as Tyler didn't want it to be so, the needs of the many outweigh the urges from the loyalty to the few. Tyler was left to wonder how he ended out having to fix situations like this. He didn't try to get into them. Don't do it, said Sai. Tyler was glad that Sai was trying to help. He could always count on him to keep a good working head connected to his shoulder. He hoped that Kira will listen to him, but Tyler feared that's wishful thinking at this point. Tyler didn't see much of a way that things could be worse, but he was proven wrong. Is this how Eurasia treats its allies? Questioned Lakis. Tyler wondered if Lakis spent much time around her father, as she would learn about some of the politics of the Earth Alliance. From what Tyler had seen, major issues were developing for years most likely. Tyler was more surprised that it hasn't fallen apart already or gotten into a civil war. He bet that some under-the-table deals done to keep things from crumbling with the Earth Alliance. His attention was snapped back at the sound of guns being positioned came to him. Tyler came out of the room he was in, which was a supply closet were he to guess, and started creeping along the wall, getting closer to the mess hall. No, stop, said a different feminine voice. What they're saying is the truth, they're the pilots. Tyler was forced to pause as the voice sounded a tad familiar to him. He tried to recall where he had heard it, and it came to him. The voice belonged to the red-headed girl that was supposed to be Sai's engaged girl. Tyler hadn't expected her to end out on the Archangel, but it was an odd day thus far. Why not, Tyler would say. He was hoping that the Alliance officers don't take what she says seriously, as that would not help things. Tyler knew it would be better if they buy that Kira and Lakis aren't the pilots, even though they are. In the mess hall, Tall and Sai were very worried about Flay stepping forward and saying that Kira and Lakis were pilots. The air in the room was getting heavier by the moment, and it was bad already. Flay, hissed Tall, trying to stop her, no doubt. Tyler was halfway down the hallway, around 6 meters away from the doorway to the mess hall while the exchange continued. That's enough, said the Alliance officer, will you kids give it a rest? Tyler let out the breath he was holding, hearing that the Alliance officers were ignoring the redhead's comment. Are you really that stupid? Demanded Flay, which brought about silence. Tyler gripped his gun at hearing the redhead not keeping her mouth shut. He was left to wonder if the redhead dislikes coordinators or something along those lines. By what he'd had seen, she had shown a few signs that she didn't like coordinators. But Tyler was more suspecting that she did not see the consequences of situations like this. However, it didn't stop there. Open your eyes and look at Lakis. Do you think that sort of hair color occurs in naturals? I realize that you're a bunch of morons taking your own allies prisoner to try and advance your own positions without having to go out there and get involved in the war, but I'd expect reaching your position to require at least enough intelligence to recognize a clear sign of a coordinator when you see her and be able to extrapolate the truth from that. Tyler was a bit shocked at what he was hearing. True, he had wanted to say how stupid some of those who are in positions of power and command in the Earth Alliance can be and are normally, but he rarely said it to their faces. So, either Flay is very brave or very dim saying what she did. Tyler couldn't say which yet. Not that the fact of Lakis's hair is an unnatural color isn't true, but that wasn't the point. They're coordinators, asked Garcia. Tyler couldn't help but think about how the one leading was an idiot, but there were other things to keep in mind. Nevertheless, things changed for Tyler when he heard movement behind him and was made aware of his surroundings. When he turned around, Tyler saw 2 Alliance soldiers at the end of the corridor that he was in. For a moment, the three looked at each other in silence. The 2 soldiers were staring at Tyler, unable to process that he was standing there. They couldn't see his face, yet that didn't matter at the moment. Tyler was there, and to them, he wasn't supposed to be. He shot forward at one, drawing his knife and stabbing on while getting a grenade in the other hand and arming it. The 2 didn't have the time to react to Tyler. One got a knife plunged into his abdomen while the other had not time to move. Within 3 seconds the grenade went off and a boom thundered down the corridor. The boom was felt more than heard while Tyler kept flying forward unaffected by the blast, with his helmet and suit protecting him from a concussive blast. He grabbed the 2 bodies and dragged them down the corridor and around the corner, where he threw them into a random room. But Tyler knew that others would have heard the grenade going off and the sounds of others confirmed that fact. After dropping off the two idiots that just happened to come across him, Tyler popped into a different room down the intersecting passageway. He floated up to the ceiling and made himself as conspicuous as possible and waited. Tyler expected soldiers to search for the source of the disturbance and so he bided his time. With having used a grenade in the corridor, Tyler might as well have announced his presence over the internal ship comm system. Yet Tyler still saw a potential way to salvage the situation in his favor if he played his cards right, that is. Listening to the Alliance personnel getting closer, the room Tyler was hidden in was dark as the lights were off. Still, he was above the door. Tyler fetched another sonic concussion grenade, a finger ready to press the arming button. The door to the room slid open and to his surprise and good fortune, 4 Alliance soldiers came in without noticing Tyler at all. Tyler oriented himself to have his head pointing towards the floor and be within arm's reach of the door control panel. Then he pushed the arming button in and softly tossed the grenade towards the center of the room. The scene was comical in Tyler's view. One of the Alliance soldiers caught sight of the grenade just as Tyler hit the control to close the door. The concussive blast reverberated around the room, contained with the door closed, and the 4 guys were flung against the walls hard. Once the sonic barrage the grenade caused had ceased, Tyler reoriented his body with the floor and left the room, leaving the 4 soldiers behind, and headed back to the mess hall. Once at the doorway, Tyler risked a covered look in from the outside and took stock of how things had changed within the last few minutes. He saw that the members of the Archangel crew along with several other people who he'd guess were the refugees from Heliopolis, both divided into 2 groups. There were still 3 guards inside watching both groups on either side of the room and they did have assault rifles. Tyler racked his mind trying to come up with a way to disable those guards quick enough for them to not call for help or hurt anyone else. Then Lady Luck smiled on him once again in a most unexpected way which provided an opportunity. The sound of crying from the refugees was heard and one of the guards went over to the kid that was sobbing while her mother was trying to comfort her scared daughter. Tyler felt sorry for the young girl. She had to be less than 10 years old and has soldiers scaring her along with pointing guns at her and her mother. It angered Tyler more than usual with the Alliance which irritated him normally, to begin with. "Keep your girl quiet," the soldier ordered. That was a signal to Tyler to act, so he grabbed the edge of the door frame and launched himself forward. He managed to get on the right side of the closest soldier, one leg in front of him, and a hand on the back of his head. Then, Tyler pulled back his leg, thereby sweeping the soldier's legs out from under him while Tyler shoved the man's head forward and slammed it into the nearby table. There was a horrible sounding crack as the guy's head made hard contact with the metal table. Next, Tyler shifted himself to face the soldier to the left, drawing his SMG flicked off the safety. Tyler fired off 2 shots at the soldier, the first forcing the man to let go of his gun and the second nailing him in the right shoulder. Tyler whipped around to point his gun at the last soldier, only to find that members of the crew had taken action and had subdued the other soldier. Tyler holstered his gun and watched the scuffle settle but said nothing at that point. Chief Murdoch was the first to notice the other that had appeared out of seemingly nowhere. Of course, the gunshots had echoed around the room, and for the crew, they were worried that one of the Alliance soldiers had gotten shots off. But apparently, the shots had come from the odd person out that had popped up. Murdoch also noticed that the individual was in a Federation spacesuit and the helmet hid their facial features. What is a Federation pilot doing here?" he asked. That line reminded Tyler that his helmet was still in place, meaning that the helmet's visor which blocked facial detail. Normally, Tyler kept it on to prevent the trouble that being identified could bring in most situations. However, he needed cooperation from the people here to get the Archangel out of here in one working piece. Tyler raised his hands to show he had nothing in them before he went through the process of releasing the seal between his helmet and the rest of the pilot suit. That was done by a switch on the right side of the neck and then disconnecting the clasps that held the helmet in place. After all that was done, Tyler lifted his helmet up and off his head. The second Tyler's face was clearly visible, much of the crew gaping at me as they recognized him. None of the crew expected to see Tyler McGregor again, not after the Shadow was separated from the Archangel. Sure, the Heliopolis volunteers had kept hopes of him popping up, but the crew didn't have the heart to tell them their friend was likely gone. But here the teenager was in front of them in a Federation spacesuit. It was Sai that found the use of his voice first. "Ty. How did you get here?" Tyler stored his helmet under his left arm before he smiled a bit. "Well, hello to you too, Sai. You're welcome for getting you all out of a jam," he said with a slightly amused tone. For the crew of the Archangel, now that their guards were out of the way, they could get to work. They may not know where the commanding officers were right now, but the Archangel couldn't stay here, they had agreed upon that. "Well, now that guards aren't watching us, we can regain control of the ship," said Pal. "What about Kira and Lakis?" asked Mirieli, not wanting to have their friends forgotten. Tal at the reminder wasn't the most pleased at what had resulted from Flay speaking up. Because of her, Kira and Lakis were potential in trouble and she should have kept quiet. Yeah, thanks to Flay in her mouth, they're with those Alliance officers heading towards the hangar. "Why'd she have to go and say that stuff about Kira and Lakis?" muttered Tal. Sai frowned at Tall, though he knew he wasn't exactly wrong. He believed Flay didn't understand what she had been doing at the time, and she had been taken as well. She didn't know that this would happen. Tall, he said. Tyler could see where Sai was coming from, but it didn't improve the current situation. So, he sighed, perhaps Sai, but this is an example of why it's unwise to run one's mouth without thinking. Mireille glared at Tyler as he was being rude with his comment. It wasn't the first time that he had been mean like this, he tended to be blunt and to the point. However, she would ask would it hurt for him to sometimes try to be nice and not point out mistakes. Ty, that's rude, she snapped. Tyler turned to face Mireille as this certainly wasn't the first time she had called him rude for something he said. In fact, it was unfortunately pretty common, so Tyler shrugged. What, I doubt that I'm the only one that is thinking along the line I stated, he returned, then glanced around the room. Anyone wish to deny that? No one said anything to Tyler's challenge, as much of the crew had been thinking that when Flay had spoken up. Yet the silence was broken when Arnold spoke up. We were all thinking something like that, admittedly, he said quietly. Even if she has a point though, there's no doubt anymore about what the Eurasians are up to. Tyler never had to question what those here at Artemis wanted. It was plain as day when one thought about it. The Earth Alliance wanted mobile suits, but their member states also wanted power over the others. So, logically speaking, the suits had to be the target. Was there ever doubt what they were after? Tyler asked the group at large. Does anyone have a plan to get out of this? Asked Sai, trying to move things alone and get the conversation off Flay. Not yet, but I'm working on it, replied Arnold. Tyler felt it would probably be a good idea to tell those here that the way to the bridge should be clear. Plus, he needed to head to the hangar quickly before things got worse, so Tyler exhaled heavily. Well, luckily for you, I've done cleanup along my way here and so, have removed obstacles. You should have a clear shot to the bridge for the moment, so recommend that you don't waste the opportunity. Tyler slid his helmet back on and faced the door. As for Kira and co, leave helping them to me. Tyler didn't wait for any to reply, he just left the room and began his journey forward towards the hangar. He took care to pop into one of the maintenance spaces and kept going, choosing the route he was taking to avoid notice. And going through the small maintenance shafts that go throughout the ship was not easy for Tyler. Thankfully he wasn't claustrophobic in any way, or taking the route he was, it would be much more unpleasant. Going through the conduits, Tyler had around half a foot in front and in back separating him and the other stuff in the tube he was moving through, even if it was one of the larger ones. Meanwhile, Arnold and the other members of the bridge crew along with the 4 Heliopolis student volunteers brought up the rear of the group, as they had left the mess hall. They all saw the bodies of some Alliance soldiers floating along the way in the corridor with the main elevator, all 4 of them knocked out cold. The unsaid thoughts were that they were probably involved in the cleanup which Tyler had mentioned. Most if not all in the group were a bit curious how Tyler had knocked the soldiers cold and yet, appeared to do no damage to the surrounding area or a lot of visible injury to the soldiers themselves. They all recalled hearing a dull boom before those from Artemis had gone their separate ways. However, none of them had known what had caused that, and even with it likely being part of what Tyler had done, it still didn't say what happened. They all crowded into the lift up to the bridge. When it opened, the group came out, and they found the bridge was dark until Pal hit the switch for the lights. Arnold headed for the helm while everyone else went to their customary stations. Everyone glanced out of the front viewing port, to find that space-suited Eurasian soldiers moving away from the ship along with the mobile armors caused slight confusion. It was clear something was happening to get them moving, but there was no visible evidence of what had their attention. Arnold refocused on the task at hand and gave out orders, start up the engines and bring all main systems online. Some small part of Arnold wondered how they would get out of the dock with the moorings still in place, but what else could they do? What about the captain and the other officers? Asked Pal as they began working. Unfortunately, we can't stay here, or we'd be sitting ducks. We need to get the ship moving and let's hope that they can get back to the ship soon, said Arnold. There was silence at the reply, but all those there did their best to get the Archangel up and running. Back with Tyler, he eventually got to be under the floor of the hangar at the front of the ship where the hangar was located. All Tyler could say to justify being able to get through the spaces he did was to say thank goodness for 0G. If that weren't true, then his traveling would kill parts of his body and Tyler wanted to avoid that. And once where he wanted to be, he lifted the vent plate up slowly so that it didn't make noise and came out of the maintenance tube. The sound of voices came from above him which got him to freeze. You want us to remove the locks on the OSs, correct? Asked Kira. Tyler figured he had just arrived in the nick of time for the real event on the ship. So, Tyler traveled the rest of the way out of the conduit and closed it without making a sound. Garcia stared at the young coordinator who was blind to what he could do. He was seeing the teen as a way to improve mobile suits and assisting bring victory in this long war. For starters, he said. Garcia was hoping for more than just seeing the OS for these suits. Once mass-produced they would help turn the tables. But I imagine you are capable of doing many other things as well. The previous conversation made more sense to Tyler now. The Alliance forces here want access to the mobile suits on the Archangel, which he knew. But Kira must have put a lock on them that the techs here can't crack, which was a smart idea, Tyler would admit. Why Kira put them in place, Tyler couldn't say, but it did end out providing a reason for the personnel here not to kill those on the ship. Tyler still kept to the shadows at the edges of the hangar to not be noticed but be ready to jump in. When Tyler looked up, he saw Kira and Lakis a bit ahead of where he was hidden while the girl Flay was right above. Tyler didn't like the view he was getting as he could see up things he didn't want to, which had him wishing the redhead hadn't been wearing a dress. All in the hangar were looking at the two mobile suits alone. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Kira, eyes narrowing. Tyler hoped that Luke had gotten here already. The situation was not good already and a second person would help. Luke, you in the hangar yet? Tyler asked. Yeah mate, keeping out of sight, especially with the Earth Forces officers that just came in a minute ago, replied Luke. Good, stay that way until I say so, we'll see how this plays out, Tyler returned. Got it, Luke replied. Tyler turned his attention back to the conversation that was going. For example, said Garcia. You could analyze this machine's design and build more like it. Or perhaps you could even come up with a weapon that's effective against this type of mobile suit. Tyler had to hold in the anger he felt at the implications that the man in charge was making about Kira. He was one type of example that gave Tyler reason not to like being around Alliance officers much. They don't see coordinators as people or as human beings like they would see fellow naturals. They saw them as tools to advance their interests, whatever they are, or less than that. Kira didn't like being seen like this man was doing. Kira was a student, not a soldier. Look, we're nothing more than civilian students, replied Kira, we're not soldiers, and we're not some military contractors. There's no reason why we have to do any of those things, and it isn't to fight in this war. Tyler would have shaken his head at the display of Kira's naivete that he was all too familiar with, but the situation was too serious. It was nice that Kira was trying to pass off Lakis as a student like he is, yet that wouldn't protect her well in this, Tyler knew. But you're already traitors to your fellow coordinators, are you not? Posed Garcia. Kira and Lakis were somewhat shocked to be called traitors when they had been defending themselves as any human being would. Us? Traitors, said Kira incredulously. I don't know what your reasons were, Garcia said, but regardless, you did betray your own people, and so by rights. Tyler had his gun out of its holster and ready to use, showing his anger at what he was hearing about his friends. The logic was twisted and was a lie, and Tyler wouldn't accept anything else that was said about Kira and Lakis. This base leader was not much different than those who were members of Blue Cosmos from what Tyler was seeing. Granted, he isn't out to kill coordinators out of principle like some were, but using coordinators wasn't all that much different. You're wrong, Kira snapped, we did it cause. Garcia cut over Kira, being coordinators siding with the Earth Alliance makes you two very valuable. There's nothing to worry about, I assure you that someone like yourselves could be made welcome, even in Eurasia. But if you still don't want to cooperate, he looked pointedly at Flay. The group moved over towards the mobile suits, which Tyler took as an opportunity being presented. Luke, you got eyes on the redhead that's being used as a hostage? I asked. Luke was looking down at the redhead with a soldier holding her with a gun pointing at her. Yeah, I see her mate. Why? Questioned Luke. A plan was quickly forming in Tyler's mind. You think you could separate the soldier from her and get the redhead out of the potential line of fire before she gets hurt? I'll take care of the two other soldiers, Tyler explained. You up for that? Luke was once again amazed at the plans that Tyler could conjure while under pressure. They were nothing short of amazing. What's more, they tended to work much more often than not, and Luke didn't doubt that would be proven again. Mate, I live for missions like this. Just give the signal and we do this, answered Luke. Tyler looked back at the group that was in front of the strike now, gauging when to give the signal. Kira and Lakis's body language said that they were unwillingly being forced to concede, and if they did, things would go bad. Kira's the one who put the locks on the OSs, said Lakis. I'm afraid I won't be able to remove the lock from either machine. That doesn't sound true at all to Tyler. Kira would have made sure Lakis could unlock either machine. That made Tyler think that she was mitigating risk, which was a good thing to do. Very well then, start with this one, said Garcia, motioning towards the strike. Kira couldn't think of what else he could do and keep others from getting hurt, so he climbed up to the strike and clambered into the cockpit while two soldiers stood just outside, rifles trained on both Lakis and Flay. Tyler readied himself and deployed the thrusters on the backpack of his pilot suit. Luke, go go go, he said before moving forward. The bang of a gun firing resounded throughout the room, causing chaos and confusion. Luke shot at the soldier that was holding Flay hostage and forcing him to back away and separate from the redhead. Luke then floated down quickly and grabbed a very scared and confused girl before moving both of them back into the shadows. While Luke did his movement, Tyler shot forward with a boost from his suit's thrusters, shooting the soldiers, and disarmed one and landed a shot in the arm that was holding the guns. Tyler came to a stop a few feet from the two Alliance officers and two soldiers keeping his SMG trained on them. The gunshots were out of nowhere, and so the Alliance's soldiers' reactions were slow and they were caught off guard. What? Garcia cried in surprise. Lakis moved away from the Alliance personnel when the gunshots sounded. One of the figures that appeared was someone in a Federation spacesuit. Those from the Federation's military, from what Lakis had heard, were more reasonable and likely more safe to be around. At least, Sakura had given the impression that she respected them somewhat, and Lakis's older sister didn't respect without a good reason. So, she came to be a short distance behind the Federation person since she'd been separated from Kira. Once Garcia recognized the spacesuit to be the kind the Federation used, anger coursed through him. The Federation's military tended to be frustratingly annoying with their interference. But for even one of them to have gotten inside of Artemis was problematic for a couple of reasons. What is this? What would a Federation pilot be doing here, and how did you even get in? He growled. The nice thing about the comm system built into Federation pilots' helmets that Tyler liked was it can change the sound and tone of the voice so that you weren't recognized. And Tyler had some choice words for those here that he had wanted to say each time this base was boasted about. I'm preventing a fiasco from occurring, Tyler began, the sound of his voice lower and had a more mechanical tone to it so that it didn't sound like his own voice. As to how I got into your so-called impenetrable defense, it wasn't very hard. Security was more than just lax. At the same time, the Blitz had made its way and had now arrived in a range of being able to hit the Alliance base. Nicole hefted the Trichorus offensive shield the Blitz had, which had the majority of its weapons. Said system included a beam rifle, beam saber, and 3 Lancer darts to work with. Nicole took aim at the asteroid, expecting the Alliance to show where the lightwave emitters were since they're hidden when not in use. He pulled the trigger and fired the Blitz's beam rifle and saw Artemis shake satisfyingly. The question is, how long will it take the Alliance officer in charge to react and bring out the barrier system? After firing off over a dozen more shots, Nicole spotted one of the umbrella emitters rise into position. There is one, he said softly. Strike at what is weak. He deactivated the Mirage colloid and switched over to using phase shift armor and continued his assault. Nicole ignited the beam saber in the Blitz's shield and pierced the emitter, causing it to explode. Nicole then began to actively scan around for more of the emitters. With enough of them destroyed, the lightwave shield would fail. That was the goal, as then reinforcements could then move in and Artemis would fall. Plus, there would be a fair chance to catch the White Alliance vessel, which was an objective in this too. The moment that the first tremor was felt, Maru, Natarl, Mew, and Crystal agreed that waiting was pointless and they all left the room they had been escorted to. Mew and Crystal disabled any whoever tried to slow their progress of getting back to the Archangel. But most were rushing around in panic, and it didn't take long for that to sink into the officers of the Archangel. What in the hell is going on? Muttered Maru. Mew glanced over at Crystal, who nodded, as both had a rather educated guess as to what was going on. Their hunters were tired of waiting for them to come out and were making their way inside Artemis to strike. My guess is that ZAFT found a way to successfully assault Artemis. They're proving that this place isn't impenetrable as they claimed it was, and now they are being caught off guard, Mew said to the group at large. There was no real argument to Mew's statement, as it was the most logical explanation of what was happening. The issue is brought up with the four needing to get back to the Archangel as soon as possible. Then, that's all the more reason to get back to the ship as quickly as possible, stated Natarl. The four picked up their pace, though they stopped for a moment when they reached a viewing lunge. The sight of multiple mobile armors moving towards the entrance of Artemis and the glimpse of ZAFT mobile suits didn't give comfort in any way. The four continued forward towards the dock where the Archangel was hoping to get to her before ZAFT forces got too far inside Artemis. Mew and Crystal were the first to come into the shuttle bay to find it was in the same chaos they had been seeing along their way. Mew led his companions over to a shuttle and got on board. He moved to the pilot chair while Crystal took the co-pilot seat after shutting the hatch of the shuttle. Maru and Natarl buckled into 2 of the other seats on the shuttle as Mew turned it on. The shuttle lifted upward and then headed out into the massive docking area. Back in the Archangel's hangar, the ship trembled, which surprised Garcia genuinely. Tyler took the shaking as ZAFT jumping into the current situation, likely working on taking out the shield were he to guess. Yet the sound that came from the radio that Garcia had with him answered the question of what was going on. Sir, a mobile suit is in our defense perimeter, came the report over the radio. Our lightwave reflectors are being destroyed. Garcia couldn't believe what he was hearing. For an enemy unit to get so close shouldn't be possible. How can that be? He questioned angrily to the room at large. Tyler suspected that with ZAFT's attack on Artemis starting, stealth was involved to get so close, and that infers that the X-207 Blitz was used. The shaking continued at a fairly consistent basis before the radio crackled again. We've already lost several emitters. If we lose too many more, then the umbrella will fail. They're cutting through the umbrella? That's impossible, shouted Garcia as the tremors grew worse. Tyler saw this as a show of stealth being an effective concept which the Federation had proven already. It made Tyler interested to take a closer study of the Mirage colloid feature that the Shadow had. He, of course, would make sure the system was inspected by Federation scientists when the chance came up. Mirage colloid could be dangerous, so best be prepared was Tyler's motto, and he knew it was one the Federation shared. Commandant, said the lieutenant, his worry obvious. Everyone appeared to have expressions of worry. Kira shared a quick look with Lakis, and the two gave slight nods. Kira flew over to the Asuka and kicked the engineer out of the suit's cockpit, then quickly got in and closed the cockpit hatch. Lakis was still behind the Federation person as the Alliance officers were in disarray. However, she knew she would have to move and the strike would be a good choice for a place to get to for safety. But before Lakis got too far, she was grabbed by the Federation-suited person. They propelled Lakis forward towards the strike, and when Lakis glanced back she saw they had thrusters on the backpack of their suit. Lakis did look at the helmet, hoping to perhaps get a clue as to who was helping her, but the visor blocked any view of the person's face. And she had heard that the Federation's military had a habit of hiding the identities of their personnel, but this was the first experience of the idea. It took less than 30 seconds for Lakis and the Federation person to reach the strike's cockpit. When Lakis looked into the cockpit, she saw that there were two Alliance engineers. The Federation person pointed their gun at them and motioned for them to get out of the cockpit and leave. Lakis hoped that the engineers did as suggested, as she didn't want others to die needlessly. There had already been more than there should be. Thankfully, the engineers exited the cockpit and floated away so they didn't get hurt, which Lakis was happy with. Then the Federation person looked at Lakis and gestured to the cockpit, clearly telling her to get inside. Lakis was confused with this turn in the situation, and she couldn't figure out what was going on completely. Sure, ZAFT attacking made sense. Cruzat wasn't one to give up hunting his prey from what she knew. But why would the Federation interfere in this and help those like here? Lakis, it would be safer if you got in the strike and closed the hatch. Don't worry, I got this, said the Federation person. Lakis's eyes widened at hearing the voice, as she knew it instantly, for it was Tyler's. There had been no news or hints as to what happened to Tyler after Heliopolis collapsed. Kira hadn't taken it well, nor had Lakis herself. He had always been a friend one could count on no matter what. So, to hear his voice gave Lakis some hope. Ty, she breathed with the tone of hope evident. Tyler switched off the visor blocker that prevents someone from looking in from the outside of the helmet, being unable to see his face at all. Right now, with the situation as it was, cooperation was more important than secrecy, and besides that, he trusted Lakis. Tyler inclined his head. Were you expecting someone else, milady? I'm one that can really make a very timely entrance when I put forth the effort, he returned to his pink-haired friend with a bit of a cocky grin. The moment that she saw Tyler's face, warmth came to her heart, knowing he was safe and here. So, Lakis lunged forward and hugged him, to which Tyler just patted her on the head. We can catch up later, now get into that cockpit. I'll handle things here in the hangar, don't worry about the redhead. A colleague of mine saw to her safety, he said. Lakis pushed away from Tyler and entered the cockpit through the open hatch. Tyler began moving away, but he caught sight of Lakis waving at him as the cockpit closed. He knew that she was a sweet girl, very different from her older sister Sakura. Lakis shouldn't be in a situation like this, nor should Kira, and Tyler cursed that they had been forced into it. If he was able, he would get them out, yet Tyler feared that wouldn't be possible any longer, though that wouldn't stop him from trying. You traitors, shouted Garcia as the shaking continued. Tyler aimed my SMG at them as they filed out of the hangar, and when they were gone he just shook his head at the stupidity. Tyler then got on the comm line and told Luke to drop off Flay and get back to his fighter. Meanwhile, Tyler made his way towards the console that controlled the linear catapults so he could make his way to his fighter. The goal in this hadn't changed in the slightest for Tyler. He and his team were to get the Archangel out of Artemis in one piece. With ZAFT banging on the front door, time was now a much bigger factor than Tyler figured would come up at some point. Tyler didn't doubt for a moment that the ZAFT force were those that had likely been hunting the Archangel. Tyler sailed over to the console he was looking for and stopped before inputting the command to depressurize the whole hangar. He glanced over at the Strike and the Asuka, noting that both had their cockpits close, which worked out well for him. So, Tyler proceeded in depressurizing the hangar, which caused an alarm to sound in the room, and the door to the hangar slid shut and a few red lights began flashing, signaling that the room's atmosphere was being sucked out. While that was happening, Tyler brought up his right arm and tapped some buttons that were on the forearm control set used to control a Federation fighter. Tyler was telling it to be positioned close by the exit of the Archangel's left linear catapult for him to get to. A different alarm sounded, saying that the hangar was now a vacuum, which made using the linear catapult doable. Next, Tyler typed in the command for the airtight shutter that closed when a mobile suit launches out. The shutters opened, and before going through them, Tyler set a timer for them to close after he went past. Tyler pushed off the console and flew through the hangar, passing the airtight shutters and into the main catapult area. The shutters closed behind him shortly after he was inside, and the other catapult door rose up as Tyler had programmed it to. Then Tyler used his suit's thrusters to move forward, down the catapult's length and towards Artemis's docking area. Meanwhile, with the Archangel now fully operating, those on the bridge were taking orders from Arnold as he had taken charge of the other commanding officers absent. Everything was going okay other than still being locked into the dock, which was the major problem currently. How the locks could be undone none on the bridge could guess, and the ship couldn't leave until that was dealt with. Still, none of them brought that particular point up as they were trying to look at the bright side of things as there wasn't much going for them. Actually, Arnold had to admit, the teens said that their friend Tyler McGregor reappearing was one of the few good things that had ever since the Archangel had arrived at Artemis was very true. Hell, none of them had expected to see the teen again after he vanished during the collapse of Heliopolis. Yet, not only had McGregor popped up out of nowhere, but he had taken care of the Artemis soldiers on the ship. He had also been wearing a Federation pilot suit which said some things potentially. Whether that means the teen had connections or work for the Human Federation was anyone's guess. Back with Tyler, once outside the Archangel, he turned and looked to his left and saw the vaguest of outlines which were the Delta fighter. It was how Federation stealth technology worked. If you didn't know what to look for, one wouldn't see it, not perfect, but still efficient. It was the principle employed with the optical camouflage by the Federation to make others see what is behind and glance over what is really there. Thus far, both those in ZAFT and the Earth Alliance haven't found a way to cut through the methods that the Federation military uses for stealth. Tyler transmitted the command for the entry hatch to open and it did reveal the cockpit. Closing the short distance, he grabbed the edge of the entryway of the cockpit and swung himself into it, settling into the seat. Tyler felt his body locking himself into the restraints as he buckled the straps and activated the fighter's systems. He closed the cockpit and took in the situation around and began to come up with a plan to get his team and the Archangel with those on board along with himself out of this fast-growing chaotic mess. Once settled and ready, Tyler switched the comm line on. Lisa, Alan, we need to act quickly if we want to get the Archangel out of this base operational and in one piece. The first thing that needs to happen is those dock moorings that keep the ship in place have got to go. So, do whatever it takes to get rid of them or disengaged. I don't care which happens, start blasting them if that's what it requires. Just get things so the Archangel to be able to leave the dock ASAP since time is short with ZAFT banging hard on the front door. Lisa knew that Tyler wasn't wrong, if anything he was putting the current situation mildly. Agreed, she replied. Alan, start on the forward right mooring, I'll take the back left. Got it, replied Alan. Tyler maneuvered his fighter away from the Archangel and turning towards the forward entry to Artemis. He and Luke would provide cover while their teammates would free the Archangel should ZAFT get far enough in already. And with what Tyler was seeing, specifically the holes developing in the lightwave umbrella which were slowly becoming bigger, that was a real possibility. Clearly, ZAFT wasn't wasting time peppering the bases outside and then inviting themselves in. The mobile armors trying to defend the base were doing little to stop them, more just irritating and temporarily slowing ZAFT down. 2 explosions got Tyler to glance back over to the Archangel and noted that the explosions were 2 of the mooring clamps being blasted apart. It progressed even if Tyler wished it was going faster, so he exercised patience and just hoped that ZAFT would be kept busy for long enough. At the same time, on the Archangel's bridge, the crew was shaken as 2 explosions were seen outside the ship, though the tremors didn't last all that long. Sai looked down at his console since it began beeping. Sir, incoming communication, source unknown, but it's heavily encrypted. Arnold didn't know what was best to do in this. He wasn't a commanding officer or even supposed to be doing bridge operation. He was a backup console operator, even if he had some piloting experience before the Archangel. With this ship, he was just the pilot in the driver's seat of this ship. Then let's hear it, he said. Archangel, do you read me? Said a voice. Everyone was a tad shocked to hear Tyler McGregor's voice coming out of the speakers on the bridge. Sai was the one that found use of his vocal cords first. Yes, we read you, Ty, what is it? He asked. Well, I was going to warn you about the explosions that probably rocked the ship. Tyler paused, but the attempt came a little late I guess. Just so that you all know there will be 2 more blasts soon, don't panic, it's the clamps holding the Archangel in the dock being removed. There was another pause, actually being blown to hell would be more accurate, but the same idea in the end. Arnold cleared his throat. Understood, thanks for the warning, he remarked. Don't mention it, Tyler replied promptly. Once you're free start moving towards the back entrance of Artemis. The front is rather crowded right now as ZAFT is taking down the front door and that door is not holding well at all. McGregor out. Back outside, with the first 2 locks were blasted apart, the 3rd mooring followed and so, everything was going as smoothly as they possibly go with the current situation. Lisa set up for destroying the last clamp keeping the Archangel in the dock when Tyler caught sight of the first few ZAFT mobile suits getting past the mobile armors that were defending the entrance to the docking area. Shortly after Tyler had given his warning the Archangel was rocked hard from first the right side. However, before the final clamp could be shot at, ZAFT suits came into Tyler's view including the Buster among them and they were finishing up dispatching the half a dozen Mobius armors that had been defending the base's entrance. The Buster and again broke off from the other suits and came into Artemis's interior. A few more mobile armors launched from further inside the Alliance base to intercept the 2 invading machines. Tyler doubted that the additional Omni forces wouldn't help that much as they unlikely had seen battle for a while now. It was kind of hard for Tyler to watch as the Buster and the Gin effortlessly blew apart the mobile armors. One of the mobile armors even went crashing into the command booth after taking a missile hit from the Buster. Tyler assumed that event threw whatever organization the base had, if it had any to begin with, out the window as they fell into complete chaos. Lisa then fired her fighter's plasma pulse cannon at the fourth and final clamp, blowing it apart. Pal was staring at the console in front of him. The docking clamps are gone, we're free, he said loudly. Right, said Arnold as he moved the Archangel up out of the docking space and began to crawl forward slowly. The shuttle was maneuvered and began making its way towards the dock that the Archangel was stuck in. As it approached, Mew and Crystal witnessed two of the moorings being destroyed, but no source of the shot that did that. The sight was followed by the other clamps being removed through blasts and the ship became free from the restraints. Crystal looked at the sensors as the shuttle got closer to the Archangel. Mew, I would hurry, it looks like ZAFT is getting inside the docking area as we speak, she said. Mew knew that Crystal had a point, time was against them before, but it was even more so now. However, as he looked back at the Archangel, he noticed that the left linear catapult was open for whatever the reason. It did give a way in for the shuttle, but the possibilities of why the catapult would be open escaped Mew. Yet, there were enough problems without adding more questions that didn't have answers right now. That in mind, Mew flew the craft into the catapult to get to the hangar. Crystal communicated with the few mechanics inside the hangar so that they would close the catapult and bring in the shuttle. Tyler was breathing a tad easier when the Archangel lifted out of the dock unbound and slowly moved forward. The Archangel could use the rear exit the base had during the confusion that ZAFT was causing and none be the wiser. Tyler still kept an eye out as the ship, nor his team was out of the woods yet as the old phrase went. He even saw a shuttle heading for the Archangel, but there was nothing Tyler could do at this time about that. He needed to focus on the ZAFT mobile suits incoming now, bringing chaos faster, so he hoped the crew could handle the shuttle. The moment that the shuttle touched down, the four ship officers were out and heading as fast as they could to the bridge. The Archangel hadn't been going forward away from the dock long when the door to the elevator opened. Out of the lift came Maru, Mew, Crystal, and Nataral, to all on the navigation bridge's surprise, as none had heard anything about the four officers and so hadn't expected to see them. Hey all, excellent work everyone, you kids included, definitely better than was expected from any of you, said Mew, putting a hand on Cuzzy's heads. While Mew did that, Maru and Nataral took their seats as Crystal looked ahead out of the front viewports. Hope you had less trouble than we did, remarked Sai in a frustrated tone as Nataral settled into the command chair in the CIC. Maru didn't reply to the comment, just ignored it and focused on the current predicament. We can't maneuver while we're in here, launch the Archangel and get us out of port. Nataral recalled there should have been Artemis soldiers on this ship, but they hadn't seen any on their way to the bridge. Let's hope leaving here will be as easy as that. What happened with the soldiers anyway? She asked to the bridge at large down from the CIC. Arnold hesitated for a moment, trying to figure out where to start in the explanation. Well ma'am, we got assistance from a source we certainly didn't expect and it was very helpful indeed, he answered. Murrow cut over Arnold as it wasn't the time for explanations or catching up with the circumstances as they were. We can catch up later, swing us around and point us towards the entrance so that we can get out of here, she ordered. Tall spoke up right after Murrow finished her order. We can't, ZAFT forces are coming in that way, he shot back, we need to go out the back of Artemis. Mew stared at Tall for a bit. The teen was correct, but it sounded like they had more info than he or the other officers did. And how do you know that? He asked. It's true Lieutenant, we'll catch you up after this is done, but the front entrance won't work, agreed Arnold. There was not the time to argue and the truth was ZAFT was moving forward so the Archangel needed to leave. So, Maru nodded, very well then, engines to half and get us to the back entrance to the dock. Tyler observed the Archangel heading for the rear exit as hoped. Hopefully, things would keep going the way they were. The ship, Tyler, and his team could slip away before things got really bad. However, then the Blitz appeared out of the fighting, shooting towards the Archangel clearly to attack. Nicole had been weaving in and out of the fighting, looking for the real target they were here to take down. Artemis was nothing more than an obstacle in the mission, though beating its defense was an achievement. Yet, that wasn't the goal and Nicole made sure not to lose sight of that even if others had by attacking the base itself. It was within a minute that Nicole spotted the legged ship flying towards the back of the asteroid. Were they to not be stopped, they would get away and this mission would fail. So, Nicole moved forward aiming the Blitz's beam rifle at the ship's engines to slow them down. Tyler wasn't going to let the Blitz get even a shot in at the Archangel while he was in any way able to stop it. He moved the throttle of his fighter to their forward stops and maneuvered himself to be between the Archangel and the attacking machine. Tyler leveled the fighter's Vulcan guns and held down the trigger and let loose rounds towards the Blitz. His aim was true and simply dead on, hitting the torso of the mobile suit, bring it to pause. However, with the Blitz's phase shift armor active, the effect of the weapon fire didn't penetrate the Blitz, but it did stop its attack. Nicole had aimed his weapon, but weapon fire at the Blitz stopped him from firing a bolt. He looked around but found nothing immediately shooting at him. The phase shift armor was intercepting the weapon fire but draining power at the same time. Nicole was forced to shift the Blitz's shield to block the shots to stop the drain from the phase shift. The next thing Nicole knew, an object appeared a short distance ahead of him between the Blitz and the legged ship. It was but a moment for Nicole to realize what he was seeing was one of the current model space fighters that the Federation military used. That brought up the question of what the Federation would be doing at Artemis or how they even got in before Nicole had started taking down the lightwave shield. Tyler fired the railguns his fighter had at the Blitz and followed that up with the plasma pulse cannon. The railgun slammed into the Blitz's shield but the shield took the shot, but Nicole had to throw his controls hard to the right to evade the third weapon shot. The railguns were something that Nicole could deal with, not nice but doable. The third weapon was something he'd only seen videos about and read some guesses about. It was supposed to be some kind of superheated blast, not exactly a beam but similar power and capability. That in mind, Nicole decided to cut his losses and leave. Federation forces always traveled in groups, fighters included. There wouldn't just be one, there would be a few at least, and Nicole didn't believe the phase shift would hold out in that kind of situation. Tyler watched as the Blitz backed off a bit and then got distracted by a couple of mobile armors. He believed that would do for long enough to let the Archangel leave this mess and gain some distance from this place. So, Tyler followed the Archangel as she flew to the back of the dock. The White Alliance ship didn't see any of the Federation fighters following. Tyler believed that it was in the ship's best interest right now to not know they were getting help from the Federation. By now, Tyler was confident that the Lightwave umbrella was either in the process of collapsing or had done so. And he didn't doubt that Sakura would be kind of happy with whoever came up with the plan that defeated Artemis. If she wasn't, then she'd be miffed that she hadn't gotten to do it personally. Tyler felt sorry for the planner of this should the second possibility be the truth. On the bridge of the Archangel, all the crew was feeling the tension of the trouble of leaving the asteroid. When the Blitz popped up, that feeling rose sharply, but that changed when another craft appeared. Mew and Crystal instantly recognized it as one of the Federation's space fighters. Neither would complain about the help, but the Federation didn't tend to interfere in the war between the Alliance and ZAFT. So the question of why they would now of all times did come to mind, but there was no time to ponder the answer. It wasn't long before the Archangel sailed out of the rear of Artemis and away from the chaos within. For the moment, Tyler would say that ZAFT is none the wiser of the fact of the Archangel's exit. He was breathing a sigh of relief with the mission essentially accomplished until he spotted 3 ships following a short distance behind. 2 of them were 130 meters in length from front to back and were the Alliance's Drake escort class ships. The other was 250 meters in length and was a Nelson battleship class. There were also a small number of mobile armors that Tyler spotted following the ships as well. Tyler after a second decided it would be better to ask for assistance in this issue now that this was outside of Artemis. He used his comm line and connected to the Donnen. Captain Shepard, I think we might need an assist soon enough. 2 Drake classes and a Nelson class are following the Archangel and us in a rather menacing way. So, I assume that some Artemis officers are out to get some payback on the Archangel. Shepard had seen the ships as the Donnen was a short distance from the asteroid watching the events unfold. And since there were refugees on the Archangel, the destruction of the ship was much less desirable. Understood, we'll take care of the ships while your team manages the mobile armors, she answered. She then turned to her second-in-command, Sulu, battle stations if you would. Sulu nodded. All hands, battle stations, he announced, tactical, acquire shooting solutions on the 3 Alliance vessels. Shepard knew that the quicker this was finished the better, so ZAFT didn't have evidence the Federation had been around. Sulu, ready the Mac gun, she ordered. Mac gun, lock and load along with warm-up coils, Sulu announced without missing a beat. Tyler in the meantime was wondering a bit how the Donnen's captain intended to handle the Alliance ships. However, his attention was snapped back as the Drake classes fired on the Archangel followed up by the Nelson class. The mobile armors moved forward in the clear intention of attacking the white ship. Tyler switched his comm line over to talk to the rest of the team. Listen up everyone, none of those mobile armors are to be allowed to attack the Archangel. The 2 Drake classes and Nelson class will be handled by the Donnen. It's time we stop being nice and take those armors down, pick your target, and nail them. Tyler chose the lead mobile armor and adjusted his fighter's course to head directly toward it. He locked it in his sights on the armor furthest ahead and lined up the fighter's railguns. After a few seconds, Tyler fired off a shot from one then the other, but the mobile armor dodged it mostly due to luck by what Tyler saw. It had been evading the defensive gun turrets on the Archangels that were shooting at it when Tyler had attacked. However, the armor pilot didn't miss the projectiles zooming through where they had been. Tyler saw little reason to stay invisible, so he shut off his fighter's optical camouflage rushed forward. With the camouflage down, the fighter had a much better top speed and acceleration and Tyler would use it. Tyler kept firing at the mobile armor even as the other 3 space fighters appeared and attacked other mobile armors. On the bridge of the Archangel, the crew was finding it difficult to not watch the battle unfolding in front of them. To most of the crew, this was the first time they had seen Federation forces fighting Omni. For Mew and Crystal, this was yet another show of how much the Federation outmatched Omni. Back outside, Tyler got a shot from the railguns to find its mark to destroy the lead mobile armor. Other mobile armors moved in to attack Tyler, but he was ready for them and had a surprise as well. If there was one thing that could be said about Tyler's style in piloting, it would be there's no place around him that his opponent could be which he couldn't counter an attack. As the armor pilot behind Tyler began to lock in a shot at him, Tyler smirked and jerked back his throttle, tilted the nose up, and hit the brakes. Tyler's Delta fighter shot back, flipping over the mobile armor, nose first in a clockwise directional arc. At the point that my fighter's nose was moving over the machine, not perfectly vertical, but to have them in his crosshairs, Tyler went into action. He lit up the fighter's Vulcan guns and unloaded round after round from them at the Alliance machine. That made a very clean and neat double line down the center of the armor as Tyler continued to rotate over the mobile armor. He finished the fighter's flip to end out behind the armor and quickly swung my pulse cannon's barrel to point at the other mobile armor and fired. The first mobile armor shortly exploded after he'd ended out behind them and had peppered it with holes from back to front. The other armor followed suit just after the plasma pulse cannon nailed them square in the rear end. The mobile armors were being picked off. There came a loud boom and a second later Tyler saw the Nelson class gain a good-size hole punched through its central ship structure. That ship shortly exploded and became debris after being shot at, and that was quickly followed by 2 shots from beam turrets, one at each of the Drake classes. Tyler was blinking at what he'd just seen as he hadn't expected what the Donnen had done. The weapon employed in the destruction of the Alliance vessel was one that the ones that the Federation exclusively had and wasn't willing to share for a couple of reasons. The weapon that had just fired was known as the Magnetic Accelerator Cannon, or a MAC gun for short. The cannon fires a massive metal projectile that can either be explosive or non-explosive using a linear system of magnetic fields coils down a long shaft. The idea is with utilizing the coils, the projectile's velocity increases until it carries an incredible amount of kinetic energy. The energy was dependent on the length of the barrel and how many coils were involved in the acceleration. But basically, with the average length of the barrel that the Federation builds the MAC guns with, which is the forward fourth of the Donnen's length, the methodology makes armor essentially pointless, as it is the same results were paper to be used for defense with the speeds that projectiles get chucked from the guns. The drawback is the MAC gun takes a decent amount of time to warm up and you have to point the ship in the direction you want to fire in. It can't fire consecutively due to the need for a cool-down time. The use of a Federation cruiser's MAC gun was not surprising, as when it was used, any witnesses were normally those being shot at. But in this instance, the Archangel had seen the effects, which were okay, but still a bit of a risk from what Tyler knew. It made some sense as this battle needed to be handled quick before ZAFT came around. So, Tyler and his team made short work of the mobile armors that outnumbered them more than 3 to 1 and showed how Federation fighters can whip Alliance mobile armors. Once the fight was finished, the Archangel moved forward without issue. The ship was safe, and that's what counted right now, no matter what anyone else said to Tyler. He hadn't forgotten that he and his team would have to somehow stop the Alliance from getting their hands on the Strike or the Asuka, nor data on mobile suits. Yet, Tyler decided to think about how that would be done later and take the victory for the moment. Phase end. A/N. This chapter ended out being longer than the original, but the flow was still as I hoped it would be. So anyway, as always, please take the time to write a review or PM me to say what you think. The Delta Fighter is actually a Gundam from the Universal Century, specifically the Gundam Delta Kai. Now, as always, I appreciate if some would take the time and say what they think of the story development. Below are specs for the Federation fighter and the cruiser. Until the next time. Technical specifications. Classification: mass production transformable mobile suit. Model number: HFCSD201. Official name: Delta Fighter. Overall height: head height 18.6 meters, mobile suit mode. Base weight: 68.6 metric tons. Power plant: ultra compact energy battery. Armor material: unknown. Crew: pilot only, in standard cockpit and torso. General data. Manufacturer: Tesway Laboratories, Human Federation. Developed into HFSE 100 XL. Variants: HFCSD201E Delta Fighter Eagle Custom, HFCSD201R Delta Fighter Rock Custom. First deployment: July 23, 65 CE. Operator: Human Federation. Known pilots: Tyler McGregor, Lisa Malto, Alan Knight, Luke Lassey, Kurt Greem, Cormac Swift. Equipment and design features. Long-range targeting, LRT, scope. The optical camera has a huge zoom ability which acts like a scope on a long-range rifle and is hidden in the right side of the head. In the cockpit, a small screen comes out from behind the pilot seat and sits right in front of the pilot's helmet on the right side. Spectre Optical Camouflage Field System, SOC field. The system allows the fighter not to be detected or seen. It does so by projecting real-time images of what's behind the field with the method used in the heat dispersal from the thrusters. Even the heat won't give away position. Recharge cable system. The equipment is attached to the underside of the machine, is made of 3 parts, a line that connects to the battery of the Delta fighter, a junction that the line connects to, and a combination of hydraulic launcher and cable that can connect to other connectors. The system can be used to tap into a facility's own power grid or into a mobile suit's battery, simply when what's connected to the other end of the cable is in contact with either cables or other means power is transferred by. Fixed armaments. Kai 120mm railgun. The 2 cannons are mounted on the backpack, one on the left and one on the right. Like all railguns, they use electromagnetic forces to launch the projectile they carry. Shield. A standard defensive feature the Delta fighter, its arm-mounted shield which goes over the left arm in mobile suit mode. Originally a thick piece of extra armor designed to stop physical rounds, shield technology has been forced to adapt to the development of beam weapons by incorporating an anti-beam coating. The Delta fighter's shield also has the function of serving as the unit's forward section in flight mode. Beside the beam sabers/beam cannons, and it can mount a large variety of weapons. Pepper 60mm Vulcan. The 60mm Vulcan gun, while not very powerful and typically unable to penetrate mobile suit heavy armor, the Vulcan gun is useful in intercepting missiles/rockets, destroying mobile suit sensors, and engaging lightly armored targets such as tanks and small aircraft. Beam saber. The Delta fighter's close combat armaments, they are stored in the rechargeable racks on the shield. The beam saber is capable of cutting through any metal that has not been treated with anti-beam coating. They are also dubbed as beam cannons while mounted in the shield and could be utilized in flight mode. Optional armaments. Plasma pulse cannon. An optional weapon that can be mounted on the underside and rear of the nose. It causes heavy and explosive damage on the intended target, and is the default heavy weapon the Delta fighter has at its disposal. The secondary effect comes from the highly heated plasma that can remain after the impact and corrode a machine's armor. Rapid assault machine cannon. An optional weapon that can be mounted on the front side of the shield. Developed by Kovo's Weapons Development Institute, it fires heavy caliber armor-piercing rounds. Chapter 7, Phase 10, Trudging Onward. January 29, 71 CE. The Archangel. There was not a single sound on the bridge of the Archangel after all had witnessed the destruction of the 3 Alliance vessels and the accompanying mobile armors. For the Omni officers and crew members, it was an unreal show of undeniable evidence that the Federation military could still outdo them by a painful margin. And watching the 3 ships get destroyed as they had, most could only gaze at the screen that had shown them mere moments ago. "What was that?" asked Tall in a quiet voice. For a short period, there was silence, but then Crystal answered Tall's question. "What you just saw was an example of how the Federation's military can deal with Omni forces proficiently." Natarl popped her head out of the CIC. "You sound like you've seen this kind of scene before, Major," she stated. "Indeed," returned Crystal, "what happened out there is something new and I have seen before. First, the type of damage the Nelson class took is from a weapon that only the Federation has. And second, the Federation are still the only ones that can strike another vessel without being seen." Mew nodded slowly, since Crystal and he had seen much the same scene before them after encounters with the Federation. It was hard to see just how much Omni could be outdone but the Federation, but the evidence was irrefutable. Crystal is right, this looks pretty much like the remains and the visual records of the idea that she's referring to. What happened to the Nelson class fits what I've seen perfectly, though this is the first time I've seen the damage done firsthand. Mew paused for a moment. It certainly gives a different perspective than just seeing pictures and what's left of a ship, that's for sure. Muru turned to Mew and Crystal, trying to wrap her head around what she had just seen happen. Sure, it was fact that the Federation's military was stronger in several ways that the ZAFT forces weren't, though the top brass didn't like to admit it. Most of Omni's personnel were shown at least one record, usually more, of encounters with the Federation. Those that Muru had seen were frightening in one way or another. But seeing such in person with her own eyes made Muru question if the Earth Alliance could survive what could follow if they even won the war against ZAFT. "Just what kind of weapon can do that then?" she asked. Crystal and Mew looked at each other, since the question was a standing one in the Omni organization. However, the truth was there was no answer yet and likely never would be, so their heads fell. "It's a question that the higher UPS and Omni want to know, but none have found out." "I doubt it's for the lack of putting for the effort of trying to, and what is known isn't much to go by," replied Mew. Crystal sighed. "Yes, all that any have been able to do is make guesses as to what the weapon the Federation uses from the damage it causes, and that's not enough. And now that you see the idea and can understand that visuals don't help to figure out how it can be done." Crystal glanced around the room. Whatever makes a large hole with little if any warning and armor does little to protect from it, and when done around a vital spot, the ship is destroyed. Omni has very dearly wanted to engineer such a weapon that causes that type of damage we've just seen, but none have succeeded yet. Mew shook his head, not just at the truth of what Crystal was saying, but what was left unsaid. The Federation had never lost against the Alliance, nor had Omni even had what could be considered a draw with them. The scene those on the Archangel had just seen was unfortunately the normal result of Omni getting into a fight with the Federation's military. As for the weapon that destroyed the Nelson class, the Federation had given no information, hints, or anything when pushed. They would always use their no-sharing scientific information treaty reasoning as an answer from what Mew had heard. The Federation won't share anything about the weapon any more than anything else their military uses, Mew remarked. Neytarl glanced at Mew. While I've heard about the Federation not sharing information with the other factions, I find it hard to believe Omni has little to nothing on a weapon like you and the Major are describing. All on the Archangel's bridge waited in silence for either Mew or Crystal to reply to Neytarl. And it was Crystal was the first to speak. I can't say for sure, but I would assume Omni Intelligence has tried to get information, she began. Mew picked up where Crystal had started. I would bet they have, but it is my understanding that like with their military operations, the Federation is extremely good at making sure others don't know what they see as unnecessary information. The conversation might have gone on, but Jackie Tonomura looked down at his console and saw a signal that hadn't been there a moment ago. Ma'am. Unknown appearing ahead of us, at yellow 11, 25 degrees to starboard, distance 200, he called and a moment later he was able to identify the signal. It's a Federation vessel, likely one of their Enterprise-class cruisers by its size. The Archangel's crew stood down from level 1 battle stations, and most on board were letting out a slight sigh of relief. Those that had been pursuing them were gone and Artemis was now behind them. Although they didn't relax with a Federation vessel close by, it was better than having ZAFT hunting them relentlessly and allies trying to use them. Down in the hangar, both Kira and Lakis exited their mobile suits and exited the hangar. However, it was clear that Kira was bothered by the events that had taken place at Artemis. In fact, Kira could hear Garcia calling him a traitor over and over in his mind and it was infuriating him as much as it plagued him. Kira didn't look closely at where he was going and Lakis just followed him, worried about his silence and the expressions that were going across his face. After a few minutes, the pair found empty crew quarters which Kira entered followed by Lakis. Kira immediately floated over to the bed and sat down on it. Lakis had been quiet for the whole trip to the room trying to figure out what could be causing this kind of reaction in Kira. Granted, it was obvious that this had to do with something that happened while the Archangel had been docked at Artemis, but other than that, Lakis couldn't figure out what was wrong. Perhaps Kira would open up and talk if she cheered him up, that always helped her when she was having a hard time. No doubt Kira would perk up when he heard that Tai had been on board and had been helping out. Lakis was certainly happy to know that Tyler was alive and okay. Hopefully, it would do the same for her friend that was hurting right now. Traitor, Kira muttered to himself. At hearing that one word, Kira's mood made sense to her even if it surprised her as was evident with her blinking. After processing the fact that explained Kira's mood, Lakis moved over to the bed and sat beside him placing a hand on his arm. No, Kira, she said reassuringly. You are no traitor. Remember, your genes aren't what make you who you are. Kira glanced over to his left at her and saw Lakis smiling gently his way. You are yourself, Kira. Even if coordinators have greater mental and physical growth than naturals, our emotions, heart, and soul make us just as human as any other type of human. Your choices, the people you choose to be your friends, family, and country say who you are. Not the people of the same genetic type. As Tai often says, no matter whether one is a coordinator or a natural or any other kind of human, we're all human beings first, regardless of how we are or our heritage. Kira, looking into Lakis's soft eyes, saw the truth of them and then smiled. He realized just how much of an idiot he was being right now by letting words affect him so much. He was kind of glad that Tyler wasn't around. He would call Kira out on letting what others said about him. Yeah, you're right, I don't know why being called a traitor affected me so, he said trailing off. Lakis gained a downcasted expression. Besides, I would be considered more of a traitor than you are, she said. Unlike you, the place I call home is the plants. I'm the daughter of the Supreme Council Chairman and my sister is one of the foremost commanders and a champion in the ZAFT military. Yet still, I haven't betrayed the ideals of my father or myself. Kira, you and I are fighting for what we believe in, and the friends we must protect. Tai would be saying well done and a good job was he in this room right now and you know it. Lakis, said Kira softly in surprise. Lakis hadn't seemed the type to be this outspoken, her father Siegel Klein yes, but Lakis, not as much. It impressed Kira to see and hear her talk like this, then he noticed that Lakis was smiling. Oh, by the way, that person in the Federation spacesuit that we saw in the hangar before, it was Tai, she continued cheerfully. That caught Kira off guard as there had been no sight or message from Tyler since Heliopolis's collapse. Not that Kira didn't believe Lakis or anything, he wanted Tyler to be alive and okay. So, he blinked in surprise, wait what? Tai was the one in that pilot suit, he questioned. Lakis knew that telling Kira about Tyler would help get his mind off what was bothering him. The two had been friends for long enough that hearing about the other always seemed to cheer them up. That in mind, Lakis nodded, yes, don't doubt we'll see him soon enough. Before Kira could inquire further a knock came at the door. Hey kids, you all right, came Mew's voice. The two looked over at the door before it opened revealing Lieutenant La Flaga with Flay standing right behind him. The majority of us on the ship have been worried about you two after you were forced to go to the hangar. Mew fully stepped into the room. I mean, by what Flay here said, the Earth Alliance officers from Artemis said some harsh things to you and called you horrible names, he continued. It is fine, said Kira, straightening up a little and waving a hand to have the subject dropped. They're only words and they're untrue, so it doesn't matter really, thanks, Lieutenant. Kira then looked over to Flay, who was looking embarrassed and ashamed. Flay, are you alright? Things got bad back in the hangar and I lost sight of you during the scuffle. Yes, I'm fine thank you, she said. Listen, I just wanted to apologize, she hesitated, for doubting you. I hadn't realized how hard this must be for you and that you aren't as different as I thought before. It's okay, said Lakis reassuringly. Shaking his head slightly, Mew turned and left the three teenagers to fix the relationship between them. Yet, he hadn't gotten more than a couple of steps down the corridor, when a thought occurred to him. Once that thought had popped up in his head, a small smirk formed on his features. The idea was amusing, but at the same time a fitting thing as well. Hell, the two weren't real soldiers anyway, so why not give them a reward? They have done enough to deserve it and the journey was going to be a long one if recent events were anything to go by. With the thought firmly set in mind, Mew set off to find the captain and talk to her. Meanwhile, Mur had left running the ship to Natarl and left the bridge for some time to think. She was exiting the lift heading towards her quarters to prepare herself for the Federation officers that would likely come on board the ship. During her officer training, Mur had been told and heard accounts about the times that Federation forces had disabled ships, both ZAFT and Omni, before boarding them. Even with the stance of neutrality that the Federation stuck to during this war, that didn't mean they didn't intercede when they saw a reason. In some situations apparently, armed soldiers would come and take control of a ship. The worst story she had been told about, there had been an armed force of Federation soldiers and they had been able to seize control of an Agamemnon class in under 10 minutes, no losses to them, plenty of crew injured in exchange. The story was scary to imagine, for it just lent credence to the efficiency the Federation's military had. Then, Mur was aware that the state of the relationship between the Human Federation and the Earth Alliance wasn't the best to begin with really, and had been worsening as of late. In fact, it was only slightly better than the relationship between the Alliance and ZAFT. Mur couldn't say everything that had caused the relationship to go the way it had, but over the last 2 years, it had gotten steadily worse from what she had understood. Yet, there was the real fear among Omni that the Federation could ally with ZAFT or just go against the Alliance themselves. Mur could comprehend that fear more now, seeing firsthand what the Federation could do. The few displays of military might from the Federation had shown that Omni had better chances against ZAFT. The footage that Mur had seen of the fighters that the Federation's military employed along with the recent battle clearly showed that Omni mobile armors were outmatched, both in equipment and pilot skill. There were also the rumors that the Federation had mobile suits of their own, and those had never been proven or shown as false. Many suspected the Federation had them, and if it turned out to be true, then the Omni organization was doomed even more. In all honesty, from the facts that Mur knew, it wasn't a question of if the Federation would join up with ZAFT, it was becoming more a question of when, with how things were going with the war. Politics were souring the relations between the two sides, and Omni was preparing the best possible. With the lack of credible information on the Federation's military, guesses were the best that could be used for planning. But the more work and prep done, the worse the battles to come looked, and it wasn't joked about. When the two sides did work together, the Alliance and its Omni would be defeated completely, there was little question about that. Best estimations put the campaign lasting less than a year as things stood. Even if the higher UPS didn't want to admit the point, it was clear that the Human Federation was more tolerating the actions of the Alliance rather than accepting its actions for years now. Mur was in her thoughts so much that she didn't notice Mew coming up to her. Yo, Captain. Mur jumped a bit as she looked at Mew. Oh yes, Lieutenant, what is it? Asked Mur. Mew smiled, having expected that Mururamius would be stressing with the current situation as it was. The prospect of having Federation personnel on the ship made most Omni officers uncomfortable at the very least. Mew found it wasn't worth worrying about as it didn't change things much. Plus, those with the Federation's military he'd met were good people and were willing to listen to explanations. Their reputation didn't say that, unfortunately, which was kind of sad, but the Federation didn't do much to correct the mistake either. Calm down, you look rather stressed and there is less reason to be so right now, he said. Mur looked away since he should be aware of the situation they were all in right now. Well, it's likely that we will have Federation officers on board the Archangel at some point soon. I know this ship isn't exactly a secret anymore, but still, it's weighing on me, that's all. What did you need, Lieutenant? She asked. Don't worry about Federation officers, they're not as intimidating as reports and some people make them out to be, Mew replied, waving a hand. I've met a few of them, and those I have, are decent people, all you have to do is keep calm and explain our situation. I'm pretty sure even they can understand our situation, and there are the refugees on board as well. As to what I'm here to ask you, it's just a little favor I'd like to ask of you. Mura blinked in confusion as she couldn't think of anything she could do for Mew La Flaga. The man had shown himself as one that didn't ask for privilege or to be treated special that she had seen. So, that got her a tad curious. Favor, she asked. Yet, Mew began, now that the kid and the Pink Princess are officially volunteers crew members, I figure, with what they've done, we should give them some better quarters to work with. We've got plenty to spare with less than a full crew aboard, so might as well put the space to good use. They are the star mobile suit pilots here after all, which we depend on to defend the ship. I think they deserve to be a tad more comfortable with the job they do, don't you? Yes, actually, I do, said Maru, with a smile of her own. She wondered if Mew really thinks she was born yesterday with the stunt he was trying to pull over on her. What Mew was going for was fairly obvious and she could tell where he was going with this. And that's what made taking him down a peg or two more enjoyable. Well, I believe I know just where to put them, Lieutenant, Maru started. Their college-level educated pilots like them are generally assigned the rank of ensign. So, I think I'll put them in 2 of the ensign rank quarters. Mew was taken aback a bit with how the woman had flipped the tables on him, as that didn't happen often. Normally, Crystal was one of the few that could do that to Mew, and so he wasn't used to it. However, Mew recovered quickly. What, you think they'll need that kind of space? He asked, wanting to prod her slightly in his own direction and to show that he wouldn't be outdone so easily. Actually, I was thinking I'd rather not have them uncomfortable getting undressed in their own quarters and not worry about others looking in. Maru gave him a pointed stare, knowing that she had got him to an extent. Mew with a wince, as that wasn't what he was implying, but he took the point. And he had to admit that Mururamius was not an ordinary average woman as she may have seemed at the first meeting. We can put them right next to each other, continued Maru. They'll doubtless need one another's support during this journey, so keeping them close by is probably a good idea. Besides, we might as well keep both of those annoying little robots in one area. Now it was Mew's turn to blink as he tried to figure out what she was referring to. Annoying little, he began, then it came to him what Maru was talking about. Oh right, those things, said Mew. They have names, what were they? He paused to think. Oh yes, Haro and Tori as I recall. Maru chuckled at his reaction as it showed she had gotten the better of the man. But then the question of where the robots came from came to her mind. They looked custom-made and programmed from what they could do. Although, I wonder who made them, she muttered. They certainly do a good job at producing annoying little appliances, I'll give them that. Meanwhile, on the game of, Nicole was cursing himself at the results that came from the assault on Artemis. It had started fine, good in fact, and had looked like the mission would be accomplished by the end. Artemis had essentially fallen, which was an achievement in itself, but the Legate ship had still escaped. So, the battle was a victory yet also a loss at the same time, which with all of the teachers that Nicole had in the past meant the mission was a fail. Damn it, Nicole shouted in anger to himself, banging a fist against the locker in front of him. I can't believe we let them get away a second time. It was a rare thing for Nicole displaying emotions like this, and it put off his comrades a bit. Both Isaac and Dirka were watching Nicole as he beat himself up for what happened at Artemis. Truthfully, both were mildly impressed at how well the plan Nicole had come up with had worked against the Alliance base. It's not your fault, Nicole, said Dirka with a small sigh. Unexpected circumstances came up that we couldn't predict. The enemy ship has better speed than the game of, so once they got a head start we were out of luck. Nicole knew his comrades were trying to help, which was a tad unusual for them, but he did appreciate it. I guess you're right, he said. However, Nicole was thinking about how a few particular higher UPS would see the assault on Artemis as. He was sure that the Black Zephyr would see this as a failure, as the enemy target they were after had escaped. Even still, after all of that, the Zephyr is going to be disappointed in how the mission was handled. Isaac snorted at Nicole's worry. I doubt that, he said. We may have missed the objective, but we still managed to blow half of Artemis to dust, and you made it all possible. If anything, you've probably scored brownie points with the Zephyr, which isn't an easy thing to do. Despite what he was saying, Isaac was still mad their target got away, but there was nothing that could be done about the situation, and even he couldn't deny that it wasn't really anyone's fault. Plus, they would catch up to the Legate ship given some time, and the enemy could be dealt with then. And the way Nicole had disabled the Alliance base's supposedly impenetrable defenses were impressive. Isaac had to say that for of the many things Nicole may be, such as a coward and a fool sometimes, he'd a talent for tactics which was rare. What happened at Artemis was a prime example of that said talent, and it made Isaac a bit proud to work with someone that could find ways to do what many considered impossible. Did you forget about the Zephyr's reputation or how she earned it? Asked Nicole soberly. Dirka and Isaac winced at the question and its implications, as every ZAFT soldier knew how the Black Zephyr got the reputation they had. They had indeed forgotten for a moment that the Black Zephyr, in addition to being one of ZAFT's most brilliant strategists, and the feared champion, was also one that you don't want to disappoint for fear of what she would do in response. She could scare others with a simple glare or a couple of words with the way she came off as. But the biggest thing, the Zephyr loved a good fight and challenge, and to take such an opportunity from her was something you will regret a lot. With what had gone down at Artemis, Nicole could have just taken away a good opportunity for a battle for the Black Zephyr. Yeah, Isaac muttered, forget what I said. Back on the Archangel, close to an hour had gone by since leaving Artemis and the ship had been traveling forward. Reconfirming status, announced PAL. No enemies within a 5,000 kilometer radius, just the one Federation cruiser. It appears ZAFT forces lost sight of us for the time being. Muru sighed in relief as that was at least one good thing going for them and there wasn't much lately. She really wasn't up to more fighting after the events of the past 24 hours, give or take a margin either way. Then the Archangel was no closer to getting to Omni HQ either on the moon or on Earth. And the journey ahead wasn't looking to be any easier than what had already happened. All that pandemonium at Artemis must have covered our escape from others, said Mew from the co-pilot's seat. He turned the chair to face Muru, so, we should be thankful to the Federation, if only for that. Neytarl wouldn't exactly disagree with Mew, but there were now other things to worry about that there weren't before. The biggest of which was directly ahead, that being Federation space and trying to travel through that. It was fact to both Omni and ZAFT that you didn't go into Federation territory without permission or because you were beyond foolish. The Federation had the habit of firing on intruders to have them either run or destroy them. And the Federation kept a close watch on their territory and defended it just as much against the other factions. Artemis had been at the end of Alliance space and Eurasia had tried a few times to claim some of the Federation's territory but always ended out losing forces in those attempts. True, however, started Neytarl, ahead of us is Federation-controlled space. They haven't earned the reputation of not taking it nicely when those who don't have permission traveling through their territory. Yes, said Muru in agreement, I share both of your points of view. But we're fortunate that the Laurasia class is no longer able to track us and we should be thankful for that. I know we still have many problems as we did before, and not one of them has been resolved other than losing the ZAFT vessel for the time being. The others on the bridge all heaved a unanimous sigh that said it all. Their problems were still with them and there was still no viable way to solve them yet. Muru was speaking the truth, after all, immediately needed supplies were short, especially water. So anyway, what happened to all the Eurasian soldiers on the ship? Asked Mew glancing around in hopes of an answer as well to change the subject. The bridge crew was silent for a moment as the truth had surprised them and they were still trying to figure it out. Tyler popping back up was amazing in itself, that he had Federation equipment was something else. But that he had taken care of the Artemis soldiers and hadn't drawn attention to himself was the most shocking point. So, Arnold shrugged and spoke first, well, as unbelievable as it sounds, Mr. McGregor appeared and took care of the majority of them. After that, he said not finishing the line. Mr. Murdoch said he'd take care of it, piped up Tall, something about tossing them out the airlock. Muru and Neytarl shared an uncertain glance at that, neither were sure they wanted to know the whole story of what happened while they were locked up. That the missing teen Tyler McGregor had appeared was hard to swallow, that the teen had somehow handled Artemis soldiers was even more so. Mew took what was said as more proof that the kid had some kind of military training, but just hid it well. Even if it sounded outlandish with the facts they had just heard, there was still more than enough to worry about. The shift change came, and positions were switched out and others replaced. Sai, once he was relieved of duty, went searching for Flay as he hadn't seen her since she had been used as a hostage. He found her when he glanced into the mess hall, finding it deserted with one exception. Flay, are you all right? Asked Sai. Yeah, she said. Kira and Lakis made sure I was safe after we were dragged away. Flay hesitated, and then, in the hangar, there was a Federation-suited person that helped me and made sure that I was okay before that in the hangar. I just talked with Kira and Lakis a bit. I wanted to apologize for what I started, she replied. That's good to hear, said Sai, sitting down next to her. This has to be a lot harder on them than they really show. That goes for Ty as he's also fighting to protect us as well. Not only are they fighting other coordinators, but all three of them have friends who are living in the plants. To hear that those that were protecting the Archangel had friends in the plants made Flay's mind spin. It was hard to imagine that some were fighting in this war against those they cared about to her. I can't imagine, Flay remarked quietly. No, I don't know if any of us really can, Sai said. He knew that their friends didn't want to fight in mobile suits, but as they were the only ones that could they did. Tyler made the idea look doable somehow, he rarely let the pressure and stress get to him from what Sai had seen. Kira and Lakis, however, were having a hard time, and it wasn't that hard to see that for those that knew them. So, Sai looked at Flay smiling slightly. So, try not to trouble them, okay? Yeah, Flay returned, I understand. Sai glanced down thinking of how hard this must really be for Lakis out of the three. Kira had trusted Sai with the whole truth of who Lakis was, and it was a secret Sai had kept even from his own parents. He suspected that Tai knew who Lakis really was, since Tai always seemed to be informed somehow about things. If the Federation pilot suit he had been wearing was anything to judge by, then the way he got a lot of that info was through the Federation, who could somehow find out almost anything from what Sai had heard. But that would also potentially mean that Tyler was a Federation soldier and he had not come off that way at all. The truth was, Lakis came from the plants, and her fiancé had lost his mother in the Bloody Valentine, and her father was the leader of the Supreme Council. She was a morale-boosting idol singer, and to top all of that, she had a close connection, one of the foremost and feared commanders and champions ZAFT has ever had. Given all of that, calling what she was doing hard for her, may have been an understatement. At the same time on the Danen, Tyler was left looking for something to occupy his time waiting for things to happen. Before he left the hangar, he'd checked up on the progress on the adjustments to the shadow. The work wasn't done quite yet and Tyler didn't think Chief Montoya was appreciating him hovering over him and his team as they worked. So, when the man sent Tyler a serious look, he took the hint and left the hangar and let the mechanics work in peace. And Tyler could take a hint even when some people would disagree with that, so he was left to decide what to do. That had Tyler thinking about the dilemma of the Archangel, which was made up of a series of problems that hadn't been solved at all. Currently, the Omni vessel was on the very edge of different territories. On one side that was behind was the Earth Alliance was in control and ahead was where the Human Federation calls the shots. And from what Tyler had learned back on Heliopolis, the Archangel's destination was Alliance's lunar HQ, their Ptolemaeus lunar base. The alternative option for the ship would be on Earth, specifically Omni's JOSHA base in Alaska were Tyler to guess. Tyler knew that traveling through Federation territory would get the Archangel into serious trouble as things stood. If there's any chance for Tyler to help the ship or more his friends, he would need the help of Captain Shepard. With that in mind, Tyler headed to the bridge where he found out from Commander Sulu that the captain was off duty and in her quarters. Not being deterred, Tyler made his way to the captain's quarters and knocked. After being told to enter, he did so, and once again Tyler found himself in the Donen's captain's cabin. Captain Shepard was still in her uniform, but the coat was partly open, the top half of the fastenings undone. Shepard had been going over things when the knock had come and she'd been surprised to see Commander McGregor. The young man was still a bit of a mystery to her with how he did things. He and his team had managed to get into Artemis and not be found, which was a tad impressive. So, she glanced up at McGregor. "Commander, to what do I owe the visitation?" she asked tiredly. "Well, Captain," Tyler began, "I was thinking since both our current assignments involve the Archangel in some way, it might be a wise idea to get the ship's crew to cooperate. It would make things easier for most in this and I would imagine much better in the long run." Tyler knew that if he could sell this, it would make things much easier for the time being and that was better than nothing. With that logic, he went into detail about the plan he had in mind, and though it may have sounded simple, it wasn't in the long run. The mission of preventing mobile suits or data of them falling into the hands of Omni when they have been desperate to get either or both for years was no easy task and Tyler knew that. So, to get the cooperation of the Archangel and her crew would be a good first step. Then appearing to help them would gain their trust and that would be required for success in the standing objectives. That being said, if the Archangel could go through Federation territory, then Tyler was hoping that ZAFT would be a little harder pressing in attacking the ship. Did he believe it would stop Ra'el Cruzat from pursuing the ship? Not in the slightest if his reputation is accurate, and with the encounters Tyler had with him thus far, he was inclined to believe he'd earned his reputation well. So, Tyler didn't expect him to really care that the Archangel would be going through Federation-controlled territory. The ZAFT commander had been dogmatic about this pursuit of his query thus far. He didn't figure it being in an area that he shouldn't be in to stop him or even slow him down much, if at all. Tyler was also aware that the man is one ZAFT commander that several leaders of the Federation military would have no complaints should he be discharged or go away in some shape or form. Those in the Admiralty of the Federation military may not say out loud, but some signs say that they don't like L.E. Cruzat or his actions. Tyler didn't blame them from what he'd seen. He didn't like the guy either, nor did he believe he'd ever be fond of the man, for he only brought chaos. Meaning, if the Archangel could be escorted through the area, they would be a little safer, and if ZAFT forces do strike or rather win, then there's help on hand. Tyler called that a bonus and good preparation. Captain Shepard could see the logic that McGregor was putting out, though she believed he had more of a motive. What that motive was didn't concern her, as she agreed that having the cooperation of the Alliance officers aboard the Archangel would be helpful. Most Omni officers that Shepard had met rarely cooperated even when it was obvious that it would help the situation. She hoped that those on the Archangel would be reasonable since things were already hard enough. "You do have a point, Commander, I'll give you that," she remarked, "and I don't disagree that having the cooperation of the Archangel would be more helpful." Tyler was kind of relieved that the Donen's captain was on board with his plan. True, it would require her to talk with Mururamius and Natarl Bajaruel, and honestly, Tyler felt it better that Shepard does the job than Tyler himself. He had the hunch that he'd have less credibility with the ship officers when they figure out that Tyler was not just a pilot of the Federation, but also been working to stop them at Heliopolis. That was among the other things Tyler haven't told them, and he felt the reaction would be rather bad with some when it comes. Phase End. Chapter 8, Phase 11, Settling Accounts. A/N. I don't own nothing from the Gundam universe, only my own original characters and musings with which I write stories with. If you see similarities, it's a coincidence, that's my reasoning and I'm sticking to it. Now, on with the story. January 29, 71 CE. The Archangel. Arnold sighed as Tal entered the bridge and took his station, letting him get a break. With ZAFT momentarily out of the picture, Tal would be able to handle flying the Archangel for a while and at the same time get some practice driving the ship. The teen was learning fast as decently how to pilot the Archangel, and Arnold had told him that a few times already. In fact, all the teens volunteering were learning their assigned stations well enough. And with recent events, it was a credit to the teens with how well they were doing, taking into account all the stress and tension. Plus, Arnold could finally get some rest, and well earned it was, like most breaks he got. Most of the crew was getting a little nervous with the Federation cruiser still traveling ahead of them. The reputation of and stories about the Federation was established, the crew of the Archangel didn't know what would happen to them. Then there had been the message from the Federation vessel that there would be some of their officers would be coming on board to discuss current and future standings soon. That in mind, Arnold was hoping to get some sleep before the tense atmosphere got stronger. But before he got to the lift from the bridge, Muru spoke up, "Chief Newman, please wait for a moment." Arnold turned to the acting captain. "Yes, Captain," he asked, managing to keep the weariness out of his voice. Muru followed Arnold as he got into the lift, the doors closing behind her. "I would like to ask you along with Major McAllister to go and greet those from the Federation, as they will be here rather soon, as they are coming our way. I have already talked with Crystal and she is willing to do so, but I would like a member of the bridge crew to greet them too." Arnold nodded slowly, kind of surprised and also honored that Mururamius would think of him to represent the ship in this. It was expected that either Mew or Crystal would be picked, as they had likely had experience with interacting with the Federation. "Very well, Captain, if you think I can represent the crew well, I'll do my best," Arnold replied. Muru was relieved a bit that Arnold was willing to meet the Federation officers. Things were hard enough already, everyone pulling double duty or more to keep the ship going. Mew's assurance about the Federation had helped a little, but not all that much. So, she would admit that she needed the help of the ship's crew, although, "On your way, could you find Kira and Lakis for me and tell them something for me," she said. "A discussion between Lieutenant Laflaga and we agreed upon something." Muru explained to Arnold that Kira and Lakis would be moved to new quarters and told him which ones they were. Arnold agreed to tell the two pilots, as he wanted to thank the two for the things they had done for the Archangel. Those two teens may be coordinators, but they had put their lives on the line for all on this ship, and Arnold felt they should be thanked for that. So, he headed off and met up with Crystal on the upper crew deck before they went to one of the suspected airlocks that the Federation would use. Arnold did briefly explain what the captain wanted him to do. Crystal, upon hearing what Mururamius wanted Arnold to do, she suspected the captain didn't have the idea fully herself. It more sounded like something that Mew would come up with to her. Crystal knew that Mew had a mischievous side to him that didn't come out often, but she'd seen it sometimes. So, giving better quarters to the two teen pilots was something she pinned on Mew. Not that the teens didn't deserve recognition for what they had done thus far, for she believed they did. Arnold and Crystal glanced into crew quarters as they passed, searching for Kira and Lakis. The two ended out finding the teens in the set quarters that they had seemed to have chosen since the incident with Heliopolis. The light level was dim, so only parts of the room's interior were distinguishable from the doorway. "Excuse me? Mr. Yamato, Miss Christopher, are you in here?" Arnold asked. There was a form stirring on the left as Kira came to conscious at hearing Arnold's voice. Kira and Lakis had been getting some sleep with things somewhat quiet. Neither Lakis nor he had missed the tension around the ship, though they couldn't figure out why it was there. True, they both knew the alliance wasn't on the best of terms with the Federation, but they didn't think it was as bad as some were inferring. Tyler certainly hadn't said anything to infer that things were to the point that the two factions would fight one another. So, Kira sat up in the bunk where he was lying. "Yes," replied Kira, "is there something you needed, Chief Newman?" Lakis was lying on the bed opposite Kira's, and she was waking up as well with the talking going on. She'd heard bits of the conversation while she had been waking up, and she was trying to make sense of it. From the things her father and sister have said around her before now, relations between the factions weren't the nicest. The Plants and ZAFT were on cordial with the Federation, but some didn't like the Federation. The Alliance and the Federation were close to being at complete odds and battling each other as of late, supposedly. "Sorry for waking you both," began Arnold, "but the captain asked Major McAllister and me to show you two to your new quarters." Crystal picked up where Arnold had left off. "Since you've been doing volunteer work, and a good job I might add, as our key pilots no less, it has been felt that you should be given better sleeping arrangements than what you have right now." "Oh, I see," said Kira, swinging his legs over and to the floor. He looked at Lakis, who was getting out of the bed she had been in. It would be nice to have a little more room, but the change was kind of unexpected. Still, he did the same as Lakis, and they both rummaging around for what few possessions they had on them at the time of this all got started. A short while later, Arnold and Crystal led the two coordinators down a hall to their new quarters. To the surprise of both Kira and Lakis, their new rooms were right next to each other. Before the teens could ask about the arrangements, Arnold spoke. "The captain assigned you quarters right next to each other," he said. They're for low-ranking commissioned officers normally, but since you are pilots, she thought it was appropriate. Ordinarily, you'd be sharing with another officer of the same rank, but given the small crew complement and the circumstances, you'll each have your own quarters. Lieutenant Laflaga and the Major here are in quarters down the hall, you can talk to either of them if you need anything. Understood, said Kira. Thank you, Chief Newman, added Lakis and gave a slight nod as they entered their new quarters. With Kira and Lakis getting down to the business of settling into their new rooms, Arnold and Crystal left the two along and resumed on their journey to greet the Federation officers. Arnold was a little nervous at the prospect of meeting some of them as the Federation had a reputation for being mysterious and strict. He'd never had personal experience with any. Crystal was keeping calm as she was sure the Federation would at least listen to their explanation. They may not agree to help, but they would at least listen to the explanation of the situation, and that would be the first time the Archangel or its crew had gotten that. Meanwhile, the Danan moved to the position that it was over the Archangel in preparation to connect. Most of the time, a Federation vessel over another ship had either the intent to disable the opposing ship or board it. This time disablement wasn't the intent, just to connect the two ships so that shuttles would be needed for a conversation. Shepard had decided there was no reason to waste time about having a talk with the officers of the Alliance ship. The ship and its crew had been at the center of recent troubles whether they had contributed or not. When in position, the Danan used a tunnel from the bottom of its hull which connected to one of the top hatches on the Archangel. Captain Shepard accompanied by two other officers arrived at the Danan's end of the tunnel. There were 4 soldiers in spacesuits armed with assault rifles with them, ready to jump in if things went bad as was standard procedure. Shepard nodded at the soldiers and told them to stay aboard the Danan for the moment while she and the 2 officers went over to the Alliance vessel. When the connecting tunnel was pressurized and filled with breathable air, Captain Shepard along with 2 other officers entered and sailed over towards the Earth Alliance ship. Once the 3 reached the hatch on the upper hull, one of the officers connected an electronic device to the small access port beside the hatch. The hatch shortly unlocked and opened with the aid of the small electronic device used for hacking through Omni and ZAFT security. Captain Shepard with the 2 Federation officers right behind her floating onto the Archangel. On the Archangel, the only real warning that any aboard the Alliance vessel had was the dull thunk of the tunnel engaging its magnetic pressure seal and start filling with air. Arnold with Crystal right behind him caught sight of a door to maintenance access ways of the Archangel, including an airlock to the outside opening. How the Federation could access systems of Alliance and ZAFT ships none knew, but it wasn't a fluke. It was one of the many unanswered questions about the Federation that existed. Out of the door came 3 Federation officers in the known Federation uniform and they quickly faced Arnold and Crystal. The officer in the center was a woman and had a serious look on her face, and both Arnold and Crystal didn't miss that the woman's uniform had more symbols and markings than the other 2 officers had meant she probably had a higher rank. And if they needed more proof, the woman gave it herself when she spoke. I am Captain Mary Shepard of the Federation cruiser Danan. Where is your captain? She asked curtly yet gave no room for debate. There was tense silence that hung over the corridor, so much so that none noticed the 4th figure that popped their head out of the maintenance corridor the Federation officers had come out of, which was sideways to the deck of the Archangel. The person was in a Federation pilot suit, but they didn't have the helmet, so Tyler's tan hair and green eyes were visible. Say, Captain Shepard, has anyone ever told you that you come off as extremely strict and intimidating? He asked lightly. He wondered if the woman had ever been told how she came off. Not everyone was. It can be very hard to respond to and make you hard to approach. Shepard glanced back at Tyler McGregor, who was smiling slightly, and again she wondered about the young commander. It was clear he was blunt and didn't mince words that she could respect to an extent. However, he also didn't seem to care what others thought of him nor his actions. It explained a bit about what the reports on him said, which was he didn't always follow orders from superior officers. So, she gave him a deadpan expression in response. There has been mention of something along those lines, McGregor. Do you have a point you're trying to make saying such? Tyler had found it wouldn't be a wise idea to tick off the captain of the Danan with the short amount of time on the ship. That didn't he would bow his head and do whatever he was told, but he would show some manners. That in mind, he waved a hand in dismissal. Not really, I was just curious if you've been told that you present yourself that way. Tyler paused before smiling a bit, though in a more nervous manner, and continued, I think it would be best for me to occupy myself with something else. So, I'm going to go for a walk then, trying to keep myself out of trouble while doing so. Chief Montoya wasn't appreciating me hovering and waiting for him and his mechanics to finish up the work I asked them to do. Captain Shepard huffed a bit as that had the team looking after himself before she turned back to Arnold and Crystal. Lead the way to where your captain is, there is much to discuss, she stated. Arnold was starting to see where some of the stories about the Federation came from if this woman was anyone to judge by. So, he swallowed and nodded, showing the way towards the captain's cabin on the Archangel. Tyler, however, didn't follow them, instead floating forward and beginning to explore the ship looking for his friends. He wanted to make sure they were okay and have them know he was alive and kicking. In the Archangel's captain's cabin, introductions were exchanged between the Alliance officers and the Federation personnel. They were short and polite yet still to the point, which painted the picture of the current relationship that there was between the Human Federation and the Earth Alliance clearly. The feel in the room was tense to put it mildly. However, Muru broke the tension by getting to business. So then, Captain Shepard, the Archangel's ultimate destination is the Alliance's lunar HQ at the Ptolemaeus base, or Earth's JOSHA base would work as well. However, we're short on supplies and that's making the journey difficult, Muru said, laying out their current situation. Mary Shepard crossed her arms over her torso as she already knew most of what had been said. I'm aware of the general situation that your vessel is working with and I sympathize. Yet, you are aware that while right now you are in Alliance territory, should you continue much farther, you will be entering Federation-controlled territory. According to standing treaties with the Alliance and ZAFT, neither Alliance vessels nor ships from ZAFT are allowed to enter unless they have been given permission. If they do, then they tend to be shot at until they leave, returned Shepard. Nataral clenched her fists at the reply as it wasn't what the Archangel needed right now. Yes, Nataral knew about some of the treaties between the factions, though the Federation was stricter with them than the rest. And where Nataral could understand protecting your own, there was still such a thing as kindness to another which seemed in such short supply. As much as Nataral didn't want to admit it, the Archangel needed help if she was to survive. Then you say that we should turn and face ZAFT instead of going forward, she snapped at the Federation captain. Shepard glanced at Nataral as the officer was letting her emotions get the better of her, and the current situation really couldn't afford that. It was one of the issues that were common with Omni personnel. They demanded a solution from others for the issues they faced instead of figuring one out themselves. So Shepard gave Nataral a deadpan stare in response to her statement. It's not my issue what you do, I'm merely stating the agreed upon rules set by the treaties that have been made between all sides to maintain a semblance of peace. While that may be true, that wasn't the point of this discussion, and Muru knew she needed to get things on track. If all that was needed was permission, then asking for it was the best means forward, even if it went against protocol. Then please, Muru spoke up, gaining everyone's attention, allow the Archangel to pass through Federation territory. It's the quickest route, and the sooner that we get to our destination the better. Muru paused for a moment. I'm aware that the Archangel is an Earth Alliance vessel and isn't registered yet with the rest of the Alliance, but we need to reach one of the two Earth Alliance headquarters. Captain Shepard was a bit surprised and impressed with this Omni-acting captain. The woman had it rough from the outset, no real way to deny that from any standpoint. She had been forced into the command chair with less than a skeleton crew, which was much harder to deal with than it sounded. So, Shepard thought for a moment upon how to answer the plea that she had just been given. The ship passing through Federation space wasn't bad per se, it was who could follow them that could bring potential trouble. Shepard had read the reports on Ra-Le Cruzet, and what she had learned wasn't encouraging at all, more the opposite. The man would chase this Omni ship, no real question with that, with the records on him. That in mind, Shepard sighed. As long as you don't cause trouble or an incident as you go, I don't see it as much of a problem, she answered. Plus, we can give you some immediate supplies to tie you over for now. With the agreement made and understood, the Federation officers left and those remaining began to look at what route to take forward. But the question of what route to take lie ahead. Now with permission to travel through Federation territory, hopefully, that will make encounters with ZAFT forces less likely. I believe we should try to use the Earth to slingshot ourselves to the moon, said Muru thoughtfully as she and the other headed towards the bridge, and the rest of the crew was informed of the Federation's permission that they now had. Is that our best option? Asked Nataral, thinking over their current course to the moon. With the reminder of the strict watch of the Federation which the Archangel would be under, Nataral was irked with the current circumstances. She had nothing personally against the Federation military, though Nataral did agree in part with those that saw the Federation's insistence of neutrality being ridiculous. But in all honesty, the pressing issue was that they didn't have the supplies to make it on the suggested route. At least, that's how it was with the refugees on board. Even were they to ration the supplies there were, it wouldn't last for long before people started to snap. Can't we look for a better route somewhere? Nataral asked as the four came onto the bridge. Mew sighed. If you have a better suggested route to the moon that doesn't have us fighting most of the way, I believe we are all ears, he remarked. So, said Pal, do we have the Federation's permission to keep going forward into their territory? Muru nodded. Yes, and hopefully it will be a quiet run through it, she replied. And our destination is the moon? Questioned Arnold. That's the idea, Nataral returned as she sailed down into the CIC. She had given up arguing the plan. It was clear they were going forward regardless of what awaited them. Arnold took a moment to calculate the paths to the moon from where they were. Should they turn much towards the moon before the Earth's sphere, they would be plowing through the debris belt. The area was filled with wreckage and was a death trap to the unprepared, so should be avoided as best possible. Then please say you're not suggesting we turn towards the moon from here before getting close to Earth. If we chart a course either to the Earth's sphere itself directly, we'll have to cross the debris belt, despite that route taking us less time to reach than getting to lunar orbit via a direct path from the current position, Arnold stated. The debris belt was a huge ring made up of lots of junk, like old satellites, empty tanks, destroyed spaceships, mobile suits, and even the remains of destroyed colonies like the notable Junius 7 supposedly, which all came into the range of Earth's gravity. Because of the gravity, sometimes parts of the belt spiral inwards and fall on Earth by what records said. It was definitely a dangerous place for a ship of any faction to go without an experienced pilot at the helm. Muru, however, still had a thought: suppose we navigate through it. Are you really suggesting going through the debris belt? Exclaimed Arnold, not quite believing he'd heard correctly. The place was a ship pilot's nightmare and Arnold was not ready for that kind of a challenge crapshoot. Recent events haven't done something to your head, ma'am? Arnold looked away, no offense intended of course. But trying to plow through the debris belt is nuts and just a way to bang up and destroy a ship to the point that it becomes part of the collection of debris. I'm a decent pilot, but I'm not that much an expert, ma'am. The junk heap that humanity made ever since they began exploring space, muttered Mew with a sigh. What Arnold had said about the place was accurate. All ship pilots knew the area was borderline suicidal to cruise through. It's true, we don't want to be a part of that. He paused suddenly before a thoughtful look on his face. Wait a minute, he said slowly as a plan quickly began forming in his head. Yes, the debris belt, that's it. The others on the bridge were still discussing what was the best route to Lunar HQ, ignoring Mew's muttered comment. Crystal, on the other hand, the moment she saw the smile on Mew's face, she started to worry. The smile was the one when he was cooking up a crazy, normally beyond ludicrous idea that was coming to his mind. The ideas had a fair chance of working and Crystal would give credit where it was due, but the introduction was never smooth with his plans. So, she spoke up, Mew, you have that expression of yours again, and I don't know if I should be worried or wonder where you get your ideas. What kind of scheme are you cooking up in your head this time? Muru had turned to the two mobile armor pilots, wondering what they were going on about. What are you two talking about? She questioned, catching both Mew's and Crystal's attention. Mew just kept smiling. Am I a person who can make the impossible possible? Crystal exhaled heavily. Mew, whenever you say that, I get worried about the plan you have formed, because it means it will be more than your usual crazy ones. Back with Tyler, he was wandering down a corridor on the central crew deck of the ship. He was kind of hoping to run into Kira and Lakis, as he'd some catching up to do with them with the time apart from his friends. Tyler also had a lot of news that he wanted to tell them both, plus and he had missed those two along with the friends he'd had made at Heliopolis. Also, Tyler had said to Siegel that he would tell Lakis that he was concerned for her and that she should be careful. Tyler was sailing up to the mess hall planning to take a peek if Kira and Lakis were in there. He hadn't seen any of his other friends yet either, but he did recall that they had been in Omni uniforms before. That could mean they volunteered to help the crew, which there wasn't a problem with that per se. In the end, it was their choice. However, as Tyler approached the mess, a group of refugees came out of the room. In their lead was the little girl that had been scared by the Artemis soldiers, and looking to be in a much better mood. The little girl wasn't watching where she was going and she crashed into Tyler, pushing him back a tad with her weight. Tyler quickly fixed his bearings and at the same time did the same for the girl. A woman among the refugees moved forward, who was the young girl's mother, bowing to Tyler in apology. While Tyler could appreciate the gesture, the girl hadn't done anything wrong at all. When the girl looked at who she had bumped into, she saw it was the nice person in the odd spacesuit that had punished the bad guys before. Her eyes widened and she smiled. You're the nice guy that punished those bad men that were scaring us, she stated. Tyler chuckled a bit at the simple logic of a child. They've better sense than many adults do in his opinion. So, he knelt, or rather brought his head down to her eye level, and smiled back. You're right, I did punish those men. They were doing bad things that they shouldn't have. It's good to see that you and everyone else is okay, Tyler said kindly. The little girl sprung forward and hugged Tyler. Thank you for saving us, she cried. Tyler's smile grew at hearing that, for it was times like this he felt that the jobs he did in the Federation military were worth the effort and hassle they involved. What the military did for the citizens of the Federation for the most part was made available for the citizens to access. And the Federation's citizens through their leaders did make it known that they appreciated the work done to protect them. Tyler just felt that a simple thank you was never a bad thing to give and receive. It brought warmth to his heart and made him proud that he was able to protect these people. And for Tyler it wasn't just out of duty, since they're citizens of the Human Federation, but because he could do so. Your thanks are much appreciated, little lady. Don't always get that, Tyler said. It is the duty, honor, and especially a pleasure to protect and serve those like yourself. The child's actions acted as a trigger for the others in the group of Heliopolis refugees to come forward to Tyler and thank him for his intervention. For many of them, having to face the Omni soldiers had been quite frightening. So, this young soldier appearing and handling the Omni personnel was as a godsend to the refugees. In Tyler's position, it was somewhat rare for him as well as others in the Federation's military to be thanked for their efforts. And with Tyler in Salas, thanks were even scarcer to get, as the operations that they did were classified a good portion of the time. So, Tyler was grateful for the gratitude he was getting for something he did for others. It took 10 minutes for the refugees to finish saying their thank yous to Tyler and move on, allowing him to continue his search for friends. Tyler entered the mess hall and found that it was essentially empty except for a red-haired girl that he'd crossed paths with. Tyler still didn't know Flay's last name, though Tyler would admit that he isn't the best at remembering names, quite horrible at it actually. Then the thought that Flay may know where Kira, Lakis, and the others are currently coming to Tyler. She was supposed to be close to Sai after all, so it would logically fit, and it shouldn't hurt to ask from his view. So, Tyler cleared his throat, "Hello Flay." Flay turned around upon hearing her name and found a tan-haired guy looking at her with a slight smile. It took a moment, but his face was familiar and Flay realized it was one of those that was around Sai regularly. She couldn't remember his name offhand, but a familiar face was still a familiar face, and there had been a shortage of those lately. "Wait. You're one of Sai's friends from Heliopolis, aren't you?" she asked hesitantly. Tyler nodded. "Yes, my name is Tyler McGregor," he introduced as he sat down next to the girl. It was just after the introduction that Flay noticed Tyler was in a Federation spacesuit. She had been saved by someone in the same kind of spacesuit back in the Archangel's hangar. Flay had not had the chance to thank the one that had saved her life, as she had feared she could have died down there. The last few days had been stressful to Flay and she wanted to at least thank the one that had saved her. "That's the same kind of spacesuit that the person who saved me was wearing," Flay said. "Was that you?" Tyler knew that Flay was referring to Luke, as he had been the one that had saved her from that bad situation. It was nice that Flay wanted to thank Luke for his actions, and Tyler would be sure to tell his teammate about this when next he saw him. Tyler shook his head. "Nope, that wasn't me, but he's a colleague and a friend of mine." Flay had heard stories about Federation soldiers, about how they saved the lives of others that weren't even citizens of the Federation. But she hadn't given much credence to the stories before now since she'd seen it firsthand. "Oh," she muttered before focusing back on Tyler, "well, the next time you see him, could you thank him for me?" Tyler nodded. "Certainly, don't doubt he'll appreciate being thanked. It happens rarely nowadays for those of us in the Federation military for what we do." Out of the corner of his eye, Tyler saw two figures come into the mess hall. When he turned to see who it was, Tyler felt surprised and happy to see Kira and Lakis, as he'd been searching for them. Kira and Lakis had been heading towards the mess hall to get something to eat before sleeping. Lakis had been telling him about Tyler helping them and how he had said that he would catch up with them. And it wasn't that Kira doubted Lakis, he believed her, it was just there had been nothing about Tyler since Heliopolis. Yet, when they entered, they found it mostly empty except for two individuals. Flay was one of them, the other was in a Federation spacesuit, and a moment of looking at them had Kira and Lakis realize it was Tyler. They headed over to them and Flay took this as a cue for her to leave, and she exited the mess hall, leaving Kira, Lakis, and Tyler in the room. Lakis threw herself at Tyler, crashing into him in the form of a hug, which he did return to her as she is a long-standing and good friend. Kira put a hand on Tyler's shoulder and squeezed, to which Tyler smiled. "Good to know that I'm not a stranger around you two yet with the time I've been absent." Kira smiled, knowing his friend would always be welcome around him regardless of where they were or what was going on. Tyler may stand out among some types of people, but Kira didn't care about that. "I don't think you could ever be a stranger around us, Ty," he said with Lakis nodding in agreement. "So Ty, what's been going on with you?" asked Lakis. Tyler took a moment to think about how to order his thoughts on how to present the chain of events that he'd been through recently. After a minute, he gave an answer. "Oh," Tyler began, "a lot of things in the last few days. If you two would like to listen, then get comfortable, it'll be somewhat a long story." Tyler began his story at the point where the three of them had been separated from one another during the collapse of Heliopolis. Specifically, Tyler began it with the ZAFT pilot getting out of his cockpit before the Archangel had fired in their direction. Tyler was still a tad miffed about the crew of this ship doing that, as it made the situation much worse, but upon taking the time to review the situation, they'd been scared and stressed. That in mind, Tyler was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and assume they hadn't been aiming for them intentionally. That wasn't meant to dismiss the fact their actions resulted in the colony shaft had come apart and the structure of the resource colony had followed. In turn, the atmosphere had been drawn out of the space of the colony and that force had separated the three pilots. Having found himself alone with only the ZAFT pilot for company, Tyler had the good luck as the Federation cruiser had been in the area. Since with the interference that came from the colony's breakdown and the battle that had been going on, he couldn't contact anyone that wasn't in the immediate area. Kira and Lakis understood the reasons that Tyler was stating with why he didn't try to contact the Archangel. However, they still wished that he had done something to have them know that he was alive and okay. Tyler continued by giving some detail of his meeting Miguel Amon, who turned out to be a nice guy. He then went on to say that he and others which were his teammates that had come along and had helped him to get to the Danen. Kira and Lakis, at hearing that Tyler was clearly familiar with Federation ships, got curious about that. Kira was the one to voice his thoughts. "So then Ty, are you a member of the Federation's military?" Tyler knew that the fact he was a soldier would come up at some point, it was just earlier than he suspected it would be. His head fell a margin. "Technically yes, I am a soldier in the Federation military. Sorry for not saying anything about it earlier when I should have." "Okay," said Lakis, but why would there be soldiers from the Federation military be doing around Heliopolis? Tyler hesitated as he couldn't tell them everything about the mission he'd been on yet as it was still classified. I would like to tell you the whole reason why I was around the colony, but due to fudging protocol I can't right now. Tyler paused for a moment, cursing that military protocol said he couldn't tell Kira and Lakis the reason he was at Heliopolis fully. What I can say is that I was looking into things around the colony and that happened to do with the Alliance. Kira could see that this subject was not one that Tyler liked, and as he said he couldn't talk about it fully. He didn't doubt that his friend had reasons for what he did, there was no doubt in Kira's mind. That was how strong their friendship was, they trusted the other and believed what they said and did was for a purpose. So, if Tyler said he couldn't tell them everything right now, Kira was fine with that. Although Tyler being a soldier did explain a few subtle things that had been odd before now. Tyler resumed his tale at the point that he'd gone on board the Dawn and met the captain of the vessel. Miguel had been curious, but Tyler didn't blame him as it was a rare thing for those outside the Federation to be on a Federation ship after all. The reason for that was Federation High Command doesn't give out information that they don't see the need for others to know, which is most things. Tyler knew and understood the standing that Federation High Command had and agreed with it. He kept going by saying how he had gone onto the ZAFT Nazca class and had even seen Ra-Le cruise it while he'd been there. Tyler said how interesting it was to meet Nicole Amalfi, who was a clear friend to Athrun. He even mentioned the amusing reunion with Athrun, which got Kira to smile a bit. Tyler did say he had gotten a glimpse of the Aegis and the Blitz, which was unexpected. However, for Tyler that had been helpful information and likely be handier in future even if Tyler couldn't say how. Tyler moved on to the portion where he had gone to the plants, which included the meeting with the Supreme Council. He didn't say that he'd been wearing the more formal Federation uniform since Tyler didn't like wearing it. Tyler continued by saying he'd met up with Captain Shepard, and the two of them then met up with Siegel Klein and Azalea Jowl before the group went into the council meeting itself. Tyler felt the session had gone not as he'd envisioned or had hoped it would thanks to Ra-Le Cruzit. Lakis and Kira frowned at what Tyler said. Patrick Zala reacted at what happened to Heliopolis. Tyler mentioned that Patrick was the foremost member of the council to blow up about what the Alliance had done. That had been followed by the talk that had taken place between Athrun, Siegel, and Tyler. He had found that conversation had been better than the council meeting, though that wasn't saying all that much. While Tyler found it nice to have spoken with Athrun in a far less tense or professional setting as he hadn't been able to do so until that point. Tyler was a bit smug that he'd confirmed that Athrun was officially engaged to Lakis even if it didn't mean a lot right now. Tyler had found it kind of fun to tease his friend since he doesn't get to do that to Athrun often or really all that much more to Kira. Tyler hadn't liked the reminder of Junius 7 and what had been lost there, but it is one of the connections he had with Athrun. He hoped that he'd gotten across the point of what dangers his father posed with his views to Athrun, but Tyler couldn't be sure. Then when Siegel Klein had joined them and it had gotten a little better and a little less nice at the same time if Tyler were honest. When Tyler had told Athrun about him being a pilot of one of the prototype mobile suit along with Kira doing the same, Athrun had taken the information not so well, though he had accepted what Tyler had told him. Tyler hadn't mentioned that Lakis was piloting the strike, as that would not have been taken well. As Tyler finished the portion of the tale, he got to the request from Siegel. Now that I think about it, your father did want me to give you a message, Lakis, Tyler said. Lakis had been interested in the tale that Tyler had been going through as it had been different than what the Archangel had been dealing with. He had been busy and even gone to the plants while separated. That Le Cruzit had gotten out of responsibility for what had happened at Heliopolis didn't sit right with Lakis. She did have a curious expression on her face upon hearing that her father had asked Tyler to tell her something. What did he want you to tell me? She asked. Well, he said that he's worried about you, of course, but told me to tell you to be careful and stay safe but hold to your views and beliefs, Tyler answered. Lakis nodded to what Tyler had said, as that did sound like something that her father would say to her. She knew her father and even her older sister cared about her and what happened to Lakis. And with her being around Omni personnel, she was more at risk than the average coordinator with her family were, she discovered. Tyler continued where he'd left off, which brought him to the point that he'd crossed paths with Lakis's sister Sakura. Honestly, Tyler was tempted to just skip ahead and say nothing about what had happened with Sakura. After all, few ever believed what he would say, even his friends didn't think he was telling the truth completely. As a compromise, he made mention of seeing Sakura, and Lakis gave him an odd look while Kira just looked confused. Tyler then moved on to heading towards Artemis and the chain of events that happened, which was a completely different can of worms in his view. Nevertheless, things had turned out okay in the end with help from Tyler and his comrades. Phase End. A/N. That is where I shall end this chapter. I do hope that those reading are liking the rewrite that I'm doing. There is work going into it. It may be so for many, but I find writing in third person fairly difficult, so this rewrite is hard for me. Although it has allowed me to go into details that I didn't have before, which give depth to the story. As always, please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think. Until next time, peace out to you all. Chapter 9, Phase 12, The Silence of the Grave. February 3, 71 CE. The Dawn. Tyler returned back to the Danen after the visit he'd with his friends on the Archangel. He knew that there wasn't a room on the Alliance ship for him, and he did have the motivation to change that standing now. Tyler's mission would be more easily done on the Archangel than on the Danen. Kira had the pack that Tyler had before, so Tyler's stuff was already on the Archangel with one exception. Tyler intended to bring the Shadow with him when he went to the Archangel regardless of what anyone else said. Tyler did get a decent night's sleep in the quarters on the Danen he'd been provided, so he woke up refreshed, which hadn't happened for over a week. His task of the day would be to hopefully move over to the Archangel and get things arranged that he could start getting the crew's cooperation in the mission he was assigned. However, it would be best to go to Captain Shepard to arrange to leave without problems. Hence why he made his way to her cabin, knocked on the door, and waited for a response. "Enter," said the voice of Captain Shepard. Tyler moved into the room and floated to be in front of Shepard's desk, hoping this would be as simple as he thought it would be. In the abstract, talking with the captain had seemed simple to Tyler, but those thoughts were disappearing. Shepard looked up at Tyler just after he entered the room and gained a look of slight surprise. "Commander McGregor, to what do I owe this visitation?" she asked. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Oh, well ma'am," Tyler began, "I'm here to make a bit of a different request. It may seem a little outlandish, but nevertheless." Shepard wasn't interested in hearing frivolous explanations. "State your point, Commander," she said curtly. Tyler got the message from the woman, which was to get on with what he was here for and don't waste time. He cleared his throat. "Yes, sorry Captain. I would like to request for me to go over and travel aboard the Archangel going forward, ma'am. I thought it would do me well to come to you and do this official and clean," he said politely, but internally Tyler was holding his breath waiting for the woman's answer. Shepard blinked at Commander McGregor's request as it was quite unexpected with him. His record implied heavily that he wasn't the fondest of Omni or their personnel due to previous altercations. So, for him to say he wanted to go and travel on the Alliance ship went against that implication. Shepard wouldn't deny that McGregor had a point, that his mission could be done more efficiently on the Archangel. "And why, might I ask, would you want to do such a thing, Commander? From what I've read in your profile, you very much dislike the Earth Alliance and its Omni. You have an amount of bad experience with them or something to that effect, which is understandable. That in mind, for you to want to go over to one of their vessels and have to abide by their rules," Shepard paused, "confuses me." What Shepard had said about Tyler was true, on both points, and he wouldn't lie about it. He wasn't the fondest of those from the Earth Alliance or Omni, there were bad experiences with those he'd crossed. So then, if he were to go over to the Archangel, Tyler would have to follow Alliance rules and regulations to an extent at least. But it wasn't like he intended to enlist as a crew member and join the Alliance or anything. Tyler saw this as assisting a group who was in some rather bad circumstances, and that was different. "You state that I would have to follow Alliance rules and regulations is true, ma'am, to a degree. However, if I'm on the Archangel, then I'll be able to accomplish the mission my team and I have better," Tyler reasoned. Shepard mulled over McGregor's reasoning for a few minutes. He had a point, and she could tell by the subtle tone he had he wouldn't like being ordered around. That matched a note on the young man's profile. He was known for not following orders a portion of the time. The record said that the teen stated, if he didn't agree with an order, that he wouldn't follow it, but that was neither here nor there. Then, the commander did have a license to act as he saw fit, which came from being a member of Salas, so it was his decision in the end. "Very well, Commander, it is your decision as you have a license, so I'll defer to your judgment in this," she returned. After exiting the captain's cabin, Tyler stopped by the room he had on the Dawn End to quickly pack his things into a suitcase. He would head to the hangar from there, as the sooner he was on the Archangel, the better. The mission his team had would be much easier if he were on the Omni vessel. Plus, Tyler missed his friends more after talking to some of them and want to be on hand if they are put into danger. Tyler would deal with the Alliance officers when that potential issue came up. He would establish the status quo in such a way that the majority would understand they couldn't order him around like any soldier. However, on the way to the hangar, Tyler caught sight of Lisa looking to be waiting for him, which brought him to a halt. Tyler hadn't expected to see his friend before he headed out to the Archangel. She would be the active team lead while Tyler was doing the needed dirty work and jump in if needed. "Hey Lisa, come to give me a farewell for the time being before I head over to the Archangel?" he asked. Lisa had been waiting for Tyler, as she was sure he would be leaving for the Omni vessel within the next hour or so. It made the most sense with him. He would do the hard part of the mission so that if things went bad, he would take the fall for it. The other reason that Lisa was sure that Tyler would go to the Archangel was he had friends on that ship. He would want to protect them, and Lisa saw no fault with that at all. It was a good quality. Nevertheless, with what he needed to do, he could and likely would at some point be branded a traitor by the Omni personnel. It wasn't what they would think of Tyler that would be harmful, it was what his friends would think. So, Lisa shook her head. "No, I'm here to confirm that you understand what the mission we're currently assigned entails. Following the Archangel is only part of this assignment. The main part of this is to prevent Omni from obtaining a mobile suit and use it to mass produce them for employment on the battlefield. I'm asking if you understand what that means you might have to do to accomplish the mission. Tyler hesitated at the implication that Lisa was putting to him as he knew of some of the things she was inferring. The job that was to be done just might have Tyler appear to betray those he called friends, though he would like to avoid that if at all possible. Yet, he'd already given thought to the possibility of him having to do things such as sabotage or similar actions. Tyler wanted to help and protect his friends and the refugees on the Archangel, but he also comprehended what could very well happen if the Earth Alliance were to become able to mass-produce mobile suits. It was what made this current assignment as difficult as it was in Tyler's mind. I do understand what needs to be done, Lisa, even if I don't want to do such things. I'm worried about how things will play out, and I think I would question myself if I wasn't worried, yet I believe I'm up for this. Lisa sighed and decided to just say the point outright to Tyler. Oh, and what if your friends from Heliopolis accuse you of betrayal along with the ship's crew? She asked seriously. That question cut to Tyler's heart and had been one that had been bouncing around his mind. He didn't answer immediately since it was one of the few fears he had with going over and staying on the Alliance vessel. Tyler trusted that Kira would see anything he would do as done for a reason and not an act of a traitor. The two had known each other long enough to know that there's a bond of trust between them, and so, there would be a reason for what either of them did. Lakis would be similar to Kira. She wouldn't accuse Tyler without talking more to him. Mirialia, tall and cuzzy, Tyler was not as sure if he were to do things that could be seen in a bad way. A fondness for them has developed in Tyler over the last year, which made him stress over the possibility that they could come to hate him if he looked to betray them along with the Archangel. Tyler took a moment to collect his thoughts and take a breath. If that should happen, then it will hurt, and I can't help that. But Tyler hesitated. In the end, I would like to think they would come to understand the reasons why I do what I do. Lisa saw that Tyler was steeling himself up for the possibility he had stated, and it was already causing pain in him. It was amazing to see one of Tyler's age willing to do what he was for those he cared about even when it could hurt himself. So, she put a hand on Tyler's shoulder. Tyler, you know that Alan, Luke, and I will help you the best we can. You're not alone in this, don't forget that fact, she said to comfort him. Tyler nodded to Lisa and thanked his female friend for the pep talk since he felt it helped even if only a little. Then he continued towards the Donen's hangar, stopping by the pilot locker room to put on a pilot suit. It was the same coloration as Lisa's suit was, and Tyler didn't want to leave without one. If he did, then Tyler would be stuck with an Omni pilot suit, and he didn't trust those much to keep him alive in harsh situations. Entering the hangar, Tyler found that Chief Montoya and his team had finished the modifications that he'd requested with the Shadow. So, the machine he'd acquired at Heliopolis was ready for use, and Tyler planned to take the mobile suit when he transferred to the Archangel. Tyler humbly thanked the man and his team for the work they did on the machine that he was coming to call his own. Tyler had no doubt that the changes would prove their worth shortly, and he would be grateful for it. After the thanks, Tyler entered the Shadow's cockpit and sealed it shut, and activating the OS. The Shadow shortly launched from the Donen before Tyler headed to the Archangel. It wasn't long before Tyler landed on the Archangel and moved his suit into the dock it was assigned to the last time it was on board. Tyler exited the Shadow, thanking the mechanics around the dock as he sailed by. He then floated towards the door out of the hangar so that he could get out of his pilot suit and find quarters to unpack in. Tyler spotted Chief Murdoch and he greeted him as he passed, but was told that Captain Ramius wished to talk to him. Tyler had expected he would be required to report to an extent to the officers on the ship. He didn't intend to tell them much about what had happened to him in great detail, as Tyler didn't see what occurred at the plants as any of their business. Yet, if he went and got the question and answer session over with, that would be one less thing he would have to worry about. Also, Tyler might just end out stating the status quo to the officers, and he believed that the sooner that was known the better. Then, it was better he met with Ramius rather than Natarl Bajaruel, since the second in command of the Archangel gave off a feel to Tyler that spelled trouble. The woman came off as strict, and Tyler rarely got along with those, and they normally were frustrated and hated him for his attitude. Tyler made his way to the captain's quarters at his own pace, not seeing a reason to rush to the meeting. He entered when given permission to do so, and the second he was in the room, Tyler could tell this was going to be a long talk, and as he also figured, it would be a non-nice one too. It wouldn't be as bad as being lectured by a superior officer, which Tyler got from time to time, but it would be along the same lines as what Tyler expected. He saw that Mura was sitting at the desk in the room, and her face was like the times before that he'd been in her presence, not bad, nor good. On her left was Natarl Bajaruel with a serious expression on her face which made his levels of apprehension grow. To the right of the desk was Mula Flaga and Crystal McAllister behind the lieutenant. Neither of those two worried Tyler. He refocused on the task at hand for him by taking in a deep breath and exhaled. "I heard you wanted to see me, that right, Miss Ramius?" he stated. Muru stared at the teenager that had been with the volunteers from Heliopolis, once again wondering many things about him. Tyler McGregor was unlike any teen she had encountered before, and she couldn't figure him out. He had incredible control of his emotions and appeared to have impressive discipline from what she'd seen thus far. He had been separated from the Archangel around a week ago, and yet he had popped up again out of nowhere. From what the crew had said, he had gotten into Artemis and had disabled the soldiers and helped free the ship. Now, he was on the ship and in a Federation spacesuit, implying that he was likely a soldier within that military. The teen was getting more mysterious the more they learned about him. Yes, that's correct, she answered, gesturing towards a seat in front of the desk she sat it for him to take. Tyler glanced at the seat before he moved to it, as he just wanted to get this ordeal over with. However, before he lowered himself into the seat, he bowed to the 4 Omni officers. Before this discussion starts, I would like to thank you all for taking the Heliopolis refugees on board that you did and protecting them. It's greatly appreciated, thank you, he stated politely. After giving his gratitude, Tyler sat down in the chair facing the officers of this ship and their judgments. He knew that when some on this ship found out he was a member of the Federation's military, they would not be happy. The relationship between the Alliance and the Federation was made by those that didn't like what the other did. The ship officers stared at the teen for a moment, as he wasn't reacting in any way like one his age normally would. Mew was still trying to figure out the kid, as he was definitely different than most that he'd met. The pilot suit inferred that he was with the Federation's military, and that could explain some of the weird signs that he'd seen before. That didn't explain Tyler's skills and abilities to Mew, but it provided a bit of a window to say how Tyler was as good as he was. Natarl, on the other hand, was irritated with what Tyler was wearing, as it said things about the teen he hadn't stated. If he was a Federation soldier, then the Federation could know about the G project, and that was problematic in many ways. That needed to be either confirmed or dismissed as soon as possible. So then, Mr. McGregor, are you or are you not a member of the Federation military? She just about demanded. It's one of the questions Tyler figured would come his way, and he didn't see any reason to deny the facts as they were. That would open this to other questions that Tyler may not be able to answer due to protocol, but that was beside the point. Yet, Tyler was one that could go into an interrogation, keep his cool and come out of it and move on without a single issue. So, he shrugged in response, the answer is yes, though I would think what I'm currently in would tell you that. That Tyler McGregor confirmed himself as a member of the Federation's military was surprising, as the teen had given little to no hint of it before now. Yes, Mew had mentioned he was suspicious of the teen potentially having military-type training, but nothing had been done to confirm the point. Tyler was rather young to be in the military, even if pilots for mobile suits were younger than previous military personnel were on average. Then, he had been around the G project, and he could report his findings to those within the Federation, and likely had already. There were just so many questions needing answers about this teen, but there hadn't been the chance before. Care to give further detail, was the inquiry from Maru. Tyler stared at the captain of the vessel, trying to decide how to answer the woman. He could say no and let that be the end of the conversation, though that would not end the questions that would come. But he could also take this opportunity to point out the mistakes made that had brought things to the current situation. It would be better in the end for them to understand the crap they had pulled and what resulted from it. After a moment, Tyler let out a sigh slowly. Honestly, I'm not really feeling inclined to, but since you're asking, I suppose I can be nice and answer some questions. Yes, I'm a soldier in the Federation military, and I'm well aware that I look too young to be, but that's how things are. Tyler glanced at the 4, so, does it make you happier to know whom I work for and report to when required? The tone in which the teen stated his answer irked Natarl in many ways, and she already had several problems with him. He was argumentative, he seemed to go out of his way to go against authority and appeared to do so by his own choice. Such rubbed her military discipline badly, and did so more than any have before him. If he had been around Heliopolis for long enough, then he could have gathered a dangerous amount of information, and Natarl knew that was very troublesome. And so, Natarl couldn't help but slam her clenched hand on the desk. The hell it does, she exclaimed in an angry tone. Why didn't you mention this fact earlier? Tyler held in a smirk at the woman's reaction when she found out he was in the Federation military. Natarl Bajaruel came off as someone that expects to be told all about someone else and is not happy when that's not the case. And also, the woman had given rather amusing reactions, and that spurred Tyler into doing more to get responses, a character flaw of his he didn't see a reason to fix. He glanced over at the other 3 in this room and saw that their reactions were not as bad, but gave a similar message. The feeling that he was needlessly being put on trial for some kind of offense that he didn't commit washed over him. It was, unfortunately, familiar to him, as a good portion of the Omni officers he'd encountered had done similar. Tyler's gaze came back to settle on the acting vice-captain of this vessel with a cold expression coming to his face. His decision was made on the way this discussion would go now. He would point out the mistakes made and not be all that nice about it. Natarl's outburst had snubbed Tyler, and he wanted to put her down a bit. You want to know the reasons why I didn't mention anything about being a soldier in the Federation? Alrighty then, I'll be more than happy to give you some as you're insistent about it. The first reason would be your reaction to taking offense and showing anger that's directed at me for no viable reason. Especially you, Bajaruel, Tyler replied. By the way, have you ever considered doing anger management? From my observations, you would stand to benefit quite a bit from doing so, Miss Bajaruel. Natarl was getting more irritated at this teen, as it felt like he was insulting her specifically and was actually enjoying the idea. Plus, his suggestion of her needing anger management was frustrating, as she had great emotional control. It just seemed around this teen that said control vanished and his actions got under her skin without much effort. Yet Tyler kept going, and correct me should I be wrong, yet the way you're asking me for details about myself and what I do is being stated more as a criminal accusation. Tyler folded his arms. The last time I checked, being a part of the Federation's military isn't a crime in any way, shape, or form, even if there are some who scream it is and pointlessly justify their claims. And then second, none of you ever asked before now, so there was no reason to tell you I'm a Federation soldier. The points that Tyler brought up created an uncomfortable feel to the four others in the room. Some within Omni wasn't fond of those in the Federation's military, and yes, some even say that such was a crime, as Tyler said. But to have the idea stated was different than just hearing about some that disliked the Federation. There was silence in the room for a few moments, but then Natarl found the use of her voice. That's not an answer, that's an excuse, she barked back. Tyler couldn't help but snort before replying, yet, none of you are in any real position to be saying that, not with what you lot pulled, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Both female officers stared at the teen with confusion and surprise, for apparently, they didn't understand what he was talking about. Tyler shook his head. The look on your faces says that none of you know what I'm talking about. That's fine, I can tell you, and I'll start by setting the scene. Tyler took a moment to organize his thoughts on this subject, then he began, okay, think back to a little over a year ago, for that's where this starts to get problematic. Tyler began with how the rumor that there was a group within the Alliance's Omni organization was doing weapon development in neutral territory. He made mention that he was with the Federation investigation team that had been sent to Heliopolis to see if the rumor was true. Natarl took umbrage at the fact that Tyler was accusing them about the development of the Archangel and the G-weapons at the colony. There's nothing wrong with what we've done, how dare you put the blame of what happened to Heliopolis on the Alliance, she just about shouted. Tyler had to admit that Natarl just has a knack for digging a hole for herself with her reactions, as they weren't helping her at all. His deadpan expression he'd gained earlier as he'd been iterating the chain of events didn't change as Natarl shouted at him. Perhaps when you started your precious G project, you were doing nothing wrong. I can't say I know who the deal was made between the Orb Union and the Atlantic Federation, but within the last year, what you've been doing has become wrong. You've been in direct violation of two major treaties that the Earth Alliance has with the Human Federation. Certainly, by the time I got there, you were doing actions that were and are illegal, he stated calmly. The last tidbit caught the attention of both Crystal and Mew, for as far as they knew, the Federation shouldn't have any say with Heliopolis as it belonged to the Orb Union. That is, unless other facts weren't being said that, and that could change many things. What do you mean, Tyler? Heliopolis was owned by Orb, what does the Federation have to do with anything? He asked. Tyler turned to face the man, nodding slightly. An excellent question, Lieutenant Laflaga. As it happens, the Orb Union is a member nation of the Human Federation and became so about a year ago. That in mind, as they are a part of the Federation, the rules and treaties that the Federation has with ZAFT and the Alliance apply with them and their colonies too. After that, Tyler resumed where he'd left off in his iteration of the chain of events. He went on about how the other members of the investigation team and he had taken the time to study Omni's weapon development. Then Tyler moved on to the attack from ZAFT forces on and in the resource colony, which they used to steal 4 out of the 5 machines. Admittedly, the way Tyler was laying out the timeline of events, it might be seen as pinning blame and rubbing in the fact that they had been beaten by ZAFT. However, Tyler wasn't judging any of them, merely stating facts as they were without bias. Natarl wasn't happy at what McGregor was saying, nor the way he was putting events as it put blame on Omni. That there had been Federation personnel around the colony was problematic, and it should have been taken into account, but there was nothing that could change it right now. The real issue was how much of the project could have been reported to the Federation's military command. If they somehow found out about mobile suit development, they could interfere and set back the idea for years. And without mobile suits, the Alliance wouldn't last for those years and be able to end the war effectively. So, Natarl was quite angry at the teen, but she couldn't seem to find the use of words at the moment. Mew found the teen's iteration of events harsh, but at the same time, it was fair in a way that Mew couldn't deny. The kid was describing things with little to no bias, with factions and with what had happened to Heliopolis that was difficult. That the Federation was investigating Omni weapon development wasn't surprising to Mew, it was that they found out where it was going on before ZAFT. The Federation had always had reservations at the very least with Omni weapon development, why Mew couldn't say. But Mew decided since no one else was speaking he would. You put the chain of events harshly, don't you, Tyler? Tyler studied Laflaga for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders. Maybe it sounds harsh, but it is what occurred. And I would ask you a question or two if you would take a moment and step back and look at what happened at Heliopolis in a different perspective, Tyler replied. The first perspective to see is with Omni so desperate to get mobile suits usable for themselves, is it really a surprise that ZAFT figured out where they were being developed? After all, neither the Eurasia Federation nor the Atlantic Federation has the resources to spare or the scientists that are willing to help them. Most of all, the Alliance doesn't have a place that ZAFT and the Federation don't know about and watch close enough that the activity wouldn't be noticed. Tyler was trying to use simple logic to explain his point, he didn't know if it would work, but it was worth a shot. His gaze locked on Muru as she was the one it would be best to not have to oppose him. That leaves going to those who aren't a part of the alliance the most viable explanation. ZAFT wouldn't help you in any way as it would only hurt them. There's no way that the Human Federation would allow anyone from the alliance access to or use any R&D facilities such as Tesway. The mention of Tesway had sharpened the attention of Tyler's audience, for it was the name of the foremost R&D facility the Federation has. Omni had literally begged for access to the facility but had always been denied. Tyler continued, that pretty much leaves the Orb Union with their Morganroet Incorporated left. That even gives you a slim chance to develop mobile suits. I can't see the current leader of Orb letting such development occur within their homeland, due to what happened to Heliopolis being the likely possibility of what would occur. Whoever made the deal probably knew that they couldn't do that in Orb, and so that pretty much leaves Heliopolis. It's the last choice to work with, which would attract the least amount of notice, he stated. Tyler took a breath and said one last thing, if I can deduce that, should it be much of a shock that some in ZAFT were able to do so as well? What Tyler had said made sense to Mew and Crystal, it was logical and matched facts they both knew already. And it was just as likely that ZAFT had figured out the same, which led to why they had attacked Heliopolis. True as that likely is, ZAFT attacked Heliopolis and caused its collapse, remarked Crystal. Tyler knew that Omni personnel weren't the only ones that caused the colony collapse, ZAFT played a part in it. However, he wasn't placing blame as he knew it wouldn't help since it would change nothing. So, his response was to nod slowly, true, though I never said that you and your colleagues were completely at fault for what happened thus far. If you got that from what I said, that may just be your conscience talking to you. I'm well aware there are those on the plant's Supreme Council that won't let this go, Cruzet will have to face consequences. Tyler paused for a moment, what those will be, I haven't the faintest idea, but he won't get away with what he did. Yet, you from Omni did play a part in the events that led to the colony's collapse, and that's a fact. Natarl finally found the use of her voice again, and what gives you the right to judge, Tyler McGregor, she growled. Tyler returned the glare that was aimed at him from the woman. It just proved to him that he and she wouldn't be getting along anytime soon, if at all. Tyler figured that would be the case, but he felt that Natarl would take time to figure out the relationship. Always with the harsh assumptions and conclusions with you, Tyler remarked, seriously, you should think about getting some anger management, it can only help you. And did I ever say I'm judging you? Tyler shook his head, I don't think so. I'm just telling you how things are, but to answer your question, allow me to reply by reintroducing myself. He stood up and inclined his head, I'm Commander Tyler McGregor, member of the Federation's Special Forces. The talk with the top brass of the Archangel ending on the note it did wasn't the best, Tyler would admit, but he would take what he could get right now. Tyler was shown from the captain's quarters to an empty officer's room that he assumed he would be given while on the ship. It was clear the quarters were for an officer of fairly high rank with the size and single bed. After his escort left, Tyler took the time to unpack what he had immediately with him before he went back to the pilot locker room. He chose a locker and put away his pilot suit and head back to the quarters he'd been assigned. And as Tyler was beaten from the stuff that had happened today, he went to the bed and quickly dropped off to sleep. The next morning early, there was to be a meeting on the subject of getting supplies. Crystal had been the one to volunteer to remind or rather fetch Tyler out of the officers. Natarl had shown she was not fond of the teen and would unlikely get along with him going forward. Mura was on the bridge managing things as was her job, which the other officers understood. Crystal figured that Mew was still working out the particulars of whatever he was going to present to the crew. So that left Crystal herself to go and fetch the teen as she was free among the crew. She didn't think the teen was a bad person, even with how he spelled out events. If anything, then the way he put it was unbiased, and that was a rare thing to hear with the way the war had been going. Tyler didn't much appreciate the wake-up call, and it took an amount of restraint to keep himself from lashing out as he was still tired. Tyler felt justified with being grumpy, the reception he'd received yesterday wasn't the nicest. I would hope there is a good reason to make me part from my bed, Major, Tyler greeted flatly. I was working on catching up with much-needed sleep that I've been deprived of this last week. Crystal didn't comment on the greeting, for she could sympathize with the lack of sleep lately as she had been having the same type of issue. The teen's attitude was going to take some getting used to without a doubt, but teens were normally so. There is to be a meeting at 0900, an hour from now, it would be wise of you to attend, Crystal replied. Tyler rubbed his eyes and brushed his hair out of his eyes. Oh yeah, what is this meeting about? If it is about me or what I said, I got nothing more to add nor retract, thanks. If the vice captain doesn't like, then she can deal with it in whatever way she wants, not my problem. Crystal was trying to decide whether to laugh or frown at Tyler's reply. He was certainly different than most his age. The meeting is to discuss the supply problem that the Archangel currently has, she began, your input would be nice. Tyler woke up more, and he could think of little else than he'd in mind to do today, meaning the meeting would be harder to avoid. Plus, it would give some potential good cred with the crew, and Tyler knew he needed that. Sure, I'll be there, not sure what I can contribute though. At least that all the officers would agree with or appreciate, but I'll give it a whirl, Tyler returned. Crystal nodded and left the doorway, leaving Tyler to finish getting out of bed and ready for the day. Tyler got dressed and combed his hair so it wasn't messy and get needlessly called out on such crap when it didn't matter. He dressed in the casual Federation military uniform even though he'd been supplied with a White Alliance officer uniform and not the Blue Alliance uniform. Tyler believed it was meant to have been a gesture of good faith or something like that, yet he didn't see it that way. Tyler wouldn't anytime soon wear an Omni uniform, he wouldn't be caught dead in it without an extremely life-saving reason. Honestly, Tyler had considered throwing the uniform out of an airlock and just say that it got lost, but he doubted the excuse would be accepted. He was in enough hot water with the officers of this ship, he didn't need or want to get himself deeper right now. After he was somewhat presentable, Tyler made his way to the bridge, thinking about the supply situation. Since this meeting would be about supplies, Tyler was left to wonder what the Dawn had given the Archangel other than some water. It was unlikely enough water to get them through to their destination, just enough to tie them over until the ship resupplies more fully. The other issue that Tyler saw was there wasn't much in the way of places to resupply on the way to Earth. Once everyone had arrived for the meeting, Tyler found it a tad amusing that his friends from Heliopolis, the civilian volunteers, made up a full third of the current crew now. Granted, Tyler was aware that the Archangel was short on crew, but it was still interesting to note volunteers made up a good portion of them. Tyler was a tad surprised seeing Flay was in an Omni female uniform too and on the bridge. With Tyler's arrival, Muro began the meeting by thanking everyone for coming and stated this meeting was being held to discuss a plan to obtain much-needed supplies. She then turned over the charge of the meeting to Lieutenant Laflaga, who began to lay out a plan he had come up with. So, this mission will be to get supplies, specifically water, explained Mew. The teen volunteers looked at one another for a moment. Supplies? Questioned Tall. Sai was doing some thinking and he couldn't figure out where the ship could get supplies at the moment. As far as he knew, there were no bases or facilities in the general area that could help with the idea. We can get some, asked Sai. From where? Get supplies, that's correct, said Mew. His amusement was obvious to us all, but then the amusement disappeared as he continued. Or to be more precise, we intend to take them. Tyler felt uneasy about the comment from Mew and what could come next. The implications weren't nice in his mind, as taking would infer stealing, and Tyler wasn't okay with that. When you say take them, do you mean stealing them or something else, Lieutenant? Any stealing that Tyler could think of with the territory they were currently in would be from a Federation vessel. Tyler would firmly put his foot down about that idea and make it clear that activity would be defined as a no-no. He wouldn't stand for it and would put the idea down 5 ways from Sunday so fast their heads would spin. Muro could see that Tyler wasn't asking a question he voiced, but more if what Mew had in mind would be an issue. With the young man admitting that he was a Federation soldier, stealing from them would plainly be a bad idea. And being in Federation-controlled territory, the consequences of that tactic would come swiftly. Plus, as Mew had explained it, stealing wasn't what he was suggesting. No, it won't be stealing, Muro hesitated. Exactly. We're presently on a course that will put us in the vicinity of the debris belt. Tyler's thought process came to a screeching halt at hearing mention of the debris belt. There was a stabbing pain in his heart at the thought of the place, as a personal tragedy was there. He hoped that the ship officers weren't implying taking water from Junius 7. That was akin to grave robbing, and Tyler was in no way comfortable with that and wasn't interested in taking part in it either. However, Tyler decided to keep his mouth shut for the time being and not voice his opinion further. The debris belt, questioned Tall, confused by what Laflaga was saying. What could be there that holds water? Sai did some quick thinking about what kind of things were in the debris belt, and it didn't take long to be sickened. There was junk in the belt, but that junk had once belonged to other human beings before their deaths. Now hold on, said Sai. You're not saying? Mew could tell that Sai saw what Mew was referring to with the debris belt. Of course, Mew wasn't pleased with where the ship could get supplies from. It was essentially a graveyard they would be taken from, but times were close to getting desperate. Extra credit to the bright student, said Mew. The debris belt consists of a wide assortment of junked items, drifting around the outermost orbital track, said Muro tiredly. Of course, this also means it has a fair number of abandoned vessels that have been destroyed in battle, among other things. The thought of taking water and potentially other supplies from the junk in the debris belt didn't sit well with anyone on the bridge. Nevertheless, none voiced their discomfort about getting supplies from the debris belt. You're not suggesting that we get our supplies from there? Asked Tall. Tyler kept his breathing calm as he figured that taking water from what was left of Junius 7 wasn't in the plan, since they didn't mention it specifically. He didn't think he could help in that task, nor even say why he had a problem around the colony remains. Although that being said, Tyler felt he would then likely be coerced into helping in the idea anyway. He hadn't been around the ruins of Junius 7 in years, and it brought him lots of pain as he lost his father and younger sister due to the Bloody Valentine. Kira was the only one on the ship that knew why Tyler wouldn't want to go around the colony remains. There's not much choice, Mew said in a sigh. If we don't do something quickly about the supply issue, we're not going to last for very long even with the supply that we received from the Federation. Natarl knew Mew was right about needing supplies, she couldn't deny that, and rationing them would only buy a little time. Acquiring needed supplies was a priority and admittedly, the debris belt was a prime place to look for such. In the end, Natarl couldn't stop the sigh that escaped her. The lieutenant is right, we need water and other things as soon as possible. When the Archangel arrives, we would like for the majority of you people to use the Mistral pods we have and help with gathering the supplies outside the ship. All the volunteers including Flay frowned, showing that they didn't like the idea at all. The thought of taking things from those that were dead left a sour taste in most listening. Tyler still kept his mouth shut, not trusting the words that could come out of his mouth right now. Hard memories were coming to him and it was taking much of his emotional control to keep himself from showing it or leaving the room. We're not too happy about this either, said Natarl wincing a bit, but it's pretty much the only choice we have right now, our very survival depends on it. Muro kept the sour taste coming to her mouth down and picked up where Natarl left off. We will not scavenge around for things which belong to others, she stated as much for herself as for those on the bridge. We are not taking random things, only what we're in immediate need of right now, just the basic necessities, that's all. She looked down, a sad expression on her face, in order to survive. It was within the next few hours that the Archangel came into range of the debris belt and then entered it without slowing down much at all. Arnold had to keep alert and pay close attention to the debris and the Archangel so they didn't meet. It certainly tested the skills he had been polishing for close to the last 2 weeks. Tyler gained a bit of respect for the driver of the ship with the way they were moving the large Alliance ship in the field of debris. The task he knew wouldn't be an easy job and Tyler didn't want to know the real difficulty of the idea. However, Tyler had chilling feelings settling over himself as the ship went deeper into the debris field. Painful memories kept coming to Tyler's mind and it was getting hard to ignore the stabbing pain in his heart. Recalling times with his father and sister weren't what hurt, it was remembering the feelings that had hit him when he had learned about the bloody Valentine. Truthfully, Tyler hadn't ever fully come to terms with the deaths of his father and sister, he still missed them more than words could ever say. The job for the pilots while the gathering of supplies was to go out with the pods and provide support as needed and keep watch. There was the chance there could be ZAFT forces even with the section of the debris belt was in Federation territory. The Dawn would go around which left the Archangel to watch after itself until it reached the other side of the debris belt. None of the pilots were really asked about whether they wanted to do the task. They were expected to watch after the pods and those in them. Both Mew and Crystal would stay behind and defend the ship with their mobile armors should ZAFT forces come around. Tyler would admit that such could happen though it was unlikely for the time being. Cruzet was stubborn which Tyler had found out, but to come into Federation territory and to an area that was very difficult to fight in, Tyler didn't think the man was that reckless. Water was the main resource to be collected and the Mistral pods would have the proper equipment with the tools to break down ice found. And picking through the junk would take hours to gather enough to make the job worth the time. So, once the Archangel was a fair distance inside the field, the ship's 3 mobile suits and worker pods launched out. Within the group was Natarl and some of the mechanics to help with the task to be done. Natarl would be in charge of the operation while Mura would keep the Archangel running and watching for any problems that could pop up. As those from the Archangel moved forward, large chunks of metal and other materials floated past, unrecognizable from what they had been before ending up here in the debris. It was around 5 minutes later that a particularly large piece of debris began sticking out in front of the travelers which caught their attention. Tyler felt the ice-cold chill that ran up his spine that told him in an instant what they were approaching along with his blood going cold and his throat tightening. Although he'd agreed to help even if begrudgingly, he'd hoped strongly that the group wouldn't end out around the hulk that was in front of them. He hadn't been around it for years and he wished he wasn't here right now. The chatter that had been going between those in the pods faded and silence was their companion. All were looking at the growing shape trying to figure out what it was. Kira had an educated guess what was now before them and he had no words coming to him. However, it was Tall that spoke first out of the group. No, this is, he whispered but hesitated, a continent. He paused again as the sight took away his capability to speak properly. How did it end up here? Tyler heard Tall and at first didn't want nor intend to answer his friend's question. Bringing up Junius 7 and the bloody Valentine was hard for Tyler as it was a sore subject for most people. The incident had affected so many and what had occurred had never been forgotten by those who had lost loved ones, but also a number in ZAFT and the plants. Many coordinators would chant "Remember Junius 7" as a way to make sure bloody Valentine was never let go. And with the Federation, there was proof that some from the Alliance had been involved with the event, though the point was denied vehemently. Thus, Tyler spoke for the second time for the current day. No Tall, that's no continent, that was a colony. With what Tyler had just said, it proved that Kira's guess was right on the money. The tone his best friend was using was one Kira hadn't heard in years and it hurt to hear it again. At knowing the Archangel would be going into the debris belt, Kira had been worried they may come upon the ruins of Junius 7. He had even tried to talk to Tyler before they were to come out as Junius 7 was a hard thing to deal with for Tyler. However, Tyler had vanished and Kira couldn't find his friend in the time there had been before launching out. Then that is the remains of Junius 7, Kira remarked somberly. Lakis gasped in horror at what Tyler and Kira had stated and she didn't doubt what they said was true. Of course, she knew about Bloody Valentine and what happened to the former plant-type colony Junius 7. She remembered February 14 in year 66, it was a clear memory even if a very unpleasant one. Her father had come home that day and it was obvious to Lakis even as a 12-year-old that something was wrong back then. When she had asked her father what was wrong, he hadn't said anything to her, but his expression had been pained. In the end, it had been her sister Sakura that had told Lakis about what happened to Junius 7. To see the remaining evidence of the terrorist attack was much worse than to only be told about it. There'd been countless lives lost because of this one act of terrorism by Blue Cosmos, or at least they had claimed responsibility for the event. After around 15 minutes of surveying the area, there were a few places that large masses of ice were marked for the next trip. Those that had come out then headed back to the Archangel to come up with a more detailed plan for gathering water and other supplies. And so, a short while after returning, everyone returned to the bridge to discuss how the foraging for needed supplies would go. Kira was the one to break the silence as he was now against going around the ruins as he wasn't happy with the plan being suggested. That water over there, Kira started angrily, are you seriously saying that's what we are to gather? The tones of anger were a tad unexpected from Kira as he was normally calm and not quick to lose his temper. And where Natarl could understand the teen could be anger after seeing the ruins, that wasn't helping right now. Supplies, specifically water, were too desperate to ignore and the ice here was the more readily available source. Being emotional at this time was the last thing that was needed, calm and collected thinking was the best help in the current circumstance. There are close to 100 million tons of ice frozen over on it, Natarl reasoned calmly. Kira wasn't going to let the woman rationalize this plan of theirs off, the hell there is, snapped Kira. You saw it for yourself, Miss Badgeruel, those ruins were a plant where hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives. And yet you. Kira stopped and glanced over at Tyler who was in a corner of the bridge floating silently. His friend didn't make any sign that he was paying attention at all, just had his head down and didn't respond. Kira knew why Tyler was in such an unresponsive mood than he was normally with unpleasant subjects. It was much the state Kira and Athrun found him in on the day that Junius 7 had become like it was now. For Tyler, having to see what's left of the place he'd lost half of his family had to hurt. And now Kira was only driving in the pain harder with his friend reminding him of his loss. But Kira couldn't just stay silent with the idea of water being taken from the ruins being thrown around and ignore that it was a graveyard. Muru wasn't the only one that would admit and agreed that Kira having a point and could understand what he was getting at. It was an ongoing argument with the supply acquisition not too long after Mew had brought up his idea. Nor did she miss that when Kira stopped, the teen had looked in Tyler's direction, which was somewhat odd. In fact, Muru realized that Tyler had been the quietest today than she'd ever found him to be before now. The oldest teen had proven that he had no issue giving his opinion and didn't care what others thought of him or what he said. Yet now, Tyler didn't make any sign that he was paying attention to the conversation at all. When Muru's gaze went over to look at Tyler, his head was down and he wasn't looking at anyone directly. Muru took a deep breath. That's the biggest supply of water we've been able to locate around here, she said tiredly. Mew felt for Kira as he agreed taking water from the plant ruins wasn't in any way ideal. He didn't like the point any more than the teen, but the Archangel needed water desperately and the ruins held the most water in the debris belt. Mew also noted Kira looked at Tyler, which brought up the odd despondent behavior from Tyler. Mew was left to wonder what had brought it on as it seemingly came on for no apparent reason. The moment the debris belt had been mentioned, the oldest teen had become silent and melancholy. Mew could only guess it had something to do with the ruins as he had gone from melancholy to despondent. Hey, nobody's jumping for joy over this, Mew said, I don't hear folks shouting hooray water. Lieutenant La Flaga, grumbled Kira quietly. Nobody wants to step onto that place if it can be helped, Mew replied. Listen, we're alive everyone, and if we have to, we'll do what it takes so we continue to live. Lakis knew that both sides of the argument were valid, and it would endlessly keep going unless someone ended it. She realized that she'd become accustomed to Tyler taking that job on as he seemed so good at it. However, one look at him showed he was clearly having problems himself, and that said a lot which she couldn't guess about. So she decided to step up. I agree with the lieutenant in this, she said. All on the bridge other than Tyler focused on Lakis, to which Kira and Sai's eyes had widened in shock. The people of that plant were peaceful, she said softly but paused. Junius 7 was an agricultural colony, and so, I'm sure they wouldn't want us to die simply because the water we could get was from what's left of the plant where they died. Lakis, said Kira, softly but with strain audible as she wasn't helping in the argument. Tyler could tell what Lakis was trying to do, and in almost any other situation, he would applaud what she was doing. He was usually the one that settled or ended arguments, and though he didn't feel up to doing that right now, Tyler knew it needed to happen. She's right, the water is going to waste if we leave it like it is. Everyone shifted their attention to Tyler, some even jerked as they had forgotten that he was there as he'd been so quiet. His voice had been flat, which in itself wasn't unusual, as he did that when he was serious. Kira still heard the faint hint of Tyler forcing his voice to be even and flat, which showed how much he was being affected by Junius 7. Yet, as all on the bridge looked towards where Tyler had been, they had enough time to see him entering the elevator and the doors closing behind him. Kira squared his shoulders before speaking again. "All right, then let's get this over and done with." Tyler couldn't stay on the Archangel's bridge any longer, so he'd said his piece on voting to get the supplies needed and then left. The feeling of growing nagging pain in his heart was getting worse since seeing the ruins of Junius 7. He'd given no signs that others would notice, other than Kira maybe, but he knows why this place holds significance with him. And Tyler's emotional control was starting to slip, and he didn't want others to see him with the mood he was in. Tyler had buried the pain of the loss of his father and younger sister and didn't let it show to those that did not know about the point. He avoided the crew during the time before the mission to collect the supplies was to take place. The crew felt it was only right to inform the refugees where the water that was going to be obtained for the ship was coming from. For many of the refugees, hearing where the water was coming from was hard, as all of them had heard about Junius 7. Tyler did see the reactions from the crew and the refugees and felt that did keep the memory of those that had lost their lives at the colony alive. Lakis also suggested that some make paper flowers as a type of memorial ceremony for the lost. It was entirely volunteer work, and even Natarl had supported the idea. All the refugees wished to help with the project, which only made it more meaningful. Tyler reminded himself to thank Lakis later for her suggestion, for his father and sister along with the rest. No one was particularly happy with where they'd be getting water, other than perhaps the children who were too young to understand what was really going on, yet there were few of those who fell into that category. However, the refugees and many of the crew when they weren't on duty would volunteer to help out in making the flowers. Tyler felt it was the way many saw that they could do to offer up a form of respect for the dead. Flay had practically taken the lead in making the flowers, even though she wasn't the fondest of coordinators. Seeing the results of the Bloody Valentine incident had affected her, the ruins of the colony made it feel more real than just the stories or reports. She was as horrified as everyone else at seeing the ruins of Junius 7, and it had shown. When the flowers were finished, Mirialia cast them into space over the ruins. A short while after the respects were paid to the victims of the destroyed colony, the crew went about the needed work. Each pilot was set to go with the pods, one per group of 2, and they would stand watch while the workers would go gathering supplies. The main job the mobile suit pilots had was to also keep an eye out for anything else that could be potentially salvaged and ZAFT forces. With the water frozen in several chunks throughout the colony ruins, the 3 groups would separate into parties to collect the necessary liquid. Kira in the Asuka set off with the 2 pods that he was assigned to look after, and they went off to the left. Lakis in the strike went to the right with her 2 Mistral's pods proceeding slowly as debris was still moving ever so slowly. Tyler in the shadow with the last 2 worker pods headed forward into the ruins. Sai was among those in the 2 Mistral's pods that were with Tyler's group, along with some of the mechanics that have been on board the Alliance ship. Kira's group headed into the left section of the colony debris, which looked to have been where much of the agricultural work had been done. He looked around the general area as the worker pods began to gather the large masses of frozen water. The more recognizable structures were small homes and what Kira guessed to be greenhouses. From what he understood, the colony had been doing research into the agricultural methodology. Kira vaguely remembered a time or two that Tyler would talk about how his father and others were trying to create ways for growing crops and plants that were better than natural methods did. And with Tyler's dad working at Junius 7, this area was likely where some of the testing for that kind of thing was done. While that was going on, Lakis's group had entered what was clearly the living area for those that had lived in the colony. The worker pods got to work gathering the large masses of frozen water while Lakis scanned the area to see where people had called home hurt, as there was evidence everywhere that people had lived here. Natarl and some of those that were in Lakis's group did look into some of the buildings. What they found was objects floating along with their dead owners, perfectly preserved by the vacuum of space. The sight of families together caused sick feelings to most working on gathering the water. Meanwhile, Tyler's group headed into the center section of the colony debris, and as the worker pods began to gather the large masses of frozen water, he was scanning the area. Tyler wanted to make sure he could truthfully claim that he'd done his due diligence in looking around for usable junk. He didn't want guff later, as this experience was taking its toll on him, and he didn't want to deal with reprimands later. Tyler didn't see a real reason to look for trash around here, he just wanted to leave the ruins as soon as possible. The memories coming to his mind with increasing frequency was adding to the pain he felt. If that was given enough time, Tyler knew he would have difficulty keeping that to himself. Nevertheless, as Tyler looked around, he registered enough landmarks to recognize where his groups were approximately in the former colony. They were around where the university that had been on Junius 7, there was no mistaking it to Tyler. It had been the place his dad had worked and done his research, so Tyler knew it well. His father Lance Blass had been a professor of advanced agricultural development. In fact, Tyler's dad had been the foremost scientist in agriculture development research, a fact that Tyler had been proud of. The dream drove him to do the research that he would was to find the solution to world and colony hunger. It sounded ridiculous and impossible, and his dad was sometimes considered a quack because of his dream. But Tyler believed in his dad's work and knew it was very good and could have done what he said it would have. Tyler glanced back to where the Mistral's pods were working and saw that they were completely involved in doing their tasks set to them. Some had gone looking and poking around some of the structures but weren't paying attention to the shadow. With that being the case, Tyler figured that they wouldn't miss him for a short period nor notice him gone. In Tyler's mind, the fact that of Junius 7's population, only a third at most had been positively identified or found came to him as it had haunted him before. His father and sister hadn't been in that percentile and he couldn't forget that as much as he may wish to sometimes. And while knowing it would bring more pain should he find their bodies, Tyler still wanted to see if his dad and sister Lana were floating here to be sure. Tyler maneuvered his suit to move toward a large section that held the majority of the university buildings. He was looking for what had been the front quad square as that would do as a landing spot for him. It took Tyler a minute or two, but he found the area he was looking for and landed the shadow firmly on the ground. Tyler then undid his restraints and popped out of the cockpit, quickly glancing around for anything he needed to be careful of. After seeing nothing, Tyler had his pilot suit's thrusters whipped out and propelled him forward. He headed forward and into the nearest building, which turned out to be one of the administration centers the college possessed. From there Tyler quickly moved through the structure as he knew the place he wanted to go as it would be in a nearby building. Tyler left the admin offices and sailed on to the agricultural science building where his dad's office was located. He pushed on the front doors that he had entered through many times before now, yet this time felt so much different to him, and not just because the place was now in the ruins. Not only did the bodies floating at random make the scene a horrible thing, but the silence was beyond eerie. The times before, there would be students running from class to class, or stopping by to see their professors. However, now there was nothing but the bodies and the cold silence of space encroaching in, and it was making Tyler very uneasy. Tyler shook his head and ignored the bodies floating sporadically, trying to not look at them, mostly because he feared he'd see someone he may recognize. There had been some of the students that Tyler remembered from the times he had visited his dad and knew they had been good people, so their deaths were horrible and sad. Instead, he began making his way down the east wing hallway of the building, knowing the route to the office his dad had. Tyler recalled the countless times he'd traveled the route he was in earlier days. The real difference was the cold silence that was all around, since Tyler always remembered there being noise in the halls and rooms adjacent. It took about 5 minutes for Tyler to come to the door he was aiming for, the door to the office of Lance Blass. The nameplate was still attached to the door itself, and even in the vacuum, it looked like it had any other time Tyler had come to visit. Tyler took a deep breath to calm himself and prepare for what he could see. He'd had nightmares of this particular event many times after learning of the Bloody Valentine, coming upon the bodies of those he missed. Tyler twisted the handle and slowly pushed the door open and looked into the room that he'd wanted to see, if only to know how things may have ended for his missing family members. The view from the door showed Tyler the room was a mess, which wasn't surprising from the rapid depressurization that had occurred during the colony's breakdown. Objects were scattered everywhere, from books to furniture, nothing was where Tyler remembered it. However, before moving inside, Tyler breathed for a moment and steeled himself for what he may find. He moved forward into the office, then gazed around, taking in the space and how it was now while keeping his breathing calm and measured. The office was unrecognizable, and Tyler's father was one to keep things neat and in their proper assigned place, so the mess was hard to see. The 3 bookshelves that had stood behind the desk were now floating, one in pieces, the other 2 mostly intact. Books, papers, and other small things were spread all over the office, most of the debris hard to tell what it had been. Nevertheless, Tyler's gaze came to a halt on a form slight to his left, and it wasn't more than a moment for him to know the form as the body of his father. The vacuum of space had preserved Lance Blass, yet Tyler could see signs of what looked to be glass having hit his father before his death. Tyler glanced behind himself and saw the display case that had been on the wall had been shattered, which would have had shards flying. Tyler glanced back at his father's body and tears were forming at the corners of his eyes. To have to see his father, the man he respected the most, like this hurt and tore at his heart. He had to turn away after a moment, though his fists were clenching hard in anger with seeing undeniable proof of the loss of his father. Nevertheless, Tyler didn't leave yet, there was still one other he wanted to find. So, he scanned the rest of the room looking for anything that could tell him what had happened to the last family member he was searching for. Yet as he was scanning, a sizable object collided lightly against Tyler and his pulse shot up and his breathing hitched. Tyler calmed himself in a moment and turned around to see what had hit him. The sight that met his eyes hurt as it was a sorrowful one and horrifying to him, and caused the tears to flow harder. The long light brown locks of hair, which fanned out with no gravity pulling them down, were unmistakable to Tyler. He knew the small human form floating in front of him as it was the body of Lana, his younger sister. Tyler's body felt numb at processing the sight of his younger sister floating lifeless before him. The vacuum of space had preserved her perfectly, much like his father. It was like the near 5 years hadn't gone by and she was just sleeping. After a minute, Tyler couldn't hold back the tears any longer and they flowed. He knew full well that the girl in front of him was dead and had been for close to 5 years. Nonetheless, He hadn't seen Lana for longer than that and he'd always loved his little sister dearly. She'd always been amazed by what things he could do that naturals weren't usually able to do. Lana would encourage Tyler in her own ways, usually cheered him up after a hard day, and made him smile in a heartbeat. Tyler missed his dad and Lana more than he tended to admit to anyone else, other than his mom when he took the time to visit her. Moving forward slightly, Tyler embraced the body of Lana and felt the tears keep flowing from his eyes and Tyler's shoulders begin to shake and convulse. It took Tyler a little while to come back to himself and realize that he'd been away from the group he was with for some time and his absence might start to be noticed. Tyler began heading towards the doorway but stopped before he got there and turned back to his father and sister. Tyler went over to his father and slipped his wedding ring off and put it into a pocket of his suit. "Dad, Lana, I swear that I'll come back, I will bring you both home so that Mom and I can give you a proper burial so that you can rest," Tyler said. "And I don't make promises that I don't fully intend to keep, so wait for me, I will come to get you." Tyler left the room and headed back to where the shadow was so that he could get back to the group and his trip not be noticed. While Lakis's group was gathering water, she did take the opportunity to look around some of the ruins herself. She'd heard about the inspections that had been made by ZAFT forces before now and none of what had been said to be pleasant. The view of families together that she got stabbed at her heart. It showed her that the war was tearing apart more than just lands and cities, it was destroying people and their families. The view also had Lakis thinking about her own family which could be considered strained. Her father tended to be busy with being the chairman of the Plant Supreme Council, so he was rarely around. And her sister Sakura was more a ghost than their father due to the war. Sakura made it around home once a year and it was not more than a day or two. It was reminding her that her own family was drifting apart and it was getting worse as the war kept going. Of course, Lakis was looking around for potential supplies for the Archangel as she was keeping an eye on the worker pods as she was told to. But within the ruins, there wasn't much of non-sentimental value to bring back that she was seeing. And over the few hours that the water gathering took, not much was said between the group. The silence that gripped the ruins was hard to deny and even more difficult to break. Lakis's group was the first to head back with the water they had collected. Tyler had made it back to the shadow and had got back around those he was to look after and none seemed to notice he had been gone. Sai had asked if Tyler had found anything while looking around and Tyler had replied to the negative. The time gathering the needed water took was a form of torture to Tyler as it gave time for the pain within him to fester. And Tyler's group was slightly less than 15 minutes behind the first group had gathered around the same amount of ice that Lakis's group had brought back. Still, Tyler was silent the whole way remaining in a state of heart-wrenching sorrow from what he'd seen while out in the ruins of Junius 7. The unloading of the ice was going when Tyler came in with the shadow from what he could see. The strike was in a dock already and Lakis was helping with the processing of the frozen water. Tyler moved the shadow to its dock before he popped out of the cockpit with his helmet's visor blocker up. He started towards the door out of the hangar saying nothing as he slowly sailed. He barely noticed those that had been flying the pods getting their cargo off and stored. Tyler wasn't in the mood to care at all about the activity with the pain he was feeling and so, he simply kept floated towards the exit of the hangar. Tyler felt the need to get away from being around other people right now, there's too much pain running through him and it was difficult to keep it together and not break down. Mirelia caught sight of Tyler sailing slowly toward the entrance of the hangar. And seeing him once again about to slip away from doing work irritated her. It certainly wouldn't be the first time that Tyler had vanished when there was work to do, he had a knack for doing that. "Tyler McGregor," she began loud enough to have some looking the way she was facing, "where do you think you're going? There still are supplies to unload." Tyler came to a stop and turned his head to her, showing that his face wasn't visible at the moment. Mirelia was more irritated that the visor of Tyler's helmet was the violet coloration that blocked the view of his face. Tyler was thankful it was in place, he didn't want his face to be visible at all to anyone. Tyler may have run out of tears some time ago, but he didn't doubt that those reservoirs that his tears come from will have refilled by this point. And as if in response to his thoughts, Tyler felt dampness at the corners of his eyes. However, he managed to keep his voice even, "Sorry Mirelia, I'm just tired from this outing. I assure you that I'm not shirking work, I'm going to turn in early today." Tyler continued forward, not giving anyone the chance to say otherwise to what he had said. Lakis gazed after Tyler starting to worry about him even if she couldn't see his face. His voice may have been even, but there had been something there that was faint. Tyler was hurting, from what Lakis couldn't say, but she could tell he was and it didn't sit well with him going off alone. However, there was still a lot of water to offload and store so as many as possible were needed for that task. That was especially true when Kira's group came in with their collection of water. Yet, that didn't stop her from worrying about Tyler and whatever it was bothering him. Once processing the water was done, Lakis approached Kira and told him about Tyler slipping away. She also told him about how she was worried about their friend and that something seemed to be wrong. Kira had an educated guess as to what was bothering Tyler, though it was sounding like it had gotten worse. Being around the ruins of Junius 7 would be horrible for Tyler since he had lost 2 family members here. Kira knew that Tyler kept that information to himself and did so for his own reasons. However, Kira didn't see how it would hurt or make things any worse than they were should he check on and talk to Tyler. Tyler from the hangar didn't go to the pilot locker room, instead, he traveled straight to his quarters. The moment he was inside, he locked the door so that most won't be able to enter without his permission that he wouldn't be giving for a time. He took off his helmet, and a sizable amount of liquid in the form of droplets moved out from his face. Tears were coming from Tyler's eyes again, he couldn't stop them from flowing out, the control over his emotions was pretty much shot by this point. Tyler pushed off from the deck and without thinking he curled into the fetal position and hid his face in his knees. He ended out in a corner of the room as he felt himself softly bumping into the wall and ceiling before he came to a stop. Tyler began to silently sob as images flashed through his mind of seeing his dad and sister in the ruins of the colony. His heart ached and hurt much more than it had in years since he'd found out both were gone and would never come back. With the lock to the door in place, Tyler was able to lament without ceasing for a period and he lost track of time. But then, with how Tyler rarely if ever showed the emotions he was feeling, he preferred to be left alone while he dealt with them. Kira had gone to Tyler's quarters as he figured that would be where he would go, it was a place he could keep others away from. And if Kira needed more proof of his assumption, he found there was a locking program on the door. It took him half a minute to get through it and open the door but Kira managed it and stepped inside. There were water droplets around the room along with Tyler's helmet floating. Kira scanned the room and his gaze came to stop on his friend curled into a near ball in a corner. The water droplets were likely from tears and that told Kira that his friend was hurting more than he had thought. And so, Kira moved to be a short distance from Tyler and took a deep breath. Ty, you want to talk about what has you hurting so much? Tyler wasn't much in the mood to talk, but his best friend was around and he knew him enough to know he wouldn't go away easily. Some would say that Kira was being a good person and Tyler wouldn't disagree other than Kira's naivete being a part of this. So, he managed to sniffle before speaking, no, just go away and leave me alone to deal with this. Kira didn't move, Tyler was in pain and Kira couldn't leave him like this. He knew that Tyler would be there for Kira when he needed him, so Kira would be there for him in his time of need. I won't do that, Ty, you need help to deal with the pain you're in. At the same time, the other volunteers from Heliopolis with Lakis leading them had gone after Kira when he had left the hangar. To Lakis, she was sure that Kira was going to find Tyler and try to help with whatever was bothering him. But Kira shouldn't be the only one to help Tyler, he had more friends on this ship than just Kira. Tyler could count on all of them to help and be there for him when it counted like he was for them. The group was going down the corridor where Tyler's quarters were when the sound of voices got Sai to put a hand on Lakis's shoulder to stop her. Kira, Tyler's voice started, for once would you just listen and do what I ask? Tyler's voice was unlike any time it had been before, it was breaking and had clear tones of pain in it. Truthfully, it shocked all the teens to hear Tyler speaking like that, he had always been so easygoing, but serious when the situation required. He rarely showed much emotion other than laughing at things he found funny or showing frustration at things. I can't do that, Ty, leaving you alone isn't what you need right now and you know that in your heart even if you won't admit it, Kira said. Back in Tyler's quarters, Tyler was getting angry as Kira was not leaving him alone. He knew his friend was trying to help, but the naivete he had was making his attempt infuriating. In fact, with Tyler in the pain he used his feet to launch himself at Kira to hit him. Kira got a hand up and caught his friend's fist when it came. It wasn't a strong punch, but the expression on Tyler's face told Kira he was mad right now. The best thing Kira could do was let him vent off the pain and anger while keeping calm himself. Tyler was shaking as he tried to push forward. Dang it, Kira, would you stop talking like you know what it feels like? Tyler snapped. Stop heeding that damn naivete of yours and letting it get the better of you. The group on the outside of the room moved forward to the doorway and found Tyler trying to punch his friend while Kira stopped him. It was so unlike Tyler to be violent, so out of character that it surprised all but Kira. Kira just shook his head to Tyler, snarling at him, "You're right, I don't know how it feels for you, but I can't just let you go through it alone. As you said, it's what friends do for one another, we do what we can." Tyler's frown deepened with Kira using his own words against him to justify staying, it irked him. For the observers, the frown was not nice, but the tears coming from Tyler's eyes had them stunned. Tyler wasn't the kind of person that cried much, other than perhaps when he was laughing hard. Tyler swung his other fist at Kira, but like the other was caught before it. "Don't use my own words against me," growled Tyler. Kira was trying to figure out what happened out among the ruins to have Tyler like he hadn't seen his friend like this for years. However, Kira couldn't come up with anything that would affect Tyler like this. "What happened out around Junia's 7 Ty?" Kira questioned. Tyler's right hand moved to the pocket on his suit that still had his father's ring in it but said nothing. In fact, Tyler looked away, unable to say what he had found or rather whom he had. Kira noticed the movements but couldn't make sense of them even as he thought about what could hurt Tyler so much. Yet, after a few moments, the realization came to Kira like pieces of a puzzle coming together. The investigation that had followed the Bloody Valentine had done several things, one of which had been trying to identify the victims. There were the lists of the inhabitants of the colony and those visiting, but around a third had bodies to confirm their deaths at best. And Tyler had mentioned once that Kira recalled that his father and sister had not been among those that had been found. That in mind, Kira's expression became a sorrowful one. You found them, didn't you? Tyler looked at the floor while his shoulders convulsed yet still said nothing as his voice wouldn't do as he wanted. The others in the room were attempting to figure out what Kira was talking about as none of them knew. Kira moved forward and put a hand on Tyler's shoulder knowing he was right. Tyler had found the bodies of his missing family. Ty, I'm so sorry, I guess I should have realized, Kira began. Tyler took a shuddering breath. Call me stupid if you want, I wouldn't argue it. He paused, but I just couldn't help myself, I needed to know with so many never found. Lakis moved forward, not liking that Tyler was talking down upon himself. He was a good person and did far more than could ever be expected of him. Ty, you are not stupid, she said. Then she glanced at Kira, and what did you realize, Kira? Tyler said nothing to what Lakis said as she hadn't seen him like this. Pretty much only his mother, Kira, and Athrun have ever seen Tyler in such a state. Both Kira and Athrun had been there just after Tyler had learned of what had occurred to Junius 7. Athrun himself understood what Tyler felt, he'd lost his mother with the destruction of the colony after all. Kira had at that time had somehow managed to console Athrun and Tyler with the pain the losses had dropped on them. And how Kira had done that Tyler couldn't ever explain in a logical manner as he didn't know. Silence remained absolute from all in the room for a bit, then Lakis spoke up again, who did you find, Ty? Kira didn't look at his friends as this was quite a personal subject for Tyler and he didn't talk about this. He knew the reasons that Tyler didn't talk about his family at least in direct identifying terms. It was more his mother specifically and upon learning that his friend was a Federation soldier it made more sense. If what Tyler did could be linked to his mother, that would cause many issues and Tyler wouldn't want that. Tyler found, Kira hesitated for a moment, well, he found the bodies of his dad and sister. Kira paused again for a moment then continued, his father was a teacher at the college on Junius 7 and his sister was visiting his dad at the time when Bloody Valentine happened. The fact that Kira had just said shocked all in the room as Tyler had never mentioned anything about it. And also, they started to realize that Tyler didn't mention his family or facts about them often merely had said he and they saw the Republic of East Asia as their home. So, to learn that Tyler's family was incomplete due to the Bloody Valentine was hard to accept. It was Sai that found use of his voice first, so then, but Sai couldn't finish. Lakis was sad at hearing that Tyler had lost family because of the Bloody Valentine. You lost your father and sister when Junius 7 collapsed, she questioned. And when Tyler nodded, Lakis's heart fell and she wanted to reach out and comfort him the best she could. Although Lakis was the first to move forward and hug Tyler, the others did the same a moment later. Tyler appreciated their efforts to comfort him after seeing him in the pain. Tyler's doubts he'd had with Sai, Tal, Mirialia, and Kuzi were silenced and they have earned his trust. Phase End. A/N. Hope you are all liking the changes that are being made. There has been time and effort put into them. Also another subject I wish to bring up, a reader suggested it to me but there is a website, Gundam Fanon, that allows wiki pages to be made for Gundam fanfiction. I have made my custom mobile suits there and some of my characters should any of you like a look. Please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think. Until the next phase. Chapter 10, Phase 13, Tables Turning. February 6, 71 CE. The Archangel. 2 days passed by during which the Archangel's crew gathered supplies from the debris belt. Water wasn't the only thing found there as Lakis had stumbled upon the remains of a ZAFT vessel that had parts that were still usable. With those parts that were found, Chief Murdoch and his group were able to build a fairly good simulator for the pilots on board to practice with. Then when Kira and Tyler did a little work on the simulator and it became close to a fully functional training station for mobile armors and suits. However, the mobile suit program was still a little too advanced for everyone but Kira, Lakis, and Tyler, though both Mew and Crystal did give the idea a go. They didn't get very far in the program before failing, which was expected, but they were insistent on trying. After supplies were gathered, the Archangel resumed its journey towards the Earth sphere. Along the way, Mew had the idea to have the teen pilots have a mock battle with his and Crystal's armors versing the strike. To Mew, it would be a way to gauge their skills better than they had before now and Crystal agreed. Plus, much of the crew were interested in the idea when it was put forth, though not all were excited to see such. However, Mew managed to get Kira and Lakis to come to the hangar wearing pilot suits. Nonetheless, Tyler wasn't anywhere near as interested in the suggested mock battle. It took not just Mew but also the volunteers from Heliopolis to convince him to even agree to come down to the Archangel's hangar. Tyler had been coerced by Mew to try on an Omni pilot suit before Mew dragged Tyler to the hangar in it. He wasn't the most pleased to have been fooled into wearing an Omni suit, and that's how Tyler saw what Mew had done. Tyler was trying to figure what was going on and how he could slip out of it as it wasn't looking like something he would be interested in. Once in the hangar, Lieutenant La Flaga floated in front of the three teens quite excited about the mock battle he had in mind. He was very curious about how skilled the three were, and he figured that this would help determine that. Watching from the platform by the doorway to the hangar were the three pilots' friends from Heliopolis, Flay along with Major McAllister. Mew smiled as he stared at the teens. "Well, you three, are you ready to try my idea out?" he asked. Tyler still didn't have much of a clue as to what the man was talking about, so he glanced over at his two companions and saw they were just as confused. So, Tyler decided that he would ask the obvious question, "Okay, what are you going on about La Flaga? What do you want us to do here that requires the three of us to be in?" Tyler paused, not liking what he would say. "These pilot suits." Mew heard the dislike in Tyler's voice when he mentioned the pilot suits, which once again say he had issues with Omni. It hadn't been easy to get the oldest teen into the suit he was wearing. The kid had resisted it the whole time. Mew had gotten close to just giving up and just having Tyler wear his Federation suit. In the end, he'd managed it. "Well, Tyler," Mew began, "we're going to have Kira and you pilot the two mobile armors while Lake is taking out the strike. Then have you three have a bit of a mock battle to have you get some practice in." Tyler blinked for a moment, processing what Mew had said, and as the words sunk in, Tyler didn't like the implications. There were a few issues that Tyler had with the suggested activity, most of them, ones he didn't want to say out loud. First, Tyler couldn't just say he could pilot a mobile armor and not get out of an explanation that he preferred not to give. That mostly came to Tyler as a colleague who had been an Omni pilot before joining the Federation, teaching him some tricks. The said colleague was a former mobile armor ace, and that was not argued by anyone from any faction. Second, Tyler didn't like showing off, and that's what this idea was sounding like to him. And finally, Tyler didn't see a reason to be used as entertainment, and he would put his foot down and refuse such. However, what was annoying Tyler was apparently, the officers on the Archangel either didn't believe or accept that as a Federation pilot, he could pilot period regardless of the machine presented to use. The mass production units that the Federation military used, whether in space or on Earth, were similar enough in several ways to what Omni used. Tyler glanced at his two friends next to him and saw that they appeared to have no issue with the suggested mock battle as he did. Mew was watching Tyler and didn't reply to his question right away, which put pressure on Tyler himself. Tyler looked back at Mew and his expression became flat. "And what is the interest in this mock battle of yours, might I ask?" he questioned. Mew could see the signs that Tyler wasn't going to go along with this mock battle, which was a shame. It was Tyler that Mew and even Crystal wanted to see the skills of the most out of the three teen pilots. Convincing him to put on an Omni pilot suit had been difficult, but it was looking like getting his participation would be even more so. "Don't you want to try to pilot a mobile armor?" posed Mew kindly, in hopes Tyler would take the bait. Tyler was left to think to himself for a moment about the question, as a straight-out refusal would unlikely be accepted. As for the matter of Tyler wanting to pilot a mobile armor, the answer honestly was no, plain and simple. He had flown one and had done so against not just a former Omni ace pilot, but their top ace. True, those few bouts had taught Tyler things that he wouldn't have learned otherwise, but that was beside the point. That point in mind, it brought Tyler back to the original question: why should he even waste the time and participate in this so-called mock battle? There was more reason not to, and put his foot down, and so, Tyler shook his head slowly in response. "Nope, can't say that I'm interested in driving a mobile armor, even if it's a rarer model to see or be around. So, thanks for the offer, but my answer is," Tyler started. However, Tyler wasn't allowed to finish as Mirialia interrupted him. "Oh come on Ty, do it." Tyler flinched a bit before he turned around and looked towards the entry platform and saw Mirialia waving her arms in excitement. Tal was doing similar motions, just not as much as Mirialia was, as they wanted to see what Tyler could do. "Yeah Ty, let's see what you can do out there," he said. Both Sai and Kuzi appeared to be just as interested in watching Tyler go out with the others in one of the Zero armors. Tyler's emotions warred within him as he didn't really want to do a mock battle, but he didn't want to say no to his friends. It was one of those times that he was too damn nice and gentlemanly for his own good and peace of mind, and he knew that. The distances that he went for his friends was having him curse him being nice. Tyler after a moment let out a sigh. "Oh alright fine, I'll participate in this mock battle." "I still don't really see the point to this," Tyler answered a bit irritably. Mew was beaming inside as Tyler had agreed to the mock battle now, yet he didn't let that show outwardly. That transitioned into Tyler and Kira being led to the Zero armors and were helped into them. Kira got into Mew's Zero and Tyler was given crystals while Lakis climbed into the Strike's cockpit. As final preparations were being made, Tyler and Kira were going over the systems of the armors they were in. Kira wasn't sure about the mock battle, though he wasn't completely against it, as Tyler clearly was. Kira couldn't say why Tyler didn't want to do this activity, but he was sure that his friend has his reasons, as he always did. But there just was a question that wouldn't leave his mind. "Are you sure about this, Lieutenant?" Tyler heard Kira questioning what they were about to do and wondered why his friend hadn't done so earlier. It would have made his attempted refusal easier and more likely to have been successful. Mew, who was at a console, pushed a button to communicate back. "Of course I'm sure kid, the three of you will do fine. The mobile armors and the strike are set into practice mode, so no live shots will fly," he said. Don't you all trust me? Both Kira and Tyler took a short moment to think of a reply to Mew's question of trust. Truthfully, Tyler didn't trust Mew Laflaga much at all, and that hadn't changed yet, and it would take an amount for it to. Tyler had taken some time to review the records on Laflaga and McAllister, which weren't bad, but nor did they give any reason to trust the two. While Kira didn't have anything against Laflaga, he was still an Omni officer and they hadn't done a lot to make themselves look good lately. That in mind, Kira chuckled a bit, not really to be honest. I'll second that, don't exactly trust you, nothing personally against you Lieutenant, just don't, Tyler added. Lakis was quiet and didn't say anything after the boys did, even if she did find their reply amusing. In the hangar itself, many mechanics were trying to stifle their laughter but weren't doing that well at it. Murdoch got enough of his group back on task to start the launching sequence for the Zero armors. Kira went to the ship's right catapult while Tyler was moved to the left one while the strike was ready to be launched out after the armors. While the launching process was taking place, Kira, Lakis, Mew, and Crystal picked up the conversation they had been having in the pilot lounge. Tyler hadn't been listening when in the lounge, but he was listening in on the conversation now without adding to it. In said conversation, Kira mentioned that he'd a weird feeling just before and during his fights with the other pilots of the stolen machines on the trip to Artemis. Mew was surprised at hearing Kira saying he would get odd feelings with other pilots, but also that Lakis had the same type of sensation. At hearing that, Crystal had suggested that an exercise be done to see how strong the feeling was, which translated to the mock battle with the mobile armors going against the mobile suit. Upon that mindset, Tyler got roped into this idea with the need of 3 pilots, though he didn't think that was the only reason. Nevertheless, Tyler hadn't exactly said no either, so he was at fault to a degree and he couldn't deny that. Mew, backed by Crystal, had said it would be best for the 3 teens to take turns using the 2 Zero armors. Their reasoning for this activity was Mew had heard something about other Zero armor pilots getting similar vibes. He went on with his theory was that it's connected with the high degree of spatial awareness needed to properly control the gun barrels. Tyler had heard a similar explanation from the one who gave him pointers on flying a mobile armor whose name was Cormug. It was an unusual theory in Tyler's mind as it was compared to a sixth sense of sorts. Although he couldn't flat out deny the idea of a sixth sense as he had a capability that gave him something like that. But since that was one of the main reasons for the mock battle, Tyler kept his mouth shut as he didn't want to get questions directed at himself. There were things that Tyler wanted to keep private and he found not bringing such up was the better way to not make them public. The conversation came to an end as the Zero armors started their pause and hold part of the launching procedure. The small projected display appeared just in front of the fighters, and a moment later the catapult status display showed clear one by one from the top down, and once the 3 boxes on the right showed clear, the 3 displaying abort switched to launch. Tyler and Kira announced taking off and pushed their armors' throttles forward and were pressed back into their seats. The armors zoomed along the catapult's length before the power cables detached from them. Tyler ignited the mobile armor's gun barrel's thrusters just before hitting the end of the catapult while Kira just used his armor's main thruster. Lakis was in the strike waiting for her turn to go to the catapult to load the suit's equipment and then launch out. She heard both Kira and Tyler launch out before she felt a jerk as the strike began moving towards the catapult. She was going over some of the lessons that Sakura had given her on piloting a mobile suit as she moved. Once in the airlock, the strike was loaded with its AL strike pack, which gave the suit a high-powered thrusters backpack meant to increase mobility and maneuverability. It also had 2 energy sabers stored on it to add to the machine's arsenal. When the signal came, Lakis launched out of the Archangel and found that the 2 Zero armors waiting a short distance away. Tyler was going over the current circumstances as the 3 of them would have an open field to practice flying these machines with less to worry about around the debris belt. To Tyler's view, it was better than a simulation as this would be real and practical experience in piloting. It would be just the 3 teens out there by themselves with the Archangel observing from the sideline. Plus, he had tweaked the mobile armor's systems after switching it to manual settings as he wanted control of the machine. Those that had been in the hangar all moved to the bridge or other places that they could watch the mock battle while the pilots had launched out. Kira and Lakis flew a few loops around the Archangel, giving Kira a chance to get used to the Zero's controls. While they did that, Tyler did a maneuver or two to check the response to the controls and the feel on their sensitivity before he had the mobile armor float slowly, waiting for his 2 friends to be ready. The 3 teens were made aware that even if the systems were set to practice mode on all machines, it would show the fight as if they were using real weapons. On the bridge, everyone on duty had taken their stations, and those that wanted to watch the battle were looking out the forward viewing port. Mirialia was at the mobile suit controller station when she got a nod from Natarl. Strike, 01, 02, you have the go-ahead to begin the exercise. Got it, replied Kira as he rocketed at the strike. That sounds good to me, let's get this going, Tyler remarked, turning his armor towards the mobile suit and shot forward at a decent pace. Lakis focused as she saw that both the Zero armors charging at her. She knew that Kira wasn't a bad pilot, so she would be on guard, but she couldn't say accurately with Tyler. The skills that he'd show in the bouts against ZAFT had displayed hints that Tyler knew what he was doing with a mobile suit. And with his admittance of being a soldier in the Federation's military, there was no telling how skilled he was. So Lakis began moving left slowly to see what response she would get from her opponents in this fight. Kira fired his armor's main gun off, but the strike evaded to the right and firing off its beam rifle at both mobile armors, switching between them. Tyler threw the control stick hard to the right and put his Zero into a barrel roll, allowing him to evade the shots that Lakis was sending off at him. Kira did much the same as Tyler to dodge the shots, at the same time deploying one of the gun barrels as he resumed his approach towards the mobile suit. The gun barrel brought out its two autocannons and they began spitting shots at the strike, along with using his armor's linear gun to take on the suit. As that was going on, Tyler chose to observe the fight more than participating and had to admit that he was kind of impressed by his two friends. Mew had suggested starting out with using only one gun barrel at first, and then adding the others when they became more comfortable with the system they used. It was an idea that Tyler would agree with, though he hadn't found the gun barrels that difficult to handle. However, Tyler was considered an unusual and unique pilot, so he wasn't the best to judge a standard by. And as Tyler watched Lakis evading the shots with some rather fanciful maneuvering, he was left to wonder just how much Sakura had taught her younger sister. He specifically recalled Lakis mentioning that her older sister had given her a few lessons. Then with Sakura being one of ZAFT's best pilots and one of their champions, she was one heck of a pilot in her own right. So, it made Tyler wonder if his stalker had given her baby sister the basics or more than that. Should it had just been the basics, then nothing to worry about. If however, she had gone further, then there would be more to take into account with Lakis. Tyler knew. Lakis shot off a couple more harmless bolts from her beam rifle which Kira only narrowly dodged. Lakis finally went on the offensive by charging forward, focusing on Kira and firing repeatedly at him. Kira evaded by activating the wire that connects the gun barrels, pulling it back in at the same time cutting off the other thrusters on the Zero. He activated the engine on the retracting gun barrels an instant after the wire started drawing it back. The jerking of the wire gave the Zero fighter produced inertia that allowed him to dodge the incoming shots from the strike. While Tyler would say that Kira was doing an admittedly 5-star job piloting the mobile armor, he decided he had sat by observing for long enough and to make a move. Tyler flew his Zero to be behind the strike before he aimed the barrel of his linear gun at the mobile suit and let loose a bolt. Lakis had been focusing on Kira and the red Zero that she hadn't been thinking too much about Tyler. He had been on the sidelines and not doing much to add to the mock battle for some reason. But she managed to spin around in time and block the shot with her shield at the last second. It was surprising that Tyler had gotten behind her without being noticed at all. That said, he was good with tactics and Lakis hadn't thought Tyler would be. So, Lakis shifted her attention to the blue Zero, forcing him to do some barrel rolls to avoid getting hit by the beams Lakis was shooting. Nevertheless, Kira saw the opportunity that Tyler had provided to him, having the attention of their opponent on him rather than Kira. So, he aimed the arsenal of his Zero at the strike and unloaded after deploying its gun barrels. Kira was focusing on attacking rather than flying the mobile armor actively, having the gun barrels attack from different directions. Several shots from the autocannons were marked as hits, yet autocannons weren't strong enough to do heavy damage or even disable a regular Gin. And in this mock battle, the strike had been programmed to mimic a ZAFT Gin suit overall. Lakis countered Kira's attacks by doing some acrobatics to dodge the gun barrels shooting her and fired back at the Zero even with the few hits Kira scored. Kira then duplicated the maneuver he did earlier, pulling his fighter out of the line of fire as the bolts from the strike's beam rifle, using the gun barrels to move him. While Kira was rotating as the mobile armor sailed out of the paths of the beams, he shot off his fighter's linear gun. Kira then charged at Lakis and moved forward a little before deploying the top and bottom gun barrels again. Nonetheless, a moment later, the skirmish was over as Lakis managed to hit Kira's Zero armor with a single rifle shot, marking it as destroyed for the practice run. Tyler had to applaud the shot on the Zero. It was clean and neat. He couldn't deny that, and he'd seen enough records and battlefields to know what he was talking about. The result left Tyler and Lakis in this skirmish, and he was fine with that as he was still curious about Lakis's skills. Be that as it may, being the gentleman, Tyler decided to offer his lady friend a chance to opt out of a fight against him which he would win. Nicely done, Lakis, the one who taught you how to pilot did a really good job. So, as a way to show respect, I'll offer you a chance to back out and we can consider this battle a draw. What do you say? He offered calmly. Lakis knew that Tyler was a gentleman, and while offering what he was, she wasn't interested in it. She wanted to test Tyler and see how good he could be when put to it, as he hadn't done much in this mock battle yet. Sakura had mentioned a few times that Federation pilots were usually quite skilled. Lakis believed her older sister, but she wanted to see for herself just how good Tyler might be. Nice as your offer is, Ty. Think it would be more interesting if I beat you, Lakis replied. Kira and the others listening on the radio were wondering how the rest of the battle would go. Those on the Archangel had found Kira and Lakis fighting very interesting as it had gone unexpectedly. Kira's movements were quite different than any had figured he would use, even the mobile armor pilots. Yet, Tyler was seen as a wild card, so to speak, and he hadn't done much other than dodge and shoot a bit. So, Tyler vs Lakis was driving up the level of excitement that was building for the watchers. Yet, some didn't miss Tyler saying that someone had taught Lakis a portion of her piloting skills. Tyler was glad that Lakis had refused his offer, it made this mock fight kind of worth the time spent. He'd been getting bored during this fight and it had been more proving that it would be a waste of time. Maybe now he'd get a bit of a workout, and with the training that Sakura had likely given Lakis, at least that was Tyler's hope. Perhaps he could actually get a tad more serious and not just humor others. In short, Tyler felt it was time to stop playing around. And so, Tyler watched as the strike charged towards him, keeping cool and collected as he watched. Then Tyler deployed all 4 of his armor's gun barrels, and once they were at the end of their wires, he had them ignite their thrusters. Lakis closed the distance there had been between her and the blue zero before she drew her beam saber. She did note that Tyler's gun barrels had detached and had their wires out to most if not all of their length, but she focused on hitting Tyler. Yet, just as she was swinging the sabers, the armor jerked to the left out of the way of the attack. While Tyler's upper and left gun barrels assisting his craft by pulling it out of the position of being cut by the energy saber, he activated the right and lower gun barrels autocannons. And so, as that barrel soared past the strike, Tyler fired off a quick barrage to throw his opponent off guard. Lakis was forced back a bit after taking fire from the armor's autocannons while they sailed sideways. Tyler kept an eye on the tension readouts on the wires connected to the gun barrels, making sure that they didn't go too high and snap. Tyler didn't want to have them to break under the stress he was putting them through. But it did make Tyler thankful that Zero model mobile armors were built sturdy as hell, which he gave credit to Omni for that point. He'd learned that tidbit while going against his colleague Cormac, since the man had used a Zero armor back in the last fight they had done. And in the end, Cormac had beaten Tyler much to his chagrin, and even Tyler had to admit that Cormac had gotten him good. Cormac's, like Tyler's piloting style, had no manual for it, which Tyler was adapting to use as his own in this mock battle. Tyler had all the gun barrels rocket forward, tugging the main body of the armor along, much like the historical dog sleds used dogs to pull them forward. The move surprised Lakis, but it did show her another hint that Tyler was more skilled than he let on. The strike fired off its beam rifle in the blue zero's direction, though the bolts weren't aimed very well since Lakis was thrown off by Tyler's counter. Tyler evaded by having the wires to the barrels start retracting, but instead of the gun barrels coming back to the main body of the armor like they normally did, they instead pulled the mobile armor towards them. Tyler accomplished that by having the gun barrels pushing forward with their thrusters so that the wires towed the main body ahead and brought it to the barrels. Tyler didn't know which was funny in this, that he was starting to kind of enjoy himself, or that he was using the same moves that Cormac had employed against Tyler himself, ironically. Tyler felt the machine shake as the 4 barrels docked on the back spars with a bang with their incoming speed. And again, Tyler was glad that Mobius Zero armors were built better and sturdier than their mass production counterparts. It was one of the things that Tyler would admit that Omni did okay with. The cables they built for wired weapons were able to take a serious beating and still work. Tyler, after docking the barrels, used the controls to get the right gun barrel to point outward and the left one to shift inward and have their thrusters burn hard. The result was the Zero pitched to the right, bringing the white mobile suit into its targeting crosshairs of the linear gun. Lakis was turning to face the blue Zero, unknowingly putting the strike's cockpit smack dab in front of the armor's linear gun's firing line. Not one to refuse such an opportunity, Tyler squeezed the trigger and sent 2 shots from the Zero's main weapon at the suit's cockpit. Lakis noticed far too late that Tyler was set up to make the attack he did and could only watch as the shots came at her. The shots nailed where Tyler had intended, and the message of the target being destroyed came up on his front display. He turned off the radio as he gained a satisfied smile and snickered quietly. "Hoop, there it is," Tyler muttered to himself. "Eat your freaking heart out, Cormac, and I know you would be at seeing this. You would be laughing your head off as I just pulled off what you did to me in our last bout, I know it." Back on the bridge of the Archangel, Mew sat in his seat gaping in astonishment at the performance of the 3 teens. He'd known that these 3 were coordinators and that they had shown talent in piloting in varying degrees. The mock battle was to get a better picture as to how skilled they could be, and with what had just gone down, there's far more to the teen pilots than many had suspected. Sure, the Mobius Zero armors were considered comparable to a ZAF Gens or perhaps even a CGUE with a good pilot, and records proved that, yet that didn't explain what had just happened. Granted, Mew figured that Kira and even Tyler had experience in piloting, though it was with mobile suits, not mobile armors as far as he knew. Nonetheless, those 2 had just used crystals and his Zeros with their gun barrels, which most pilots have lots of difficulties in working with, and they had made it look easy. True, Kira had lost in the mock battle, yet he'd still gotten a fairly good grasp on the gun barrels during his first run. And while Kira may not have used them as skillfully or precisely as Mew or Crystal did, the kid had done far better than Mew had during the first year of training. It'd taken 18 months for Mew to get around Kira's level of skill. Then, Mew had never even thought of Kira's somewhat insane strategy of using the wires. They had felt often more of a hindrance than a help. Yet the young coordinator had got them to produce inertia and help maneuver the armor out of enemy fire. Lakis was a good pilot too, Mew wouldn't deny that, as the girl had proven herself quite well. And with what Tyler had said to her during the battle, she had been taught by someone. That brought up the question as to who could have given the Pink Princess lessons. Whoever they were, they had experience from battlefields. Mew would bet as some of the things the girl did were learned there normally. Lakis's handling and awareness was something, and Mew believed it had been polished, even if the girl didn't know herself. Mew couldn't think of May that could or would teach another that wasn't in a military organization, so he couldn't guess who possibly given Lakis Christopher lessons. Then what McGregor had done out there, that kid hadn't just won against the strike posing as a Gin, he hadn't been hit once and used the gun barrels in even more crazy ways than his younger friend. Hell, Mew would bet a sizable sum of money the kid could probably be able to give almost any given veteran mobile armor pilot a serious run for their money and likely beat them was he put to it. If what he had just done it anything to go by, then Mew figured that Tyler was downright good at piloting, perhaps an expert. However, it did answer the question of him being skilled, he certainly was, and Mew suspected that those on the Archangel hadn't seen just how good yet. Mew forced himself to clear his head as the battle was done. Well, I gotta say, he said but hesitated, I'm impressed. He put up a front by smiling and keeping his voice even, keep up the good work all of you, but don't forget to let the Pink Princess have a turn in the rotation. Yes, Lieutenant, came the panting voices of Kira and Lakis over the radio. Sure thing, La Flaga, replied Tyler in his normal voice. Once the radio was shut off, Mew's smile faltered a bit as he turned back to the captain. Okay, Kira and the Pink Princess are scary with what they are capable of, he said with the corners of his mouth turned down a little before the frown deepened. But Tyler's skills and capabilities, Mew paused to take a breath at the thoughts of going against the oldest teen, they terrify the hell out of me. Mew then sighed, scratching his head, dang it all, those three kids make me look bad with how easy they make what they did look. Now, what am I supposed to do? They're rendering me completely obsolete. Crystal patted Mew on the shoulder, completely understanding what he was feeling as she was feeling the same. The kids had outdone any expectation there had been of them, her own included. But there was one point that was bothering her, you're not the only one they're doing that to, Mew, I'm in the same boat, don't forget. Crystal paused for a moment staring at the front viewing port, although, I'm thinking that Tyler has had previous experience with mobile armors, specifically a Zero type. It's the only way I can think of, that could have him be as familiar with how to use a Zero armor and its gun barrels. Whether that is going against them or using them I can't say specifically. The blonde-haired man turned to his fellow armor pilot at her last statement. Were it true, then someone may have given Tyler some pointers and it would have had to be someone that knew what they were doing. There weren't a lot of mobile armor pilots that could work well with Zero armors anymore. The majority of Mobius Zero's pilots had been killed during this war thus far, Mew, Crystal and a select few others were all that was left. You think that Tyler has done this before? He asked curiously about the idea. With the moves that Crystal had seen, for Tyler to be a naturally talented pilot was possible yet improbable. That left the logical explanation of someone showing if not taught Tyler about the Zero armor. So, Crystal nodded, yes, and likely shown how by a skilled pilot if I were to guess. Natarl came out of the CIC at hearing the exchange between the mobile armor pilots. Truthfully, she had to admit it would make sense if Tyler had some form of military training with him as a soldier of the Federation. But the suggestion that Major McAllister was giving that an armor pilot could have taught the teen was hard to believe. Yet, McGregor just had a way to get under Natarl's skin unlike any had before him. However, with the display that had just been seen, there was clearly more to the oldest teen than met the eye. If you think that another could have taught him anything he did, who would be able to do that? Natarl asked. Both Mew and Crystal were left to ponder how to answer Natarl's question as they wanted to know the same thing. If it was true that Tyler did have previous experience with mobile armors, and was taught by someone else, then who could have possibly taught him well enough to do what Tyler had? With so few armor pilots that were skilled enough or crazy enough to attempt what the oldest coordinator on the Archangel had done in the mock battle. In fact, among the Zero armor pilots, Mew and Crystal were considered more towards the crazier end of the risk scale, so there weren't any pilots that either could come up with. Over the next few days sparring matches between the two Mobius Zero armors going against mobile suits would occur. It became pretty much a daily ritual not too long after the Archangel came out of the debris belt. These matches served two purposes, they helped the pilots keep their skills sharp and it broke the monotony of their journey towards Earth. However, it hadn't taken long to witness a clear difference in skill levels between all five pilots. Where Kira and Lakis might not be the best out of the pilots, they were quickly improving with the practice that came from these matches. Crystal was good with her Zero mobile armor, though not as good as Mew himself, but like Kira and Lakis, she was improving. Her experience had shown, but with the constant rotation of pilots, she was being forced to adapt by trying new ways of flying her armor. Mew was thought to be the most experienced pilot among the five initially, proved that his experience in the war was not just for show. Yet, he was well aware that he still had room for improvement, the recent fights with ZAFT mobile suits had shown him that. Nonetheless, it was Tyler that had surprised the crew the most out of all the pilots. Sure, word of him being a Federation pilot had spread around the ship and the stories of what Federation soldiers had done and were capable of weren't uncommon as many on board had heard some. But even with the stories, that didn't explain or prepare any on the Archangel as they watched the mock battles that Tyler participated in. The skills that Tyler had and the performance level he'd shown was astounding and had quickly put him at the top of the skill pile. And it didn't seem to matter whether he was in a mobile suit or mobile armor, the performance was still amazing. In fact, throughout all the mock battles that had played out, Tyler hadn't lost once. It had appeared close once or twice, but he had always ended out the victor against the others. And the record certainly hadn't gone unnoticed by the other 4 pilots, instead, they took it more as an unofficial challenge to beat Tyler in some way just once. None of them had succeeded yet, but that didn't stop them from trying their hardest to do the task. It more served as a motivation for all the pilots to keep improving their own skills. It also frustrated some when Tyler was asked just how much experience he had, and the answer that came was him waving it off in some way. The current day's match had Mew and Crystal in their mobile armors versus Lakis in the strike and Tyler in the shadow. Mew was going against the strike while Crystal was doing her best against the shadow. Mew was holding his own against the strike, though Lakis wasn't making it easy by any means. Crystal was attempting moves with her mobile armor that she had never done even in a simulator, putting her armor close to its physical limits. Her movements were forcing Tyler to do some truly amazing maneuvers that had him pulling some heavy GS. Yet, Tyler didn't sound winded at all when he spoke over the radio even with the stress his body was being put under. "I'll applaud your efforts, Major, for they are something," Tyler commented. Crystal was replying back to Tyler that she wasn't done yet when Pal noticed an incoming signal on his console. He tapped out a command to get further detail and found it was coded as Alliance, which they hadn't gotten for a while. Pal then spoke up, "Captain, we're receiving a coded pulse, it's Earth Alliance." "Wait, are you certain?" asked Maru. She floated over to be looking over Pal's shoulder as he manned the comm station. Pal took a moment to double-check what he was seeing and get better detail about the message's identifying code. Each group within Omni had a variation in the identifier that message came with to say who they were. And after a little digging, Pal found the identifier he was looking for and found it belonged to Omni's 8th Orbital Fleet. "There's no mistaking it," he said, "this is a coded pulse of the 8th Orbital Fleet." Natarl came up from the CIC at hearing Pal say that he had a message from allies, specifically from the 8th Orbital Fleet. Such would potentially be a turn for the better, and the Archangel hadn't had many of those at all from the journey's start. "Can you retrieve it?" she asked. Pal had already been doing the decoding of the message even before Natarl had asked if he could retrieve it. "I'm doing that right now," he replied, "give me another moment and I can have it coming out of the PA speakers." A moment later, static filled the speakers around the bridge began putting out sound. "This is the Montgomery," said the voice, "of the Omni's 8th Fleet Advance Troop, Archangel, please respond." Maru smiled in a combination of joy and relief at hearing the message. The 8th Orbital Fleet Omni head was under the command of her old mentor. If anyone could come up with a plan that could help the Archangel accomplish her mission, it was him. "The 8th Orbital Fleet," Maru muttered, "that means they're under Admiral Halberton's command." Omni's 8th Orbital Fleet was the large space fleets that the Earth forces had currently as a presence in space. Yet, the 8th had a reputation that the other space fleets didn't, for in the majority of the battles against ZAFT which it had participated in, the fleet had made a difference, even if the battle hadn't ended in victory for the Alliance. The one in command of the 8th Fleet, Dwayne Halberton, was also as well known and recognized as the fleet. He was one of the best tacticians Omni had and was good at getting results, which his service record made clear. "So then, they're looking for us?" Arnold asked, momentarily leaving his station to join the other 3 bridge crewmen gathered around the communications station. There had been no evidence that any in the Alliance had known what had happened to the Archangel, nor anything to say any was trying to assist. "It looks that way. They're still a significant distance from us by what I can tell," returned Pal, "yet, that would be the best news we've had in a while. But if we link up with them, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief," Arnold remarked. Maru nodded in agreement. "Indeed, things are finally starting to look up for us." Rear Admiral Halberton was Maru's mentor and she respected him a great deal. He'd supported the G project and said it would help bring about an end to this war. Although, Halberton had been vocally against the war with ZAFT during the beginning of it, saying that it was a mistake. Halberton never stated exactly why he thought the war was a mistake when asked. Maru had herself asked what the Admiral had meant by the war being a mistake, yet had received a confusing answer. With current events, it would be nice to see the man again and show him at least one of the fruits of the project that he supported. Meanwhile, the Vesalius met up with the Game Off shortly after the events that occurred at Artemis. Once the ships met up, they left the other 2 Nazca-class ships to deal with the Omni base and continued forward in pursuit of the Legate ship. However, it was only a couple of hours before the 2 ZAFT vessels were approaching the border between Earth Alliance and Human Federation territory. And the risk of going into Federation territory was a serious one that the majority of ZAFT officers knew. "What's the matter, Aides?" asked LE Cruzat coming up behind Aides as the Vesalius moved through space in search of their quarry. "2 things, Commander. We're on the border between the Alliance and the Federation's territory, and then, we've also detected 3 Earth Forces ships on long-range sensors ahead of us as well as the Legate ship," said the captain. "Although, I can't say what they're doing out here." Indeed, a strange occurrence, murmured Cruzet, moving backward to the tactical board, aides following him. After a moment of studying the information and display, Cruzet spoke again. If the legate ship were journeying from Artemis to Omni's moon headquarters, he posed, what would they need to do to get there with a chance of success? Aides thought about the question for a moment, then replied, well, they would need resupply at some point. Aides paused, so then, those ships are naval vessels to either give them supplies or to get them to those supplies. That would be my assumption, but for them to enter Federation territory, Cruzet paused for a moment, I wonder what or who decided to do that, he said. The Federation has proven they don't allow others in their territory without permission, and the records leave no doubt. So, either those vessels are confident that the Federation won't notice them or have some reason they think they'll get off. The first is highly unlikely, and for the Federation forces to not shoo them away is just as hard to believe, and I don't know why they would believe that. Ra paused for a bit, the musing that he had done out loud sinking into the rest of the bridge crew. Aides had to admit that the commander had a point, the Federation wasn't friendly to those that went into their territory without permission. It didn't matter if it was Omni or ZAFT ships, the Federation had a tendency to use them for target practice, and they had no need for the practice. It was the reason why the Federation's borders were so well known. Both other factions knew the consequences of border crossing. Enough ships had been damaged or lost learning that particular lesson during the years of the war. Cruzet spoke again, drawing attention to him. They haven't detected our presence yet, have they? Aides glanced back at the sensor readouts, and by what they were showing both the Vesalius and the Gamov hadn't been noticed. But Aides didn't like what the commander was implying even as he shook his head. Then don't lose sight of them, follow them carefully while not being noticed. We need to run silent and hope that the Federation misses our presence, ordered Cruzet. Aides hesitated for a moment. Are you sure about this, Commander? He asked. You know the risk of going into Federation territory as well as any of us do. If we're caught by a Federation patrol, then we'll all face punishment that the Council will not have any say in. Ra knew better than any that were the Vesalius and the Gamov found by Federation forces the consequences wouldn't be nice. Getting off for what happened to Heliopolis had been something even Ra had to admit. However, he knew that the Federation would be looking into his activities as a result. That was not something he wanted at all, and it would complicate things he was working on. So, he didn't need to give them reasons to give him more attention than they already were. Nevertheless, he wanted to catch the legate ship, and so the risk of chasing them even into Federation territory. It is the reason we are to run silent. The legate ship needs to be dealt with or it will become much more of an issue. Aides sighed as he could tell the commander wouldn't give up on his hunt. Very well, sir, he said in acceptance. And contact the Gamov, added Cruzet, send them this information and tell them to plot an intercept course carefully. I want them to throw all the power they can spare into their engines, weapons, maintenance, everything not necessary to keep the crew capable. Even with the addition of 3 Jins, our forces alone won't be sufficient to defeat the legate ship. Right away, sir, said Aides, turning to go back to his seat, hoping that it would be as easy as the commander made it sound. Also, started Cruzet, call the pilots in, we need to discuss tactics. It was close to 10 minutes later that a conference was called, and those on the Gamov were also participating. This is the projected course of the enemy ships, said Aides, the tactical board marking the course with a red line. As you can see, given enough time, they will meet up with the legate ship. It's unfortunate that the Laconi and Porto teams are joining us later than scheduled due to cleaning up Artemis, commented Le Cruzet. Thus far, the Federation seems to not be giving us any attention or notice, which works out for us right now. The Omni vessels may be there to resupply the legate ship, and I'm betting they are. With that in mind, we certainly can't ignore them, the masked man smirked slightly, glancing at Athrun and the other pilots currently on board. Fortunately, with the Gamov providing support, we should be able to handle the Earth forces in this. Athrun could see the logic of the commander's plan, but that this was taking place in Federation territory didn't sit well. Should Federation forces see the battle, they could use it to deal with the Vesalius and the Gamov, and ZAFT wouldn't be able to make a valid argument against them. Then there was the possibility that Tyler did get back to the legate ship, and if that was true, then attacking them meant that he would be in the fight. Athrun didn't want to fight his friend, as he already unknowingly had back at Orb's colony. Back to the battle, Athrun knew that at least one of his teammates wouldn't like it much with the current circumstance. Isaac will probably be irritable over not being able to get back into the duel, commented Athrun. Ra heard Athrun and knew the young man had a point about his teammates. Isaac Jowl was indeed a hothead, and that had its uses, Ra knew. But Jowl had to learn control, and this experience would do just that. Well, I think the humbling experience might do Isaac some good, wouldn't you agree, Athrun? Posed Cruzet lightly. Besides, the repairs on the duel aren't complete just yet, are they? Aides shook his head at remembering the complaints from the chief mechanic of his ship. The mechanics estimated another day if not 2 to finish repairs on it, he said. Adapting the parts is not easy. Regardless, the duel cannot be fielded at this time, and shouldn't be considered in any of our battle plans against this force. Mr. Jowl can and will live with that, or he can have some time in the brig to cool off instead. Back with the Archangel, once the skirmish of the day was done and the pilots came back to the ship, the whispers about the communication with allies were already going around. Tyler didn't listen at first, just was thinking about getting a meal and then have time with the bed in his quarters. His undefeated record still stood unbroken, though he would applaud the effort for the fight had morphed into a 3-on-1 battle with the one being Tyler. Although Tyler had to admit, the skirmishes were fairly fun, at least more fun than doing the boring things he'd been doing other times when not in a mobile suit. It was as Tyler was making his way into the mess hall that the feeling of relief hit him enough for Tyler to pause and observe what was going on more carefully. News of a rendezvous with an advance force was the message he was getting, and upon listening further, he learned that the force was from Omni's 8th Orbital Fleet. That piece of information caught Tyler's attention for a couple of reasons. The first was Omni nor Alliance forces should really be in the area to begin with, as it was Federation territory. In truth, it didn't matter that the Alliance ships were heading in the direction of the Archangel. But it did cause Tyler to wonder just how valuable the Archangel is seen as. The reason that makes such a difference is the Federation military doesn't see any difference between ZAFT or Alliance vessels being in Federation territory without permission given before entering. If they come into the Federation's area when they shouldn't, they get shot at, and that has been the consistent response. Both sides were well aware of the consequences of entering Federation territory, and they've taken care not to toe the line usually. That being said, the ships heading their way are either ignorant, which Tyler doubted, or they're crazy, and that was debatable. The chances that they have permission or even asked for it from Federation High Command or anyone representing the Human Federation were low from Tyler's figuring. So, as to why this ship hadn't been given the customary single warning shot, followed by the aimed shot, he couldn't say for sure. It depends on a couple of factors, such as who's having the Alliance vessels coming with indifference and / or disregard to treaty and territorial ownership, and who's on board. The 8th Orbital Fleet's head Dwayne Halberton knew better than to just send ships into Federation territory like this. The man is smarter and wiser than to do something so clearly stupid and asking for trouble, Tyler knew. That brought Tyler to the point of questioning who was having these ships head this way and risk a serious military fiasco. But then, Tyler had the thought that this could also be something to do with politics, and if true, that complicated things. There were many politicians Tyler had been around from the Alliance that didn't understand the consequences of thoughtless military moves at all. The majority usually claimed diplomatic immunity, which frustrated Tyler personally, but in the end, it just meant they get escorted out of the territory instead of chased out. No matter the reason the Omni vessels had, they were taking a serious risk with their actions. Tyler certainly wasn't excited or exactly happy like most others were at the news of an advanced force was coming their way. From Tyler's observations, many of those on the Archangel saw the Allied ships as a sign of their worries being over. He wasn't as foolish to believe reaching allies would solve all problems. Experience told him it could help, but little else. Tyler was sure that L.E. Cruzet was still hunting the Archangel. He'd shown himself to be far too stubborn and his reputation of getting his quarry to not expect that. And Tyler bet that being in Federation territory won't slow him down, nor deter him really. That in mind, Tyler couldn't see the Archangel meeting up with Allied ships doing any better at getting Cruzet to leave it alone. Kira and Lakis were reacting with apprehension, not that Tyler blamed them in the slightest. With what happened at Artemis by their own accounts, the treatment they'd received had been more horrible than what is expected. Then with the expectation of Cruzet popping up sometime soon, while others on the ship were relaxing and letting out sighs of relief, Tyler intended to work his butt off the best he could to prepare. He still took the time to eat and sleep, but other than that he was rarely seen. Kira and Lakis quickly followed suit with what Tyler was doing, with keeping busy from the moment that they woke up, to when they returned to their quarters to sleep. Kira and Lakis practically more than doubled their time they were spending in the simulator. And that became more effective when Tyler programmed a few scenarios for them which were much harder than the simulator had. They both told their friend that what he had programmed was too hard to be right. However, Tyler told them it was a more realistic scenario than what they had been doing before and to keep at them. Tyler also took time in the machine when he could get some practice with the stuff he programmed. The teen pilots weren't the only ones doing what they could prepare. Mew and Crystal were encouraging them to keep going. What motivated the teens neither armor pilot could say, but they didn't feel safe with meeting up with allies either. Both Mew and Crystal had experience with L.E. Cruzet and knew the man wouldn't give up chasing the Archangel. Territory had never made much of a difference to the ZAFT commander. He went over borders before now without incident. The two even took turns in the simulator to keep up their skills. They tried the scenarios that Tyler had programmed when they found them, though they failed them. When they got together and discussed Tyler's scenarios, they both agreed they were different than anything they'd seen. They questioned Tyler about how he had come up with the programs, to which he just said that they were more realistic situations, but nothing else. The zeal that we pilots were showing after hearing that we would be meeting up with the 8th Fleet's advance force wasn't missed by the crew. It shortly began worrying quite a few people, as they just seemed to be stressing themselves needlessly. Tyler even heard poorly hidden whispers from some that the 5 pilots were getting paranoid. The counter-argument that Tyler kept hearing was that some of the crew would say that the pilot's job of protecting the ship was coming to an end soon. Nevertheless, none of the pilots let those mutterings dissuade them from their preparation. There were a few on board the Archangel that didn't see a problem with the pilots' actions were the mechanics. And the teens found it nice to have at least some support them in what they did. Approximately 47 hours after the initial contact, putting the time at around 0837 hours, the Archangel got close enough to make contact with allies. The Archangel established direct video contact with the Montgomery, the lead ship of the advance force. On the bridge of the Archangel, the screen flashed and showed Mark Kopman, the captain of the Montgomery. "Greetings, Captain, the arrival time at the rendezvous point with our group will be as scheduled," said Mark Kopman. "Once we link up, the Archangel will come under the command of the Montgomery and we'll proceed together to the main fleet which is waiting a distance ahead. You've almost made it, Captain, you've done well to get this far, certainly going above and beyond the call of duty. So, all of us on the Montgomery, the Bernard and the Law wish you safe passage the rest of the way." Muru nodded gratefully before she noticed that alongside Captain Kopman, there was a slightly older than middle-aged man in a light brown suit. The man in the suit had dark brown hair and a healthy complexion and was sitting next to him in the flag chair. He moved forward a bit so that attention shifted to him. "Greetings, I am Vice Minister George Ulster, of the Atlantic Federation," he introduced. "I'd like to thank you for your initiative in managing the civilian rescue operations. It's people like those on board the Archangel that bring honor to Omni and Earth Alliance. Oh, and one other thing. I was scanning the list of recently acquired passengers and, of course, you can imagine my surprise and delight at seeing the name of my daughter, Flay." Muru gasped slightly as she'd known the name Ulster had been familiar but had been too busy and distracted to connect Flay to this man. It seemed that, besides saving many lives, the rescue of that lifeboat may have scored them points with Ulster himself, which would be helpful to them. Particularly if they ran into trouble over the presence of 3 coordinator volunteers amongst the crew. And that had been weighing on Muru heavily as she hadn't been able to think of a way to justify the action had been done. "I'd be more than grateful if I could get even a glimpse of her," continued Ulster. "Vice Minister, you'll have plenty of time to see her when they join us," remarked Kopman. "That's Flay's father," said Sai, smiling slightly to himself. "There's no doubt about it." At the same time, Kira, Lakis, and Tyler were spending time down in the hangar, doing work on the mobile suits. Rumors of the Archangel making contact with the lead ship of the Alliance Advance Force, a Nelson class by the name of Montgomery, had been quickly trickling down. There had also been something said to the effect that the Vice Foreign Minister of the Atlantic Federation was traveling on board that ship too, by what Tyler had heard. It could serve as an explanation as to why the Earth Alliance ships entering Federation territory without permission. Politics think they are above the rules set to keep the peace for some reason. What surprised Tyler in the news was when Kira had mentioned the Atlantic Federation's foreign minister was Flay's father. Granted, Tyler had known that having the name of Ulster meant that Flay could be related to the man, but it didn't mean she absolutely was. He'd been kind of hoping she wasn't related since Tyler hadn't heard good things about the man. His mother dealt with Minister Ulster and said he could be difficult to be around at times, especially with coordinators. Tyler knew his mother was a fair and good just of character, so if she said the guy was difficult, then he believed it. Anyway, Kira and Tyler were doing the fine-tuning on the machines in preparation for potential problems. Tyler figured it was more a matter of when rather than if crews had popping up, and he wanted to be as ready as possible. Even Lakis was in the hangar, though she was more keeping the boys company while they worked. She wasn't as tech-savvy as Kira or Tyler were, but she wanted to do something and so she would be their moral support. However, that's not to say that Lakis hadn't learned how the OSs that the Alliance mobile suits worked. She'd taken the time to learn. As much of an idle singer Lakis was, a few years back she'd decided to attempt to tackle several additional subjects. Tyler respected the wish to improve oneself, as it's not the most common value to be held by people these days. That Lakis had chosen the subject of computer programming to pursue such as a possible career after singing past was unexpected. It shows that Lakis has foresight, as she didn't see herself singing for her entire life even though she loved to sing. Although, that wasn't why she'd originally started to expand her knowledge base to pursue the career path. She'd felt that it was better she makes her own choices and let others make choices for her. Tyler could respect Lakis's decision, for he could understand the position of being set up for a path another wanted. His mother had wished for Tyler to go into politics like she was, but he hadn't been interested in the field, though he respected her for how good she is in it. Tyler had ended the ongoing conversation with his mother by enlisting in the Federation military. From then on, his mother had let Tyler make his own choices, as he'd shown he would do that anyway. Back to the present, Chief Murdoch floated to the catwalk that was across the Asuka, checking on how Kira was doing. He had been getting kind of fond of the teen pilots, even McGregor with the attitude he had. They were good, honest teens that were willing to stand up for what they believed in, and the world really needed those kinds of individuals. That McGregor had made his way back after being separated from the Archangel was quite a stroke of luck, even if some didn't see it that way. An extra mobile suit and pilot would be critical in a fight should ZAFT show up, and with a pilot as good as the oldest teen had proven to be, even more so. Tyler himself had been gaining growing respect for the chief mechanic of the Archangel. He was really a good guy. He and his mechanics were what kept the ship going in the background, and Tyler had caught glimpse of the work they did. At least, Tyler respected Murdoch and the mechanics more than the officers of the Archangel lately. Anyway, Tyler was working on the Shadows system, but kept his ears open to listen, just in case something was interesting said. The skill of listening was one that Tyler had learned well from his mother. It was an underrated skill in Tyler's view. Kira noticed when Murdoch came to float in front of the Asuka's cockpit opening. "You doing okay, kid?" Murdoch questioned. Kira nodded his head. "Oh yeah, I'm just making a few minor adjustments to match the offset values," he said. Murdoch laughed. "You just do what's needed," he said. "It's still your job till we've made it safely to the rendezvous point at the very least." Tyler had more than a nagging feeling that things wouldn't as simple or easy as just making it to the rendezvous point. Especially if, or rather when Raul Cruzat decides to interfere and cause trouble and issues. The masked man would want another chance at taking down the Archangel, of that Tyler had no doubt. And at Murdoch's statement, Tyler popped out of the Shadow's cockpit. "Thanks for not say that we're wasting time, Chief. The sediment has been getting a tad annoying if you ask me." Murdoch turned to face Tyler. "Sure, McGregor, I can understand the reasons you probably have. We're still not with the fleet yet, and until we are, ZAFT could still attack us," he replied. Murdoch agreed with the implication that Tyler was making. The Archangel wasn't out of danger yet. Those that had been chasing the ship could still assault the Archangel. Territory had meant nothing around Heliopolis, so it unlikely made a difference now. Plus, we're not really sure what'll happen to the Asuka or the Shadow when we meet up with the orbital fleet. The Asuka is supposedly an orb machine after all. Murdoch paused for a moment. "I suppose Yamato could always end up as its permanent pilot when you get back down to Earth." "No idea what will happen to the Shadow," remarked Murdoch, laughing slightly at his joke as he pushed off. "Birdie. Birdie," chirped Tori. Tyler glanced over to see the green robotic bird that Athrun had made for Kira, and a small distance behind it was the pink ball robot. Lakis. Lakis. "There's a problem," called Harrow, as it seemed to be Tori's constant boon companion. Harrow was bouncing off what it could to reach its partner, which started as unexpected by most but had become commonplace now. Kira tended to keep Tori with him normally, as the small robot had been neat to have around. That had changed with Harrow being around, so Kira had kept Tori in his OR. Lakis's quarters seemed to be the best way to keep Harrow there and under control. Yet now, it would seem that putting those two robots together had backfired, though it more appeared that they were both restless with what was happening. Tyler was left to wonder if Athrun did something to make them like this, or if it had just developed on its own. Tori flew into the Asuka cockpit, looking around before facing Lakis. Lakis smiled as Harrow sailed and landed in her hands, as the robots had amused her with how they acted. She paused for a moment, then opened her mouth. "Remember, on the day we decided to escape this despair, what lay before us was nothing but the passing wind," she sang. Lakis's singing voice echoed through the whole hangar, causing almost everyone to pause and listen to her. Tyler pushed himself back to the Shadow and entered the cockpit with the intent to resume working on the OS, but he had a smile on his face. It had been a while since he'd heard Lakis sing, and the girl is really something when she sings. She continued, "The more feelings I have to convey, the more my words fumble. Unable to tell you anything, the truth is I live in uncertainty." As Lakis sang, Tyler couldn't help but pause and close his eyes and simply listen to the sweet sounds of his friend's voice. With her singing, he stopped working and just leaned back into the pilot seat and listened to Lakis. The song was relaxing, and Tyler had been missing not being tense as he'd been stressing constantly as of late, even if it didn't show. Even with the looming fight when Cruzat chasing the Archangel, Tyler felt the weight on his shoulders lighten. And he didn't doubt Kira was doing much the same thing as he was, as he gets to hear Lakis singing more than Tyler did. They've been friends with one another longer than he'd been friends with Lakis. "If humans could somehow see tomorrow, then we probably wouldn't have to live on our dreams." Lakis trailed off for a moment. Tyler wondered if it had been a bit of time since she had sung, and so she was somewhat out of practice. He couldn't say. She resumed singing, and once she had, Tyler felt more at ease and relaxed than he had in weeks. There was just something about Lakis singing that could bring calm, unlike most other means, can he'd admit. Within an hour, Tyler slipped away from the hangar and headed for his quarters to get some sleep. With all the joy that was being felt at the coming contact with an advanced part of the 8th Orbital Fleet, he'd decided to try getting some well-earned time to himself. That was the plan, but the keyword being try, as Tyler didn't get the desired result of the plan he had in mind. There was a difficulty for Tyler to get good quality sleep with the things he'd seen over the last few weeks combined with the stress mounting. At least, Tyler hadn't gotten what a medical professional would consider proper sleep since the Archangel had scavenged around the ruins of Junius 7. Having seen the bodies of his father and younger sister hadn't left his mind and haunted him. Arrived back at the quarters he was using, Tyler changed his clothes and just went over to the bed, closing his eyes. Even with the calm that Lakis's singing had brought to his mind, an amount of time went by with Tyler going into a fitful sleep that nightmares populated. Those nightmares involved images of his sister Lana and his father, and those would shift into Tyler's friends here on the Archangel, which made the nightmares worse. The sleep or more the lack thereof was taking a toll on Tyler, bags were developing under his eyes and his face was starting to appear hollower than it should be. Tyler had been contemplating going to the doctor on the ship and asking for something that would help him get actual sleep, it was getting to that point. A soft beeping brought Tyler out of his fitful sleep, and upon turning towards the sound, he found it was coming from the desk in the room. More specifically, the source of the beeping was the Federation comm unit sitting on the said desk. Tyler got himself out of the bed and went over to the desk and picked up the unit and held it up to his ear. "Yeah, it's me, what's going on?" There was a pause before he heard the reply. "You sound tired, Tyler, there a reason?" came the voice of Lisa. Tyler really wasn't in the mood to get into what contributed to his current mood, it wouldn't be a nice conversation. "I don't want to talk about it, Lisa, but yes, there's a reason. There one for you calling, Lisa. I was trying to get some sleep since I was able to slip away and get some time to myself. I'm not doing so good at the sleeping idea, but still," Tyler replied. Lisa paused at the reply from Tyler as it said that he was having a hard time, which she expected, but not to this extent. However, there were more pressing matters to deal with first, which was why she was calling Tyler. "Well, I assume you know about the small group of Omni ships coming towards the Archangel," she posed. Tyler was becoming increasingly irritable as he was tired and being prevented from sleeping right now. His mood was not good lately and he didn't need more adding to it, and he was getting a feeling he knew what was coming. "Yeah, I do. Many on board the ship are fudging excited about the point and they are getting lax about things, thinking that those of us busting our butts are nuts," Tyler muttered. "What's your point, Lisa? Is there some new development? Or did you wake me up for the fun of it?" Tyler paused for a moment. "Perhaps Luke put you up to this? He has shown that he enjoys pranking, and while I can understand that, there are lines that you don't cross. Just say that he told you to do this and I'll make him regret doing so." Lisa sighed as she had seen that Luke did like pranks, as Tyler said, but that wasn't the point of this. "No, Luke didn't put me up to this, Tyler. There's indeed a new development and that's the point of me calling. From what Captain Shepard has told me, it looks like 2 ZAFT vessels have entered Federation space, a Laurasia class and a Nazca class. And they're heading in the direction of that small Earth Forces group." Tyler figured that Cruzat would continue his hunt. The combination of ZAFT vessel matched what the man used. Having shifted the blame off himself when the evidence should have convicted and condemned him had frustrated Tyler. So, it had been a matter of time in his mind before the troublemaker popped up. "You don't say," then Cruzat has ignored bounds of territory and insists on continuing the hunt he started, matches what records say about him. "I figured that he would show up at some point, though this is a tad earlier than I thought he'd appear," Tyler uttered with frustration. "Indeed, I would agree, taking into account that the man is known for bending the rules if not just ignoring them entirely," returned Lisa. Tyler exhaled heavily, knowing that it was time to get to work on making a certain troublemaker's day a very bad one. It also relieved some stress with the weight of problems coming his way. Tyler didn't like anticipating issues coming to him. "Thanks for the info, Lisa. See you out on the field soon then," Tyler said before severing the connection and putting the comm unit down on the desk. Tyler shook off the tiredness he'd felt and didn't hesitate after that. He just got dressed as quickly as he could. Then Tyler raced out of his quarters, heading in the direction of the pilot locker room, then go to the hangar. At the same time, the ZAFT vessels came into range to launch their planned attack against the Earth Forces ships. The ZAFT pilots were preparing to head out down in the ship hangars. "Once again, the commander shows that he has a real knack for sensing these things," commented Miguel's comrade, whose skin was being equipped with an M68 Catus 500mm recoilless rifle, "reaching the advanced ships before the legged ship does, that's something." Miguel would admit that Commander Cruzat had an interesting way of predicting things. The mission and what had come with it had proven that it wasn't a fluke. But 3 attempts had already been made to sink the white enemy vessel and it hadn't been successful yet. So, it was uncertain how this trial would go as things stood. "Yeah, the commander does have that uncanny knack, I'll admit. That doesn't mean we shouldn't watch ourselves out there. Don't forget whose territory we're in. Athrun, show us how that machine performs now that it's fully working," he said as he moved into position to launch armed with a Barbarous ion beam cannon. Athrun still had doubts in his mind, just as he had before the operation at Heliopolis. There was still so much that could go wrong with as many factors as there were. Miguel had mentioned one of the big ones, and that was they were in Federation territory. They made the rules. And they had patrols regularly watched their borders, so if they didn't already know Cruzat's team was here, it wouldn't likely be much longer before they did. "Yeah, sure thing, Chris, Matt, Miguel," Athrun muttered in reply as he watched Miguel's Gin move into the catapult path equipped with the armaments. The Gin quickly shot out of the catapult, and Athrun followed a moment later in the Aegis. Once seeing the others ahead of him, Athrun shifted the Aegis into its mobile armor mode and quickly gained ground, intent on catching up. If the legged ship did enter the battle, then they'd need his Aegis there to even out the field, since the Alliance vessel had multiple mobile suits and mobile armors. Athrun just hoped more than anything that his friend Tyler hadn't reached the Alliance vessel already if he had gone that direction. He really didn't want or wish to have to fight Tyler or Kira for that matter if he was still on that Omni ship like his friend had said he was. The worry just wouldn't leave Athrun's mind as he made his way towards the battle area. Klaxons blared as the enemy alert sounded throughout the entirety of the Montgomery when the ZAFT forces were detected. There had been an amount of risk coming to meet up with the Archangel in the first place, with the meeting point being in Federation territory. Minister Ulster had been insistent on escorting the Archangel and had convinced enough officers in the 8th Orbital Fleet to get around Admiral Halberton. The man had been stubborn in the idea that the Federation's military wouldn't do anything with him among the advanced scout group while the rest of the fleet waited at the border. And now ZAFT had popped up. Kopman made sure they were as well defended as they could be with enemy forces coming. "Hurry and deploy our mobile armors," ordered Kopman calmly. "Load all missile and anti-beam depth charge tubes." As he ordered this, the mobile armors detached and deployed away from the ships they were attached to. The TS-Ma-2 Mobius armor was once considered a high-performance machine Omni had, especially during the early parts of the war. However, thanks to the invention and increased deployment of ZAFT's mobile suits, their enemy outmatched them a growing margin as time had gone on. On average, it took 5 Mobius armors to bring down just 1 Gin. Fortunately, the Drake class to which the Bernard and the Law belonged weren't normally built for carrying mobile armors. 4 had been strapped to the hull of each one and had now been deployed. The Montgomery itself lacked linear catapults but did carry 5 mobile armors of its own closed to airlocks so the pilots could board their machines. Still, they were now effectively counting on the enemy being an average squadron with only 2 or 3 Gins, maybe 4 if they managed to stretch things. "Heat sources detected, sir," announced the Montgomery sensor officer. "Nazca class has launched 4 mobile suits." The officer paused as he took the time to identify the signals better. 3 of them are Gins, the other, the operator hesitated, is the X-303 Aegis. Kopman had heard and read the reports that ZAFT had stolen most of the prototype mobile suits, but there had been no information on which ones had and hadn't been taken. This would be the first encounter with one of the G-weapons as a foe. Kopman was a veteran captain, so even he could see how grim things were for their Earth Forces group. Things didn't improve when Minister Ulster came onto the bridge, looking all annoyed. "Now what's this all about?" he questioned. "How could you not have noticed the enemy ship until this moment? And the enemy is using one of our own prototypes against us." Kopman ignored him as his comments weren't helping and wouldn't in the combat situation. Political figures didn't usually understand how things went on the battlefield and likely never would as they rarely spent time around them. "Lower bow, pitch angle 30 degrees, he ordered. "Turn to port, elevation angle -15 degrees. Activate ship cannons and defensive systems and prepare for combat." As the Montgomery initiated the maneuver, Kopman turned to look at his comm officer. "Send a message to the Archangel, tell them to withdraw at once, the rendezvous is off." "Are you serious?" asked Ulster before he lost all the air of confidence and arrogance. "But then There isn't another choice in this situation," stated Kopman. The Vice Foreign Minister seemed to be having a hard time processing what he was being told. "But if we don't meet up with them, then I came all the way here for nothing." "If that ship ends up being destroyed," returned Kopman, "then it'll have been for less than nothing." Back on the Archangel, the situation change hadn't gone unnoticed by the crew. "Increased heat distribution ahead," announced Cuzzy. "It looks like it's around where the advanced force is supposed to be. It looks like a battle is starting." Sai didn't like the sound of what was starting. Flay's father was still with the advanced fleet after all. They had been close to meeting up with the 3 allied ships and then this had to happen. Sai wasn't the only one that was frowning at the turn of events as the majority of the crew felt the same. "Message from the Montgomery, ma'am," Mirialia announced as she was handling the communications station. She gasped a moment later with what she saw on her console. The message reads, "Cancelling rendezvous. Archangel is ordered to leave the area at once and continue forward to the border and the rest of the 8th Fleet." It took a few seconds for the magnitude of the situation to sink in for everyone. "Well, Captain, what are your orders?" asked Natarl. The looming decision was coming down on Maru, much like it was before Artemis. Only this time her choice wouldn't just affect herself and the Archangel, it would also likely determine the fate of allies. "What's the enemy's battle strength?" Maru asked, contemplating what options they had in this. "A Nazca class," said Cuzzy, "Yellow 257, Mark 402. Also 3 other thermal patterns, matching." He was inputting the commands as fast as he could. 3 of them are identified as Gins, the other is. Cuzzy paused as the ID of the 4th signal came up, the X-303 Aegis. "That's all that can be detected for the moment." With the Laurasia that had been with the Nazca class before, by this point they were more than likely together. From what Mew and Crystal had told her and Natarl, the ZAFT commander Cruzet wasn't one to give up the pursuit. A Nazca class and a Laurasia class could both carry up to 6 mobile suits each, normally Gins. In this, it could also mean the enemy would send out the captured G-weapons. With the time that had passed, it was more than likely for ZAFT to start using them. So that in mind, Mura went under the assumption of the worst-case scenario. "Then we know which Nazca class we're dealing with and it is unlikely it is alone," she said softly. Neytarl didn't disagree with Muru about more than likely dealing with more than just a Nazca class if the Archangel jumped into the situation. She also understood why the Montgomery's captain had ordered the Archangel to keep going and ignore them. It was important if not imperative that the Archangel reach one of Omni's headquarters and get them what they had of the G project. While is probably true, Captain, what is our next course of action, repeated Neytarl. The battle all on the Archangel knew would unlikely go well for the advance fleet, and that was being optimistic even if none said it out loud. ZAFT was clearly baiting them to come and assist their allies so that they could have another shot at the Archangel. However, for the volunteers from Heliopolis, they all had the same line of thought going through their minds. Flay's father was on the lead Omni ship that was now defending itself from ZAFT forces. But remember who's on that ship, murmured Tall looking back from his seat at the co-pilot station. Everyone was silent waiting for Muru's orders. There's really no guarantee of us escaping, said Muru at last, even if we did withdraw and make a run for the rest of the fleet. She sat up straight with a decision in mind, glancing around at her crew. The last time we sought to avoid the enemy because we weren't ready to stand up against them. But I believe that this time will be different, and so, I'm counting on all of you, don't let me down. Everyone gave her grim nods. Muru returned the nod slightly. All hands, level 1 battle stations, she ordered, voice loud and clear. The Archangel will provide backup for the advance fleet. All hands, level 1 battle stations, ordered Mirialia over the PA in an unusually professional tone. I repeat, all hands, level 1 battle stations. Tyler was racing down the corridors with the speed you would think he was some sort of pinball in an old-fashioned pinball game machine. It took only a few minutes for Tyler to reach the pilot locker room since he took a less used route, so there were fewer people to slow him down. He wasted the least time possible in slipping into his Federation pilot suit and was finishing adjusting it when Mirialia's announcement confirmed the information he knew came. Tyler clipped the neck clasp of his suit shut and then sped out of the locker room, going to the hangar. Tyler's hand sailed into the switch for the door to allow access to the hangar, but he didn't stop the momentum he'd gained going forward and moved through the doorway. It'd been a little less than a minute since battle stations had been called, so Tyler's appearance got wide-eyed stares from many of the mechanics. Chief Murdoch himself gaped at seeing McGregor pop up about a minute after battle stations were called. Oh, the man had seen the oldest teen was different and had an inexplicable knack to be where he saw he was needed. However, for the kid to appear this quick made Murdoch wonder if Tyler somehow knew about the attack on the advanced fleet before the Archangel did somehow. With him being a Federation soldier according to rumor, Murdoch wouldn't be exactly surprised if Tyler had a way to get info like the Federation somehow did. Got to say, kid, you're sure quick, Murdoch remarked. I mean, the call to battle stations came a little over a minute ago. Tyler glanced towards the man speaking to him but still kept going towards the shadow. There was no time to waste. ZAFT wouldn't be lollygagging and attacking Omni forces, not with Cruzat in charge. The looming fight was a clear trap. Tyler could see the signs clear as day, but he intended to turn the tables and make it into a fight where ZAFT was on the defensive and running by the end. So, there wasn't much to say. No time for chit-chat, Chief, Tyler replied. We've got bad company ahead. Get ready to send my suit out so that I can send them packing. Coming to a stop in front of his mobile suit, Tyler opened the outside access panel and input the sequence to revealing the cockpit. Tyler pulled himself into the shadow, taking the time to adjust himself into the seat and buckling in. He then flicked the switch to seal the cockpit and then input the command to start the OS booting up. Several thoughts were going through Tyler's mind as he was bringing his mobile suit up to operational status. The fight ahead wouldn't be a nice one. Tyler didn't kid himself about that with the ZAFT group he would be battling. A Thrun was likely going to be on the field, and Tyler wasn't looking forward to fighting him. The only that Tyler was interested in was if Cruzat went out, making the man squirm and showing him up. Tyler may dislike the methods that the leaders of the Earth Alliance employ more often than not, but that doesn't mean that members of Omni are all like that and deserve to die. Tyler's attention returned when he felt the jerk signaling that the docking cage with the shadow was being moved towards one of the catapults. His mobile suit's systems had fully booted up and were ready to go by the time Tyler came to launching position, even with the modifications that had been done. Most of the changes Tyler had done would be considered minor by some people, but they were meant to streamline the suit's operation, and that's what counted to him. And since Tyler was pretty much the sole pilot for the Shadow, he figured he should make it the way he wanted. The two major or at least noticeable changes for the Shadow were with the shield and the Mirage Colloid feature. The Mirage Colloid in itself, while it was quite a system on its own, Tyler felt wasn't what could be considered to be finished or made to be the best possible. Originally, it sucked down power at a heavy rate, limiting the length of time it could be used, which Tyler saw ways for improvement. The other problem that Tyler saw was a bad flaw in giving away its general location through heat from the thrusters. With Tyler's modifications, the draw on the Shadow's battery was a great deal less. He'd fixed that by changing the energy distribution to the emitter network for the colloid after digging and finding the network. And the thrusters would disperse heat more efficiently so not to give hints of location. So, now the Shadow can truly be undetected with the implementation of Mirage Colloid. Tyler was certainly looking forward to testing how good the Mirage Colloid could work now with his changes. The Mirage Colloid wasn't the only change made, the shield the Shadow is equipped with while still the same basic shape and weight weren't the same. The shield's top layer of metal had been replaced with a material that the Federation uses and produces called Zinsium. The metal Zinsium is an artificial material that's strong and is very hard to penetrate. Tyler knew it was rated to take a concentrated and high-energy beam to have a chance to get through this metal. Zinsium does have an amount more resistance than ZAFT mobile suits and Omni mobile armors do against projectiles and other weapons in general. Add the top layer of the shield is coated with anti-beam coating to increase the defense against beam weapons, which Tyler was very satisfied with. It was the shield modification that had taken the longest as it'd been stripped down, but the improvements done were worth it to Tyler. At the same time, at hearing the order to battle stations, Kira and Lakis had practically flown out of their quarters and started up a mad dash for the hangar. They had been preparing for this possibility coming up for the last week and even before learning of the meeting with the advanced fleet. "Kira, Lakis," called a voice suddenly giving them a reason to pause. They looked back to see Flay running up to them. "What's all this about going to battle stations?" she questioned. "What's happening to the advance fleet?" "We, have no idea yet," said Kira. "We don't know what's going on, but I doubt things are going well." He turned to leave, but Flay reached forward and grabbed the sleeve of Kira's uniform. "It's," Flay hesitated, "going to be okay, right? The vessel that my dad's on won't be destroyed, will it?" she repeated in a small tone. Kira didn't want to lie, but nor did he want Flay to be crushed with what was likely happening to their allies. "Everything will be all right, Flay," reassured Kira. "Lakis, Tyler, and I will all be there helping, okay?" With that, Kira ran off, Lakis on his tail, leaving Flay to pray that her father would be okay and would be alive tomorrow. While the teen pilots had been heading to the locker room, Mew and Crystal had been ahead of them. They had already suited up and were on their way to the hangar to head out to the battlefield. That ZAFT forces had caught up was unwanted but not unexpected by either mobile armor pilot. Cruzet was too dogmatic to leave well enough alone, so this was his way of doing things, unfortunately. However, when both got to the hangar they quickly saw the Shadow's dock was not where it should be. The mechanics were scrambling around the area readying the mobile armors for launch. Mew was going to ask where the Shadow was but was beaten to it by Crystal. "Chief, where is the Shadow?" The Shadow had come to a halt and then dropped into the linear track connectors and locked into them in preparation for launch. Alarms were sounding as the docking cage disconnected and pulled back from the mobile suit. There came a series of bangs that came from the airtight shutter closing from my right, implying to Tyler that he was in the left catapult. He tapped the button at his neck to have his helmet visor come down into place, finishing the airtight seal. Next, Tyler heard the sounds of the process of the catapult being ready to be used. Shortly after the process finished, the outer door on the left leg of the Archangel rose to reveal the stars. The electron acceleration rails came into place and extended out, then hummed into life. Back inside the hangar, Murdoch turned to the armor pilots that were talking to him and was going to answer but never got to. At that moment, the launch signal appeared for Tyler and he gripped the controls. "Tyler McGregor, Shadow, let's do this," he announced before he shot down the catapult and out of the ship. Murdoch shrugged. "Does that answer your question, Major?" he posed. Mew's and Crystal's mouths had fallen open slightly at understanding Tyler had just launched out. That would require the oldest teen to have gotten down to the hangar less than 2 minutes after battle stations had been called, suited up and ready to go. And while Crystal nor Mew knew where Tyler had come from, whether his quarters or somewhere else, the timing didn't make sense. They had been on the bridge, and they had raced down and suited up and had gotten to the hangar in around 5 minutes. "How in the world did he get down here so quick?" Crystal muttered. Murdoch shrugged again. "No clue, he was a minute after battle stations were called," he replied. Mew scratched his head. "Guess it's not the time to ask that question, other things to think about right now," he remarked. Crystal knew Mew was right, and so she didn't say anything more about Tyler getting there so quick, which ended the conversation. The two separated and headed for their mobile armors and got into them and closed the hatches. Both brought the front screen down into active position before buckling up and sealing their suits' helmets. And while that was going on, Kira and Lakis reached the locker room and quickly put on their pilot suits and then went to the hangar. When they entered the hangar, the two spotted both mobile armors moving towards the catapults. The very next thing they both noticed was that Tyler's mobile suit, the Shadow, was missing from its dock. "There you two are," called Murdoch floating next to the strike cockpit. "You're late." "We're sorry, Mr. Murdoch," Lakis replied. Kira had heard the chief mechanic, but he was focused on the Shadow missing from its docking cage. Tyler had gone to his quarters to sleep by what Kira knew last he'd talked to him hours ago. And Kira's friend wasn't the quickest to wake up from sleep, only if he needed to be up for something very serious would Tyler jump out of bed. "Mr. Murdoch, has the Shadow already launched?" he asked as both he and Lakis moved towards the strike and the Asuka. "The Shadow? Yeah, it has." McGregor was in here around a minute after the order to battle stations came, already in his pilot suit. "It was like he knew what was going on before the rest of us." Murdoch hesitated. I can't say much with how that kid seems to know about things. But enough of that, you two, get into your mobile suits and prepare to go out. The Zero armors moved beyond the airtight shutters and the exhaust vents rose up as the shutters closed and locked. Both Mew and Crystal shot out of the ship the second after the docking clamps released to the field, flying towards the fighting. Both of them were going to see this battle ended with the least lives lost this time and get back cruise it for the trouble the man had caused. Both Lakis and Kira got into their respective machines as the Zero armors launched. The enemies you're up against are the Nazca class, and we suspect the Laurasia class is not too far behind. There are 3 gens and the Aegis thus far with mobile suits. Be on alert, said Mirilia. Please, be careful. Athrun, thought Lakis as the strike was moved onto the starboard catapult. She had still not gotten around to telling Kira who the pilot of the Aegis likely was. Lakis hadn't figured out a good way to break the subject to Kira as Tyler suggested. She knew she should just tell Kira so that he knew and didn't end out doing something he would regret. It was then Sai spoke, drawing both Kira's and Lakis's attention. Kira, Lakis, Flay's father is there with the advance fleet, don't forget that. Not to worry, we won't, said Kira, closing his helmet visor as the Asuka was moved to the catapult. Do you need any additional weapons? Asked Mirilia as the Ale Striker pack was mounted on Lakis's machine in the starboard catapult. No, said Kira, if things get worse, there will be too much chance of losing the equipment, and we can't afford that. Lakis agreed with Kira. The Ale pack will be fine for me, she replied. Understood, Kira. Lakis, you are go for launch. Mirilia returned to them. Kira, Yamato, Asuka, let's do it, he called, flying the Asuka out from the Archangel. Lakis, Christopher, strike, launching, Lakis announced, leaving the ship. Once Tyler had flown out of the Archangel towards the battlefield that was lighting up in the distance, he activated his suit's Mirage Colloid. Shortly after leaving the ship, he met up with his 3 teammates who took up formation behind the shadow with the mobile suit in the lead. Luke was on the right side and Alan fell in on the left while Lisa brought up the rear in the formation. Luke glanced ahead and didn't like what he saw. Things aren't looking too good ahead, mate. The Earth forces are on the losing end by what I see, he commented. The whole group saw the fight happening ahead and Luke merely stated what they were all thinking. There is a second Federation cruiser on its way and should be in range to assist in the next few minutes. Yet, I don't know how much will be left to help by that point, Lisa said. The second cruiser would help, but as Lisa had said, time was of the essence and Tyler knew that well. Then that's all the more reason to haul our rears over there and see what can be done, he said with an air of authority. Tyler's group sped up and quickly reached the battlefield, and the view that they got didn't help improve the scene. The Alliance forces had sent 13 mobile armors forward, which Tyler would applaud the effort and dedication they're showing. But honestly, they're going to be whipped, and whipped good with the odds they working against, there was no arguing that. On ZAFT's side, there were 3 gens and the Aegis just behind them in its cruising mode, which Tyler didn't like being right about fighting a Thrun. Luke's voice came over the comm line, bringing attention to the Laurasia class coming up from behind the Nazca. From the Laurasia came the Blitz, the Buster, and another Gin, all heading towards the Alliance forces. Without further hesitation, the 4 dived into the fray and began doing what they could to stop this battle from resulting in many deaths. Luke and Alan went for the 3 gens and began to do what they could to distract them from the Alliance ships. Lisa veered off to head at the Blitz and the Buster, which Tyler would admit was a gutsy choice, but he trusted his friend could handle herself. Plus, Tyler figured that she was letting him have the Aegis to himself and Tyler would thank her later for that gesture. Tyler felt the need to have a serious chat with Athrun about the current crapshoot and what it meant. His friend had been drawn into a serious issue, and whether Athrun knew it or not had just as problematic consequences. Tyler made a beeline for the Aegis with the full intent to give his friend a straight no-nonsense spiel that would be heard. Tyler switched from using Mirage Colloid to phase shift armor being up just as he came into striking range of the red mobile suit with his shield in front. Athrun only saw something appearing before it slammed into the Aegis and brought him to a halt. It took a moment to right his machine, which required to have the Aegis switch to its suit mode. Then Athrun found himself facing the black mobile suit from Heliopolis. Athrun then remembered that Tyler said he was the one to pilot the machine in front of him, meaning he was facing one of his best friends as he'd hoped to avoid. So then, friend, Tyler posed over an open comm channel, you care to explain to me what the hell is happening right here, right now? This interference that your commander Ra-Le Cruzat is ordering is on par with what he did to Heliopolis. I seriously doubt I need to tell you just how many treaties and agreements that he's either ignoring or blatantly disregarding, starting this fight with what your father does for a living. Athrun knew Tyler had more of a point than he was saying out loud, and it fed the doubts that Athrun had. ZAFT was attacking the Earth forces in Federation territory. The Hawkins Territorial Agreement stated in no uncertain terms that such an action was a violation of the said treaty. The consequences of a violation of the Territorial Agreement weren't small, and it was clear the Federation knew about this already. And Athrun wasn't stupid enough to not know that the attack was more a trap laid for the legged ship. Plus, Athrun didn't want to fight Tyler if he didn't have to, they were best friends after all. Ty, uttered Athrun with strained tones. It wasn't that Tyler felt mad with Athrun as he wasn't angry at his friend. If anything, then Tyler felt sorry for Athrun being in the problematic position that he was. Tyler was far more irritated and frustrated at his commander Cruzat for what he's doing and believing that there'll be no consequences for it. Although Tyler could say that he was gaining an understanding of why Federation High Command disliked Cruzat as much as they did. Tyler saw the masked man as a frustrating pain in the rear with his disregard for the rules and treaties that stand and then worming his way out of punishment. You haven't answered my question, Athrun. How in the hell can you reason that this fight is okay? Tyler repeated to the blue-haired ZAFT pilot. Athrun was silent for a moment, trying to figure out how to answer his friend, but there was nothing he could justify. I don't deny you have a point, Ty, but that Omni ship you're with can't be allowed to get to the Earth Alliance. So please, get out of the way, he replied. Then Athrun rushed forward, the Aegis bringing its right arm downward at the shadow with its beam saber ignited. In response, Tyler raised the shadow's shield and blocked the saber while he grunting a little from the downward force. So you agree with me, Athrun, then why go about setting up a trap like this? Rather elaborate for one ship, wouldn't you say? Tyler shoved the Aegis back. Then please tell me, what did Cruzat tell you to say this trap of his was in any way a good or viable idea? Neither ZAFT ship has permission to be around here, I assure you, so the Federation forces here can attack them without a problem and ZAFT wouldn't have a valid argument against it. I'm really curious what kind of excuse the man has got for this crapshoot, or didn't he mention that the Federation defends its territory and so can attack you or your fellow pilots beforehand? Tyler retorted. Athrun moved forward again but had to evade as the shadow used its eagle stallions against him. Athrun reached for his suit's beam rifle and began using it against the shadow, which Tyler quickly did the same. It was clear that neither was aiming for the cockpit of their opponent. The fight grew more intense around the two as they fought on, but neither Tyler nor Athrun took much notice. Athrun quickly got frustrated with Tyler blocking him from getting around and getting this mission done. Get out of the way, Tyler, and don't interfere in this, Athrun shot at his friend. Tyler stayed where he was. It's way too late for that, Athrun, and I won't be leaving this battle, Tyler returned. Blame your commander if you want, it's his fault that this is happening at all, sticking his damn nose where he freaking shouldn't. There was a flash of an explosion nearby as Tyler blocked Athrun once again and they caught a view of one of the Drake-class vessels fragmenting into debris. Tyler also noticed that the number of mobile armors had been reduced by more than half within a couple of minutes of others joining in. Meanwhile, Nicole noticed that the Aegis wasn't around the Earth forces like the Jinns that it had been accompanying. And at looking around, Nicole spotted the Aegis, but it was fighting the second unknown from Heliopolis. The mobile suit hadn't been seen since the colony collapse, so for it to reappear was worrisome. And seeing the unit again, Nicole had to admit for it to be called the Blitz's odd twin was understandable. The mobile suit overall was very similar to the Blitz, though it had a few differences. While it had a shield, its beam rifle wasn't combined with it even when it was supposed to have a beam saber with the shield. All the videos that Nicole had seen told him to be cautious of the machine, it was unpredictable. So, Nicole approached the Aegis and its opponent with the intent of helping Athrun shoo the machine away. And from what Nicole was seeing, the two pilots fighting were evenly matched, which was surprising. Athrun wasn't a novice pilot, he was skilled, so for someone to match him made implications that Nicole didn't like. However, he waited for the two to separate before he rushed forward at the black suit and swung the Blitz's beam saber at it. Yet, the shadow blocked the Blitz's attack with its shield and shoved it back. Athrun was at war with himself, one of his best friends was fighting a more recently made friend. He didn't want to lose either Tyler or Nicole, the two were at heart good people and the world needed those more than ever. But the question Athrun was being tormented with was who does he help in this fight? No matter who he helped, it would likely do serious harm to the other, so Athrun would lose no matter which he went with. Yet the situation changed when the Archangel came into range to help with the battle. Tyler decided to move this along by kicking the Blitz away and then using his railgun to send it flying away. Nicole hadn't expected the move and was unable to counter, and so his suit's phase shift took the railgun shot, preventing damage for the Blitz. Athrun got between the shadow and the Blitz to stop Tyler from continuing his assault on his friend. Tyler tried to move around the Aegis, but Athrun matched his movement and stopped him from moving forward. The battle that the two had been in resumed where it had been before the Blitz had come into it. Tyler caught a glimpse of a white machine past their skirmish behind Athrun, which was a CGUE type. That meant to Tyler Cruzat was now on the battlefield and he still wanted to make that man's day worse. It also made a serious complication to the battle, which was already messy enough as it is. Yet it was Athrun spoke before Tyler could. Why are you helping the Alliance? How can you do that after what they've done? Athrun shouted. Tyler was a tad taken aback at the accusation that was being put to him. He wasn't helping the Alliance directly, he was stopping the fight that shouldn't be happening. Tyler thought that Athrun had gotten that point already, but apparently not. Hold on there, Athrun, I'm stopping a senseless slaughter as I stated already, that's just so happens to be benefiting the Earth Alliance around here who shouldn't be, but that's beside the point right now, he shot back. Athrun was getting irritated with Tyler being so calm like he always seemed to be no matter the circumstance. It wasn't as bad as Kira's naivete, but it was still a frustration that Athrun experienced with Tyler. And with him being a soldier with the Federation, he should be staying out of this fight. With the Federation's famous neutrality they so stubbornly stick to, you should stay out of this and let those that are willing to do the work, Athrun challenged loudly. Tyler had been worried before with how Athrun's father had been back around the plants. He feared for his friend and the poisonous influence that his father could be having, and that fear was growing within Tyler. Patrick Zala was showing very worrisome similarities as some radical and even a few terrorist groups presented. And Tyler knew that his friend was aware of the danger of such groups just as Tyler was. Athrun, the work you are claiming on doing is killing for little to no reason. That you say you are willing to do the work of killing just because another tells you is not like you, Athrun, Tyler snapped back. Tyler's retort caused Athrun pause as it caught him off guard and got him to be silent. Athrun hadn't meant to say or imply that he and his comrades were out just to take out Omni forces because they could. The Alliance was the ones that were causing the trouble and forced ZAFT and at times the Federation's military to stop them. Yet Tyler's claim of senseless killing was one that Athrun couldn't deny, well if at all. That's not what I'm trying to say, Athrun began. He couldn't finish as Tyler's reasoning had beaten him for the moment. Instead, Athrun had the Aegis transform into its cruising mode and flew off away from the shadow. The guilt of knowing that what he'd just said to Athrun had hurt him washed over Tyler. He felt that it had to be done. His friend had been blinding himself by the influences around him. It was to help in the long run, but Tyler didn't like the short-term effects his words had on Athrun. To take his mind off what he just did to one of his best friends, Tyler glanced around to gauge how the battle was going thus far, and Tyler saw that the Alliance forces weren't doing any better than before. However, the arrival of the Archangel with its mobile suits and armors had helped. Mew had engaged one of the Jinns that on the field after heading out from the Archangel and was doing decently. Crystal in her zero armor was occupying another Gin and was giving what she could. There had been nothing seen of the shadow, but with its mirage colloid visibility was in question. And those from the Archangel had been occupied enough to not take the time to find out where Tyler was. The strike was close by with Lakis fighting the Buster and occupying it from attacking the Alliance forces. The Asuka was doing much the same as the strike going against a Gin. Mew deployed his gun barrels to surround the Gin he was taking on and managed to damage one leg of the suit. Yet, the Gin brought the beam cannon it had to bear on the mobile armor and let loose a bolt from the weapon. Mew attempted to evade the shot, but the shot grazed the Zero, scoring a hit on the underside, missing the cockpit, however, damaging the main thruster. Damn it, cursed Mew over a comm channel. Mew put in some commands to see the status overall of his mobile armor and found that it was doing poorly. I can't do much of anything, not like this, he muttered. With the main thruster of his mobile armor out, Mew was forced to bring the gun barrels back in and use them to limp back to the Archangel. Kira moved to cover the man's retreat after seeing the Red Zero take a hit. After observing the scene that Mew had experienced, Tyler had seen enough to know that this battle needed to end. And the best way he could think of to do that is to focus on something specific. Tactically speaking, Tyler knew that when you want your opponent's attention, then go for something they can't afford to ignore was the best mentality. While mobile suits are effective and everything, if their transport was out of the picture, there was no resupply, no repair, no switching out, end of story. Yet, that would be difficult for Tyler alone to accomplish, disabling the ZAFT vessels, and he knew it. If he could get some help it would really go a lot smoother, and a teammate should be enough. Hey Lisa, you hear me? Tyler asked over the channel the Federation uses. Yes, what is it? She replied, avoiding the shot from the Gin she was fighting against. Well, I have an idea that I could use your help on, Tyler began before he gave a short explanation of what he had in mind. Tyler's plan was relatively simple: get the ZAFT forces to leave, target their ships, and disable them enough for them to either have to retreat or call back their mobile suits. Even Cruzat couldn't afford to ignore his ships being at risk for very long without things going really bad for him. With what the masked man had done to Heliopolis and the risk to its citizens he caused, then getting out of facing the consequences Tyler wanted him to pay. So, Tyler was more than happy to make his day horrid and miserable. It will be a pleasure to do. Once Tyler had explained his plan, Lisa had to admit that Tyler had a heck of an idea and it could work. Targeting the ZAFT vessels would very likely get them to go back to cover their ships, their resupply would be at risk. And the battle was starting to go in the direction of a lost cause and become a rescue operation more than preventing a fight. So, Lisa agreed to Tyler's plan and headed in his direction while Tyler shut off the Shadow's phase shift in preparation to turn on the Mirage colloid system. When Lisa met up with the Shadow, the two set off towards the two ZAFT ships. The first target of the two ships, the destroyer that Cruzat had been riding on. Meanwhile, Kira had just finished covering Mew's retreat after his mobile armor had gotten damage. He was about to go and assist Lakis, who was fighting the blitz that had gotten her off the Buster. However, Kira got a particular feeling that was familiar and not in a good way. Reacting on instinct, he pulled the Asuka off his current course, managing to dodge the incoming fire from the Silver CGUE. Kira quickly assessed the situation and knew he was in trouble as his opponent was more skilled than Kira himself. True, Kira had survived the previous encounters with the masked ZAFT commander, but the man had more experience than Kira himself did. Lakis was busy with the Blitz and Crystal was going against one of the remaining Jins, and the Shadow was who knows where, meaning Kira was on his own. At the same time, the Archangel was firing on both ZAFT vessels, but not too much affected due to the interference and range. That's not to say the Archangel wasn't scoring a hit every now and then, yet it wasn't having the desired effect on ending the battle quickly. However, one good thing that was coming from the effort was the Montgomery was now doing much better for itself. The cruiser didn't have any of their mobile armors left, but with Allied forces assisting the crew of the Omni ship was beginning to hope that they would make it out of this battle alive. That by no means meant Kopman wouldn't scold Mura for disobeying his orders to leave later, but he supposed that would be the extent of it. Yet, the hope and looking forward changed when one of the two Jins managed to land a shot on a decidedly inconvenient location. "The main turret's been hit," announced the fire control officer. "This is just intolerable," exclaimed Ulster, unable to stay silent any longer. "What do your people think they're doing? Why can't they shoot down that single Gin?" Kopman wasn't interested in listening to the political figure, this wasn't his ship that was in battle. "Vice Minister," he said, turning to look at Ulster, "proceed to the life pod." "What?" asked Ulster incredulously, thinking that he may not have heard correctly. "You are on my ship and so, subject to my authority," said Kopman authoritatively. "Proceed to the life pod immediately. The Archangel will survive, so if the Montgomery is lost, they can at least retrieve you." Ulster stared at him in shock despite his opinions, his own job, and his criticisms of the Montgomery crew's inability to take down the lone Gin. Leaving the ship and leaving the crew here to die didn't sit right with him. "Vice Minister, that is an order," commanded Kopman. "This is just a precaution, you are more valuable than anyone else on this ship, so we must be ready if the worst should happen." Slowly, Ulster nodded to Kopman's relief, as that would end the argument. Truthfully, there was another reason for sending Ulster to the life pod. That was getting him out of Kopman's hair so that he could focus on the battle. In this situation, the crew needed to focus, and the opinions of a civilian who'd never seen combat were a potentially fatal hindrance that could get people killed. Back with Tyler, while on the route towards the opposing ships, he managed to catch a glimpse of the Asuka engaging a white CGUE-type suit with Cruzat piloting. By what Kira has told him, it sounds like Ra-Le Cruzat had developed a worrisome interest in Kira. The other thing Tyler saw was that the last remaining Alliance ship, the cruiser, was having problems due to one of the Jins having a go at the ship and taking out its main gun. So, if there were ever a time to turn the tide, Tyler knew it would be now. Thankfully, Lisa and he reached the area that the ZAFT destroyer was around, despite the Archangel firing at the ship, not knowing that Tyler and his colleague were going in that direction. Instead of complaining, Tyler focused on getting down to business and shift ZAFT's attention elsewhere than where it was. Lisa got on the right side of the ship while Tyler moved to the left. Once in those positions, they commenced shooting the ship. Tyler used the Shadow's rifle to nail the beam cannon that was on the left side of the front section of the destroyer, disabling the cannon from being used. At the same time, he deactivated the Shadow's Mirage colloid and switched the phase shift armor back on. Lisa meanwhile worked on taking out the ship's railgun on the right side, as well as getting smoke to stream out of the ship around the railgun. The sooner the ship was forced to call for its mobile suits back to help, the sooner the battle could be ended. She also saw Tyler using his machine's railgun and beam rifle to damage the ZAFT vessel more than just taking out the weapons. Lisa could tell there was more to this battle that was affecting Tyler than he was letting on. He had mentioned that he had a friend on either side of this conflict, so she assumed that it was stressing him. But something in Lisa told her that there was more than just that which was weighing on Tyler's mind. The turning of the tide gained further momentum when the second Federation cruiser arrived, and their fighters took the field. That team managed to get the ZAFT suits to stop focusing on the remaining Alliance vessel defending themselves and backing off. That didn't mean ZAFT forces left the field yet, but they were now forced to fight the Federation forces. Tyler and Lisa kept taking pot shots at the destroyer, listening to the Federation comm channel, and got to hear about how the crew of the Alliance ship was evacuated. Tyler found that to be a good thing, as the Alliance vessel, having the damaged as it was, ended out exploding shortly after the evacuation. Ra had been fighting the winged suit, as it had been the more intriguing suit the enemy had. He grunted slightly as he was pressed into his seat by the sudden G-forces that came from him performing a quick dodge of the Asuka's Eagle Stallions. He soared back and swinging his heavy blade down on his opponent. However, Kira managed to raise his shield to block the attack and counter with his beam saber. Cruzat ducked under the slash and lashed out with a kick to the Asuka's midsection, aiming specifically for the cockpit. That sent Kira tumbling back before he recovered and retaliated with fire from the Eagle Stallions. "What an amazing mobile suit," Ra muttered calmly as he pulled away, avoiding the shots and countering with his shield Vulcan. The Asuka's phase shift armor blocked a few rounds before Kira pulled out of the attack using the superior thrust of his mobile suit's flight system. The CGUE caught a few rounds on its shield but was very quick to get out from under the barrage. Frustrated, Kira stored his beam saber and grabbed his rifle, once more activating his targeting computer. He quickly attempted to bring the crosshairs over the CGUE, yet the machine was dancing about too quickly for him to get a solid lock for long enough to get a good shot. So, giving up on landing a hit with his skill level, Kira just pulled the trigger whenever he got close enough. As Tyler would often repeat to Kira, "Get your opponent to go away, then you don't have to kill them." What Kira didn't realize though was that the G-forces Cruzat was experiencing were beginning to build, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep this up, especially with how fragile his body was. Unfortunately for him, the building pressure caused him to mess up his maneuvers, and for just a second, Kira's targeting computer managed to line up a shot. In an instant, a dart of white energy flashed across space and hit the CGUE just behind the left shoulder joint, hitting the wing behind it. Cruzat grunted. "You've improved quickly," he said begrudgingly. "I wonder how long you can keep it up for Nemesis." Ra was about to dive back in when his COMM blared, "Commander. We're under attack by Federation forces. The Vesalius is taking heavy fire." The news from aides wasn't appreciated, especially with the fight he was in and kind of enjoying. Granted, Ra knew that it was only a matter of time before the Federation appeared and interfered in this, but this was a tad earlier than he figured. The Federation's appearance meant that the attack would need to end and ZAFT leave before they ended up being outdone by the Federation, that would cause harsher losses. "Their response time is impeccable, I'll give them that," Ra muttered. "I understand aides, I'm withdrawing and returning to the ship." Ra shot back at the Asuka before he retreated back towards the Vesalius. And even from a distance, the damage done to the ship was apparent and it wasn't nice. However, along the way, Cruzat was hit by something and forced to a stop. Once righting his suit, he found himself facing the odd black mobile suit that he had faced off around Heliopolis. The machines pointed its beam rifle at Cruzat's CGUE. Well, our paths cross again, troublemaker," Tyler said over an open comm channel. Ro recognized the voice, even if he hadn't thought he would have heard it so soon again. It was the teen from the plants, the Federation's investigations team leader, according to what he had said. How the young man had ended out here or in the black enemy suit, Ra couldn't begin to guess. "Mr. McGregor, fancy meeting you on this battlefield. One would question what a Federation soldier like yourself would be doing helping out the Earth Alliance," Cruzat responded. Tyler wasn't going to stay silent at that insult, plus, he fully intended to make this troublemaker squirm and enjoy doing the job. "That's rich coming from you, Cruzat," Tyler replied, "but you're in Federation territory and so you don't make the rules, nor can you have others to excuse or wave off the crap you cause. So, now you and I are going to have a skirmish, and we'll see who gets to come out on top." The Shadow rushed forward at the CGUE, to which Ro reacted by bringing up his assault machine gun and firing. Tyler dodged the weapon fire before deploying the Shadow's oscillator machine rifles and aiming them at Cruzat. Ra was forced to move his shield in front as the black suit's machine rifles lit up and spat shots at him. Yet, as Tyler pinned Cruzat, he wanted to get this business going, so he grabbed the beam rifle and shot at the CGUE. Tyler scored a hit on the CGUE's left lower leg, effectively shooting it off. Ra glanced down out the readouts for his mobile suit and didn't miss the hit to the lower left leg. McGregor was proving to be no novice, meaning the hit the teen got on him within Heliopolis wasn't a fluke. Ra threw his controls to have him go hard right to get out from under the enemy machine's gunfire. Tyler used his beam rifle to make Cruzat stop hard going the direction he was heading or get shot. It was Nicole that first noticed that the CGUE that Commander Cruzat was in trouble. To see it facing the Blitz's odd twin was uncomfortable, so Nicole began moving in that direction. Athrun caught a glimpse of the Blitz moving, and when he looked in the same direction, he saw the Shadow dancing with the Commander's CGUE. And while Tyler might be a good pilot, Commander Cruzat was a veteran of many battles. Athrun didn't want Tyler to die, so he began traveling in the same way that Nicole was going. Ra managed to get his machine gun pointed back at his opponent and opened up on him. The Shadow raced ahead of its opponent's fire and was closing the distance between it and the CGUE. It was a moment later that Ra realized the enemy mobile suit had gotten worryingly closer to him. However, Tyler put on a burst of speed, ignited his shield's beam saber, and swung upward. Ra tried to back away, but his suit's right arm was sliced off cleanly before he could gain enough distance. That had Ra down the machine gun as it was gone with the right arm, and he knew every weapon would count in this. Plus, he had lost sight of the black machine, and that was very bad to have. Nicole and Athrun were getting closer when they witnessed the CGUE get its right arm sliced off. That the black mobile suit had the upper hand was odd, especially against Commander Cruzat. Then they watched the Shadow do a high-speed arc to come to be behind the CGUE in seconds. Nevertheless, the Strike and Asuka came at them, forcing the Blitz and Aegis to defend themselves. The Strike faced off against the Blitz and the Asuka waited for the Aegis to make the first move. Facing the winged suit, Athrun remembered that Tyler had said that Kira Yamato was the pilot. And it wasn't that Athrun doubted Tyler, but he had to know for sure himself. So, he opened a comm channel. "Kira," he opened, "is that really you in there, Kira Yamato?" Kira had taken out a beam saber as the Aegis had approached, but his mind had ground to a halt at hearing the voice. It was the voice of his other best friend Athrun Zala, but that couldn't be right. Athrun hated this war, it had taken his mother, so why would he be with ZAFT fighting against the Earth forces? True, Tyler had mentioned seeing a Thrun on the Nazca class, but nothing that inferred that he could be a mobile suit pilot. A Thrun? Questioned Kira, but what are you doing in that mobile suit? A Thrun felt pain in his heart that Tyler had been right with Kira being in a mobile suit of the enemy ship. He didn't doubt there was more to the story as to why Kira had gotten in and piloted the winged machine. Kira was too kind-hearted to fight without a very good reason or was tricked into it. Kira, please put away your sword, a Thrun said, we are not enemies, am I right? A Thrun paused, why do we have to fight each other? I don't want that and I know you don't either. Kira hesitated as he really didn't want to fight his best friend, but still left many questions. The last time Kira had talked with a Thrun, he had been going to school, no mention of any form of military service. Granted, Tyler had only recently mentioned he was a soldier in the Federation's military, but that made a sort of sense with him, while with a Thrun military service didn't. I agree with what you're saying on not wanting to fight, Kira started, but what are you even doing with ZAFT, you hate this war. While the fighting between the four began, Tyler got behind the CGUE and he didn't hesitate, just banged the Shadow's railgun into the left shoulder of the CGUE and pulled the trigger. To say Tyler was enjoying whipping Cruzet would be an understatement, he liked teaching the troublemaker a lesson. Ra hadn't seen his opponent get behind him, and the bang hadn't provided enough time to evade. The CGUE had shaken when the left shoulder joint was blasted apart and the left arm severed. But Ra wasn't given much time to do anything as the Shadow zoomed around and kicked the CGUE in the direction of the ZAFT ships. Been fun, Cruzet, take this as a lesson that you're not on top of the pile, Tyler called. Ra wasn't given a chance to wonder what the teen was implying as the CGUE shook again, and with a number of the cameras going out, his mobile suit's head had just been hit. It showed McGregor was definitely no normal pilot even by Federation standards, he was good. The ZAFT vessels deployed a retreat signal and their mobile suits fell back to them, ending the battle. Athrun and Nicole saw the signal and broke off from the situations they were in and headed back to the Vesalius. Tyler was glancing over the field and saw that Omni forces had suffered badly with all ships destroyed and all mobile armors lost. Tyler's sight ended out on the Asuka. Hey Kira, you okay in there? Tyler asked kindly. He had already been a jerk by hurting Athrun today, and Tyler didn't want to do that to both of his best friends in one day. Kira heard Tyler and the voice of his friend was helpful, but there was so much going through his mind. Athrun being with ZAFT, failing to save Flay's father as he and Lakis had promised. Kira couldn't think of how he would face Flay after this, he'd tried but still failed in the end. Finally, Kira could only utter two words, we failed. Tyler felt baffled at Kira's reply as it didn't make sense as things stood. Yes, the Alliance had lost but some lives had been saved and that was better than none. So Tyler was trying to figure out what the issue was that the two were suffering over. Excuse me, Tyler muttered, not knowing what else to say as he didn't understand what Kira was talking about. Kira, it wasn't your fault, reassured Lakis, knowing he was blaming himself for the loss of the Montgomery. Tyler noted the signs that something was off but still couldn't figure out what either was talking about. It was annoying, but with his friends in the mood they were, he ignored the feeling, trying to understand the reasons. Okay, either of you mind cluing me in on what you're talking about that has both of you in such a sorry state, he requested. Because I'm lost here and it's hard to help if I don't know what is causing the issue. Lakis hesitated for a moment as Tyler had not been around when she and Kira had promised Flay they would save the Montgomery. From what Murdoch said, Tyler had launched out first and had been fighting while the others had been preparing. The Montgomery was destroyed, she said. Tyler considered what Lakis said for a moment, since it still didn't explain what was eating them. It referred to the Nelson class that had been the last to be taken down by ZAFT. You mean the Alliance Nelson class cruiser? He inquired, recalling that was the name mentioned for it. The loss of the ship was unfortunate, but the crew was evacuated from what Tyler had heard, so things were okay. The Federation had done that without being seen, meaning there would be few outside the Federation that would know. Yes, that one, Lakis started, we promised someone that we wouldn't let that happen, yet we failed. It was from that which Tyler began comprehending what the issue might be in this. Tyler was about to inform both of his friends of the fact the crew was okay, but a signal was picked up by the Shadow's sensors. It took him a couple of seconds to identify the signal and found to my surprise that it was the beacon from a life pod. Tyler glanced back to see that Lakis was getting Kira to head back to the Archangel. That made Tyler realize that neither of them had noticed or picked up the signal from the life pod. So Tyler, being who he was, flew off in the direction of the life pod, and after a minute of traveling, he located the small pod. The Shadow gently grabbed the pod and then began the journey back towards the Archangel. Tyler just hoped that he wasn't bringing a problem back with him. Phase end. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for this chapter. There were some changes in this chapter which some will have noticed. First, the conversation between Athrun and Tyler on the battlefield is less Athrun snapping at him and more the two trying to get the other to see their position. Also, I wanted to make Athrun less blinded by others around himself and more somewhat trapped by the circumstances he's in. Next, of course, Tyler didn't shoo Cruzet away, he whipped him instead. And I think if we are truthful, we all want Raul Cruzet to be taught a lesson and be whipped, that's the kind of guy he is. I say, who better to do the job than Tyler? He not only can do it but is willing to do it without an issue. Please take the time to write a review or PM me and tell me what you think or to ask questions. Can't promise that I'll answer every question, but I will try to answer the ones I can.